Reporters swarmed Hunter Kim Jun-woo, their questions a flurry of excitement. Hunter Kim Jun-woo. What are your thoughts on achieving the world's first 555 rank? They lauded his swift rise to the top, noting his achievement of the world's top rank within a year of claiming the domestic rank 1. Further questions probed a rumored offer from the International Hunter Association and the extreme difficulty of his next dungeon challenge, prompting him to share his strategy before embarking on it. Finally, they sought advice for aspiring junior hunters. As Kim Jun-woo, surrounded by his team, turned and walked away, leaving the clamoring reporters behind. It was the first deployment for an operation in a long while. Kim Jun-woo reflected on the upcoming mission, though he didn't recall any prior discussions about it. The area in front of the dungeon was teeming with reporters. A throng of journalists eager for a statement. Their anticipation was palpable. This was an opportunity they couldn't afford to miss. Jun-woo, surrounded by his team, offered a brief apology, explaining that his immediate priority was clearing the dungeon. The reporter's reaction indicated this was the expected response. The press, though disappointed, remained silent, their microphones still pointed at Jun-woo and his team. Kim Jun-woo, his expression unreadable, internally mused, "I suppose I could do a special service today." But one thing he knew for certain was that his team's priority remained the safety of the citizens. He stood before his team, a determined figure radiating resolve. He declared, "Our team is always thinking about the safety of the citizens first and foremost. This won't change, no matter what." With a final, resolute expression, he added, "Then, farewell." Surrounded by a throng of reporters, Kim Jun-woo faced the flashing cameras. A murmur rippled through the crowd as one reporter voiced the public's opinion, "Though he may have some controversies, he's still the best hunter." Jun-woo, however, remained impassive, his expression unreadable as he listened to the reporter's statement. Another reporter then interjected, raising a question about a recent incident, "The incident where you assaulted an employee of the dungeon cleaning team." The image of a bloodied and injured man flashed before Jun-woo's eyes, a stark reminder of the event. A reporter pressed further, "I've heard you completely threw him against the wall?" Jun-woo's eyes narrowed, a flicker of surprise and confusion crossing his features as he responded, "What do you mean by that?" Surrounded by a throng of onlookers, Kim Jun-woo smirked, acknowledging the whispers and pointed gazes. He stated, "I understand you want to feign ignorance about that." But added, "However, I've also heard my fair share of information." His expression shifted, a hint of arrogance replacing his previous amusement. He continued, "Well, I also happen to be acquainted with the person that was assaulted by you." A close-up revealed a predatory grin spreading across his face. He chuckled, "Wow, but it does look like world ranking number 1 is great, after all." The scene shifted to a different location, where a murmur rippled through the crowd. Someone commented, "Seeing how you were able to beat up someone the age of your father without getting a single article written about you." Another voice cut through the noise, Hey. Did you just hear that? Hunter Kim Jun-woo assaulting a civilian? This is breaking news." Kim Jun-woo, the world's #1 hunter, found himself facing a throng of reporters. Their questions centered on an unpleasant rumor. A rumor that painted him in a negative light. One reporter, with a smirk, wished him good luck clearing his name today. Meanwhile, a group of grim-faced individuals watched Jun-woo from a distance, their expressions conveying a mixture of anger and apprehension. Their silent observation spoke volumes, hinting at a brewing conflict. In short, the association is an institution built to protect the country and its citizens from the dungeons and monsters that have appeared. A terrifying three-headed serpent-like creature emerges from a swirling vortex of dust and debris, causing widespread panic among the civilians fleeing the scene. The association, in response to this threat, gathered talented individuals with supernatural abilities, forming 4 specialized teams to combat these supernatural threats. The scene shifts to a meeting of the association's leadership. Amongst these teams, the operations team is responsible for the actual clearing of dungeons and monster infestations. And within the operations teams, Team 1 is considered the most elite group of hunters. A man with short brown hair and intense eyes, clad in tactical gear, stood amidst the chaos of a battle. A stark black background announced, "Dungeon clearance success rate of 100%. Each member of the team is a high-ranking hunter within the country." The man's face, now closer, showed signs of battle, dirt smudging his cheeks. A screen proclaimed, "The leader of that team is?" followed by a visual representation of a barcode. News headlines flashed across the screen, revealing the identity of the team leader as Kim Jun-woo, the world's top hunter, and detailing accusations of assault and abuse within his team. The various news sources highlighted the controversy surrounding Kim Jun-woo, exposing the stark contrast between his public image and the allegations against him. Online comments regarding Kim Jun-woo, the top-ranked hunter, flooded social media. Many expressed disbelief and anger as accusations of assault and abuse against him spread rapidly. A man, presumably Jun-woo, reacted angrily to the news on his phone. He angrily questioned his female companion about the leak, expressing disbelief that she had not prevented it. She responded that she had tried, but the story had already become a major internet scandal. The man, still furious, wondered about the source of the leak, noting that it wasn't just a typical reporter, it was Central News. His eyes narrowed, his expression hardening as he considered the implications of a major news outlet reporting on his private life. Kim Jun-woo and his companion, Chief Lee, reviewed information about Park Gunti, the son of a dungeon cleaning team leader, whose involvement in a recent incident was now under scrutiny. Jun-woo reacted with frustration, exclaiming "Goddammit," as he learned that the problem extended beyond the current incident. Chief Lee explained that testimonies from previous incidents were surfacing due to public support, suggesting the situation was worsening. Lee advised Jun-woo to take a break, suggesting he consider this time as a vacation, given his lack of immediate schedule. Meanwhile, an unseen individual, seemingly angered by the unfolding events, muttered to himself, "Did you know?" This individual revealed their intense anger, stating, "I really hate bastards that stand in my way." Jun-woo's female companion stated that she was aware of the situation, prompting Jun-woo to demand action, emphasizing the potential damage to his reputation if the matter escalated further. Jun-woo, appearing resolute despite his inner turmoil, responded that he would do his best. Jun-woo sighed, muttering to himself that he wasn't a machine, before inquiring about the association leader's response. His companion explained that the leader hadn't spoken since he became preoccupied with the International Scouting Association case, likely waiting for the situation to calm down. Jun-woo, now lying down in the car, dismissed the explanation, suspecting the leader's silence was intentional and that he might soon be cut off from support. He resolved to take action rather than remain passive. Kim Jun-woo's companion voiced her concern, questioning if he was some kind of unfeeling automaton, given his stoic demeanor. He responded that there would be no repercussions, even if public opinion turned against them, the official rankings would remain unchanged, and their scouting efforts would not be affected. Jun-woo remained pensive, his expression betraying a hint of internal conflict. After reading articles detailing the situation, Jun-woo's anger boiled over. He vowed not to let the matter rest, his wrath was intense. His companion observed, noting his renewed determination and predicting that no one would be able to stop him this time. Jun-woo's team had previously been prevented from pursuing a certain reporter, later revealed to be the son of someone involved, and he was now reluctantly heading to the association. Kim Jun-woo's clenched fist, still bearing the marks of a recent struggle, spoke volumes. Though his outward fury had subsided, a simmering anger persisted within him. As he was hailed by the crowd as their savior. Kim Jun-woo. Kim Jun-woo, they chanted, praising his heroic actions and his status as the country's youngest and highest-ranking hunter. The scene unfolded before him, a red carpet, flanked by uniformed officers, leading to a stage where he was to be celebrated. The title, "The Country's Youngest Hunter," was emblazoned across the scene. But the accolades, the titles World's First SSS-Rank, Domestic Rank 1, World Rank 1, even a scouting offer from the International Hunter Association, felt hollow and meaningless to him. Years of dedication, countless achievements, all rendered worthless by the betrayal he had recently uncovered. His eyes burned with a furious intensity, reflecting the depth of his rage. It would be strange not being mad at this, he thought, his inner turmoil mirroring the raw, visceral anger etched across his face. The years of hard work, the sacrifices, all for nothing. You dare to get in my way, the unseen individual shouted, their voice laced with menace. Kim Jun-woo, however, remained impassive, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he sat in his car. He pondered the question, so, why did you do that? Jun-woo responded to the unseen individual's query, explaining, I told you already, didn't I say that the bastard grabbed me by the collar first? The unseen individual pressed further, then I'm asking about the reason you were grabbed by the collar. Jun-woo's companion pointed out, I know you don't view the cleaning team in a positive light to begin with, but this is the first time you've been in direct conflict with them. Lost in thought, Jun-woo admitted, I don't know, I can't even remember why. Kim Jun-woo's companion, driving, mentions their arrival at the association park. Jun-woo, however, struggles to recall the name of team leader Park Gun-tae, the person he needs to confront. Jun-woo instructs his companion to bring Park Gun-tae to him before things get any noisier. The car speeds up. Jun-woo's companion acknowledges the order, expressing annoyance at the situation. Jun-woo sits silently, lost in thought as the car continues its journey. Kim Jun-woo's eyes, narrowed in intense focus, reflected a burning determination. A silent fury building within him as he anticipated the confrontation ahead. His companion, driving, glanced nervously at Jun-woo. Then, startled, shouted, Hey, hey! Look in front of you! A sudden, sharp turn avoided a collision with an oncoming truck. The near miss left both of them shaken but unharmed. Kim Jun-woo's companion swerved violently, narrowly avoiding a collision with an oncoming truck. The car skidded, tires screaming against the asphalt. Learned skill, excess time, skill activated. Jun-woo, eyes narrowed in concentration, activated his newly acquired skill, excess time. A surge of blue energy enveloped the vehicle, allowing him to perceive and react to the near miss with impossible speed, averting a catastrophic accident. Kim Jun-woo's thoughts raced. If he had been even a second later, the consequences would have been catastrophic. A line of trucks barreled down the road, showing no signs of slowing. Jun-woo's companion exclaimed in shock and fear, questioning if the drivers were intoxicated. His companion, visibly shaken by the near miss, slumped over the steering wheel. Jun-woo, already irritated, muttered about his rising anger. He wondered aloud which reckless driver was responsible for this near-death experience. With a sudden burst of speed, Jun-woo leaped from the car, narrowly avoiding a collision. His movements were swift and precise, suggesting a practiced skill. The aftermath of a near-fatal accident was evident. Shattered glass littered the ground, a stark testament to the force of the impact. Kim Jun-woo, however, stood unharmed, a look of grim determination etched on his face as he deflected the unseen force that had nearly claimed his life. His body tensed, anticipating further attacks. A surge of energy emanating from him, pushing back against the invisible constraints. His companion, visibly shaken, watched in disbelief. Jun-woo's face contorted in pain as he struggled against the supernatural arresting device. This is an anti-supernatural arresting device, he thought, his body refusing to obey his commands. A speeding truck barreled towards them, a looming threat amplified by the red blur of motion lines. Jun-woo, despite his physical limitations, reacted instinctively, narrowly avoiding a collision with the vehicle. He was left breathless, but alive. Kim Jun-woo's eyes widened in alarm. A surge of frustration washing over him as he realized he couldn't access his abilities. Damn it! I can't use my skills, he thought, clenching his fist. A strange, energy-based restraint enveloped him, constricting his movements, causing him intense pain. His vision blurred, his teeth gritted in agony. He struggled against the unseen force, his face contorted in a grimace. Finally breaking free with a violent burst of energy, leaving a trail of shimmering particles in his wake. Kim Jun-woo, his body racked with exhaustion, unleashed a final burst of energy, shattering the supernatural restraints that bound him. The force of his escape creating a shockwave that ripped through the surrounding environment. leaving behind a trail of destruction and fiery debris in its wake. He stood amidst the chaos, his silhouette framed against the inferno, a testament to his harrowing ordeal. Kim Jun-woo, battered but unbroken, let out a weary sigh. Ki. Today's really a shitty day after all. The lingering effects of the supernatural device pulsed within him, a stark reminder of the near capture and the unseen power that sought to control him. The association leader, his eyes blazing with crimson light, sneered, "Who dares to challenge me?" A squad of heavily armed soldiers surrounded Kim Jun-woo, their weapons trained on him. A commanding officer barked, "Prepare to fire." A volley of bullets tore through the air, but Kim Jun-woo moved with supernatural speed, dodging each shot with ease. The impact of the near misses left Kim Jun-woo covered in soot and grime. It was an unexpected ambush, thoroughly planned out. An ordinary hunter would have been killed without being able to react. Kim Jun-woo, despite being covered in soot and grime, stood defiant amidst a scene of carnage. Several fallen soldiers lay around him, their bodies sparking with residual energy from his attack. A testament to his skill and resilience. The text above him read, "But as someone who has battled more than thousands of times." He faced a new, formidable foe, a towering, demonic figure surrounded by a pack of monstrous creatures. The air crackled with anticipation. A prelude to an inevitable clash. Jun-woo's eyes burned with a fierce determination, his expression one of grim resolve. The text read, "In a dungeon that makes one's life hover between life and death." He roared a defiant challenge, a guttural cry that echoed through the dungeon. The panel showed a close-up of his face, contorted in a ferocious grimace. A raw display of his unwavering spirit. The text read, "Because it is me." Kim Jun-woo, defiant in the face of death, declared, "I won't die from something like this." He channeled his inner strength, wielding two energy-charged swords, leaving behind a trail of fallen soldiers in his wake. He knelt, exhausted but resolute. His face streaked with blood, his gaze fixed on the approaching threat. He reflected on the power of the enemy's weapon, a blue light gun, a supernatural tool used for eliminating threats, a weapon he had only witnessed after encountering the Titan. Kim Jun-woo, his face marred by cuts and blood, stood defiant, a powerful blue energy emanating from the sword piercing his forehead. A voice, seemingly from his companion, whispered, "That's a bit dangerous." The next panel showed a soldier using a chainsaw to brutally execute another individual. A medical scan appeared, displaying the grim message, detecting critical damage in the lungs, heart, liver, brain, and other organs. Heart failure has been confirmed. The scan continued, calculating the probability of revival. A digital display starkly announced, "Your death has been confirmed," finalizing Kim Jun-woo's grim fate. The image showing him critically injured, lying prone on the ground, his body bearing the brutal marks of a recent attack. As camera panned to show the scene of the attack, a bridge, where the aftermath of a violent struggle was evident. A beam of light shot up from below, as if from a deep chasm, and Jun-woo's body was shown falling into the abyss. His body plummeting downwards, surrounded by floating debris, as if he was falling into a digital void. Another digital display appeared, this time reading, "Due to your death." A hand, marred by deep wounds, reached upward. A hidden skills requirements met, a system message flashed across the screen, "The hidden skill obtaining requirement has been achieved." The words karma appeared, signifying the newly acquired ability. The system message confirmed, "Hidden skill, karma, due to the hidden skill." A time reversal initiated, you are now returning 10 years to the past. The character's new job assignment was announced, after returning, your job will be assigned according to the karma of your previous life. Kim Jun-woo, having just acquired the karma skill, found himself transported back in time. He stood on a bridge, the remnants of a battle still visible in the swirling water. A monstrous creature lay defeated nearby, its form partially obscured by the debris. He had clearly been involved in a fierce confrontation. Jun-woo efficiently bagged the creature's remains, exhaling in relief as he surveyed the scene. He was clearly in a hurry, as evidenced by the guard's urgent warning about the next dungeon opening soon. Kim Jun-woo, relieved but hurried, carried a large, stone-like object towards a monster incinerator. He was urged on by unseen voices shouting, "Kim Jun-woo, hurry up and move it to the monster incinerator." The Republic of Korea Supernatural and Dimension Management Association had assigned him to the dungeon cleaning team. Jun-woo muttered to himself, "It's so tiring, fuck." Bystanders watched in disbelief as a man, seemingly intoxicated, stumbled through the streets. Their confusion was evident in their whispered comments, "What's up with that dude? Is he drunk or something?" One bystander, equally perplexed, responded, I don't know." Another exclaimed, "Who the hell is this bastard?" The man, however, was not drunk. He was Kim Jun-woo, and he was facing an attack from a military special unit equipped with anti-supernatural arresting devices. He muttered to himself, "How dare they challenge this body of mine?" The soldiers' weapons, labeled Titan, were designed to subdue supernatural beings. Jun-woo, despite the danger, felt a surge of determination. "I won't die like this," he thought, "this is a bit dangerous." A red glow emanated from him, signaling a powerful counterattack. The day, which had started frustratingly, was about to take a dramatic turn. Kim Jun-woo awoke with a start, his mouth open in a silent scream. The lingering terror of a nightmare clinging to him. He muttered, "What a shitty dream." His body was stiff and sore from the exertion of the dream. "My whole body is stiff as heck," he groaned. Jun-woo's eyes flickered open, confusion clouding his features. "Ha!" He sat up, his gaze sweeping across the unfamiliar surroundings. A messy room filled with discarded clothing and other belongings. Disoriented, he whispered, "Where am I?" Kim Jun-woo awoke in a cramped, unfamiliar space, his mind still reeling from a disturbing dream. Immediately noting the squalid conditions of the tiny room, it was smaller than his own bathroom. He dismissed the possibility that he was in Director Lee's house, deeming it highly improbable. Jun-woo internally mused that Director Lee would never allow him into her home under any circumstances. His confusion deepened as he wondered about his current location. His eyes widened in disbelief and growing alarm. "Your death has been confirmed," flashed across Kim Jun-woo's vision. Due to his death, the condition for acquiring hidden skills had been met. He plummeted through a void, disoriented and terrified. The message echoing in his mind, "Your death has been confirmed." Jun-woo landed hard, his thoughts a chaotic jumble. "Shit, this isn't even a fucking comic," he muttered, his disbelief palpable. He looked in a mirror, his reflection a younger version of himself. The shock was evident on his face. A realization dawning on him, "My face, that's me from 10 years ago." Kim Jun-woo's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as he exclaimed, "What the hell?" A system message appeared before him, briefly displaying the words, "Sys. System open." The system message continued, revealing a hidden skill called Karma and its condition, dead. The message further explained that he had been sent back 10 years due to the skill's effect, and that this effect could not be cancelled. Hidden skill, Karma. The text on the screen announced the activation of Kim Jun-woo's hidden skill, Karma, with the condition being that he was dead, sending him back in time 10 years due to the skill's effect. Kim Jun-woo, now back in his past, sat on the floor, a look of disbelief and dawning comprehension on his face. He muttered, "I really died." The screen continued to display the skill's limitations, stating that it could not be arbitrarily cancelled. Jun-woo's expression shifted to one of frustration and resignation as he let out a single word, "Fuck." Kim Jun-woo reflected on his current predicament. "If it was simply a return to 10 years ago, I would have certainly still been a hunter," he mused, "a hunter who was a rising star in the spotlight." However, a surge of blue energy enveloped him. The energy coalesced into a blinding flash, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a defeated foe. "Job, dungeon cleaner," the text appeared, stark against the background. Jun-woo's internal monologue echoed the disbelief of those around him. "Cleaner? The great Kim Jun-woo is a dungeon cleaner?" The details of Junwoo's karma skill were displayed. Karma cancellation conditions: ascend to the position of Secretary General of the International Supernatural Association within 5 years. When the goal is achieved, the skill will automatically be cancelled, and you will immediately return to before the moment of death. If this is not achieved, Hunter Kim Junwoo will be completely erased. Time limit: 4 years, 11 months, 29 days, 20 hours, 32 minutes, and 48 seconds. Close skill effect. Junwoo contemplated the cancellation condition. The cancellation condition is to become the Secretary General. Kim Junwoo, slumped against a bathroom wall, grappled with the implications of his time regression and his unexpected new role. He muttered to himself, "This doesn't make any sense." The title card revealed the existence of the International Supernatural Association, a powerful organization that oversees supernatural associations worldwide. It was described as having immense influence, with its Secretary General wielding more power than the President of the United States. Junwoo, shown in a shadowy image, was informed that even he, the world's top-ranked S-class cleaner, had failed to be nominated for a position within this organization. The panel then showed Junwoo's reaction to the offer of a position within the organization, an offer he vehemently rejected, stating that it was impossible for him to accept. Kim Junwoo dismissed the notification, muttering to himself, "I'll just ignore it. Who the heck cares about this karma or whatever?" He reflected that returning to his previous life as Secretary General was the only way to regain his former life. Concluding that it would be more advantageous to continue living as a hunter, he confidently stated that with his skills, achieving SSS rank again would be effortless. However, a list of locked skills appeared on his screen: Demon King, Omnipotence, Limit Breaker, Fire Angel, and Rolling Paper. All of his hunter skills were locked. Junwoo reacted with frustration and disbelief, exclaiming, "What the F*** is this damn karma?" A bright, blue light enveloped Kim Junwoo, a system message appearing before him: "Congratulations! You've acquired a new skill." The light intensified, swirling around him as he stood in a daze. He anxiously awaited the revelation of his new ability, muttering, alright. Hopefully it's some useful skill that." Another burst of light, and the system message displayed: "Passive learning, cleaning obsession, effect, start cleaning, you idiot." Junwoo's face contorted in frustration and disbelief. His expression was one of utter shock and anger. The chapter title card displays the manhwa's title and credits. Kim Junwoo awoke in a messy room, his surroundings unfamiliar. He recalled his death and subsequent resurrection 10 years later. Discovering that he had been demoted from an SSS rank hunter to a lowly dungeon cleaner overnight. And that all his formidable hunter skills were inexplicably locked. Junwoo stared at the ceiling, his expression a mixture of disbelief and confusion. He questioned his current reality: do I really work as a cleaner now? Kim Junwoo, despite his current lowly position as a cleaner, clung to his pride as a former SSS rank hunter. It was all he had left after his unexpected resurrection 10 years after his death. More than his pride, Junwoo was determined to uncover the identity of his killers. It was clear that they were not ordinary soldiers. He considered 2 possibilities: a private guild or someone from the association. A mysterious call came in, the caller ID hidden. Junwoo answered, only to hear team leader Park's voice on the other end. Kim Junwoo received a phone call. The caller inquired about his availability for work, expressing concern that he might be too busy. It had already been an hour past the reporting time. The caller then asked if Junwoo was feeling unwell, suggesting the previous dungeon had been particularly difficult. Junwoo, clearly irritated, explained that the job was assigned to him by Karma, the dungeon cleaner. He admitted the last dungeon was challenging but insisted he wasn't feeling that bad today. Meanwhile, Junwoo's colleagues overheard his conversation. One of them commented on the difficulty of the last dungeon. Another colleague scoffed, mentioning that there are always a few who quit after the first day, and questioned why Junwoo was making such a fuss. The colleague concluded that if Junwoo wanted to quit, he should have simply called. Annoyed, Kim Junwoo listened to a phone call. The caller questioned his awareness of how many people were waiting for him, and urged him to hang up, stating that he was his own person. Junwoo, still on the call, reacted with disbelief, muttering, "Huh?" And then, with dawning horror, realized that he had actually died. Meanwhile, a colleague on the other end of the line pleaded for quiet, suggesting Junwoo might have a personal reason for his actions, and offered words of comfort and support, advising him to rest if needed and to text a contact number if something came up. Park Geun-tae chuckled, "Huh? Ah, my name is quite hard to remember, of course. It's Park Geun-tae. Kim Junwoo, however, remained impassive, repeating the name, Park Geun-tae. Park Geun-tae continued, "Anyway, take a good rest today, and if you can come in next time, it would be." He then received a call, and said, "I'll come now." What did you say?" "I am coming right now. To work." Kim Junwoo, still reeling from the news of his colleague's death, found himself unexpectedly taking a city bus to work. A stark contrast to his usual commute in his Benz. He had been surprised to find his car missing when he left his house that morning. Junwoo's frustration mounted as he realized he was also penniless, leaving him with no choice but to rely on public transport. The irony of his situation wasn't lost on him. On the crowded bus, Junwoo's thoughts turned to the drastic changes in his life. A life vastly different from what he had known before. The weight of his new reality settled heavily upon him. Kim Junwoo reflected on his altered reality, stating that his relationship with the world had fundamentally changed, and that his past use of violence against Park Geun-tae no longer held relevance in his current circumstances. He acknowledged that if Park Geun-tae had been responsible for his death in his former life, it would represent a completely different scenario. Because there was something undeniably strange about his death. Junwoo noticed a staged car accident that had deliberately drawn his attention, further complicated by the presence of an anti-supernatural arresting device designed to neutralize his abilities. Kim Junwoo, still reeling from his apparent death and resurrection, reflected on the details of the staged car accident. He recalled a crucial detail. The weapon used to kill him was no ordinary firearm, it was a high-tech anti-monster and supernatural subjugation firearm known as Titan. The narration emphasized the weapon's advanced technology and exorbitant price, noting that it was far beyond the means of an ordinary dungeon cleaner like Park Geun-tae. Junwoo considered the implications, suspecting that Park Geun-tae, perhaps driven by spite, had hired a professional assassin. He further speculated that Park Geun-tae's son also harbored a grudge against him. Junwoo's suspicion solidified. The attack wasn't a random act but a targeted assassination orchestrated by those with a personal vendetta. Kim Junwoo sat on a public bus, arms crossed, a contemplative expression on his face. He muttered to himself, "Damn, it's assault? Just because I pushed him a little bit?" His eyes narrowed, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. He reflected further, a sense of injustice coloring his thoughts. He should have understood when I was using my words. Later, Junwoo encountered a man in a building hallway. The man looked distressed and pleaded, "Please withdraw it." Junwoo, maintaining a calm but firm demeanor, responded with a single question, "Who are you?" Park Geun-tae, team leader from the dungeon cleaner team, introduced himself to Kim Junwoo, who responded that he had never heard of him before. Park Geun-tae explained that he had suggested a reduction in the number of cleaning teams, and that it was already difficult due to time constraints and the high number of people involved. Kim Junwoo questioned why Park Geun-tae was coming to him about this, to which Park Geun-tae replied that he only made the suggestion and had no authority to make decisions. Park Geun-tae continued, explaining that the decision rested with the regulation team, and urged Junwoo to speak with them. Kim Junwoo reflected on Park Geun-tae's attempt to downsize the cleaning teams. He had anticipated the suggestion, but not the personal confrontation. Junwoo sized up Park Geun-tae, noting the obvious annoyance the situation caused him. And then, with a subtle shift in demeanor, he posed a question, "Do you know?" Junwoo explained that lizards cutting off their tails is an inefficient defense mechanism, but a necessary one for survival. He then asked Park Geun-tae what he thought the reason for that was. Park Geun-tae voiced his concerns about the cleaning team's inefficiency, stating that despite their flaws, they were essential for survival. Kim Jun-woo calmly acknowledged Geun-tae's point, understanding his desire to reduce costs, but countered by explaining that such measures are only taken as a last resort, when a situation is dire. Jun-woo then pressed Geun-tae, questioning whether he truly believed that every human being is essential to the world. Geun-tae, taken aback by the question, remained silent for a moment, before revealing that the Hunters Association was facing serious financial difficulties, leading to salary adjustments for top hunters. Park Geun-tae, facing Kim Jun-woo, argued that the hunters wouldn't receive fair compensation for their work. He insisted that if the association wasn't paying them, someone else would have to. He explained that he had no choice but to resort to drastic measures due to the association's financial constraints. Geun-tae's frustration was palpable as he defended the necessity of his actions. Jun-woo countered by pointing out the minimal work done by the cleaning team, questioning their value. Geun-tae vehemently disagreed, emphasizing the importance of their often unseen contributions. Jun-woo calmly stated that the association would decide how many people to let go, and that they should simply move on. He then added that they were proud of their work in their own way. Jun-woo acknowledged the validity of Geun-tae's point, stating that he should have addressed the issue years ago. He explained that he had avoided confrontation until now due to his comradely feelings. But now, he was leaving. He then subtly challenged Geun-tae's priorities by reminding him of the association's core mission, to protect citizens. He concluded by asking a pointed question. Kim Jun-woo, kneeling before Park Geun-tae, pleaded, "I beg you, please reconsider." Park Geun-tae responded with irritation, "TSK. How annoying." Park Geun-tae continued, explaining, "I thought what I said was enough to make you understand, but I guess it wasn't. Honestly, you guys should thank us." He elaborated, "You're fighting with your lives on the line like we are. You just make money by cleaning comfortably in the back." Park Geun-tae's voice hardened as he stated, Thanks to us, you guys can fill your bellies, so why do you want so much more? Acting like fucking parasites." Kim Jun-woo, shocked by the insult, reacted with, What the hell did you just say?" Park Geun-tae, seething with anger, shoved Kim Jun-woo violently, causing Kim Jun-woo to stumble and fall, groaning in pain. Blood trickled from his mouth. Kim Jun-woo, despite his injury, immediately contacted Chief Lee, requesting assistance to deal with Park Geun-tae, referring to him as a parasite. Meanwhile, Park Geun-tae, clearly agitated, expressed his frustration to an unseen individual, stating that he had been explicitly told not to get involved in such matters. The scene shifts to a wide shot of a large-scale incident, revealing a significant security presence and the announcement that a yellow-level dungeon has appeared. A chilling announcement appeared. For this time's yellow-level mission, the boss would be the Foxtrot Centipede. A flashback showed a younger man, seemingly in his late 20s, recounting his past participation in the subjugation of a powerful entity. The man realized he had been sent back in time 10 years. He stood alone, lost in thought, the weight of his temporal displacement heavy upon him. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Hey, Mr. Jun-woo. You came." It was Chief Lee and his team, arriving to provide support. Jun-woo's relief was palpable. Kim Jun-woo's face, partially obscured, revealed a grim determination. His eyes, however, held a flicker of something akin to anticipation. A silent acknowledgement of the approaching confrontation. The words, "the one who made me like this," echoed in his mind, a chilling reminder of his past. Park Geun-tae's laughter filled the air, a cruel, triumphant sound. "I knew you'd come," he thought, his confidence unshaken. Jun-woo's mind flashed with recognition as he finally identified his attacker, dungeon cleaner, Park Geun-tae. Park Geun-tae, with a wide, almost unsettling smile, called out to Jun-woo. "Jun-woo. Here, over here." Jun-woo's face was partially obscured, but his expression was grim. He thought, I finally met him. The man who had caused him so much suffering was revealed to be Park Geun-tae, the dungeon cleaner. Jun-woo's eyes burned with anger as he recognized his attacker. Park Guntae, a middle-aged man in work clothes, chuckled, noting Kim Jun-woo's absent-mindedness. Kim Jun-woo internally recognized Park Guntae's image as matching his attackers, but doubted his capacity for such violence. Park Guntae approached Kim Jun-woo, casually inquiring about his breakfast. Another associate of Park Guntae expressed surprise at his arrival, commenting on his seemingly sincere demeanor. While Kim Jun-woo, surrounded by his cleaning team, remained suspicious. One of Kim Jun-woo's colleagues dismissed his presence as coincidental, suggesting he was merely caught while trying to leave. My Jang, a cleaner on Team 3, grumbled to himself, "My ass. Last time, that bastard said he couldn't do anything and really didn't do anything." Meanwhile, Mun Soyeon, another cleaner on Team 3, questioned the need for additional personnel, stating that 4 people were sufficient. She wondered why they were trying to bring in more. Their supervisor, seemingly unconcerned, declared that they should begin their work now that everyone was present. Sang Hyuk, another member of the team, informed them that only 45 minutes remained. My Jang reacted with surprise and alarm to the news of the limited time. Another team member explained that the reduced time was due to a previous team's 1-hour delay. Mun Soyeon observed the scene, commenting on the previous team's behavior, "They're quite rude." My Jang, visibly frustrated by the time constraints, urged his team to hurry. "It can't be helped, let's hurry up before we get criticized again." Sang Hyuk, maintaining his calm demeanor, distributed gas masks to the team members, stating, "Okay. Here you go, Jun-woo. The size should roughly fit." Jun-woo received the mask, questioning its purpose with a slight frown. "A gas mask?" The team prepared to enter a brightly lit area, their expressions serious and determined. My Jang checked on his team, asking, "Are you okay? Any problems?" Jun-woo, his brow furrowed in thought, voiced his uncertainty, "No," rather than a problem. He continued, his question hanging in the air, "What exactly do dungeon cleaners do?" Jun-woo's expression shifted to one of clear apprehension as he contemplated the task ahead. The Republic of Korea Supernatural and Dimension Management Association, or the Association for short, was revealed to have 4 main teams. The control team monitors the status of dungeon appearances and collects information, while the hunter support team produces and maintains weapons and items, supporting overall activities. The operations team was also shown, though their specific function remains unclear. Jang and another member of the dungeon cleaning team moved through a wide corridor, disinfecting as they went. Jang noted that the corridor was wider than anticipated, potentially compromising the efficacy of their disinfectant solution. Instructing Soyeon to check the internal gas levels while Sang Hyuk was tasked with checking the boss room, as the boss was quite large and would take time to dismantle. An unnamed narrator reflected on the dungeon cleaning team, whose function was previously unknown to them. Jun-woo, wearing a gas mask, questioned the team's excessive busyness. Another team member warned Jun-woo against venturing alone into the dangerous cavernous dungeon. Jang, along with another worker, paused, both wearing gas masks, a look of confusion on their faces. One of them uttered, "Huh?" The other worker clarified, "You said we're heading to the boss room." He continued, "I did. So you should be following us closely, since the boss room is that way." But Jang countered, "What are you talking about? It's this way." The image showed a dark tunnel entrance, and the workers looked on in disbelief. One of them exclaimed. Another worker, clearly agitated, questioned, "What?" One of the hunters, annoyed by the time constraints, questioned the team's behavior. Soyeon, attempting to de-escalate the situation, calmly suggested ignoring the disruption and continuing their mission. Sang Hyuk, however, pointed out that the map provided by the control team was incorrect, prompting Jang to intervene. The map depicted a dungeon layout cleared by previous hunters. Jang, noticing the discrepancy, asserted that the map was wrong and corrected the team's direction towards the boss room. The other hunters expressed their disbelief and concern over the team leader's decision, questioning his sanity. A member of the team questioned Jang's confidence, prompting him to retort that he had cleared the dungeon. Jang, his face partially obscured by a respirator, turned away, his expression unreadable. Another team member, his face also masked, stared intently ahead, his expression serious and focused. Wei Jiang muttered to himself that they wouldn't believe him even if he told them the truth. The team stood amidst the rubble of a destroyed structure, their expressions a mixture of confusion and concern. As they walked through a dark, damaged corridor, one team member asked if Wei Jiang was hurt. He replied that he was fine. Two cleanup crew members, faces partially obscured by gas masks, exchanged worried glances. One, a woman, appeared particularly concerned, questioning Wei Jiang's earlier statement about only having 45 minutes remaining. They pointed out the discrepancy between his claim and the standard 2-hour timeframe for dungeon closure. Wei Jiang, seemingly unfazed, simply acknowledged their concern, stating that he was aware of the dungeon's natural disappearance after clearing. A large, bright panel showed text explaining that all dungeons vanish after completion, a process that typically takes 2 hours. This information was presented as a matter-of-fact explanation of the world's rules. The narration continued, explaining that hunters typically leave immediately after clearing a dungeon, making the 2-hour timeframe irrelevant to them. However, it is crucial for the cleanup crew who enter afterward. One of the cleanup crew members, still skeptical, questioned the necessity of cleaning a dungeon that will disappear regardless. Wei Jiang responded with a dismissive laugh, implying that they simply didn't understand. Wei Jiang, his face partially obscured by a respirator, confidently stated, "A cleared dungeon doesn't disappear, it's just taking a break. Until the monsters are back in place, that is." Sang-hyuk, however, voiced his skepticism, expressing his understanding of the basic principle but raising a crucial point: what if the dungeon reopens, and there are bodies of monsters and hunters piled up? Wei Jiang, unfazed, dismissed this concern as inconsequential. He argued that such a scenario wouldn't be a significant problem. However, he then countered his own dismissive statement, explaining that the accumulation of corpses presents two significant issues. First, it makes it easier for hunters to get lost. And second, the gas emitted by the decomposing monsters is very lethal to humans. Furthermore, the piling corpses would restrict the hunters' movements, directly impacting dungeon clearing efforts. Wei Jiang concluded by summarizing his reasoning: their job is to help hunters focus on clearing the dungeon with peace of mind. A cleanup crew member, his face obscured by a respirator, declared, "It's okay to be proud of our work." Two other crew members, also masked, scoffed at the statement. One muttered, "Bullshit." The other added, "No hunters. Ha ha ha." A female crew member explained their duties: "Anyway, our team's main tasks are to dispose of the monsters, clean the byproducts of the clearing, and to make sure there isn't any of the hunters' information left behind. And, in some cases, we might even rescue hunters from the dungeon. Although, it has never happened before. Of course, a cleaner rescuing a hunter. It's something I've never heard in my life." Sang-hyuk, still masked, reflected, "But well, it doesn't seem to be as purposeless as I thought." Following a map, Sang-hyuk and his team arrived at a large, imposing door. "We have arrived. According to the map, this should be the boss room." A cleanup crew, clad in protective gear, gathered in a desolate, post-dungeon environment. Dust and debris littered the ground. Wei Jiang, one of the crew members, gestured emphatically towards a sealed doorway, his expression serious. Sang-hyuk, initially doubtful, reacted with a surprised, "Huh? What?" The team, now understanding the gravity of the situation, discovered that the location they had reached was not the intended boss room. The scene depicted a different area than expected. Sang-hyuk, acknowledging Wei Jiang's earlier warning, admitted, "What, you weren't lying? What exactly happened?" After a moment of contemplation, the team decided to call it a day, deciding to finish up and leave for the day. A timer appeared, showing 22 minutes remaining until a deadline. The team, comprised of Sang-hyuk and others, looked up in concern. One of them commented that 22 minutes should be sufficient, prompting a discussion. With the team members agreeing that it was better than facing criticism, they decided to proceed. But Sang-hyuk, suddenly apprehensive, questioned what exactly enough meant. He emphasized the limited time remaining and the importance of completing their assigned task. prompting another team member to reiterate the need to focus on their primary objective. Sang-hyuk voiced his apprehension, pointing out that only 22 minutes remained before the dungeon's closure. A team member responded that a cleared dungeon takes at least a week, and at most, a year, to reappear. Another team member, unconcerned, declared that they would simply remain locked inside. Sang-hyuk, his expression hardening, condemned their recklessness, stating that they were risking their lives for a simple cleaning task. A team member dismissed Sang-hyuk's concerns, claiming that this was standard procedure. Another team member urged them to hurry, and Sang-hyuk, resigned, accepted the situation. Sang-hyuk, still apprehensive despite his resignation, walked through a dark, dilapidated dungeon with a team of cleaners. He muttered to himself, believing that their supervisor likely looked down on such menial tasks. A female cleaner, her eyes narrowed in a steely gaze, observed Sang-hyuk with suspicion. As he continued deeper into the dungeon's shadowed depths, a flashback sequence revealed Sang-hyuk's past, showcasing his 15 years of experience as a hunter. He boasted of never failing a dungeon clearing during that time. The result of his dedication was achieving the world's first SS rank and the title of world's #1 hunter. A fact he angrily asserted to anyone who dared question his dungeon clearing career. Sang-hyuk's inner monologue revealed his indignation. I'm being belittled in a dungeon? By the cleaners? A group of dungeon cleaners, their faces partially obscured by masks, were shown moving through a dark passage. One of them commented that there was a shortcut through the room. Sang-hyuk's face showed a mixture of annoyance and skepticism. One of the cleaners began to speak disrespectfully about Sang-hyuk, but he was abruptly silenced by Sang-hyuk's sharp rebuke, "Shut the fuck up and listen." Another cleaner then provided crucial information. The distance to the boss room was approximately 500 meters, and taking the shortcut would reduce travel time from 8 minutes to 5 if they ran. Sang-hyuk, despite his anger, took charge, declaring, "I'll take the lead this time. If you don't like it, you can just leave." A desperate plea echoed through the shadowed corridor. W8. Jun-woo. The scene shifted to a chaotic chase through a crumbling, claustrophobic passageway. Soldiers in dark uniforms scrambled through the debris-strewn tunnel, pursued by unseen figures. One soldier, Jun-woo, stumbled, his pursuers gaining ground. He reached a heavy, imposing door, his breath ragged. A desperate hope flickering in his eyes as he braced himself against the looming darkness. Jun-woo, cornered and desperate, found himself surrounded by a group of individuals in hazmat suits. Their expressions were a mixture of shock and grim determination. A monstrous figure lay sprawled on the ground, its red armor riddled with numerous daggers. The scene spoke of a brutal and intense battle. Further down the hall, a large, imposing figure loomed. The text Foxtrot Centipede appeared, identifying it as a centipede-type monster over 10 meters tall. Two men, observing the scene, whispered, "This really is the boss room," their voices filled with a mix of awe and trepidation. Scattered across the floor were numerous bullet casings, a grim testament to the ferocity of the preceding fight. One of the men observed, looking at the room's condition, it was a fierce battle. He continued his assessment, assuming it was a 20-member team, casualties would be around 5 to 6 people, but they were still able to find the key point. A close-up revealed the monstrous creature's weakness, a hollowed area on its forehead, just above its massive chin. Jun-woo and another man in hazmat suits stood before a large building. There's no time left, so let's start quickly." The other man looked concerned. "Well, what are you doing?" "There's no time." Jun-woo responded curtly, "Don't tell me you're being petty because we got the boss room wrong." A blinding red light erupted as Jun-woo launched a powerful attack. The creature roared in pain, as the attack struck its weak point. A colossal, crimson monstrosity loomed before a group of soldiers, its immense form filling the frame. Their faces etched with disbelief as they witnessed the impossible. The creature, previously believed to be eradicated, was still alive. "It's still alive," one soldier exclaimed, his voice laced with terror. Another added, "That's impossible." It was definitely a monster that was cleared. A close-up on a soldier's gas mask, highlighting his strained breathing and the intensity of the situation. The soldier's internal monologue, "What a pain in the ass." The sheer frustration and annoyance at this unexpected setback were palpable. A monstrous creature, its red eyes glowing menacingly, loomed over the scene. Its sharp teeth and imposing figure filled the panel. A group of soldiers stood before it, their backs turned, seemingly unaware of the imminent danger. One soldier, his face etched with worry, muttered to himself, "What a pain in the ass, since I don't currently have any skills, this is going to be hard." The soldier's apprehension was justified. The creature lunged, its attack leaving a trail of destruction, leaving the soldiers shocked and questioning what had just transpired. A team of soldiers, their faces grim, stood amidst the aftermath of a battle. One soldier, his expression particularly intense, questioned his team's actions. "Operation Team Bastards. What were you doing instead of checking it properly?" The remains of a massive, monstrous creature lay before them, its body still smoldering. One soldier, observing the scene, commented, "It's your first time seeing a boss monster, right? Just stay back." Another soldier, clearly shaken, simply whispered, "What?" The first soldier continued, "You were staring blankly. It's alright, so step back if you can't touch it." His words sparked a furious reaction from the second soldier, who angrily retorted, "What the F*** is this bastard saying?" One soldier, desperate and urgent, pleaded with another, "I can't believe it. Just give me the knife." The soldiers' apprehension turned to awe as they gazed upon a colossal, segmented creature, its body riddled with blades. One soldier exclaimed, "Well, what are you doing?" Another soldier, observing the scene, explained, "You said you were going to dismantle it. If you put the knife in without knowing anything, your wrist will break." He carefully examined the knife, and then, with precision, inserted it into a specific segment of the creature's body. As you can see, the knife only goes between the 3rd, 6th, and 12th segments. It won't go in anywhere else, so don't waste your energy trying. The soldiers watched, a mixture of apprehension and grim determination etched on their faces, as the plan unfolded. A team of soldiers stood before a superior officer, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and determination. The officer questioned their purpose, "What are you doing? Are you just going to look around?" The officer continued, instructing them on how to approach the monster. "You need to insert it at an angle and lift up. You think you'll be able to cut it if you just shove it in like that?" Another soldier warned, "Don't touch the tail. A good number of hunters have died from its poison." The soldiers exchanged worried glances, their apprehension growing. One muttered, "He's quite the nagger." The officer, seemingly aware of their concerns, added another crucial warning, "Don't step on the blood either. It's not poisonous, but it's a strong adhesive. Once you step on it, you won't be able to move." A different soldier questioned the officer's actions. "Team leader, you showed him the control file, didn't you? Are you trying to help the newbie?" One soldier dismissed the notion of sharing sensitive information, stating that such details weren't even included in the official files, prompting another soldier to question how their leader could possess such knowledge. The second soldier's confusion deepened as he contemplated the leader's seemingly omniscient understanding. A system message appeared, indicating the activation of a passive learning skill, cleaning obsession. The soldier sat amidst the wreckage of a destroyed machine, the aftermath of a recent battle. A broken blade lay nearby, a testament to the intensity of the conflict. The dismantling of a large, skeletal structure was complete. A soldier declared, "Dismantling is complete." The scene showed the remains of the structure, scattered across a large, open area. Another soldier, observing the scene, stated, "I'm done here, too." One soldier, wiping sweat from his brow, let out a relieved sigh, "Phew." Suddenly, he paused, a look of confusion dawning on his face. He exclaimed, "W8." His confusion intensified, and he muttered to himself, "Why do I feel so rewarded?" A female soldier, observing the scene with a smirk, commented to her team, "Well, he did a small portion." One soldier, clad in work attire, stood amidst his colleagues. He was the subject of their conversation. One commented on his diligence, while another teased him about his meticulous cleaning habits. Another soldier checked his smartwatch, announcing that they had only 5 minutes left until the limit. He declared that this was sufficient time to complete their task, addressing the group as a whole. The soldiers, their mission seemingly complete, proceeded down a dimly lit corridor. Emerging from the tunnel, they appeared relieved. One soldier expressed his surprise at the ease of the task, attributing his success to Junwoo. But as they walked, a dark stain appeared on the ground, seemingly blood leaking from a damaged bag. One soldier noticed this detail. The soldier's attention was drawn to Junwoo, who had apparently stepped on the bag, causing the leak. Another soldier urgently announced that Junwoo was unable to move. Junwoo, injured and covered in what appeared to be an adhesive substance, reassured his fellow soldiers, making a fuss. "I'm fine. Everyone, stay back." One soldier muttered to himself, observing the strange substance, "This bastard's blood sure is adhesive. Even as a hunter, I couldn't get out of it with my strength." But then, he recalled a solution, "But it's weak against high heat, so this skill can easily melt it." Junwoo focused, activating his Hellfire skill, a surge of intense heat emanating from his palm. However, a system message appeared, "Skill unavailable, this skill is locked." The soldiers looked on with concern as Junwoo visibly winced in pain. Junwoo, despite the failed skill activation, let out a small sigh, "Ah. HM." Junwoo, injured and frustrated, muttered to himself, "I'm fucked." A soldier urgently shouted, "Why Jang? Did you bring the rope?" Another soldier quickly responded, "Quickly tie it. The rest of you, hold the rope." They worked together to secure Junwoo to the rope. And with a final shout of "It's tied. Everyone, pull hard," they began to pull. But despite their efforts, Junwoo remained stuck. With only 55 seconds remaining, the soldiers made another attempt to pull Junwoo free, shouting, "Let's pull it again. 1, 2. But their efforts proved futile. One soldier exclaimed, "What? It's not working. Junwoo, quickly take off your hazmat suit." Another soldier noticed a critical detail, interrupting, "Wait a second. The gas level is too high. It's dangerous." A frustrated soldier retorted, "Then do you want us all to be trapped in here?" Junwoo, still trapped and struggling, silently wondered, "What is he saying?" His thoughts continued, "I'm the one who can't move. Why would we all be trapped together?" A group of soldiers desperately clung to a rope, their faces etched with grim determination as they ascended a dark, crumbling shaft. Even lizards cut off their tails to survive, a grim thought echoed in their minds. The perilous climb, a desperate measure against the rising gas levels threatening to overwhelm them. Junwoo, trapped below, observed their struggle with a mixture of anxiety and resignation. He considered their actions less intelligent than a lizard's self-preservation. Contemplating the harsh reality of their situation, the soldiers' rescue attempt faltered. One soldier, his face contorted in frustration, barked orders for everyone to retreat. "This isn't working, everyone, leave," he shouted. A wave of panic rippled through the remaining soldiers as they questioned the implications of abandoning Junwoo. Junwoo, his face partially obscured by a gas mask, stared intently ahead, his eyes conveying a mixture of apprehension and grim determination. A lone soldier retreated from the hazardous area, his back turned to Junwoo, leaving him isolated in the toxic environment. The sound of his retreating footsteps echoed in the silence. A digital timer displayed 10 seconds, adding to the urgency of the situation. Two soldiers rushed past the timer, their movements frantic. One of them, seemingly Junwoo's rescuer, pushed forward, determined to reach him despite the danger. But the toxic gas proved too overwhelming. Junwoo, weakened and vulnerable, collapsed to the ground. Another soldier reached him, offering a hand, a gesture of desperate hope amidst the chaos. One soldier, his face etched with grim determination, adjusted his gas mask, his gaze fixed on his comrade, Junwoo, who lay unconscious on the ground. A digital timer in the background displayed 7. The scene was one of devastation, the air thick with toxic fumes. The two soldiers, their faces partially obscured by their masks, began to retreat, their movements hurried and desperate. Junwoo's boot, stained with a dark substance, lay abandoned in the toxic cloud, the timer now showing 6. The 3 soldiers continued their retreat, their backs turned to the fallen comrade, the bright sunlight of the outside world a stark contrast to the desolate scene they left behind. The timer read 5. The 3 soldiers, their faces reflecting a mixture of grief, guilt, and exhaustion, stood together, the timer showing 2. The weight of their decision was heavy upon them. 2 soldiers, their faces partially obscured by gas masks, supported each other as they retreated, their breaths ragged. Leaving behind Junwoo, whose hand reached out weakly towards them from the chasm, a desperate plea lost in the toxic fumes. His one visible eye reflecting the harsh reality of his abandonment. The soldiers' retreat was a grim necessity, the toxic gas too dangerous to risk further exposure. 3 individuals, their expressions ranging from shock to worry, observed from a distance, witnessing the aftermath of the soldiers' hasty retreat. Junwoo lay unconscious on the ground, his body splayed out amidst the harsh, gray landscape. Several soldiers, faces etched with exhaustion and guilt, stood nearby, their breaths puffing out in ragged clouds. They had retreated, leaving Junwoo behind in the toxic gas cloud. Their retreat a desperate measure to escape the deadly fumes. In the distance, other figures watched, their expressions a mixture of worry and shock. The observers, likely other soldiers or support personnel, were clearly distressed by the scene unfolding before them. Later, Junwoo awoke, his memory of the event fragmented and hazy. He sat up, his brow furrowed in confusion, sweat beading on his forehead. A wave of disorientation washing over him. He muttered, "What?" His eyes widened in disbelief as the full weight of his near-death experience crashed down upon him. "I almost died just now, in a dungeon with no monsters." A title card reads, "While cleaning?" An unseen hand reaches out to Junwoo, asking, "Junwoo, are you okay?" Junwoo, weak but alive, responds, yes." Junwoo explains, "The gas level was lower than I thought." What a relief! His companion offers reassurance, saying, "You worked hard in your first dungeon of the day. Well, let's just consider ourselves lucky since it could have been worse." Junwoo, still shaken, reflects, "I almost died, but you say we were lucky." A text box revealed that there are 8 operations teams in the Seoul branch alone, and 96 teams nationwide. An organizational chart detailed the structure of the Republic of Korea's Supernatural and Dimension Management Association, outlining the control team, hunter support team, and operations team, along with the note that approximately 11,300 registered hunters in Korea are not affiliated with the association. Further information clarified that there are only 5 dungeon cleaning teams, totaling 25 people. The narrative shifted to show the aftermath of a dungeon raid, with fallen monsters strewn across the floor. A text box explained that each team must clean an average of 3.3 dungeons per day, and if unlucky, they may clean more than 5. The final panel showed the back of a person's head, suggesting the narrative is about to shift focus. Junwoo, his face contorted in a grimace, muttered to himself, "Today was one such unlucky day." An unnamed soldier, attempting to lighten the mood, suggested, "Okay. Since today was an unlucky day, let's have a team dinner." Another soldier responded, "Don't tell me you're buying us dinner again? These things are supposed to be paid for by the boss." Junwoo's colleague countered, If you pay every time, how will you survive? There isn't even that big of a difference in salary, let's Dutch pay today." The soldier who initially proposed dinner sighed, "You guys, at least during times like this, let me save face." "Junwoo, you're coming too, right? You're the main character of today." He then asked Junwoo, "Is there anything you want to eat?" Junwoo, still recovering from the toxic gas exposure, felt unwell but tried to appear normal. His face was drawn and pale. His team, concerned about his health, expressed their worry with concerned expressions and hushed tones. One soldier suggested a team dinner to boost morale. Junwoo internally debated the invitation, acknowledging the need to build camaraderie but feeling too unwell to participate. He considered his options. Ultimately, he politely declined the team dinner, stating that he was too tired and needed to rest. He tried to reassure them that it wasn't a big deal. Junwoo walked away, his shoulders slumped, feeling the weight of his illness and the unspoken concerns of his team. He muttered a quick goodbye, leaving his team behind. Despite his exhaustion, a sense of duty lingered. He knew he had to recover quickly. Junwoo's team members bid him farewell, wishing him a safe return. "See you tomorrow, Junwoo. Get back safely." Junwoo, however, walks away with a troubled expression, his gaze downcast. A nighttime cityscape is shown, the city lights twinkling in the distance. Alone in his room, Junwoo lies in bed, lost in thought. He reflects, it wasn't team leader Park who killed me in my previous life. He's not heartless enough to kill someone out of resentment. Then, who could it be? Junwoo's thoughts turn to someone else, apart from him, someone who has a grudge against me, the youngest of the team, Yang Kwan-mo, who I always swore at. Min Eugene, who I broke up with after we fought like we were going to kill each other. Junwoo, still unwell, recalled Hwang Dong-wai, a member of the control team who frequently bore the brunt of Junwoo's kicks. Questioning why so many people were involved, as he expected only one or two. And pondering the futility of his current situation, lying in his messy room. Concluding that to achieve proper revenge against his past life killer, a stranger, he needed to cancel his current karma and return to his previous life. Discovering that to do so, he must become the Secretary General of the International Supernatural Association within 5 years. And reflecting that if he still possessed his past skills, he could have rejoined the hunter ranks or infiltrated the control team. Junwoo's system interface flickered to life, the words "System Open" appearing on the screen. He frowned, muttering to himself that he couldn't properly check it this morning. But then he noticed a skill unlock condition. The screen displayed several unlock conditions for various skills. Fire Angel required an average annual salary of over 60 million won, Limit Breaker needed a dungeon cleaning team entry competition rate of at least 30:1, Omnipotence demanded the dungeon cleaner achieve the number 1 job preference among young people in their 20s, Rolling Paper needed a dungeon cleaner full-time conversion rate of over 50%, and finally, Demon King had an unable to check status. Junwoo chuckled, stating that if that's the case, there's no reason to be a cleaner. He then proceeded to examine the unlock conditions more closely. The conditions for Fire Angel and Limit Breaker were highlighted. Dungeon Cleaner's average annual salary is over 60 million won and Dungeon Cleaning Team entry competition rate of at least 30:1. Junwoo stared in disbelief, muttering, "Isn't this too much?" His expression hardened as he realized, all these conditions are related to my job as a dungeon cleaner. He picked up a discarded plastic bottle. A symbol of his daily routine, his frustration mounted as he exclaimed, "You want me to live and breathe the cleaning team?" He threw the bottle down, surrounded by trash and cleaning supplies, his anger evident. Then, a sudden surge of energy enveloped him as a system message appeared, passive activation, cleaning obsession. Junwoo stared at his messy room, overwhelmed by the dirt and clutter. He muttered to himself, "Why is the room so dirty? Did I live my past life without even cleaning?" His annoyance grew as he noticed an expired item. He exclaimed, "Gah, how annoying." A system message appeared, unlock condition achieved, 1 day at work. Immediately after, another message followed, Hyper Boost, skill has been unlocked. Junwoo, weary from his commute, reflected on his new routine. A week of cleaning dungeons had begun to take its toll, during which he had diligently cleared 25 dungeons. Consumed 6 10-liter bottles of cleaning solution. Junwoo, amidst the wreckage of a recently cleaned dungeon, reviewed his newly acquired skills. The first of which was Hyper Boost, a skill that drastically increases movement speed during combat. Obtained through a random condition during his dungeon cleaning work, it was described as a high-efficiency mobility skill, though its usefulness was limited to being linked with attack skills. Junwoo, reflecting on his week of strenuous dungeon cleaning, muttered to himself, "Well, it's better than nothing." Junwoo reviewed the unlock conditions for various skills within the dungeon cleaning system. The requirements for skills like Fire Angel, Limit Breaker, and Omnipotence were exceptionally demanding, requiring extraordinary achievements in the field. He observed the bustling city life from a bus, reflecting on the reality of his situation. The sheer scale of the task ahead weighed heavily on his mind. He mused that dungeon cleaning was currently the most extreme job available. But he also noted that some skills had relatively easier unlock conditions. Junwoo's expression turned serious as he considered the circle counter and hellfire skills, their unlock conditions significantly less daunting than others. He muttered to himself that increasing interest in the association was particularly easy to achieve, especially if he, a former SSS-Rank hunter, cooperated with the dungeon clearing team and shared information for the next 10 years. Junwoo considered his options. The association's interest would surge if his abilities were revealed, but gaining their trust as a mere cleaner would be difficult. He observed the skeptical faces of the association members seated around the table. Their doubt was palpable. Junwoo contemplated his next move. Should he contact his former team members to build a foundation of trust first? He mused that with over 10,000 hunters in Korea, contacting them would be relatively easy. Junwoo, armed with his cleaning tools, stood alone in a vast, anonymous crowd. His path forward remained uncertain. A thoughtful expression crossed his face as he weighed his options. Junwoo, riding the bus, felt a sudden jolt as the vehicle braked sharply. He realized, with a start, that he had missed his stop. "I missed my stop," he exclaimed, his expression a mix of frustration and mild panic. Arriving at the rendezvous point, Junwoo found only one other person waiting. He questioned the absence of the others, noting their lateness. His companion explained that one member had stepped out to buy more cleaning solution, while another took a break for personal reasons. Junwoo, however, found the explanation regarding the solution purchase unconvincing, given the short time elapsed. Han Sang-hyuk offered coffee to a colleague while they waited, his demeanor markedly different from the narrator's first day. The narrator reflected on Han Sang-hyuk's surprisingly calm attitude, finding it unexpected given their past experiences. Urged by his colleague, the narrator agreed to go inside. As they walked, the narrator was informed that the area clearing was still in progress. A large, swirling blue energy field was visible in the distance, indicating the ongoing clearing operation. The narrator looked on with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. Junwoo observed a large energy field emanating from a city, a scene of devastation unfolding within. The text box clarified that this was not a dungeon he had previously cleared, but rather a blue-grade dungeon at best. The swirling energy partially obscuring the ruined cityscape within. Inside a nearby building, Junwoo and Han Sang-hyuk watched the scene. Han Sang-hyuk, seemingly unfazed, commented on the incompetence of those involved in the clearing operation. Junwoo, however, felt apprehensive. He considered helping with the clearing operation, but ultimately decided against it, believing it would be over soon. His apprehension grew, and he reflected on his decision, now feeling it was a mistake. 30 minutes later, Junwoo's face contorted in a grimace of frustration. He muttered to himself, "What kind of trash are they to take so long? If I had been on active duty, I would have." A nearby team announced, "Oh, they're coming out." The scene shifted to show the aftermath of a dungeon clearing operation. A sword was planted firmly in the ground. As several exhausted-looking figures emerged from a swirling portal, Han Sang-hyuk observed them dismissively, commenting, "TCH, it's obvious they're all D-rank. They're just clearing a blue dungeon, yet they're a mess." Concluding his assessment with, "They're not worth their salary, what a waste." Junwoo, frustrated by the D-rank team's performance, voiced his concerns to a nearby woman. He gestured emphatically, his impatience evident. The woman calmly replied, "They'll hear you." Junwoo's attention was suddenly diverted. His eyes widened in surprise. A powerful woman with long black hair appeared, seemingly emerging from a swirling vortex of energy. The caption read, "What a familiar face." A close-up revealed her striking features, long black hair, flawless complexion, and the beauty of an actress. The panel then displayed her name, Kim Minju. Junwoo, surrounded by his team, observed Kim Minju's arrival. A flashback revealed that she was once his direct subordinate. Prompting Junwoo to question her unexpected presence, "Why is that girl here?" Kim Minju, seemingly unfazed, observed the situation. Kim Min-joo directly addressed Junwoo, challenging him, "Excuse me, do you have a problem with me?" Junwoo, taken aback, simply replied, "No." Junwoo's expression shifted, revealing a mixture of surprise and apprehension. Junwoo, unexpectedly encountering Kim Min-joo, his former subordinate, muttered to himself, "TCH. Did I have to meet her of all people?" He reflected on his earlier thoughts. "I was thinking about getting in touch with my past team members earlier, wasn't I?" Junwoo's inner monologue continued, recalling his past interactions with Kim Min-joo, a woman who hated me for no reason. When I suggested that she had no choice but to retire due to her injury, she hurled an unfathomable array of curses at me. Junwoo's thoughts trailed off. She didn't even realize I was saying it for her own good. Junwoo's intense gaze was fixed on a woman, causing a nearby companion to question him. "Junwoo. What?" The woman, noticing Junwoo's stare, commented, "You keep staring at her so." Junwoo, slightly defensive, explained, "No, I don't know her. She just resembles someone I know." His companion responded, "I see. Your expression was pretty menacing. So I thought she was your ex." The scene shifts to reveal more people, and the woman laughs, saying, "Sorry, I was just joking." Junwoo, looking relieved, mutters, "Oh, you're all here?" Junwoo's companions excitedly discussed his encounter with a woman resembling his ex-girlfriend. But he abruptly silenced them, urging them to focus on the task at hand. Junwoo, visibly agitated, turned his attention to the mission, a blue-grade building-type dungeon. The team arrived at the dungeon, a building transformed into a dangerous zone. One of Junwoo's teammates inquired if he had studied the dungeon beforehand. To which Junwoo responded that he only knew the boss was a human-type monster, his knowledge limited by the overwhelming questions he'd received recently about dungeons and monsters. Junwoo, his expression grim, addressed his team. "Of course, it's an absurd lie," he stated, "but no one has brought anything up so far." He continued, explaining, "As you all know, since it's a building-type dungeon, the byproducts aren't very noticeable. Especially since blood tends to collect under the stairs, so pay careful attention to that." A team member responded with a simple, "Will do." Junwoo and another team member stood amidst the rubble of a destroyed building, their faces etched with concern. The panel displays a deceased human-type monster, identified as Vega, a creature with the appearance of a woman, approximately 160 centimeters in height. Junwoo's team examines Vega's corpse. One member notes the difficulty in dismantling the body. Junwoo appears lost in thought, prompting a teammate to ask him what's wrong. Junwoo dismisses it, claiming it's nothing. Junwoo's internal monologue reveals his suspicion, something feels off about the situation. Suddenly, Vega, seemingly resurrected, attacks Junwoo. Junwoo's internal monologue reveals that the Vega he knows is not typically this dangerous. A narrator's voice explained that a certain enemy is easy to defeat as long as one is mindful of its fast movements. But then questioned why Kim Min-joo struggled against it. 10 years prior, Kim Min-joo held a B rank, a powerful position despite not being the highest rank. If not for an injury, she could have reached the potential of an S rank. Her innate swordsmanship was even superior to the narrators at the time. Despite her injury and lower rank, she was still quite capable. The scene shifts, showing Kim Min-joo's bloody back and a demonic figure with red eyes appearing. Junwoo's eyes widened as he witnessed the aftermath of Vega's attack. Kim Min-joo lay injured, her state far worse than a simple encounter with a blue-grade boss would suggest. He rushed to her side, concern etched on his face. He questioned her about her sudden incapacitation, noting her unusual blank stares. But she offered little explanation, claiming her distraction was unrelated to her current predicament. Junwoo, however, doubted he would see her again. A close-up on Kim Min-joo's arm revealed deep, bloody wounds, causing Junwoo to recoil in shock. He recognized the distinctive marks, they were unmistakably blade wounds. And a wave of dread washed over him as he realized the implications of such grievous injuries inflicted upon her. His thoughts raced, filled with a desperate need to understand what had transpired. Junwoo stared at his hands, his expression one of dawning horror, the crimson stain spreading across his palms a stark contrast to his pale skin, a chilling realization dawning in his eyes as he recognized the distinctive pattern of the wounds. Junwoo awoke at 5 a.m., having slept only 2 hours. He lamented his unlucky streak of 3 consecutive days of bad luck and an unusually demanding schedule, even compared to his time as a hunter. He was shown a swirling blue portal, seemingly related to his work. Annoyed by the delay, a colleague impatiently asked when the task would be completed. Junwoo, still tired and frustrated, explained that the delay was already over an hour past the scheduled time, making excessive sensitivity unnecessary. Junwoo's colleague noted his tired appearance, prompting him to explain his exhaustion. Junwoo, attempting to downplay his fatigue, began to explain the situation. But his colleague, concerned, interrupted, expressing worry for his well-being. Junwoo, slightly startled by his colleague's concern, accepted her words of encouragement. As a group of figures emerged from a portal, marking the end of a significant delay. Junwoo, despite the arrival, felt a renewed sense of frustration and weariness. A young woman, her expression a mixture of frustration and bewilderment, pondered aloud, "There are so many dungeons and hunters, so why do we keep bumping into each other?" The panel shifts to showcase a woman with long, dark hair, dressed in a sharp black suit, a sword strapped to her hip. She stands amidst a group of similarly attired individuals, their presence suggesting a coordinated group. A sudden burst of energy, depicted as streaks of blue light, erupts in the background as the scene transitions to an outdoor setting. The young woman from the first panel now stands facing a young man with short brown hair, their encounter seemingly unexpected. The man appears slightly surprised by her presence, his expression one of mild confusion. The blue energy trails continue to emanate from the woman, hinting at some sort of supernatural ability or power source. The young woman and the young man stood face to face, their expressions a mixture of surprise and tension. The young man, irritated by her unexpected presence, muttered about her being in his way and called her a mannerless brat. The young woman, seemingly unfazed, turned her back and walked away, a slight tremor in her shoulders suggesting inner turmoil. The young man, alone, contemplated whether he should tell her something, a conflict evident in his expression. But quickly dismissed the idea, his thoughts turning to anger and resentment, his blood boiling at the memory of past events. His internal monologue revealed a clear lack of concern for the young woman's well-being. A young woman with dark hair lay in a hospital bed, her expression one of mild surprise as a young man entered the room. She questioned his presence, a hint of uncertainty in her tone. He responded with a casual inquiry about her physical state. The young man observed her lack of movement, expressing his concern that she wasn't recovering as expected. The young woman explained that it hadn't been long since her surgery, so she wasn't sure about her condition. He then proceeded to criticize her training methods, pointing out a flaw in her swordsmanship that led to her injury. The young woman, still recovering from her injuries, listened intently as the young man spoke. His voice sharp with criticism. He questioned her decision not to reveal the full extent of her injuries earlier. The young woman retorted, her voice laced with frustration, defending her actions. The young man, unmoved, produced a document and handed it to her. It was an official notice of retirement from the Hunters Association. The document stated that the association's decision was unanimous. The young woman sat in bed, her gaze fixed on a crumpled piece of paper in her hands, a retirement notice. Her expression a mixture of disbelief and despair. The young man, her superior, stood before her, his face grim. He explained that her injuries were too severe to continue her work as a hunter. "This kind of injury is nothing," she retorted, but he remained firm. "What are you talking about? With your current body condition, you're nothing but a burden on the team," he stated, his tone unwavering. The young woman's resolve faltered. "I should have told you," she thought, regret evident in her eyes. She understood his decision, but the weight of her forced retirement pressed heavily upon her. The young man, his face contorted in anger, berated the young woman. "Yeah, you punk. Don't tell me you thought I wouldn't understand that you were in pain." She retorted, "I told you. I definitely told you. Several times at that. Continuing her argument, she explained, and when I told you I was going to get a thorough examination from the support team. She angrily accused, you said there wasn't a single person who wasn't hurting, and told me to get back to work. The young woman, tears welling in her eyes, cried out, whose fault is it that I had to endure this whole time? Whose fault is it that I'm in this state now? And now you want me to retire? The young man, his anger escalating, shouted, bullshit. How is that my fault? The young woman, still recovering in the hospital bed, insisted, anyway, I can do it. Her superior, a young man, stood over her, unconvinced. He countered, who will do your work during those few days? And what can you even do with that shoulder? His frustration escalating, he spat, you're a swordsman. If you want to live like some parasite, just go join the cleaning team. The young woman, her voice barely a whisper, asked, team leader, have you ever thought of me as a comrade? Her question hanging in the air, the young man's expression hardened. He revealed his true feelings, someone like me would only have been a tool meant to be thrown away after use. Now you're showing your true colors? I honestly never liked you since the beginning. The young woman, tears welling in her eyes, retorted, outright disrespect for your superior. Now that I've been quite lenient with you, you dare to call me some sort of joke? That's right. I hated you. The young woman leveled a scathing accusation at the young man, you don't even treat the people under you as people. He responded with chilling indifference, yeah, it was always those eyes. His gaze lingered on her, and he continued, bastard, cleaning team, parasite. Do you care what you say anymore? She pushed him away, her anger escalating. So please, be born as a human in your next life. Tears streamed down her face as she spat out, you son of a bitch. The young man's expression shifted slightly. His internal monologue revealed a flicker of self-awareness, now that I think about it, I definitely messed up. She told me she was in pain. He dismissed her pain with a callous, I honestly don't remember that. I probably told her to stop pretending to be sick and to get back to work as a passing comment with no other meaning. A young woman, her expression etched with sorrow, walked away from a scene of apparent conflict. The text above her stated, anyway, if it wasn't for her injury, she would have become someone great, hinting at a life path tragically altered. Meanwhile, a young man, his face a mask of internal turmoil, watched her go. His inner monologue revealed his unease, don't tell me it's already begun, followed by, it's really bothering me. His guilt was palpable, yet he seemed hesitant to act. He called out to her, a simple hey, but the young woman's response was a weary, almost resigned, yes? The scene was heavy with unspoken tension. The young man's face flushed, his discomfort evident. He seemed to be struggling to find the right words, his hands fidgeting nervously. The young woman, still distant and hurt, quietly asked, what did you say? Her voice barely a whisper, reflecting her emotional exhaustion. The final panel showed a close-up of the young man's mouth, revealing a subtle detail, when you hold a sword, you only apply strength to your right hand, and it puts a lot of pressure on your shoulder. This seemingly unrelated observation hinted at a deeper, perhaps metaphorical, meaning related to his burden of guilt and the weight of his past actions. A powerful woman, her eyes blazing, instructed the young man, you can attack quickly with your current stance, but your right shoulder will quickly become overloaded. She continued, emphasizing a crucial point, and above all, once you find balance between both hands, you will gain more strength. The young woman, observing the instruction, simply muttered, okay. The young man, his face contorted in a mixture of frustration and determination, thought to himself, your expression is saying what does a mere cleaner know? He then defiantly declared, whatever. I'm sure you, a smart hunter, will figure it out. The woman, seemingly satisfied, gave a final order, go to the support team, and get an examination. The young woman, her expression a mixture of concern and impatience, wondered what the young man was saying. The doctor, a calm and reassuring presence, explained that while the young man's condition wasn't immediately critical, it could become a serious problem if left untreated. The young woman, her brow furrowed in worry, questioned the doctor's assessment. The doctor, pointing to an X-ray, revealed that the young man's right shoulder was inflamed. He explained that while not serious at present, prolonged neglect could lead to significant problems. The doctor continued, outlining his treatment plan, anti-inflammatory medication, but more importantly, correction of the young man's fighting stance. The doctor's assessment of the young man's shoulder injury was delivered. His overall balance was good, but he recommended increasing the grip strength of his left hand. The young woman, present during the consultation, listened intently. A revelation that struck her as familiar. She recalled the strange cleaner's earlier comments, noting a striking similarity to the doctor's advice. Meanwhile, the young man, exhausted from his ordeal, expressed his feelings of impending doom to his colleagues. Despite his exhaustion, he managed a weak, "Great job, everyone," before collapsing, prompting a concerned colleague to question his actions. The young man, barely able to speak, simply stated that he was dying of exhaustion, only to be interrupted by his ex-girlfriend's sudden arrival. She questioned his tardiness, her words sharp and accusatory. The young woman's eyes, sharp and intense, narrowed as she observed the unfolding scene. Her gaze shifting to the young man, whose face was contorted in a mixture of exhaustion and disbelief. A silent question hanging in the air as he stammered, "Why is she here?" The ex-girlfriend, sword in hand, confronted the young man. "How could you make your ex-girlfriend wait until now?" she demanded. The young man, startled by her sudden appearance, reacted with confusion. "Ha! Why is she here at this hour?" he wondered aloud. Nearby onlookers whispered amongst themselves, noting the tension. One commented, "Is it better for us to stay away?" Another agreed, "Yeah." The young man, clearly flustered, tried to deflect the situation. "Well then, see you tomorrow, everyone. Someone must be happy." He muttered under his breath, "Damn it," as he attempted to leave, clearly frustrated and exhausted. The ex-girlfriend remained, her expression unreadable. The young woman, her expression hardened, stood poised with her sword drawn, facing the young man. He stood defensively, his own blade at the ready. A question hanging heavy in the air between them. "How did you know?" he asked, his voice laced with suspicion. The young woman's eyes narrowed. "Just what are you?" she retorted, her tone sharp and accusatory. The young man's jaw clenched, his internal monologue revealing his fear and confusion. "She's pulling her blade on me," he thought, his grip tightening on his own weapon. He challenged her again, his voice strained. "Why aren't you answering? I'm asking you how you knew." "What are you talking about?" she countered, her gaze unwavering. "About my shoulders. Now you're pretending you don't know anything?" The young man, seemingly unconcerned, commented that the young woman appeared to have undergone an examination. He then admitted that his previous claims of knowledge were a pretense. He explained that he had intended to offer hunters some advice gleaned from the internet. But the young woman, skeptical, questioned the source of his information, noting the specificity of his claims regarding a particular sword fighting technique. The young man, realizing his deception had been discovered, lamented his impulsive actions, recognizing that he had unnecessarily aroused suspicion. He reflected on the young woman's unique swordsmanship, acknowledging its exceptional nature and unlikelihood of being known by a simple dungeon cleaner. The young woman, still suspicious, pointed out the young man's suspicious behavior, warning him that continued deception could lead to him being reported to the association and branded a spy. The young woman, her expression sharp and suspicious, confronted the young man. She held out the sword, its blade stained crimson. "I saw blade wounds on the monster's corpse. And there was something that stood out among the numerous wounds. The wounds that required right-hand strength were deep, but the follow-through techniques were shallow." It was then she realized that the wounds were dealt by a swordsman who lacked strength in their left hand. The young man, his face etched with apprehension, explained, "Vega is a boss monster characterized by its fast attack speed. But other than that, she isn't really a big threat. Taking advantage of the fast speed and counterattacking is the well-known method of attack." But there were no signs of that happening. The young woman, her dark eyes narrowed in concentration, engaged the monstrous figure in a swift, deadly dance. Her blade flashed, a blur of motion as she expertly countered each of the creature's attacks. Her movements precise and economical. "There's no way someone as skilled as you wouldn't know the attack method," she observed, her voice a low murmur as she analyzed the monster's fighting style, deducing the pattern of its strikes. Her body isn't able to match and respond to Vega's speed, she thought, a sudden realization dawning on her. "That's the sort of conclusion I came to," she muttered to herself, her gaze hardening as she prepared for her next move. The young man watched, a mixture of apprehension and relief on his face. He knew his deception had been discovered. Yeah, the symptom would be minor in everyday life, but... He began to explain, his voice hesitant. "I'm sure you felt it in the situation where you had to move your body in an instant. All the more if you're a swordsman," he continued, attempting to justify his actions. The young man's explanation was met with a thoughtful silence from the young woman. The young woman, her expression thoughtful, muttered to herself, "As I thought, you." She then exclaimed, her eyes widening in realization, "You are a freelancer hunter, aren't you?" The young man, taken aback, could only utter a confused, "Huh?" His face contorted in annoyance as he retorted, "What nonsense are you spewing?" The young woman continued, undeterred, "I heard that there are a few of them in Seoul too." She pressed further, "They're the top rankers in Korea, but don't reveal themselves unless clearing high-risk dungeons. Or are you a high-ranked hunter from a private guild?" The young woman, confident and slightly aggressive, questioned the young man, "Then, what are you?" He responded defensively, "Can't you tell from looking?" "A cleaner." The young man continued, "That should be answer enough? I need to work tomorrow, so I'll be taking my leave now." He thought to himself, if I were a good hunter, she would have plotted to gain something from it. He stated, "Sorry, but I'm just a dungeon cleaner now. I doubt we have a reason to see each other anymore. Thank you." As the young man walked away, the young woman called out, "What?" The young woman, still slightly shaken, offered a hesitant apology. "Me, but, if it's okay with you." A cityscape filled the panel, the buildings towering against a pale sky. A thought bubble appeared above the scene, a break? All of a sudden? Inside a sleek, modern office, a conversation unfolded between the young woman and a superior. The superior explained, "Yeah. Even the support team thought it would be good for me to get some rest." The superior continued, questioning the reason for the sudden break. "Because of the result of that examination you received back then?" The young woman responded, her tone suggesting a degree of self-awareness. A break just because your shoulder hurts a bit." Lee Soo-young, captain of Operations Team 1, reflected on his recent career advancements, noting that he had made significant connections in the past month. He mused, "I didn't even imagine that as a possibility back then." Meanwhile, Kim Min-ju, his subordinate, informed him of her plans for self-improvement. She stated that she wasn't planning a trip with her boyfriend, as he initially assumed. But rather, she intended to learn sword fighting skills. Soo-young inquired about the specifics of her training, asking if she planned to attend a formal academy. Minju clarified that she would be taking private lessons instead. Soo-young, surprised, pressed further, prompting Minju to reveal, with a sigh, that her instructor was a cleaner from the dungeon cleaning team. Soo-young expressed his astonishment at this unexpected choice, questioning the logic of learning sword fighting from a dungeon cleaner. Lee Soo-young, concerned for Kim Minju's well-being, suggested she finish her kendo training at the academy. But Minju, determined to follow her own path, insisted on handling things herself. Soo-young, surprised by Minju's unusual choice of instructor, questioned how the dungeon cleaner even knew to ask her for an examination. Suspecting the support team might have leaked information. Later, a nurse casually greeted Kim Minju, prompting Minju's internal frustration. As she reflected on the absurdity of a dungeon cleaner teaching a hunter like herself. Lee Soo-young, concerned by Kim Minju's unorthodox training methods, questioned her directly, "Are you messing with me? He said he's not going to teach you, so just what do you intend to learn?" Undeterred, Kim Minju resolved to continue her pursuit. "I should reach out to him again, until he gives in." Lee Soo-young sighed, conceding with a weary tone, "Sigh. Whatever, you figure it out. He then added, a large-scale clearing is taking place in a few weeks, so be back before that. Kim Min-ju thanked him curtly and departed. Lee Soo-young muttered to himself, my head hurts because of you. Alone, Lee Soo-young reflected critically, TSK. The organization is regressing, I say. What is there for a hunter to learn from a cleaner? His concern deepened, if the other teams hear this, what will they think of our team? Especially if it reaches the ears of the captain of Operation Team 2. Lee Soo-young's eyes narrowed, a look of deep concern etched across his face. He muttered to himself, the cleaning team, you say? A chill running down his spine as he made a call. The thought of the cleaning team filled him with unease. The voice on the other end of the line informed him that it was Captain of Operation Team 1, Lee Soo-young, the Executive Management Director, who was calling. Lee Soo-young was asked what the matter was. He responded that he had something important to say and requested an immediate transfer. A few days passed. A bright flash of light erupted, signaling a powerful energy surge. The scene shifted to Kim Min-ju, who was visibly straining, her face contorted in effort as she channeled this energy. The sounds of exertion and musical notes filled the air. One of the cleaning crew, Junwoo, merrily mopped the dungeon floor, humming a jaunty tune. His co-worker, observing him from a distance, muttered, he's finally gone mad. A system notification appeared, detailing that Junwoo had recently unlocked a new skill, Circle Counter. The notification also mentioned a rise in interest in the dungeon cleaning team among the association. Junwoo, seemingly oblivious to the system message, continued his cleaning, singing a parody of a love song about breakups. He questioned why his restraints had been lifted, stating he hadn't done anything wrong. Another cleaner responded, well, don't they say, the end justifies the means? Two other cleaning crew members approached Junwoo, one of them expressing concern about his actions and stating a desire to avoid interfering in his personal life. Junwoo, however, seemed more concerned about the presence of a particular individual. A woman who was lying on the floor. Junwoo questioned her presence there. The other cleaner revealed that he had brought her there. The scene ends with the cleaner who brought the woman stating simply, I brought her here. Junwoo, wearing a respirator, scoffed, that's obvious. It's not like I'm the one who brought her. His fellow cleaners discussed the situation. One cleaner suggested that having an extra person might be beneficial, but another countered that Lee Soo-young, being a hunter, could cause problems if the association found out about her presence in such a place. Junwoo, seemingly ignoring the conversation, was asked if he was listening. Lee Soo-young, kneeling on the ground, suddenly requested, teach me sword fighting. Junwoo, concerned, wondered if Lee Soo-young had food poisoning. He internally lamented, what kind of hunter asks a cleaner to teach them? This is going to be annoying. How do I get her off my, Junwoo, arms crossed, proposed a deal to Lee Soo-young, if you help with the cleaning, I'll think about it. Lee Soo-young, surprised, questioned the offer, thinking aloud that surely a hunter of her rank wouldn't have to resort to such menial labor as dungeon cleaning. She exclaimed in disbelief, just helping with the cleaning will be enough? Lee Soo-young's internal monologue revealed her disappointment, this is not what I had in mind. Junwoo, observing Lee Soo-young's reaction, reflected on his initial misjudgment, anyway, I think I underestimated her. Later, while both were cleaning the dungeon, wearing protective masks, Junwoo continued his internal monologue, admitting that he had assumed Lee Soo-young, with her high rank and ego, would never stoop to such chores. So-yeon's perspective is shown, she is seen wearing a respirator mask, her expression one of quiet contemplation. So-yeon and Junwoo are shown together. Junwoo comments that So-yeon is an extremely stubborn person. So-yeon's extreme point of view is emphasized, she appears to be in a state of intense focus. So-yeon's intense gaze is directed at Junwoo. Her expression conveying a mixture of determination and apprehension. So-yeon's internal monologue emphasizes the unusual atmosphere. Junwoo sighed, a mask partially obscuring his face. He reflected on his misjudgment of Kim Min-ju's determination, admitting to himself that he hadn't anticipated her relentless pursuit. So-yeon, exasperated, called out to him, protesting that the stain wouldn't come out. Junwoo sharply rebuked her for addressing him so informally. He then questioned her naive approach, pointing out the futility of trying to remove the stain with brute force alone. Finally, Junwoo revealed the truth: the stain was a mixture of human and monster blood. Junwoo explained the complexities of cleaning a mixed blood stain, instructing that human blood should be wiped first with a rag, then the remaining monster blood dissolved with fire. He further clarified that the stubborn residue was, in fact, monster flesh. Soyeon, having initially attempted to clean the stain with excessive solution, was advised to use a dagger instead to gently scrape it off. Junwoo emphasized the importance of immediately wiping the dagger clean to prevent corrosion from the monster blood. Junwoo carefully cleaned the affected area following his own instructions. Soyeon watched him, her expression a mixture of frustration and dawning understanding. Soyeon, her expression one of apprehension, questioned Junwoo's reluctance to clean the mixed blood stain. Junwoo, wearing a respirator mask, responded that the task was unusual for a hunter. But Soyeon countered that the cleaning process itself was quite professional. Soyeon's observation caused Junwoo to pause, a hint of surprise in his eyes as he acknowledged that she was far from ordinary. Junwoo chuckled, admitting that there wasn't much else he could teach her, as Soyeon watched with a thoughtful expression. A close-up on Junwoo's face revealed a sudden, intense look of confusion and disbelief. He vehemently rejected the notion that his actions were anything less than perfectly normal. Junwoo found himself amidst a horde of grotesque monsters, their menacing forms filling his vision. He couldn't help but think, what a great situation this is. A bitter laugh escaped his lips as he reflected on his current predicament. He, a former SSS-Rank hunter, was now reduced to cleaning up this gruesome mess. The sheer indignity of it all caused a frustrated outburst. Fuck! Soyeon, observing Junwoo from a distance, offered a surprising assessment. Miss Hunter, for your first time, you're doing quite well. Her comment was met with a curt, is that so, from Junwoo, his expression unchanged. Soyeon's colleagues chuckled, their amusement evident. One of them remarked, as expected of Miss Ju. Soyeon's thoughts were revealed, even teacher is making me blush. It's quite exciting, looking over the two of you. The scene depicted a grim aftermath. A ruined building lay in desolate disrepair, strewn with debris and shadowed by a heavy, somber atmosphere. Soyeon, the team leader, and another member of her cleaning crew assessed the damage. Soyeon instructed her team to begin cleaning the area, noting the significant amount of corpses present. Soyeon expressed concern for Junwoo's well-being, given the gruesome nature of the task ahead. Junwoo, however, seemed unfazed, stating that he had no objections to working with a hunter. Soyeon and her team left Junwoo to his work, confident in his abilities. Junwoo began his task, his expression resolute. The team departed, leaving Junwoo alone to tackle the grim task ahead. Two young men, clad in protective gear and aprons, stood within the imposing Gothic architecture of a large building. One of them voiced his prediction, I bet Miss Hunter will win. You? The same scene is repeated, emphasizing the anticipation of the upcoming event. The camera angle shifts, revealing a glimpse of the building's exterior, highlighting its aged and ominous appearance. A young woman, also in protective gear, is shown alone, her internal monologue expressing uncertainty, what should I do? Another woman, seemingly younger, is shown fidgeting nervously. Her thoughts reveal her impulsive decision to bring the first woman here, but now she's unsure how to proceed. I impulsively brought her here, but now I'm not even sure what to say. The younger woman continues her internal monologue, questioning her actions. Why did I have to do something I've never done before? Junwoo, plagued by anxiety, muttered to himself, but it bothers me. Soyeon, noticing Junwoo's weariness, asked with concern, you seem quite tired, are you alright? Junwoo, attempting to mask his unease, replied with forced cheerfulness, what? Ah, of course. I'm all good. He then admitted, with a nervous laugh, haha. Actually, I haven't slept well for the past few days. Soyeon, sensing something was amiss, inquired gently, was there something keeping you up? Junwoo, deflecting the question, suggested, no, rather than something keeping, let's stop talking about me, and talk about you, instead. Soyeon, clad in a protective mask, revealed a surprising fact: I don't have anything interesting to say, except that I followed in my father's footsteps and became a hunter. Junwoo, equally masked, reacted with a surprised, wow. Your father is also a hunter? Then, do you work together? Soyeon responded curtly, no, he was fired due to a shoulder injury. A flashback sequence revealed that Soyeon's father's superior had ordered him to feign illness and work properly, leading to his colleagues treating him poorly out of fear of becoming a nuisance themselves. This pressure worsened his injury, as shown by the pained expression on his face in the flashback. Soyeon, witnessing this, expressed disbelief. That's unbelievable. How could his fellow colleagues do that? Soyeon concluded, no. There are no such things as colleagues in the association. Only those who rank above you and below you. Soyeon revealed a harsh truth about her father: he was a B-rank hunter until his dismissal. She expressed bitterness, emphasizing that no one cared about a middle-aged B-rank hunter, because he was seen as nothing more than a disposable tool by the association. Soyeon continued, explaining that the Hunters Association is a hierarchical system, where the strong exploit the weak, a reality starkly different from the camaraderie she expected. This was especially true for the cleaning team she worked with, which lacked the unity and support she'd hoped for. Junwoo, his expression thoughtful, questioned Soyeon, directly addressing her interest in their teacher. Soyeon, slightly embarrassed, questioned if her feelings were that obvious. Junwoo simply replied that it was evident to anyone, leaving Soyeon flustered and speechless. Junwoo, observing Soyeon's fascination with their teacher, commented on his diligence and responsibility, noting that despite initial expectations of him quitting soon, he now works harder than anyone else. Soyeon, blushing, added that he possesses an exceptional knowledge of dungeons and monsters, exceeding even the control team's data. She also noted his ability to deduce information not present in the data itself. Junwoo, impressed, concluded that their teacher is no ordinary cleaner. Soyeon further elaborated on his exceptional skills, highlighting his ability to deduce the identity of a dungeon clearer from minimal corpse markings. She firmly stated that this alone is sufficient reason to retain him. Soyeon, clarifying her intentions to Junwoo, stated that she wasn't romantically interested in the person she's been following, explaining that the association favors the strong and neglects the weak. This system, she felt, was deeply unfair, and that she found it intolerable. Therefore, she resolved to become strong, believing that she needed his help to achieve this goal. Junwoo, piecing together Soyeon's explanation, questioned if her actions meant she wasn't the man's ex-girlfriend, leaving Soyeon speechless and slightly confused. 3 figures in protective gear and aprons stood before a grand, ornate door. One of them stated, "There they come." 2 of the figures, also wearing masks, discussed the challenges of their profession. One commented on the prevalence of superiors who made unwanted advances, a sentiment echoed by the other, who revealed that she had experienced similar situations before. Junwoo, observing them, wondered aloud how exactly Soyeon had grown so close to this group. A third figure, seemingly a superior, addressed the group, warning them about a deadly poison monster within. He reassured them that as long as they avoided direct skin contact, they would be fine, advising extra caution today. One of the masked figures simply replied, "Okay." Soyeon, seemingly nervous, gave a curt, "All right." Another masked figure noticed Soyeon's unusual behavior, questioning why she seemed so often, noting that her response was slower than usual. Soyeon adjusted her hazmat suit, commenting that it was uncomfortable, especially the gas mask, which made breathing difficult. However, she added that it wouldn't interfere with her work. Her colleagues, similarly equipped, stood nearby. One colleague suggested it was time to replace their equipment, citing the risk of accidents if they continued using the old, worn-out suits. Another colleague responded cynically that they would continue working in the substandard equipment until the association provided better funding. The team leader then instructed everyone to proceed, suggesting they make do with the existing hazmat suits. The team entered a large, imposing door, ready for their mission. The team arrived at a dungeon chamber, the air thick with a sickly green miasma. A large, pulsating slime mold dominated the center of the room, several smaller, grotesque creatures lying dead around it. The scene spoke of a recent, brutal battle. Junwoo observed the team, his gaze assessing their preparedness and the potential dangers ahead. One of the team members warned his colleagues, "Everyone, make sure you're careful, it shouldn't get on your skin." The text box below identified the slime as the boss monster, Maximum Slime, and highlighted the danger of its deadly poison. The warning continued, emphasizing the limited time they had to act before succumbing to the poison. The golden time is a mere 5 minutes. If you are poisoned in this dungeon, there is no hope. Junwoo, wearing protective gear, stood solemnly over a fallen creature, his expression grim. He silently acknowledged the gravity of the situation. A final caption emphasized the need for extreme caution. "We have to be more careful than usual." Junwoo checked on his team, asking Sanghyun and his colleagues if they were all right. They responded affirmatively. Another team member inquired about Soyeon's well-being, addressing her as Miss Hunter. The camera focuses on Soyeon and a colleague, amidst a scene of bloodstains on the ground. A close-up shows a hand reaching out to Soyeon, concern etched on the face of the person reaching out, revealing the grim scene of several of Soyeon's colleagues lying injured or unconscious on the ground, surrounded by dark, ominous puddles. Junwoo, concerned, surveyed the aftermath of the mission. He questioned, "And you, Soyeon?" He approached Soyeon cautiously, concern etched on his face. He whispered, "Soyeon." The scene was grim, a dark, cavernous space, stained with what appeared to be blood. A sense of dread hung heavy in the air. Several of Soyeon's colleagues lay injured or unconscious on the ground, casualties of the mission. Soyeon herself was among them, seemingly injured and unresponsive. Junwoo and his team, their faces grim behind their respirators, gathered around the injured, assessing the situation. Junwoo frantically checked on Soyeon, his voice laced with urgency as he cried out, "Soyeon, what's wrong? Wake up!" His concern deepened as he noted her complexion, muttering, "Soyeon's complexion doesn't look right." Soyeon stirred slightly, letting out a pained ugh. As Junwoo's colleagues assessed the situation, one of them pointing out, "I think her air purifier didn't work properly. The side of her hazmat suit is torn as well." Another colleague immediately instructed, "Oh, outside, let's take her outside first. Call the support team right away." Junwoo, filled with self-reproach, reflected, "I should have told her to be more careful, it turned out like this in the end." A fellow team member urged, "Junwoo, let's lift Soyeon together. Quick!" A grim warning appeared, "When poisoned by the Maximum Slime's poison, you feel terrible pain all over your body, until eventually." Soyeon's colleagues urged her to hold on, assuring her that support would arrive soon. One colleague, Kim Jinju, shouted at Junwoo, "Hey, Kim Junwoo! What are you doing, you bastard? Move it!" Kim Minju's question was met with a barely audible, "Why yeah," from Soyeon, her face partially obscured by her respirator. Soyeon's eyes widened in alarm as a command echoed in her mind, "Draw your sword." Soyeon, clearly distressed, questioned Junwoo, "What are you going to do? Don't tell me, Ms. Soyeon." Junwoo, his back to the viewer, stood amidst his distressed colleagues. The urgency of the situation was palpable. Junwoo, his eyes bloodshot, addressed his colleagues, "There's no time. Draw your sword, quickly." Junwoo, his face partially obscured by a respirator, calmly instructed his colleagues, "It's not hard, you just make one cut, like swish." One of Junwoo's colleagues, horrified, protested, Teacher. No matter what, I can't cut down Ms. Soyeon." Junwoo, unwavering, responded, "Not Ms. Soyeon, but me." His colleagues, distressed and confused, looked on as he gestured toward Soyeon, who lay poisoned on the ground. Soyeon, weak and terrified, pleaded with Junwoo, please. Soyeon is in critical condition right now. Junwoo, his expression grim, issued a final order, "So do it quietly. Kim Minju, quickly." Soyeon, poisoned and weak, struggled to breathe, her eyes wide with fear behind her gas mask. A single word escaping her lips, "Okay." Despite her condition, Soyeon attempted to summon aid, her colleagues watching with a mixture of distress and apprehension as she spoke. A faint blue energy swirling around her as she channeled her remaining strength to activate a new skill, Summon. Activating acquired skill, the system message flashed across the panel as Soyeon's actions triggered a previously unknown ability. A glowing blue energy coalescing into a spectral blade in her hand, a weapon born from her desperate plea for survival. Junwoo, his eyes wide with urgency, mouthed the words, W8. He continued, silently pleading, I didn't tell you to use your skill unsheathing dance. Soyeon, ignoring his warning, unleashed the spectral blade, the unsheathing dance skill, in a swift, deadly arc. The blade's ethereal glow cutting through the air with terrifying speed. Junwoo, caught in the attack's path, braced for the impact. Detecting attack directed at caster. Now assuming a fighting stance. Junwoo clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain. Blood seeped through his fingers. Gug, it hurts so bad, he gasped, his colleagues looking on with concern. Ignoring his own critical injuries, Junwoo attempted to stop Soyeon. He stated, I'll go on ahead and take Soyeon to the support team. I'll see you there. One of his colleagues reacted with disbelief. What are you saying, with a body like that? Another colleague pointed out the logistical problem. Getting to the support team from here would take at least 30 minutes even by taxi. Meanwhile, Soyeon, seemingly unfazed by Junwoo's condition, began to activate her new skill, Unsheathing Dance, a wave of blue energy emanating from her. The energy surged outwards, leaving a trail of light as she moved, suggesting a powerful attack. Junwoo, severely injured, supported Soyeon, her eyes closed, as he carefully cradled her. He activated his Hyper Boost skill, a blue energy surging around them as they sprinted. Junwoo's face was grim with determination. He muttered, I need to hurry. There's only 3 minutes. They arrived at the Republic Hospital Medical Center. A colleague, overcome with relief, cried out, thank you. Soyeon's colleagues expressed their relief and gratitude to Junwoo, commenting on how dangerous the situation had been and how lucky he was to have arrived in the nick of time. A doctor then approached Junwoo, inquiring about the injured person. Junwoo identified himself as Kim Junwoo to Soyeon's relieved colleagues. Before leaving, a doctor reminded Junwoo to stop by the hospital reception to pay for his stitches, prompting a humorous aside from one of Soyeon's colleagues about the cost of stitches. The scene concluded with Soyeon's colleague chuckling at the thought. And Soyeon smiling peacefully in her hospital bed. Soyeon's colleagues, a mix of concerned and relieved expressions on their faces, gathered around her hospital bed. Junwoo stood among them, his slight injuries a testament to the recent ordeal. One colleague spoke, expressing their worry for Soyeon's well-being after her absence. The concern in their voices was palpable. Another colleague chided Soyeon for not communicating clearly during the emergency, highlighting the need for better communication in such situations. A third colleague, exasperated, cursed under his breath about the poor quality of their hazmat suits and broken air purifiers, a humorous counterpoint to the tension. The conversation shifted to a comparison between the hunters' equipment and their own, highlighting the disparity in resources and prompting a moment of reflection among the colleagues. Soyeon, slightly embarrassed, questioned whether she had said anything untrue during the stressful incident, ending the scene on a note of mild uncertainty. Soyeon, slightly embarrassed, downplayed the incident, stating that it was the hunter's fault. Her colleague, however, insisted on taking the opportunity to rest and investigate the industrial accident that caused Soyeon's injury. Soyeon, still slightly confused, questioned the use of the term industrial accident. Meanwhile, Junwoo, observing the interaction, felt a sense of relief. He was then called by Soyeon's colleagues, who pointed out that she had been injured due to old equipment and asked where he was going. Junwoo simply replied that he was going to get some air. Later, alone, Junwoo reflected on the fact that Ms. Soyeon had suffered an accident at work due to old equipment. Junwoo, slightly relieved but still concerned, left the scene to get some air. He mused to himself, this worked out better than I thought? A system message appeared, Hellfire Unlock Condition, Dungeon Cleaning Team Budget Expansion. Junwoo smirked, realizing this was the perfect opportunity. to suggest a budget expansion.
By provoking concern with So-yeon's accident, the association would have no choice but to support them for the sake of their image.
Junwoo's inner thoughts continued, if I unlock this skill, I'll already have two.
At this rate, it won't be long before I say goodbye to the cleaning team.
So-yeon's colleague approached another, whispering, Mr. Junwoo didn't look so good, was something wrong? Of course, he's probably angry.
So-yeon, lying in a hospital bed, reflected on her recent actions, murmuring, because I caused too much trouble.
Meanwhile, Junwoo's father appeared troubled, his expression shifting between worry and contemplation. Before finally stating, it's not that. So-yeon's concerned expression deepened as she processed the gravity of the situation.
Two of So-yeon's colleagues discussed Junwoo, one commenting, that guy might look hot-tempered, but he's someone who cares about his colleagues a lot.
Like, you can tell it right away.
The other colleague added, he takes care of his colleagues to the extent of sacrificing his body. I knew there's a lot to learn from him.
So-yeon's colleagues discussed Junwoo, noting his increasingly strange behavior,
prompting one to question if something had happened. The conversation shifted to Junwoo's actions, revealing that he had saved So-yeon using a skill, leaving So-yeon feeling remorseful for not thanking him.
The discussion continued, transitioning to an assessment of Junwoo's character,
with So-yeon's colleague expressing uncertainty about his demeanor and wondering if he was angry that she hadn't thanked him.
So-yeon, still recovering, pondered Junwoo's actions. Teacher? Well, I don't know, he seems like a good person, and as for his face, being my ideal type, though he's got a tough personality. Meanwhile, two of So-yeon's colleagues discussed Junwoo.
One stated, not that, I was asking for a hunter's point of view. So-yeon's other colleague responded, you were asking from a hunter's point of view, I see, that's embarrassing. The first colleague continued, that guy, honestly, it's a waste for him to just be a cleaner. The second colleague agreed, adding, he knows dungeon raid tactics and information related to monsters far better than most hunters do.
So-yeon questioned whether Junwoo could be transferred to the operations team. A colleague responded that while difficult, it would benefit Junwoo. So-yeon's colleagues expressed surprise that Junwoo, a skilled hunter, was assigned to the cleaning team.
One colleague protested that this was unfair, implying that Junwoo's potential was being wasted. But another colleague countered that the situation was actually the opposite.
Even a B-rank hunter admitted to being unable to gauge Junwoo's true skill level, highlighting the mystery surrounding his abilities. So-yeon pondered Junwoo's assignment to the cleaning team, internally questioning the decision. She mused that he would surely know his own abilities better than anyone. Yet, despite this, the teacher had placed him there and not on the operations team. So-yeon's colleagues shared her bewilderment, openly discussing Junwoo's unexpected placement.
One voiced their confusion, wondering why someone with his apparent skills would choose such menial work.
Another offered a tentative explanation, suggesting it might be a prediction, though lacking concrete evidence.
So-yeon, however, formed a different conclusion. She believed Junwoo possessed tremendous skills, far exceeding the expectations of his current role within the association or even the hunter's hierarchy. She surmised that his choice to work on the cleaning team stemmed from a desire for camaraderie and a sense of belonging. Junwoo himself seemed content with his current situation, a subtle smile playing on his lips. So-yeon reflected on Junwoo's actions, concluding that if his intentions were truly as they seemed, she would refrain from further comment on his choices. Meanwhile, her colleagues discussed Junwoo, expressing their astonishment at his seemingly humble position within the cleaning team, and speculating about the reasons behind his choice, highlighting his loyalty and high regard for his comrades. So-yeon's surprise intensified as a new thought struck her. A sudden realization about Junwoo's possible involvement in a past incident. So-yeon's colleagues reacted with a mixture of surprise and skepticism to the latest development, their thoughts echoing So-yeon's own assessment, that's not surprising at all. A tense scene unfolded as a high-ranking official, identified as Seo Min-cheol, the sole director of the Republic of Korea Supernatural and Dimension Management Association, confronted Junwoo. His gaze sharp and questioning. The air crackled with unspoken accusations.
Seo Min-cheol's inquiry hung heavy in the air, who are you? Junwoo's response was simple and direct, I'm a cleaner.
Junwoo, posing as a cleaner, stood before Seo Min-cheol, the sole branch director of the Republic of Korea Supernatural and Dimension Management Association. Seo Min-cheol, intrigued by Junwoo's request for an increased cleaning budget, leaned forward, his expression unreadable. The director's nameplate, clearly visible, confirmed his high-ranking position within the organization.
Seo Min-cheol considered Junwoo's request, his gaze intense.
He was clearly suspicious of the cleaner's true motives. The panel emphasized Seo Min-cheol's status as the highest-ranking official in the Seoul branch, highlighting the significance of Junwoo's audacious request. A narrative caption explained that the Seo Min-cheol line had joined the association, their influence proving enormous. Meanwhile, Junwoo continued his request for an increased budget, prompting Seo Min-cheol to question his approach. If that's the case, you should have gone to the management department, Seo Min-cheol stated.
Junwoo countered, explaining his strategy, which hunter goes around clearing off the grunts one by one? Just catch the boss, and it's over. Seo Min-cheol, intrigued, questioned Junwoo's true identity, you're a hunter? Junwoo's expression shifted to one of slight apprehension. Seo Min-cheol's suspicion deepened as he observed Junwoo's reaction.
So now a cleaner himself has come to the director asking for a budget increase, he mused. Seo Min-cheol questioned Junwoo, expressing disbelief that he was merely a regular worker, not even a captain.
Junwoo confirmed this, stating, that's correct. Min-cheol continued his questioning, curious about where the cleaning team would spend the money. Junwoo responded that the expenses were not significant.
Junwoo then explained that he was requesting a budget increase because the current budget was smaller than the expenses that Min-cheol considered insignificant.
Min-cheol chuckled, commenting on Junwoo's boldness. Before revealing that he had been overlooking Junwoo's behavior until now, but that Junwoo's actions had gone too far. Junwoo then declared, there has been an accident. The final panel showed a discarded gas mask and a damaged piece of equipment, illustrating the accident Junwoo referred to.
The narration explains that despite the equipment being old, there wasn't enough in the budget to replace it. Junwoo recounted a recent incident where, due to equipment malfunction, a team member was exposed to monster poison.
The gas masks and hazmat suits were ineffective.
He explained that this justified his request for additional funding to replace damaged equipment and ensure future safety. His superior, however, seemed unconvinced. Seo Min-cheol's suspicion grew, his inner thoughts revealing his anger at Junwoo's seemingly frivolous request and his blatant disregard for protocol. This bastard, what's she counting on, being so frivolous and rude, he thought. Junwoo defended his request, stating that while he understood the need for fiscal responsibility, preventing accidents was paramount. He pointed out that the funds were not just for the cleaning team, but also for essential safety equipment like hazmat suits and gas masks. He emphasized that the headquarters also lacked funds, further highlighting the urgency of his request. Seo Min-cheol, however, remained skeptical, questioning Junwoo's claim of a lack of funds. Seo Min-cheol's skepticism intensified as he subtly pointed out Junwoo's apparent lack of experience within the association, suggesting that his understanding of the organization's financial constraints might be limited. Junwoo smirked, a calculating glint in his eyes. As Seo Min-cheol questioned his request for additional funding. This year's budget, you must have pulled a tremendous amount from it, he pressed, suspicion evident in his tone. Min-cheol continued, highlighting the sheer scale of the Supernatural Subjugation Department's budget, tens of billions, with 70% allocated to operations. The implication of Junwoo's request was clear, a significant misallocation of funds.
Min-cheol's surprise was palpable. How did you know that? He asked, his voice laced with disbelief and a growing sense of unease.
Junwoo, unfazed, calmly explained his intentions.
In that case, I'm asking you to share a little of it where it's really needed, he stated, his smile unwavering.
Seo Min-cheol's face hardened, his expression shifting from suspicion to outright anger. Seo Min-cheol, increasingly suspicious of Junwoo, confronted him, questioning his motives and actions. Junwoo, maintaining a calm demeanor, simply reiterated that he was a cleaner.
Min Cheol pressed further, highlighting Junwoo's rapid promotion within only 2 months and implying that something was amiss.
He pointed out the poor treatment of the cleaning staff and the potential consequences of budget mismanagement, subtly hinting at a threat. Junwoo, unfazed, dismissed Min Cheol's concerns, claiming he was simply stating facts. Min Cheol, though still wary, acknowledged Junwoo's statement, leaving the underlying tension unresolved. Seo Min Cheol, suspicious of Junwoo's behavior, pressed him, "So how much do you want me to raise it?" Junwoo responded with a confident smirk, "As much as you like." A system notification appeared, revealing the unlock condition for Junwoo's new skill, Hellfire. The condition was simply Dungeon Cleaning Team budget expansion. Junwoo's smirk widened as he mused, "Whether it's 10-1 or 100-1, as long as it goes up, it's fine." Having secured the budget increase, Junwoo declared, "Then I think our conversation is over, so I'll take my leave." Before leaving, Seo Min Cheol casually asked, "Do you happen to know Hunter Kim Min-ju?" Seo Min Cheol pressed Junwoo, casually inquiring about Hunter Kim Min-ju. Junwoo, maintaining a confident demeanor, questioned the relevance of the inquiry, leading Min Cheol to remark that it seemed Junwoo knew her. Min Cheol then stated he would review the budget expansion and contact Junwoo later, dismissing him. Junwoo, left alone, pondered why Min Cheol had brought up Kim Min-ju's name, his thoughts trailing off as he exited the office. Later, Junwoo was confronted by a subordinate who revealed that Min Cheol had claimed Kim Min-ju was merely a cleaner. Junwoo scoffed, disbelieving the explanation. Junwoo was informed that a cleaner had recently visited Suyong. He was then questioned about Hunter Kim Min-ju, the swordsman he was supposedly learning from. But Min Cheol immediately dismissed the cleaner's identity as false, stating that the individual was not simply a cleaner but someone with access to sensitive information related to their association. Min Cheol revealed that this individual had requested an increase in the cleaning team's budget, a request he suspected was a cover for ulterior motives. Min Cheol confirmed that the individual was now officially part of the cleaning team, prompting a question from his subordinate. Min Cheol, seemingly pleased, stated that he was planning to teach the cleaning team a lesson. A lesson, he clarified, on how to properly show deference to their superiors. The following day began with an unusual energy surge in the city, a visible anomaly in the sky. A cleaning team foreman reacted with shock upon reading a disciplinary action notice. The notice detailed disciplinary action against Soyeon, a cleaner, for an incident involving accumulated fatigue. Junwoo, witnessing the scene, reacted with disbelief, exclaiming that even compensation wouldn't suffice, let alone disciplinary action. He questioned the fairness of the situation, expressing his bewilderment to a fellow hunter, who admitted to being equally surprised. The official reason for Soyeon's disciplinary action was announced, a violation of the multiple employment prohibition, with accumulated fatigue from multiple jobs cited as the cause of her accident. The disciplinary action notice detailed the violation, specifying the date, location, maximum slime dungeon, and the negligence resulting from fatigue. Soyeon's claim for industrial accident compensation was dismissed due to a lack of evidence and the determination that the accident was caused by personal negligence. The notice further stated that the request for budget expansion of the cleaning team was also rejected due to the old equipment, gas mask and hazmat suit. Junwoo, upon learning of the decision, reacted with anger and disbelief. Fuck really? Junwoo confronted Seo Min Cheol, questioning his actions. Seo Min Cheol, you're being like this? Soyeon, attempting to downplay the situation, told Junwoo, Mr. Junwoo, don't worry too much. I really am fine. She added, actually, I didn't even have any expectations. Junwoo, however, saw through her calm demeanor. He thought, what is she saying? The actual problem is my skill unlocking. Another man approached Junwoo, commenting, hey, but still, I saw you in a new light. Junwoo responded, what are you saying? The man explained, I heard you took the bullet and met the director because of us. I knew you were a madman, but you're a real psycho. Junwoo, still processing Soyeon's situation, received a comment from his teacher, it's a pity, but your feelings have been conveyed well. Junwoo, clearly disturbed, reacted with disbelief,
Did these people all eat something off? How do you interpret it like that? Soyeon, attempting to minimize the situation, reassured Junwoo, I'm all better now.
We should quit doing this work soon.
Let's think of Junwoo working hard today as well.
Junwoo reflected on the situation, finding it peculiar. No matter how I think about it, it's strange.
Junwoo continued his internal monologue, questioning the superior's actions. I didn't even ask for a lot of money, nor did I sue for compensation. But finding fault with someone just for working multiple jobs? Is there any reason for the superiors to be this extreme?
Junwoo's suspicion grew, as he considered a possibility. No way, don't tell me it's because of me.
Junwoo, his expression a mixture of confusion and suspicion, questioned Soyeon, what are you saying? Why you?
Soyeon explained that during her break, she had spoken to the cleaning team's captain. And that the captain seemed to have misinterpreted the situation, viewing it negatively.
Junwoo, still suspicious, pressed further, asking, what's the name of your team captain? Soyeon, visibly distressed, revealed the name, Lee Soo-young.
A subsequent panel revealed Lee Soo-young to be a representative figure of the Seo Min-cheo line, having gained his position through connections rather than merit, and now abusing his power. Junwoo's face contorted in a grimace as he muttered to himself, yeah, no wonder.
Fuck. A second man, seemingly a superior, approached, questioning him with a concerned expression, HM? What's it?
Junwoo's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed in suspicion.
He reacted with a startled exclamation, as suddenly, like this.
Seo Min-cheol and a woman strolled through Seoul's Samseong station, the woman asking, honey, what shall we have for lunch? Junwoo and Seo Min-cheol walked down the street, engaged in casual conversation. Seo Min-cheol, seemingly unconcerned, remarked that everything was fine, a statement Junwoo found unconvincing. As a sudden, violent energy surge erupted from the ground, shattering the pavement and sending both men sprawling. The force of the blast throwing them back against a nearby building. The air crackled with raw power. Revealing a swirling vortex of purple energy, a dungeon portal opening in the middle of the city. Panic erupted among the bystanders as the full extent of the situation became clear. It's a dungeon, someone shouted, urging immediate notification of the association.
Amidst the chaos, a figure emerged, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events.
A smirk played on his lips as he muttered, "Ho, it's been a while." The man, his identity still unknown, stood confidently amidst the chaos, a subtle aura of power emanating from him.
A monstrous orcish creature roared, its eyes glowing menacingly. As two more orcs charged forward, their movements swift and brutal.
But Junwoo stood firm, a pickaxe in hand, amidst a swirling vortex of dust and chaos. With a surge of energy, Junwoo activated a skill, a blue electrical current sparking from his pickaxe. Junwoo's eyes glowed with an intense blue light as he activated a new skill, a surge of energy coursing through him. The system message, the movement speed of the caster will increase drastically in battle, appeared before him as he unleashed his new hyper boost skill. A blue energy enveloped him, propelling him forward with incredible speed as he effortlessly moved through the attacking orcs, leaving a trail of defeated foes in his wake. He swiftly dispatched the remaining orcs with a single, powerful strike. The title card read Dungeon Intercept. The narration explained that this act of clearing a dungeon without the Hunters Association's permission was often done by freelance hunters, mostly for money. Junwoo, his expression serious, reflected on his actions. He admitted, "It's been a while, so I can't really control my strength."
Junwoo faced a daunting task, clearing a dungeon quickly and without information, a challenge with a high mortality rate. He mused that only a handful of people even attempted it. But for him, it didn't matter. With only 15 minutes until the operational team's arrival, he considered finishing in 10. He surveyed the scene, defeated orcs lay scattered before him. He reflected that this was a simple dungeon, one he could have cleared in under 10 minutes in his prime, when he still possessed his full skills. But now, without any defensive skills, a single hit could kill him. The sheer power of the dungeon boss loomed large. Yet, he still possessed the means to clear the dungeon quickly. The reason? He had already been through this dungeon before.
And with a burst of blue energy, Junwoo demonstrated his mastery of the dungeon, proving his assertion.
Junwoo, weakened but resolute, braced himself against the onslaught of the collapsing dungeon.
A surge of blue energy enveloped him, momentarily obscuring his form. The intense energy coursing through his body, pushing him to his limits. He gripped his weapon tighter, preparing for the next challenge. With a powerful surge, he unleashed a wave of energy, deflecting debris and clearing a path,
leaving behind a trail of destruction as he moved forward.
Junwoo channeled a surge of energy, the raw power crackling around him like blue lightning. The force blasting through the collapsing dungeon structure. A system notification appeared before his eyes. Acquired skill activation, damage will increase by 3000% when attacking weak points. He unleashed a devastating counterattack, the impact obliterating a section of the dungeon,
the resulting explosion engulfing the area in fire and debris.
The text on the panel read, Metallic Boar Dungeon, Junior Succubus Dungeon, Soul Devil Dungeon, Dimension Ant Dungeon.
Cleared 4 dungeons in one day.
Junwoo, exhausted but triumphant, sat amidst the wreckage of a lower-level dungeon.
He reflected on his accomplishment. Clearing 4 dungeons in a single day was unusual, even for experienced hunters. A feat that typically takes a team a week. He mused that the lower-level dungeon yielded less profit, but the experience was invaluable. Especially considering the unusual number of association vehicles near the dungeon entrance, suggesting an emergency at headquarters. 2 security guards discussed the situation, noting the 4 dungeons cleared by an unknown individual, and expressing concern about a freelance hunter potentially getting caught and causing problems for them. One guard mentioned that even if caught, the hunter could get off with compensation if lucky, while the other worried that the association wouldn't even consider it the work of a cleaner. After a 2-day absence, Junwoo returned, his expression one of stunned surprise. Lee Soo-young, his superior, observed him thoughtfully. Clearing his throat, Soo-young addressed Junwoo and his team, "O operations captain. How come you are here?" Junwoo responded with a nonchalant, "It's a field trip."
Lee Soo-young's team reacted with disbelief, questioning Junwoo's presence and wondering if he had been discovered.
Soo-young then added, "Sometimes, you have to interact with the other teams to develop camaraderie, don't you think?" Ha ha.
Lee Soo-young, skeptical of Junwoo's recent absence, voiced his doubts to his colleagues, stating, "Bullshit.
Someone who doesn't even bat an eye over the cleaning team."
Junwoo, maintaining his composure, calmly replied, "Well, you don't have to mind me. You can continue your work as usual."
Junwoo internally worried, the captain of the operations team is personally visiting now of all times? He must suspect that I'm the culprit of the intercept.
The scene shifted to the team preparing for their next mission.
Lee Soo-young instructed, "All right, shall we start our work?" He continued, "I'll bring you the gas mask and the hazmat suit, so please put them on and come in." Junwoo, anticipating the need for stealth, added, "There's no need for the hazmat suit. After all, I'll only be watching from afar anyway."
Lee Soo-young, overseeing the cleanup operation following a recent incident, inquired about the concentration of remaining chemicals. Junwoo, appearing calm but internally anxious, reported that the flesh had hardened, necessitating a stronger cleaning solution. He then requested a new mop, while simultaneously assessing the gas levels. Soyeon reported the gas level at 150 micrograms per square meter, noting its rapid dissipation. Sang-hyuk, meanwhile, was asked to assist with the disposal of the remaining biohazardous materials. Soo-young, observing Junwoo's continued activity, internally mused about the possibility of setting a trap for him, feigning busyness due to his presence. He then called Minju, questioning her about a recent interception. Minju, visibly startled, confirmed the interception, leaving Junwoo visibly anxious and internally questioning the implications. Junwoo, his face partially obscured by a respirator, felt a surge of anxiety. He worried that Kim Minju might know about the recent interception that occurred while he was on break. The scene unfolded before him. Lee Soo-young, along with several other personnel in hazmat suits, oversaw the cleanup of a biohazardous spill. A large, dead creature lay amidst the contaminated ground.
The director's anger was palpable. Junwoo's apprehension intensified. He suspected Lee Soo-young was trying to subtly uncover the truth behind the incident.
So-yeon, also wearing a respirator, observed the scene, commenting on the severity of the hunter's backlash. Lee Soo-young explained that they were keeping an eye out for the person responsible, but the search proved difficult. The director's anger was mentioned again. Another individual questioned whether the person who apprehended the interceptor would receive a substantial reward. So-yeon, clad in protective gear, questioned the man beside her, "A reward?" He explained, "That's right. If a hunter catches the culprit, they will get extra points on their rank evaluation. And if another team catches them, there will be a personnel transfer." The man continued, "In other words, if the cleaning team catches the person who intercepted, then they can move to another team." Junwoo, internally anxious, overheard the conversation. The man addressed him directly, "Well, if there's anyone apart from Minju who's interested, please talk to me. For example, about someone around you who was avoiding the cameras or something like that." Junwoo, his face partially obscured by his respirator, thought to himself, "It's over." Lee Soo-young reflected on Junwoo, muttering to himself, "He may have gotten in through connections, but I forgot that he's a bastard, not an idiot." Junwoo, his face partially obscured by a respirator mask, appeared apprehensive. Two figures approached Junwoo, one of them asking, "Are you okay now? You got hurt yesterday?" A woman, concerned, approached Junwoo and stated, "I knew it, this guy. I told you to be careful when dismantling the monster." Another man added, "It's good that you got hurt yesterday. Imagine getting hurt when a higher-up comes in like today." The same man continued, "Yeah, you bastard. I knew that would happen when you started to sing while dismantling." Two men in hazmat suits discussed the recent monster incident, one expressing regret that their team might be reassigned if the incident was deemed their fault. While the other, Lee Soo-young, smirked, revealing his plan to eliminate anyone he deemed suspicious. Lee Soo-young specifically mentioned Sang-hyuk, highlighting his perceived lack of loyalty. The scene shifted to show Junwoo and other team members looking concerned, their faces partially obscured by masks. A thought bubble above their heads indicated their confusion regarding the mental state of those who participated in the monster extermination. So-yeon, contacting her superior, reported finding Junwoo. Lee Soo-young received a phone call confirming Junwoo's return to work without any reported interception. An unseen individual orders an increase in the budget for the cleaning team. While on a phone call, a man expresses concern about Junwoo's actions, stating that the circumstances warrant disciplinary action. Lee Soo-young, reflecting on recent events, admits to his associate that they may have underestimated Junwoo, suggesting they targeted the wrong person. His associate, startled, demands clarification on what Lee Soo-young just implied about Junwoo being a real deal. The UC Century Bank stood tall against the cityscape. A young boy, noticing a bleeding man near the ATM, exclaimed to his mother, "Mom, that uncle is bleeding a lot." The mother, concerned for her son's safety, hushed him, saying, "Shoo. That scary man will hear." The reason for the man's injuries was revealed to be a dungeon intercept. Junwoo, a determined young man with a confident smirk, stood in a dimly lit subway station. He muttered to himself, "If I can't receive the budget, then I'll just make it." A phone call took place between Soo-young and an unnamed individual. Soo-young suggested increasing the budget for the cleaning team. The unnamed individual reacted with disbelief and anger to Soo-young's suggestion, arguing that Junwoo should be disciplined instead. News of a significant development reached Junwoo's associates, an anonymous donation, deposited in the name of the cleaning team. The support fund, totaling 20 million won. While not a massive sum, it was noted that this amount matched the funds recently intercepted, leading one associate to remark that this new development further solidified their suspicions, confirming their belief that the culprit was indeed a member of the dungeon cleaning team. The situation had escalated, becoming a more serious problem. The conversation turned to the implications of this discovery. One associate questioned the plausibility of a dungeon cleaner being involved in such a scheme, while another, seemingly unconvinced,
pondered the next steps. Lee Soo-yeon, on a phone call, questioned the actions of the cleaning team. Contemplating that someone with the strength to climb the ladder wouldn't want to do the dirty work. He agreed, stating that something seemed strange from the beginning. Lee Soo-yeon reflected on Jun-woo's direct approach regarding the budget increase and his awareness of the association's happenings. A tense exchange unfolded between the two men. Lee Soo-yeon, suspicious, voiced his certainty to an unseen companion. "I'm 100% sure, Soo-yeon. There's someone currently on the cleaning team who shouldn't be there." The statement hung in the air, prompting a follow-up question about the cleaner's identity. Soo-yeon, seated at his desk, thoughtfully considered the implications. He's no doubt an insider of the association. But he seems to be from the line of a big shot. For example, a phone call revealed a shadowy figure, seemingly connected to the association, confirming Soo-yeon's suspicions. The unseen caller, possibly a disgruntled member, revealed their precarious position within the organization. "You know it as well. The president of the association doesn't see me in a positive light." This revelation led to the caller's cynical conclusion. No wonder, of course the fellow members would outright cover for him. Lee Soo-yeon, on a phone call, reacted with a mix of frustration and dawning realization. He muttered to himself, "I'm sure he was from the line of the president." His frustration mounted as he continued, "Damn it, why didn't I think of that?" He then shifted to a more cautious tone, explaining to the person on the other end of the line, "Anyway, it seems like a warning. We're being watched, so we better work properly." The other party responded, "As you know, I can't say what will happen to you if my head falls off." Soo-yeon concluded the call with a grave expression, stating, "I think we made a mistake." Later, a group of cleaners, seemingly relieved, exchanged words. One of them announced, "Everyone did a great job." Lee Soo-yeon, his brow furrowed in confusion, stared blankly ahead. A single word escaped his lips. "Ha!" He found himself in front of a large shipment of boxes, their contents unknown. Two subordinates approached, their expressions mirroring his own bewilderment. One of them cautiously questioned their captain. "Captain, have you ordered something here?" The boxes were opened, revealing hazmat suits and gas masks. More protective gear, including gloves and chemicals, were also found within. Soo-yeon's subordinate voiced his disbelief. Gloves, chemicals, all in the boxes. Did headquarters provide this support? His other subordinate responded with a firm, "No way." Two individuals, dressed in what appears to be work attire, reviewed some documents. One of them noted that the process seemed complete, and then pointed out an official letter included with the paperwork. They speculated that the letter was from an anonymous supporter. Considering the amount of supplies received seemed excessive for a 20 million won donation. Upon closer inspection of the letter, they discovered the actual donation amount was significantly larger than initially thought. One of them exclaimed in disbelief as the true figure became clear, 200 million won. The man's surprise was palpable, his jaw dropped, eyes wide with shock. He was clearly overwhelmed by the unexpected sum. He realized the donation was 10 times the amount he had initially deposited. Following a thorough review by the association, it was determined that the deterioration of equipment due to insufficient budget had a significant impact on the accident involving Moon So-yeon. Therefore, headquarters decided to provide an additional budget, although the increase is slight. The news of a budget increase was met with surprise and disbelief by the workers. The association expressed its deepest regrets to Ms. Moon So-yeon for the accident and offered a small payment as consolation. The amount of the compensation, 100 million won. Lee Soo-yeon's eyes widened in shock. Overwhelmed, Lee Soo-yeon concluded that only one person could have been responsible for such a generous donation, Jun-woo. Lee Soo-yeon, visibly distressed, denied any involvement in the anonymous donation, while others questioned his actions. The sheer scale of the donation left him and his colleagues stunned. The association had unexpectedly changed its stance, a development unprecedented in their experience. The captain expressed disbelief, questioning how headquarters could alter its position and approve such a substantial sum.
His colleague pointed out that the letter accompanying the donation indicated a change of heart by the anonymous donor. The group, now including a female colleague, concluded that they needed to identify the donor to understand the situation. The panel ends with a series of question marks, highlighting the mystery surrounding the anonymous donation and its implications. A group of workers, including So-yeon, discussed the logistics of moving a large quantity of supplies. One worker questioned why the supplies weren't delivered directly, suggesting that the donors could have brought them to their office, prompting another to ask if they even had an office. So-yeon, seemingly surprised by the question, inquired about the office's location. A male worker, seemingly in charge, responded that he would move the supplies with So-yeon, allowing her to leave for the day. So-yeon, however, questioned why she should participate in the move, leading the male worker to insist that they move the supplies together. He then proposed that only two of them handle the task, confirming with So-yeon if that arrangement was acceptable. A character contemplates a difficult decision, questioning whether refusing participation is an option. The internal monologue reveals their uncertainty about the situation. A system notification appears, announcing that an unlock condition has been met. Another system message displays, detailing the expansion of the cleaning team's budget and the acquisition of a new skill, Hellfire. Junwoo, carrying a box, walks down a street. His expression is unreadable from behind, but his internal monologue reveals a sense of anticipation and amusement as he anticipates his next interaction with the cleaning team. He smirks, a hint of mischief in his eyes as he reflects on the recent events. There's not much time left before he has to say goodbye to the cleaning team. Junwoo, confronted by So-yeon, defensively asked, "If I say I did it, what are you gonna do?" So-yeon responded with a hint of sarcasm, "Don't worry, would I really stab you to get some extra points?" She then pressed further, questioning his motives. "Then, what's the reason you spoke up?" So-yeon revealed that she knew about the anonymous donation that boosted the cleaning team's funds, stating, "The monetary compensation and the cleaning team's support funds, it was the money you earned through the internet, wasn't it?" Junwoo, surprised, reacted with a simple, "You knew about that?" So-yeon explained that the other cleaning team members were also aware but remained silent to avoid jeopardizing Junwoo's situation. She added, "I'm sure the members of the cleaning team know it, too. It's just that it would put you in a tight situation, hence they're being careful with their words." So-yeon, observing Junwoo, begins a conversation by quoting an adage, "No matter how hard a talented person tries to hide their skills, they are always visible to others." She continues, emphasizing that Junwoo's abilities are too significant to remain hidden, regardless of his intentions. Junwoo, visibly apprehensive, is confronted by So-yeon. His secret donation is implied to be the reason for her observation. So-yeon warns Junwoo that his exceptional skills will inevitably attract attention from the association, making it difficult for him to maintain his current position on the cleaning team. Junwoo smiles, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. He realizes that his secret donation of 5,000 has been discovered. He reflects on the unexpected turn of events, realizing that Kim Min-ju, someone he helped, might be the reason he's being considered for the operations team. So-yeon, tears streaming down her face, watched as Junwoo was dragged away by the cleaning team. She lamented the harshness of their work. Finally, escape from this tough cleaning team, she thought, but her relief was short-lived. A large, unmarked box was dropped nearby, interrupting her moment of respite. So-yeon's expression hardened as she confronted Junwoo. "You want to keep being on the cleaning team, don't you?" she exclaimed, her tone sharp and accusatory. Junwoo, taken aback by her words and the sudden shift in the situation, could only stare in stunned silence. So-yeon, seeing his confusion, offered a helping hand. "I'll help you," she declared, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. So-yeon, with a mischievous grin, taunted Junwoo, "So that you'll be able to remain on the cleaning team forever." So-yeon contemplated her next move, internally musing, "Of course, a B-rank fry might not be of great help, but if I become an A-rank hunter?" So-yeon continued, offering a solution, "I can help you stay on the cleaning team." Junwoo's face contorted in disbelief and anger. His internal monologue screamed, "Are you kidding?" The recent mission concluded unexpectedly well.
Following So-yeon's offer, another incident occurred, leaving Junwoo and his fellow cleaners bewildered. Junwoo and another cleaner reacted with disbelief and anger to the unfolding situation. As they discovered profane graffiti scrawled in monster blood on the dungeon walls, directed at the crazy cleaners. Junwoo reacted with disgust and disbelief to the insults. Discovering the extent of the vandalism upon entering the dungeon for cleaning. The dungeon was in a state of complete disarray, with profanities written in monster blood everywhere. Junwoo and another cleaner discovered a gruesome scene, a dead monster, defaced with graffiti reading "Go die, LOL," and other insults. The monster's corpse was surrounded by similar vandalism. And the text box confirmed that monster corpses were intentionally scattered throughout the area. So-yeon, witnessing the scene, urged Junwoo to take action, stating that this was wrong. But Junwoo, despite his disgust, suggested ignoring the situation and moving on, believing that pursuing the vandals would be futile if they played innocent. So-yeon expressed her disbelief at Junwoo's lack of anger, questioning his inaction in the face of such blatant evidence. Junwoo, however, remained firm in his belief that ignoring the incident was the best course of action, as any reaction would only encourage further vandalism. He was clearly irritated by the situation, but felt powerless to stop it. Based on the evidence, he concluded that the hunters from the operations team were responsible. Junwoo surveyed the scene, graffiti covered the walls, reading "Go die" in garbage. He internally mused that while he'd love to confront the vandals immediately, he needed to avoid conflict with the operations team to focus on skill development. Reasoning that the childish prank would likely end within a few days anyway. However, this was a miscalculation. Days later, the vandalism persisted, prompting Junwoo to reconsider his approach. He and So-yeon, witnessing the continued damage, exchanged a look of shared frustration. So-yeon's frustration boiled over. "Captain, this just isn't it. I'll go and face the operations team." Junwoo explained that he had already tried speaking with the operations team's captain, but the captain was away on a business trip. So-yeon, frustrated by the lack of progress, pressed Junwoo about evidence of the operations team's involvement in the vandalism. A member of the operations team scoffed, "Do you have any proof that we did it?" The operations team member continued, claiming they were too busy clearing up the aftermath of the hunters' work to be involved in the vandalism. He questioned, "What would a cleaner know?" So-yeon, still determined, suggested at least contacting Hunter Minju. Junwoo, however, abruptly told her to leave it. So-yeon reacted with shock and disbelief to Junwoo's instruction, exclaiming, "What? Are you saying to look past it even now?" Junwoo, resolute in his decision, declared, "Don't contact anyone, because I'm going to go." He then instructed So-yeon, "Don't clean this place." Junwoo, seething with anger, muttered to himself. It was still working hours, and the perpetrators of the vandalism were still at large. He thought about the sheer audacity of these individuals, working tirelessly for 3 days straight. Calling them great bastards. More importantly, however, Junwoo's anger triggered the passive activation of a new skill, OCD. A grim smile spread across his face as he realized the implications. He cursed the damn hunter brats responsible for the vandalism. Junwoo, already exhausted from his work, felt even more frustrated that he was expected to work 15 hours a day. He stormed out, his frustration palpable. Junwoo, seething with rage, arrived at the Seoul branch headquarters. He muttered, "Thanks to you, I missed the last train, all this time bastards." He was immediately confronted by several guards. One asked, "How can I help you?" With a swift, decisive movement, Junwoo incapacitated the guards with a series of expertly executed strikes, leaving them sprawled on the floor. A nearby witness exclaimed, "Who's this bastard? He dared to hit a hunter?" Junwoo, in a display of raw power, swiftly incapacitated several security guards at the Seoul branch headquarters, leaving them sprawled on the floor. A nearby witness exclaimed, "Who's this bastard? He dared to hit a hunter?" Junwoo, his face contorted in anger, glared at the onlookers. His thoughts were focused on the events of 3 days prior. He muttered to himself,
it's because of what happened 3 days ago. A wave of energy, carrying a foul odor, emanated from him. 2 security guards stood watch, their conversation interrupted by a sudden, unpleasant odor. As soon as he comes in, the disgusting smell hits you right away, one of them remarked. Junwoo appeared, his arrival causing the guards to tense. He muttered to himself, "Ah, fuck. They're getting in my way." One guard alerted his colleague, "Hey, they're looking over here." Junwoo, uncaring of the witnesses, scoffed, "So what if they are? In the first place, why don't they know their place, messing with another team's budget?" He continued, his voice laced with contempt, "They should just do their cleaning, being embarrassed and quiet about it. If it were me, I would have rather done some part-time job instead." His anger escalating, Junwoo unleashed a furious outburst, "These fucking bastards! You guys, which team are you from?" Junwoo, radiating anger, stood defiantly before 2 security guards. One guard scoffed, "How dare this little punk speak so informally?" Junwoo retorted, "Didn't I ask you?" Her eyes blazing, Junwoo demanded, "Which team are you from?" The guards, clearly intimidated, muttered amongst themselves, "Which team are we from? Would you even understand if we said it?" Their fear palpable, the guards exchanged nervous glances. 2 security guards, their faces etched with apprehension, exchanged nervous glances as Junwoo continued his aggressive questioning. One of them finally blurted out, "Asshole, it's our team's senior, Kim Min-ju." Upon hearing her name, the guards' fear morphed into startled recognition. They stammered a hasty greeting, "Ah. Greetings, senior." Kim Min-ju, observing their reaction, calmly stated, "I see, you're from my team." The guards, realizing their mistake, profusely apologized, I am sorry. We didn't realize you were our senior. We're sorry." Minju's expression turned cold. "Sorry? Why are you sorry? I didn't know you were on my team either." Kim Min-ju, her expression unwavering, delivered a sharp rebuke to the security guards, "You should apologize for being lesser humans." The guards, still apprehensive despite their earlier apology, nervously inquired after Sang-hyuk's well-being. To which Sang-hyuk mumbled a non-committal, yeah. Kim Min-ju continued, explaining that their perceived status as hunters was a misconception. In reality, they were merely E-rank agents. She offered a sincere apology for the misunderstanding. The security guards, relieved by her explanation and apology, assured her that they were fine. The scene opens with a cheerful greeting. One of the security guards announces, "Everyone, good morning." Another guard, addressing a woman, inquires, "Ms. Hunter, you have come today as well. Then, shall we start our work right away?" The woman, Ms. Hunter, responds calmly, "No, today I have come to give my greetings." The guards, initially jovial, are visibly startled upon seeing Ms. Hunter. Their expressions shift to one of nervous apprehension as they profusely apologize for their past behavior. Their apologies are met with a cool assessment from Ms. Hunter, who reveals that she has only been working there for a week. She observes that they seem incredibly grateful for her help. The final panel offers an internal monologue, suggesting that Ms. Hunter's rapid mastery of her duties might be the reason for the guards' profuse gratitude. Kim Min-ju reflected on her short time at the company, stating that her time there was only up to today. She then added that she should be thankful for meeting such nice people. A fellow employee expressed surprise at how close everyone had become in just a week, while Kim Min-ju smiled knowingly. Sang-hyuk, observing from afar, noted that everyone was sad about Kim Min-ju's departure except for him. He then revealed that he was the one who told her to leave, instructing her not to return from tomorrow onwards. Kim Min-ju's eyes widened in surprise. But she quickly understood the implication of Sang-hyuk's request that she not return. Sang-hyuk's inner thoughts revealed his plan. By dismissing her, he would effectively grant her previous request. He then outlined a plan to accelerate her training, aiming for her to reach a rank within 6 months. A plan driven by his ambition to rebuild his power, mirroring his past life's achievements. Sang-hyuk intends to cultivate Kim Min-ju into a top-tier hunter, a tool for negotiating with the association. Sang-hyuk's eyes gleamed with a cold,
calculating light as a dark aura emanated from him.
He addressed Kim Min-ju, his voice laced with disdain. I mentioned that in my previous life, she was a use and throw away tool, right? I'm sorry, but even in this life, you're just a tool.
Kim Min-ju, though initially shocked, quietly wrote in her notebook a single word, teacher.
Later, Sang Hyuk, now wearing an apron, approached Kim Min-ju with a seemingly gentler demeanor.
Oh? What is it? He asked. Kim Min-ju smiled, expressing gratitude. Thank you, really.
Sang Hyuk, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes, offered a parting remark. I'm sure you would never need it, but if you ever need help, feel free to call me anytime.
Sang Hyuk stared off into space, a thoughtful expression on his face.
He muttered to himself, was she always like this?
In a brief flashback, the reader sees Kim Min-ju's departure from the cleaning team.
The scene is punctuated by the harsh words of her former colleagues. Asshole.
You stink. Garbage. Just be a cleaner all your life. The narration continues, explaining that within a day of Kim Min-ju leaving, a significant event occurred. Two men, in an office setting, discussed the recent events. One of them remarked, that cleaning man who came yesterday, it gets more funnier the more I think about it. The other man added, that bald-headed man? Wasn't it such a funny sight when he requested someone to look after the cleaning team? He. The first man responded, right? I know. How dare the trivial cleaning team have an eye on the budget meant for the hunter team? Sang Hyuk, concealed behind a mask, let out a sharp cry as he launched a swift attack. The force of his blow sending his opponent reeling backward, leaving the two startled men demanding to know his identity. WH what? You bastard, who are you? Sang Hyuk remained silent for a moment, his expression unreadable.
Before unleashing another powerful strike, sending his attacker sprawling to the ground with a pained cry of Wayak.
The on-screen text confirming the activation of a new skill.
Sang Hyuk faced his attackers, one sneering, how dare this cleaner bastard, without knowing his place.
His opponent, enraged, declared, you're dead, you cleaner bastard.
The necromancer's scythe descended in a deadly arc.
But Sang Hyuk, activating his unique skill, Death Attack, deflected the blow, countering with a surge of dark energy. He exclaimed, how dare you mess with a hunter? One of Sang Hyuk's opponents sneered, you've totally got caught today. I'll make sure you can't ever mess with us again. Sang Hyuk responded with a furious, fucking bullshit. With a swift, brutal movement, Sang Hyuk unleashed his Death Attack skill. The force of the attack impacting his opponent with violent force, leaving his opponent incapacitated and defeated. Another opponent, witnessing the display, exclaimed, you dare use your skill on me? Sang Hyuk, unfazed, retorted, do things that even middle schoolers don't do and snicker about it behind our backs?
Sang Hyuk, his face grim, confronted the two men who had assaulted him, his words sharp and accusatory, do you think you can just assault a hunter and get away? One of the men, cowering under Sang Hyuk's gaze, stammered a weak apology, sorry. Sang Hyuk, unimpressed, delivered a scathing rebuke. He deemed them way too much of a scaredy cat for a hunter. He recalled his past experiences, muttering, back in my day, that is. The other man, equally terrified, could only whimper in response. Sang Hyuk then grabbed the man's face, his voice low and menacing as he issued a final warning, listen well. I'm going to spread all the things that you have done to reporters and on the internet. From this day on, we will not clean the dungeons that you're clearing. He concluded with a chilling question, how about it, do you think your life as a hunter will be fun from now on? Sang Hyuk, his face marred by injuries, grimly assessed the situation. He muttered to himself, the association will definitely take the hunter's side. His gaze hardened as he addressed his opponent, questioning, do you think the association will cover this up? For a mere E-rank small fry? He continued, issuing a stark ultimatum, if you want to continue your job as is, come find the cleaning team and get down on your knees to apologize. The man, visibly intimidated, stammered in response. Sang Hyuk, however, remained unmoved, cutting him off with a chilling proposal. Is that so?
If you hate this and that, take off your badge and let's have a match in the dungeon.
The man let out a terrified scream as Sanghyok's terrifying aura filled the room. A moment later, Sanghyok stood alone, the other man gone. He sighed, muttering, with all this ruckus.
The scene opens on a dimly lit office, suggesting a clandestine meeting. Papers are scattered across a desk, and the overall atmosphere is one of tension.
Sanghyok is shown crouching amidst a chaotic scene. Two uniformed men stand nearby, one looking shocked, the other appearing injured.
A skull lies on the floor, adding to the grim atmosphere.
A visual cue that underscores the violence that has just transpired.
Sanghyok's expression is one of grim determination. A man in a suit, seemingly a high-ranking official, approaches Sanghyok.
He addresses him politely, inquiring about his presence.
Sanghyok's internal monologue reveals his awareness of the man's power and his concern about being discovered.
The man's polite demeanor contrasts sharply with the violent scene surrounding them, highlighting the complex power dynamics at play. Sanghyok is clearly wary, but maintains a composed exterior.
A superior questions Sanghyok, has the budget from the other day not been sufficient? Sanghyok explained, those guys, they've been messing around while clearing. The superior raised an eyebrow, questioning, messing around? Sanghyok continued, yes.
They threw the monsters' corpses around the dungeons and scribbled on the walls with blood.
So I came here to ask if there are any complaints about the cleaning team. A subordinate angrily retorted, it's a lie.
That bastard resorted to violence out of nowhere.
The superior, enraged, shouted, who are you calling a bastard? Are you mad? Sanghyok's subordinate was shown to have been severely beaten, groaning in pain.
While Sanghyok, contrite, apologized to his superior for his subordinate's actions, stating he would take responsibility. The superior, though initially disbelieving, ultimately accepted the apology, advising Sanghyok to be more careful in the future.
Sanghyok departed, thanking his superior.
But not before making a final, pointed comment about ensuring his troublesome subordinates would not reappear in his sight.
The recent incident concluded, yet one question lingered, the shift in Captain Lee Soo-young's demeanor.
Two individuals, seemingly unconcerned, discussed the matter.
One inquired, do you have any idea? The other responded, I took a week off too. Nothing in particular comes to mind. Anyway, they're really pathetic. Well, they are E-ranks. Despite their low rank, the speaker noted, but still, they apologized well. And I scolded them severely, so I'm sure it won't happen again. The other individual, however, remained skeptical, stating, well, even if they wanted to, they can't do it anymore. Their conversation concluded with the finality of the situation, fired, those two. Kim Min-ju's eyes widened in surprise, his expression a mixture of shock and apprehension. A man's face, contorted in anger, dominates the panel. He exclaims, that bastard is Im Dongbin.
He continues, his voice laced with resentment, he poached some of my accomplishments back when I was still a rookie. The man's anger intensifies as he receives a document, the text revealing Im Dongbin's history of exploiting others' work. He adds, he was quite famous for piggybacking onto others' projects.
The revelation leads to a shocking conclusion, so that bastard's the current operations team captain.
Sanghyok, seething with barely suppressed rage, addressed Kim Min-ju, Kim Min-ju, nothing good will ever come from associating with that bastard, so make sure you stay away from him.
Min-ju, taken aback, could only utter a confused, pardon? Elsewhere, a briefing was underway. A man in a suit announced, the estimated duration for this operation is 24 hours.
He continued, explaining the mission parameters, as all of you are aware, you cannot get out of multi-zone dungeons until all the zones have been cleared. A speaker at the head of a large conference table added, though I'm sure there could be no such person. The briefing continued. The speaker stated, alright then, we will now proceed with the Yangdongpo zone briefing. There will be 3 groups in this clearing. A briefing explained that when a dungeon is cleared, poisonous gas is released, hindering further cleanup efforts. This is where Dungeon Cleaning Team 3 comes in. Team 3, a group of 4 individuals in cleaning uniforms, listened attentively as their superior outlined the mission parameters. He emphasized that a generous bonus would be awarded due to the large scale of the project. The superior then addressed the team directly, questioning their readiness to undertake the task. The team members, a mix of expressions on their faces, seemed apprehensive about the upcoming challenge. Dungeon Cleaning Team 3 received a mission briefing. The team was informed that there was no reason to refuse the mission, as it presented a good opportunity to interact with the operations team and was quite efficient. Plus, they would receive a bonus after clearing the dungeon. The briefing also revealed that this joint operation offered a chance for one team member to unlock a new skill, a rare opportunity. One team member pointed out that this might be their only chance to work with other teams in the future, emphasizing the rarity of such collaborations. However, another team member, despite acknowledging the benefits, firmly stated his refusal. His refusal was met with a look of annoyance from his superior. The superior's expression showed clear displeasure. What? If this is just to contribute to this fraud's record of good performance, then I'd rather die. Why would Mr. Junwoo refuse? This is a rare opportunity. Right? Here's the bonus. He should be jumping at the chance. Don't tell me he chickened out? Captain, what do you think? Regardless, that punk, Junwoo. He's probably just worried about us. One member of Dungeon Cleaning Team 3 voiced their apprehension about the mission, despite the briefing's brevity. They noted the inherent danger of the operation, highlighting the 24-hour non-stop nature of the mission and the potential for numerous monsters. Junwoo, fully aware of the mission's perilous nature, refused to participate. He stated that there was no way he would lead his team into such a dangerous place. His refusal was immediate and resolute, suggesting he anticipated their acceptance and acted swiftly to reject the mission. Other team members expressed their frustration and suspicion at Junwoo's actions, questioning his motives and accusing him of misleading them. Despite Junwoo's refusal, another team member seemed pleased, stating that, while unfortunate, the team would not be participating in the operation. A member of Dungeon Cleaning Team 3 announced her withdrawal from the mission, stating, "Looks like I'll be opting out, too." Her teammates reacted with surprise and questioned her decision, emphasizing her role as the team leader. They argued, "But why? You can't do that, Uni. Aren't you the leader for this operation?" "That's right, if you're not joining because..." Uni explained that she was not joining because she felt unqualified to lead and that her teacher had advised her against involvement with a particular individual. Uni justified her decision by stating, "In such a situation, who else should I listen to if not my teacher?" One of her teammates chuckled and commented, "Haha. Well, that's also one way to put it." A man's face, partially obscured, is shown, his expression one of intense concentration. His brow furrowed in thought. He appears to be in a serious discussion. The man, now fully visible, sits at a desk, delivering a decisive statement: "The Dungeon Cleaning Team 3 will not participate." Another man, seemingly subordinate, reacts with a mix of surprise and concern, his words implying a significant failure. "Du, Seonbinim. I heard you screwed up." The first man responds dismissively, highlighting the other's lack of awareness. "What did I tell you? He's not someone you can touch that easily, aha." He adds, "What kind of person do you think he is? Just look at how quickly he noticed something was amiss." Junwoo, his face a mask of irritation, addressed his visitor with a curt, "Fuck off if you're here to pick a fight." The visitor, undeterred, pressed on, questioning the operational capacity of Team 2 to complete their project. He expressed disbelief, stating, "I heard even Kim Minju backed out?" Junwoo, his patience wearing thin, reiterated his previous statement, I told you to fuck off." The visitor, seemingly unfazed by Junwoo's outburst, continued, raising the question of whether Junwoo was considering hiring a private guild or similar entity. He then boasted, "I'm telling you, I even had to spend about 200 million won recently." A sudden, sharp pain caused Junwoo to cry out, "Ugh, fuck." Junwoo, clearly agitated, made a request, "Hey, let me also make use of the director's influence this time." Junwoo, frustrated and possibly injured, clenched his fist. He muttered to himself, needing to create a mandatory participation roster.
The title card read, Mandatory Participation Roster.
It detailed an executive order mandating participation in a dungeon clearing operation, issued under the authority of an association director.
The unidentified visitor, seemingly unconcerned, pointed at Junwoo.
He warned that disobeying such orders could result in disciplinary action or even a request to resign in lieu of dismissal.
The visitor sneered, "All right, we'll see. Just a novice bastard with no experience in operations." His voice dripping with contempt, he added, "How dare you anger me?" A few days later, news of Im Dongbin's mandatory participation roster spread quickly. As a result, a team was compelled to join the dungeon clearing operation. The sheer number of people present at the dungeon clearing surprised onlookers.
A large-scale operation like this naturally attracts significant media attention.
Several participants worried about being interviewed, expressing concerns about their appearance,
while others questioned the leader's apparent nervousness. Junwoo, visibly anxious, confessed to his companion that his nervousness stemmed from this being his first time leading a dungeon clearing operation. His companion, however, pointed out that his apprehension could unsettle the citizens, and advised him to project confidence by straightening his posture before the operation. Junwoo's companion, attempting to reassure him, claimed that while she might appear nervous now, she always performs well under pressure during actual battles, but added that she was saying this just in case. Finally, Junwoo gave his team one last instruction before entering the dungeon, to focus solely on clearing it and ignore the team's performance. Junwoo's unidentified companion urged him to keep the transceiver on, expressing concern about his plans.
Junwoo, slightly annoyed, retorted that if she was so eager to help, then it was fine.
She smiled knowingly, seemingly understanding his intentions.
Junwoo's companion's subtle smile suggested a shared understanding of the risks involved.
A green energy surge is shown, indicating a transition to a new location.
An unidentified man, seemingly a supervisor, enthusiastically announced an inspection, confirming that all necessary chemicals and equipment were present. He confirmed the presence of 10 liters each of hydrogen peroxide, hydrochloric acid, and saline solution. A female worker meticulously checked the supplies, confirming the presence of vacuum compressors, condensed EVA film packs, and goggles. "Vacuum compressors and condensed EVA film packs, goggles are here, and there's no problem with the gas canisters," she reported. A male colleague, smiling confidently, added, "There are enough provisions and water as well." Their supervisor, a stern-faced man, declared, "Great. It's gonna be exhausting, but just do the usual, and it will be no problem." The team, energized by their leader's words, prepared for their mission with a collective cheer. "Let's all do a loud group cheer." Meanwhile, two onlookers observed the scene from afar.
One of them commented, "Hey, take a look at that."
"Ahaha, those idiots, what the hell is the cleaning team doing?"
A close-up on a single, polished shoe suggested the approach of someone significant.
An unidentified supervisor, smirking, addressed a group of people, including Junwoo.
He expressed surprise at Junwoo's presence, noting that he was participating in the dungeon clearing operation led by Minju. The supervisor confidently stated that he would leave the dungeon clearing operation in their capable hands.
Junwoo, facing Minju, responded with a curt, yet determined, affirmation of his readiness for the mission. Two other members of the team discussed Minju's leadership role.
One questioned the presence of another individual on the team, expressing surprise that he would be included given Minju's leadership. The other team member explained that while team captains usually automatically become dungeon leaders, hunters with sufficient qualifications can also be appointed as leaders. He confirmed that this was the case with Minju, concluding the conversation with a resigned "Well, I guess." An unidentified companion voiced their reservations regarding Minju's leadership, acknowledging her talent but expressing doubt. Their skepticism further fueled by a comparison to Dongbin, who, in their opinion, lacks practical field experience and is seen as a parasite, relying on the success of others' dungeon raids. The companion's assessment of Dongbin was harsh, portraying him as incompetent in actual leadership roles. The companion revealed that Im Dongbin hails from the operations planning department, lacking practical field experience as a leader. Despite this, the companion offered reassurance and support to Minju, emphasizing that they would be present on the ground to assist if needed. Minju, the newly appointed leader, stood before a superior, her expression indifferent. He grumbled about her attitude,
reminding her that the dungeon clearing operation couldn't be delayed.
Junwoo, nearby, listened patiently. Junwoo assured his superior that they would do their best. But as soon as the superior turned his back, Minju's inner fury erupted. She silently cursed him as a rude bastard.
The superior, sensing her resentment, vowed to see how long she could maintain that attitude.
Finally, with everyone assembled, the superior relinquished control, urging Minju to take charge. Minju, internally groaning, prepared to lead. A superior, his face partially obscured by his hand, chuckled nervously as Minju, the newly appointed team leader, stood impassively beside him. Minju addressed her team, her voice firm despite the turmoil within. She reminded them of the mission parameters. 3 teams would clear the dungeon sequentially, with Team A leading the way, Team B following in the second zone, and Team C in the third. The cleaning team would also join them, a fact she deemed inconsequential. But she emphasized the importance of preparedness, especially in life or death situations. The assembled teams, a mix of seasoned veterans and newer recruits, stood ready. Minju's gaze swept across their faces, a silent assessment of their readiness. A grim determination hardening her expression as she prepared to lead them into the dangerous dungeon. Minju, the mission leader, addressed her team with an urgent request: please ask for help from the cleaning team.
Confusion rippled through the team.
Their expressions reflected a mixture of bewilderment and concern as they exchanged questioning glances. A palpable sense of unease hanging in the air as they tried to decipher her cryptic instruction.
Junwoo, observing from a distance, noticed Minju's unusual demeanor. He wondered, what's with the reaction? The team's bewilderment deepened. One member muttered, "What the heck is she saying?" Another chuckled nervously, haha. Our leader must be really nervous.
Minju addressed her team, "Anyway, everyone, let's do a final rundown."
And continued, "And once everything's ready, we will commence with the operation." A surge of green energy erupted, seemingly emanating from the building's entrance, signaling the commencement of the operation. Minju's team braced themselves.
As one team member stated, "We should go too." The team proceeded cautiously into the building, where a monstrous creature materialized before them. Minju's team, brimming with confidence, prepared for their dungeon clearing operation. The team's leader, Minju, issued a final order: "Let's go clean up some dungeons." A scene of devastation unfolds, a cavern littered with the skeletal remains of monstrous creatures. A cleanup crew, led by Minju, works diligently amidst the carnage. Their efforts focused on clearing the area of the fallen beasts. One of the team members struggles with a particularly large, red-skinned demon, its menacing form still radiating a palpable aura of power, even in death. The scene is grim, but the team maintains a business-like efficiency. Minju's companion explains, "It's because, although this is a large operation, we're just the cleaners. We probably won't even meet the operations team until everything is over." One member of Minju's cleanup crew voiced his discontent, stating, "We can't even see any of the action. What's the point in participating in such a big project then?" His superior retorted, "Brat, you think you're a hunter? We should just stick to doing our own jobs." Minju then instructed her team, "All right. If we're all done dismantling, let's get ready for the chemical treatment." Another crewmate explained the necessity of their work, saying, "We can't allow anything to rot until the clearing is done, so make sure to treat them before placing them in those vacuum-sealed vinyl bags." Yeah, our ears are going to fall off at this rate." A final member added, "Just bear with it for now. We have to be extra careful since we're working on such a big project." The scene shifts to show a large pyre burning fiercely, highlighting the scale of the ongoing clearing operation and the urgency of the cleanup. A detailed explanation appeared on screen, outlining the post-raid procedure. To prevent the corpses from rotting, they were dismantled, chemically treated, and vacuum-sealed in bags. Junwoo observed Minju's team diligently cleaning up the dungeon. One of Minju's team members grumbled about the length of the task. Another team member retorted, pointing out that they hadn't even been there long enough to be thinking about food yet. Minju, ever decisive, suggested they take a snack break before continuing the cleanup. She revealed she'd brought chocolate bars, offering one to Junwoo, who seemed surprised by the offer. Minju apologized for interrupting Junwoo's observation, aware of his preference for uninterrupted work.
Junwoo, observing Minju's team from a distance, expressed a preference for the strawberry-flavored snack. He received a snack and enjoyed it, his expression shifting to one of contentment as he munched on it. Minju's team, having taken a break for snacks, prepared to resume their work. Okay.
Now that we've had our snacks, let's get back to it, she announced, her team echoing their agreement. Their first large project was progressing smoothly, as everyone involved had been working diligently for quite some time. However, 8 hours into the job, unforeseen complications began to arise. The operations team cleared the dungeon with ease. However, the cleaning team faced a drastically different situation. By the 10th hour, team members began to feel fatigued. And during the 16th hour, Han Ganghyuk injured his hand while dozing off.
What a shame it wasn't something more serious. Some sealed plastic bags accidentally burst.
And as they were fixing them, their exhaustion continued to pile up. A groan escaped one of the workers. During the 18th hour of the dungeon cleaning operation, a radio crackled to life. A voice announced, "Cleaning team, this is operations. The dungeon's gas levels are rising, please check it out." A weary-sounding member of the cleaning team responded, "I'm so sorry, we're behind in terms of zones cleaned."
Behind?
"What zone are you in?" the operations team pressed.
The cleaner replied, "We're in the 5th zone right now." The operations team member exclaimed, "5th? We've already cleared the 10th zone. You're saying you're 5 zones behind?"
The exhausted dungeon cleaning crew reported their significant delay to their supervisor. The gap between the expected completion time and their current progress was widening, yet the team had taken an hour break. One of the cleaners pleaded with their supervisor to ask Kim Minju to temporarily halt the dungeon clearing operation, because the team was too exhausted to continue working. The supervisor, however, dismissed their concerns, stating that it was the cleaning team's problem to solve and that they needed to figure something out. One cleaner expressed that this was too much to handle. Another cleaner then suggested sending the hunters who were currently resting to help. The cleaner, using his radio, contacted someone and requested assistance, promising to do their best to catch up if they received help. A radio crackled to life, displaying the ID Cookji 4312. The question, "Why would a hunter clean?" echoed through the calms. A furious hunter, his face contorted with rage, gripped his radio. "Look here, you son of a bitch," he snarled into the device, his voice thick with anger.
The hunter continued his tirade, demanding, "Get your team captain on the line now." The exhausted cleaning crew was confronted by their supervisor. He scoffed, "Geez, what are you doing right now? I thought you guys said you'd do well on your own." A superior berated a group of exhausted hunters, accusing them of wasting time instead of focusing on their unfinished tasks. He questioned their competence and demanded to know the whereabouts of their leader, Kim Minju. One of the hunters retorted that it was none of the superior's business, implying that he was trying to shift blame. Another hunter explained that the dungeon clearing operation was crucial and couldn't be interrupted. They had been working non-stop for 18 hours. The superior remained dismissive, unconcerned that the team was exhausted and unable to continue. He simply asked, "So what?" and reacted with frustration and profanity upon hearing of the team's failure, calling the situation a disaster. A superior officer, furious, addressed the hunters. "A major dungeon clearing will be utterly ruined. All because of a cleaning team." He continued, his voice dripping with scorn, "And to think these hunters worked their asses off for weeks in preparation for this project. Another officer added, the bonus, among other things, will disappear into thin air.
The superior officer turned his ire on the hunters, accusing them of neglecting your duty, insubordination, abandonment of post during a raid. He pressed further, stating, it's your team's first time joining an active clearing, so you must not have a single clue that these aren't things you can simply gloss over. The superior officer declared, I will ensure the cleaning team is held accountable for your actions, right? No dash. One of the hunters questioned the supervisor's motives, pointing out the supervisor's manipulation in using a mandatory participation roster to bring them to this location, revealing the supervisor's plan to find fault in any way possible to justify disciplinary actions against them. The supervisor, unfazed, retorted that he has always favored this kind of method. The hunter explained that the supervisor's plan was to break the cleaning team's spirit by forcing disciplinary actions down their throats, and that, regardless of how it looks, a team shouldn't act this way. The supervisor's actions were deemed shameful, and the hunter angrily confronted him. The supervisor, uncaring of the consequences, declared that the cleaning team was abandoning the operation and that the dungeon level was rising, challenging the hunters to continue clearing. Im Dongbin, a team captain, contacted someone via radio, inquiring about the availability of leader Kim Min-ju. A monstrous, fire-breathing creature roared in the background, its fiery breath illuminating the scene. Kim Min-ju and his team were engaged in intense combat with the beast, and responded curtly that they were quite busy. The team was surprised by the abrupt and informal tone of the message. Im Dongbin, assessing the dire situation, radioed his concern, at this rate, everyone will suffocate before we complete the clearing. He then made a bold decision, announcing, from now on, I'll take command, so hand me the leader position. A fellow hunter, surprised by the sudden power grab, questioned, what do you mean? Im Dongbin, unfazed, retorted with a harsh, what does a rookie bitch like you know? I said hand the position to me. Observing the exchange, another hunter muttered, what a bully, there's no difference between then and now. Im Dongbin, having seized control, contacted leader Kim Min-ju again, asking, teacher? Is it true the team's not going to continue cleaning? Leader Kim Min-ju, amidst the chaos of a recent battle, looked up in confusion, a single word escaping her lips, huh? She surveyed the scene, the aftermath of a hard-fought victory, with several injured hunters tending to a fallen beast. One hunter commented, we barely took it down. Suddenly, Im Dongbin's voice cut through the air, filled with rage, this infuriating bitch. What the fuck's taking you so long? He continued his tirade, demanding immediate surrender of command. I said hurry up and hand over command to me. You want everyone here to die? Kim Min-ju, despite her clear annoyance, responded tersely, I understand. I'll hand it over. Im Dongbin, a sinister smile spreading across his face, responded with a chillingly calm voice, good. If you had done it earlier. A man in a suit addressed a group of hunters, his words carrying weight, to the dungeon cleaner, Kim Jun-woo. Leader Kim Min-ju, the current dungeon clearing leader, announced her decision to relinquish command, handing it over to Cleaning Team 3's Kim Jun-woo, effective immediately. A sinister grin spread across Jun-woo's face as he accepted the transfer of power. The other hunters reacted with shock and disbelief. What did you say? Kim Jun-woo's smirk deepened. He declared, from this moment on, I will be commanding this operation. Kim Jun-woo, triumphant and newly in command, smirked, a glint in his eyes. He addressed those around him, a hint of menace in his tone. Shall I show you what I was like when I was on active duty? Kim Jun-woo, with a hardened expression, declared his intention to lead the operation from that moment on. His announcement was met with a mixture of surprise and skepticism from the assembled unidentified hunters. One hunter, in particular, openly scoffed at the idea. The hunter expressed disbelief that a dungeon cleaner would be commanding a dungeon clearing operation, highlighting the perceived mismatch in roles and experience. Jun-woo, however, firmly asserted his position as team captain. An unidentified hunter challenged Jun-woo's authority, stating that simply being handed the leader position doesn't make him a commander. pointing out the absurdity of a cleaner leading a dungeon operation and questioning Junwoo's knowledge of command. The hunter's surprise was palpable as he questioned how Junwoo knew about the situation, ultimately asking if he was a hunter. Junwoo, seemingly unfazed, retorted that people kept asking if he was a hunter, questioning the importance of that fact, and emphasized the gravity of the situation, highlighting the risk to everyone's lives and the inadequacy of disciplinary actions. He then directly challenged the hunter's assertion, suggesting that the responsibility should be given to a veteran hunter instead of a noob like himself.
Someone demanded, "That's right. So hurry up and hand it over to me." They continued, "I'll make sure the cleaning team doesn't receive any punishments."
Another person scoffed, "Well, it doesn't really matter if the cleaning team gets punished or not." A man with a sinister grin muttered, "More than that." He reflected, "Looking at you brings back some bad memories, and I feel like shit." Someone else observed, "Life's been pretty good, huh? You've easily been getting plenty of accomplishments all this time." Im Dongbin, surrounded by unidentified hunters, received a curt dismissal from his current operation. The order was delivered in his speech bubble, "You don't have to do anything from now on." The next speech bubble clarified the situation, "You are officially dismissed from this operation." Dongbin's face registered shock and disbelief as the gravity of the situation sunk in. His mouth fell open in a silent scream of protest. Dismissed in action. The text explained that this was the highest level of disciplinary action, preventing any benefits or performance incentives from dungeon clearing. An unidentified hunter snapped, "Close your mouth, dumbass. Bugs will get in. Is this your first time receiving disciplinary action?" Im Dongbin, eyes wide with shock and disbelief, protested as a hunter roughly grabbed his arm. The hunter, Kim Junwoo, from Cleaning Team 3, spoke into his radio, announcing to all units that Team Captain Im Dongbin was officially dismissed from the operation, leaving Im Dongbin kneeling on the ground, defeated and protesting. Meanwhile, a new female hunter addressed the remaining team members, informing them that Hunter Kim Minju had transferred command to her, and that they would now follow her lead. The female hunter in charge addressed her team, stating that teams B and C, currently on break, would be assisting the cleanup crew. Im Dongbin, visibly disgruntled, muttered something under his breath, protesting that they were hunters, not mere cleanup personnel. His fellow hunters echoed his sentiment, expressing their discontent at being relegated to such menial tasks. Kim Junwoo, with a dismissive "Okay," declared that teams B and C would be officially dismissed from the operation due to insubordination. Im Dongbin and the other hunters reacted with shock and disbelief to their dismissal. Im Dongbin, his face etched with concern, gripped his radio. His team looked on, equally anxious. Team A, answer me," he demanded into the device. A female voice, sharp and commanding, cut through the static. "Yes. Team A is here. Kim Minju, are you listening?" The female hunter, Kim Minju, responded curtly. "Yes, teacher," she confirmed, her expression grim. "The number of people we have decreased significantly, so you'll have to work a lot harder." A powerful energy surge erupted, illuminating the scene with a blinding flash. Kim Minju inquired, "Are you currently clearing the 11th zone?" A response came, followed by a chilling revelation. "That's correct. However, this monster," an unidentified female hunter, in command, addressed her team. She pointed out a massive bear-like creature, stating that if it receives any attack, it will become immune to further attacks for the next 10 minutes. She then gave tactical instructions. The Guardian-class hunter should take the front, while the healer focuses their buff skills on that hunter. Those with high physical stats were to bear the brunt of the damage, as it wouldn't hurt much anyway. The female hunter emphasized the need for immediate countermeasures, urging her team to be ready. Another hunter, her face grim, was asked if she had maintained her training. She confidently replied, "Of course." The female commander gave the order to proceed, urging the team to hurry to their positions. The team moved to engage the massive bear, preparing for a fierce confrontation. A female hunter, seemingly in charge, activated her celestial blessing skill, a powerful buff, exclaiming, "I've applied the buff."
The monstrous bear roared, "Gra," challenging the hunters.
Team A hunters engaged the bear, opening fire. One hunter was hit, groaning, "Ugh." The female hunter, using her circle counter skill, unleashed a powerful counterattack against the bear, creating a shockwave that sent it reeling. The hunter prepared for another attack, activating her circle counter skill. The blue energy surged through her arm, empowering her for the next strike. The unidentified female hunter, empowered by her celestial blessing and circle counter, lunged forward, her blade a blur of motion. The energy crackling around her as she met the bear's furious charge head-on. The impact sent tremors through the ground. The bear roared, "Grrr," its eyes blazing with red fury as it attempted to overpower her. Despite the ferocity of the attack, the hunter held her ground, a grim determination etched on her face.
She muttered, "Teacher."
Meanwhile, in a different sector, a Team A hunter reported over his radio, "Zone 11 is clear." His relief was short-lived, however, as a look of shock and alarm spread across his and his teammates' faces.
An unidentified female hunter, engaged in fierce combat, muttered in disbelief, "That's impossible." "How?"
Meanwhile, a man with short brown hair and piercing blue eyes calmly responded into his radio, "Okay. Starting now, within 50 minutes, we'll clear everything."
A warning appeared: the 12th zone has ghost-type monsters. Physical attacks are useless, so the swordsman-class hunters should stay back. Another warning followed: the magician-class hunters shouldn't use their intermediate skills, but rather their strongest skills. A female healer-class hunter, facing a horde of illusionary creatures, instructs her team, "The next one is an illusion zone. Activate all of your purification skills."
Team A hunters, having just cleared Zone 11, stare in disbelief at the unexpected sight before them, one of them exclaiming, "What the hell is this?" Their confusion deepens as they question the nature of a mysterious figure, one muttering, "That guy, is he not just a cleaner?" A superior officer's orders arrive, emphasizing the need for decisive action. "For the last zone, you should all release your skills at once.
It should be enough to defeat the monster."
One of the hunters, overwhelmed, collapses to the ground, shouting in despair, "It's impossible." Another hunter questions the impossibility, prompting an explanation, "Our skill effects are a lot weaker since everyone's exhausted. Everyone's stamina statuses have also fallen a lot. At this rate."
A male hunter, his face etched with worry and exhaustion, gripped his radio. He muttered to himself, "Goodness, what kind of hunters can't even bring that thing down?"
A calm, authoritative voice responded through the comms, instructing him, "Don't die then.
Stay there and endure it a bit."
Following orders, the hunter turned and walked away, his back to the other, visibly shaken, hunters.
He disappeared down a dark corridor.
Meanwhile, elsewhere in the zone, a female hunter stood defiantly against a powerful foe, unleashing a torrent of blue energy. The energy surged forth, a blinding flash of power, striking her opponent with immense force, shattering the creature's defenses and sending shards of blue crystal flying. The monstrous figure loomed, its stony form radiating an unnatural energy. Crystalline shards jutted from its shoulders, and a single, malevolent purple eye glowed from within its helm.
"This isn't an ordinary monster," the female hunter muttered, her expression grim.
The sheer scale of the creature dwarfed anything she had encountered before.
"It's on a different level than the ones we've defeated so far," she continued, her voice tight with tension. The creature's power was palpable, a chilling aura that sent shivers down her spine. "It has high endurance, and something that doesn't match its size,"
she observed, her eyes narrowed in concentration as she prepared for battle.
The monster's speed was a stark contrast to its imposing size. Its speed was unexpected, a blur of motion that defied its bulk.
The female hunter lunged forward, her sword flashing, but the creature reacted instantly. The impact of her attack echoed, but the monster remained standing, its stony hide seemingly impervious to her blade. The hunter stumbled back, surprised by the creature's resilience. The female hunter grunted in pain, her face contorted in a grimace, as she braced herself against a powerful blow from the monster. A sharp, crystalline shards sliced through the air. The force of the impact sending tremors through the ground.
Dust and debris erupted, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake.
The hunter staggered back, her breath ragged, blood trickling from a fresh wound on her cheek. Her eyes, however, remained resolute, a flicker of defiance burning within them. She was injured, but not defeated. The female hunter lay on the ground, bleeding profusely from a grievous wound. Her eyes, wide with pain, reflected a grim determination. Nearby, her teacher watched with a grim expression, his concern evident despite his stoic demeanor. He heard her barely audible whisper, "Teacher." The hunter, despite her injuries, displayed a surprising resilience.
"Ha ha. I can handle this much.
I've always been quite tough, you see," she thought, her voice a mere breath. The teacher approached cautiously, his gaze fixed on her sword, lying discarded nearby. "Sword," he stated, his voice firm. He extended a hand towards her, his concern palpable.
"Pardon. Hand me your sword," he requested gently. The hunter, weakened but defiant, weakly responded, As she reached for her weapon, her teacher carefully taking the sword from her grasp. He checked on her condition, noting that she was mentally wounded. Confronted by a colossal figure, the teacher's expression shifted. Giant rock ogre. I wasn't expecting a red-class monster to be here.
He stood before the imposing creature, a sense of intimidation washing over him. But his resolve remained firm.
I do feel intimidated.
A grimace crossed his face as he muttered to himself, "There's a skill I've managed to unlock with this project." The teacher activated a new skill, overimmersion, the unlocked condition being a joint project with other departments. The system message confirmed the skill's activation. The teacher, newly empowered, stood resolute on the desolate landscape, his sword held firmly in his grip. The skill overimmersion having just been unlocked, its description flashing before his eyes, significantly increasing the effectiveness of any skill activated during combat. A colossal fist, belonging to the giant rock ogre, descended towards him. The teacher reacted instantly, his blade flashing with purple energy as he met the oncoming attack head-on. The teacher, already engaged in a fierce battle with the giant rock ogre, found himself on the defensive, the ogre's brutal attacks relentless.
But in a desperate act of self-preservation, he activated his overimmersion skill.
A surge of energy enveloped him, transforming his very being, empowering him with newfound strength and speed.
He retaliated with a furious counterattack, his sword a blur as he unleashed a devastating blow that sent the ogre reeling, the impact echoing through the shattered landscape. The ogre roared in pain and rage. The teacher, empowered by his overimmersion skill, unleashed a devastating attack, a wave of energy erupting from his blade, the raw power leaving the giant rock ogre momentarily stunned, its wide eyes reflecting the sheer force of the attack. The teacher activated his Hellfire skill, the flames engulfing his sword, further amplifying his attack with the Circle counter skill, increasing damage by 300% against weak points and adding an additional 300% damage as an effect of overimmersion. The teacher, engaged in intense combat, activated three powerful skills in rapid succession: overimmersion, Hellfire, and Circle counter. The combined effects of which manifested as a fiery, swirling vortex of energy centered on his sword. He then unleashed a devastating blow against the giant rock ogre, the force of the attack causing the ground to crack and the air to shimmer with heat. A massive explosion rocked the ground, sending debris flying as a figure was engulfed in flames. Nearby onlookers recoiled in shock, their faces etched with disbelief as they witnessed the destructive power unleashed. What the hell is that guy?" one of them exclaimed, voicing the collective astonishment. The group discussed the implications of what they had just seen. "No matter how you look at it, how is he a mere cleaner?" one questioned, while another suggested, "Shouldn't we scout him immediately?" A young woman, seemingly unfazed by the spectacle, addressed the group with a chilling smile. "Everyone, please keep teacher's ability a secret," she commanded, her tone suggesting a carefully laid plan.
A scene shifted to a contemplative moment, reflecting on the nature of power and ambition. Money, honor, and power, for a hunter it's skills, stats, and equipment.
A voiceover mused. However, the voiceover concluded, such things aren't of paramount importance to that person.
The implication being that the teacher's motivations lay elsewhere. The teacher, covered in grime and soot from his recent battle, muttered to himself, "Fuck, I'm all dirty now." A system message then appeared, announcing, passive activation, cleaning of session.
Start cleaning.
A female hunter's voiceover reflects on the teacher's actions, stating that his desire to work alongside his comrades is enough for him to be where he wants to be. News reports detailed the dismissal of team captain Im Dongbin from the Yongdungpo operation due to misappropriation of employee bonus funds. The news of Captain Im Dongbin's dismissal spread rapidly, causing a furious reaction from an unidentified man who angrily smashed his phone
and exclaimed, "What the fuck are you doing, you dumbass? How could a fucking team captain get himself dismissed during such an important operation?"
A man in a suit, his face grim, sat behind a desk. He addressed two other men in suits standing before him. "I apologize," he stated, his voice low and heavy with implication. The two men looked at each other, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and anger. One of them spoke, his voice laced with fury. It was all because Kim Min-ju and that cleaner plotted together. The man at the desk flinched, but the other man exploded in rage. "Bastard, who the F*** do you think you're lying to?" he roared, spittle flying from his mouth. The angry man continued, his voice dripping with scorn.
"Do you really believe no one knows this damn mess was created by you trying to steal Kim Min-ju's achievement?"
Im Dongbin, his eyes blazing, confronts a subordinate.
"Hey, Im Dongbin.
Does it look like we're friends?" he sneers, the question dripping with menace.
The subordinate, visibly shaken, stammers a response as Dongbin grabs him by the hair. "Suyong treats you as his senior, so you think you're something now, huh?"
The subordinate, his face contorted in fear, protests. "There's no way to just let this situation go since it's already all over the media."
Dongbin, unmoved, issues a curt order.
"Just go back and write a report while we wait for a decision to be made." He roughly shoves the subordinate to the ground, his anger barely contained.
"What? Still not leaving?"
The subordinate scrambles away, leaving Dongbin alone in the opulent office. A subordinate nervously approached his superior, Im Dongbin, voicing a concern, "Director.
What if Senior Im tells that cleaner we helped him?"
Im Dongbin, already furious from the previous assault, muttered, "Damn it."
His subordinate, sensing his anger, anxiously awaited further instructions. Im Dongbin, seemingly calm, turned to his subordinate and asked, "Yes?" He then inquired about Hunter Kim Min-ju.
A formal notice of disciplinary action was issued, citing Article 97 of the association's regulations,
detailing the demotion of team captain Im Dongbin and his team members for dereliction of duty.
The most significant consequence was Im Dongbin's demotion. For a hunter, this was tantamount to dismissal.
Consequently, the vacant position was filled.
Hunter Kim Min-ju received congratulations on her promotion to team captain. Min-ju, visibly pleased, accepted the congratulations, expressing her gratitude to her team. Kim Min-ju, clutching a bouquet of roses, expressed her gratitude with a heartfelt, "Thank you so much," her eyes welling up slightly.
A colleague noticed, concerned, asking, "Uni, are you crying?"
Min-ju quickly denied it, attributing her emotion to the pollen from the flowers, adding, "No.
It's just because of the pollen." Im Dongbin, observing the scene with a somewhat melancholic expression, pointed out, "Are those artificial, you know?"
Min-ju, still slightly emotional, explained, "I should have come to you guys first, but everything was happening so quickly."
A younger colleague then excitedly announced, "So, Uni, are you going to be the leader around here now?"
A group of individuals in uniform gathered around a table, their conversation focused on the dwindling number of team members. One of them stated that not much could be done about the situation, as many had already left, leaving only 17 members remaining. Kim Min-ju, holding a bouquet of flowers, reflected on this fact, wondering why she had been chosen to lead such a depleted team. A thought interrupted by a voice suggesting that excessive humility can be deceptive, and that a team captain needs a degree of self-belief.
Kim Min-ju, startled, responded with a grateful, "Ah, yes. Thank you."
Im Dongbin, observing from a distance, inwardly lamented his own failure to become team captain until he was much older, a sentiment he expressed with a frustrated, "Fuck this." He then added, with a mix of bitterness and gratitude, that his current position was entirely due to his teacher's guidance, a fact he felt compelled to acknowledge, even if it felt inappropriate to do so in front of his new team members. Kim Min-ju, the newly appointed team captain, questioned Im Dongbin's reservations about her promotion.
"HM?
Why not?" she asked, her expression conveying both confidence and a hint of underlying insecurity. Im Dongbin, ever observant, voiced his concerns. He pointed out that the other hunters might not be pleased to have a cleaner as their captain, and that his past actions had forced the entire team to leave.
The backup team, responsible for clearing the area, announced their delayed arrival.
"We're back," they declared, but the message was met with a sense of foreboding. Meanwhile, a group of hunters, hungry after their mission, approached Kim Min-ju, requesting lunch. "I'm starving, team captain."
"How about some gukbap for lunch?" one of them asked, oblivious to the impending arrival. Their anticipation turned to shock as they realized the approaching figures were not their colleagues, but the cleaning crew. It's the cleaning team," one of them exclaimed in disbelief.
The cleaning crew, seemingly unaware of the hunters' surprise, greeted them with a cheerful, yet ominous, "Greetings." A group of operatives bowed deeply before Kim Min-ju, the newly appointed team captain. Their expressions were a mixture of deference and
uncertainty.
Min-ju looked slightly bewildered, a question mark forming on her face as she processed their unexpected show of respect. Hong Ji-yeon and Lee Jin-ho, members of Team 2, introduced themselves, expressing their honor in meeting her. And cleaner Kim Jun-woo enthusiastically praised her performance during a recent operation. His words were filled with genuine admiration,
as he and his colleagues pledged their full support as teammates.
Their expressions were earnest and sincere, leaving no doubt of their commitment to work alongside their new captain. Their words and actions conveyed a strong sense of unity and purpose. Im Dongbin observed the scene with a skeptical frown. He muttered to himself, questioning the team's sudden change in attitude, wondering if something was amiss. He concluded that they were quite reliable, despite his reservations. Kim Min-ju, brimming with confidence, declared, "Now, even headquarters won't be able to mess with you so easily. So teacher, please clean and adjust your heart's content." A caption appeared, stating, the abnormality stems from the team captain herself." Im Dongbin pondered, almost time for that person to arrive.
"Who is it this time?"
A female subordinate informed Dongbin, "The support team said an assistant will be coming in today."
Dongbin responded, "Oh, I see. You are indeed an honorable team captain now."
An assistant exclusive only to an operations team captain.
Dongbin reflected, "I also got a lot of help from one when I was a team captain. My full-time assistant when I was on active duty, Lee Yang."
Im Dongbin, his mind racing, recalled a crucial detail: "She was the only one with me on the day I died. And she's also the person who had been with me the longest."
He then considered the arrival of Lee Yang, his new assistant. By this time, Manager Lee should already be working in the association, right? Dongbin turned to Kim Min-ju, his curiosity piqued. "Hey, what's the assistant's name?" Min-ju responded with a shrug, "Huh? I don't know yet. They only told me someone would be coming today."
Dongbin dismissed the matter, muttering to himself, "Forget it.
It's not like I've got anything to say to her. And it's not like she'll recognize me in this timeline."
Im Dongbin, slightly anxious yet determined, bid farewell to his colleagues. He received well wishes as he departed, his mind preoccupied with Lee Yang's impending arrival and the weight of his past. He approached a door, his hand reaching for the handle,
and cautiously opened it, peering inside with a guarded expression.
A gasp escaped the lips of a young woman, Song Hyeon, as she was startled by his sudden appearance. Son Hyeon, identifying herself as Captain Kim Min-ju's assistant, introduced herself formally. Im Dongbin's eyes glowed with an eerie purple light as he revealed a shocking truth: "I'm not Kim Min-ju, though." Im Dongbin's true identity was revealed, causing Song Hyeon to let out a startled yelp. As she apologized for her delayed introduction, explaining that she is Kim Min-ju's assistant. Meanwhile, Kim Jun-woo, seemingly impatient, urged his companion to hurry, noting that they were late. And after a brief exchange, confirmed that the woman they encountered was not Kim Min-ju. Kim Jun-woo departed, with Song Hyeon bidding him farewell and expressing concern over his intimidating appearance. A large, modern skyscraper dominates the cityscape at sunrise. Inside, a young woman with glasses and brown hair sits slumped over, exhausted. "I'm so tired," she mutters to herself. The woman, Song Hyeon, complains about her demanding workload. It's only been 2 months since she was assigned to Captain Kim Min-ju's nearly disbanded operations team too. She is approached by a colleague, who addresses her as Miss Lee A-yang, deputy manager. The colleague confirms Hyeon's assignment to Captain Kim Min-ju's team. Hyeon reflects on her boss, Captain Kim Min-ju, acknowledging her competence but expressing doubt that the director truly cares about her well-being, especially as a new assistant. Song Hyeon's co-worker remarked that she seemed unaware of her own success, implying that her ability to avoid Seo Min-cheol's notice was a testament to her competence. Lee A-yang, however, was more serious, stating that she was being sincere in her assessment. And proceeded to explain that Hyeon's assignment to Captain Kim Jun-woo's team was advantageous, given Jun-woo's powerful connections within the association. Hyeon, however, expressed her dislike for Jun-woo, describing a recent unpleasant encounter and his ill-tempered demeanor. She further commented on his arrogant display of power and influence, speculating on his inability to maintain relationships. Lee A-yang listened, a small, amused expression on her face, as Hyeon voiced her negative opinions about Captain Kim Jun-woo. Song Hyeon, still annoyed by her assignment, questioned Lee A-yang's earlier comments about Captain Kim Jun-woo. Lee A-yang continued, explaining that Captain Kim had secured a budget for his team and even removed insubordinate members from the operations team who disrespected the cleaning crew. She added that, while this might be for appearances, it showed that he had the guts to take such actions. Hyeon, however, remained skeptical, predicting that Captain Kim would likely avoid blame if a major problem arose. Despite her skepticism, a flicker of curiosity crossed her face as she considered the captain's actions. Finally, Hyeon admitted to herself that she was now curious about Captain Kim Jun-woo's true nature. A young man, his expression a mixture of suspicion and annoyance, overheard a conversation. He thought to himself, "Who's talking about me behind my back?" A shimmering, blue portal opened in the middle of a city street. The unnamed young man, clad in a cleaning apron, stumbled, dropping his shovel in surprise. A young woman with dark hair approached him, a smirk playing on her lips. She commented on a song playing nearby, a parody of a popular tune, its lyrics referencing laundry and rain. She questioned his presence, implying he should be working instead of idling. He retorted that her actions constituted work as well. A newly promoted team captain, a hunter, surveyed the aftermath of a dungeon raid. He mused, "A newly promoted team captain is here cleaning dungeons. Your team members must be overjoyed. And you're a hunter at that," his expression a mix of annoyance and weary resignation. Considering the task at hand. A young woman, part of his cleaning crew, voiced her concern, "Is it enough to cut up the monster like this? How do I loosen the flesh sticking to the floor?" The captain, though initially annoyed, found himself intrigued by the challenge. The young woman, with a playful smirk, offered, let me show you how." He contemplated her offer, silently questioning if additional help was needed. He then asked, "Is there anybody who wants to help me disinfect?" The young woman, along with other team members, enthusiastically volunteered, "The job won't get done unless someone helps." Their combined efforts were efficient and synchronized, a testament to their teamwork. The caption explained, "Because Operations Team 2 is of one mind and body with Cleaning Team 3. The unnamed young man, his expression one of utter defeat, declared, "I give up." The young woman with dark hair approached him, her tone inquisitive.
So, what's the matter?
There's no way you came all the way here just to help with cleaning.
He sighed, admitting, well, about that. I'm having some difficulty coming up with this month's operation plan.
He added, with a hint of exasperation,
I see. The young woman's face lit up. She eagerly asked, what is it? Tell me.
He smiled, relieved, and responded with a cheerful yes. A diagram showed that 50 dungeons needed to be cleared, requiring around 40 people. However, only 17 people were available in Team 2, leaving a shortage of about 20 people. The young woman with dark hair explained that the low-grade blue blades would not count towards the quota, causing the young man to exclaim, "That's bullshit." The young man learned that headquarters had set the lowest grade for the association, meaning that any dungeon cleared would count towards the mission, regardless of grade. The young woman explained that a Navy-grade dungeon could be cleared by 3 to 4 people, suggesting that the team members could be divided into 3 teams to clear dungeons twice a day. She added that if any team faced difficulties, they could always rely on the support team. The young man, impressed, noted that there were people who knew how to manage even without being team captains. The unnamed young man questioned the limits of a fledgling team captain's knowledge, highlighting the vast experience gap. The young woman with dark hair thanked him, expressing her continued indebtedness. She dismissed him, stating that there was still cleaning to be done, while he expressed concern about making her uncomfortable. He clarified that his discomfort stemmed from the presence of another individual, not her. The young woman with dark hair reacted with a startled gasp. The unnamed young man then inquired about the relationship between the young woman with dark hair and Miss Hyun. An unnamed young man questioned the nature of the relationship between the young woman with dark hair and another woman, stating that he had only met the dark-haired woman the previous day at the office. His words causing a visible startle in the dark-haired woman, who reacted defensively, implying that the other woman was his ex-girlfriend. Before the scene shifted to show the dark-haired woman and the young man, along with a third woman, being informed that Team Captain Kim Minju needed to attend an upcoming General Operations meeting, prompting the dark-haired woman to suggest they have a meal before the meeting, with the young man agreeing and assigning the task of making a restaurant reservation to the third woman. The third woman, accepting the task, confirmed she would make a reservation for 9 people, including the cleaning team, and specified that the reservation should be for Korean food, as the dark-haired woman departed to make the arrangements. The unnamed young man, slightly relieved at the prospect of a meal, was informed that calls could be made inside the building. However, he had something he needed to discuss privately with the young woman with dark hair. He inquired if she knew anyone on the support team. The young woman with dark hair responded that she had received a call from someone on the support team who wished to meet the young man, but found it odd that the caller requested the information be kept secret from Miss Hyun. The young man wondered what the support team member wanted. The young man pondered why someone from the support team would be looking for him, suspecting it might be related to his previous actions against the operations team. He decided to tell the young woman with dark hair that he would meet the support team member when he was free. A support team member cheerfully thanked a group of young people for their early completion of a cleaning task, promising to return the following day to assist further. The young woman with dark hair expressed excitement at the prospect of returning to help, while others voiced their agreement and praise for their team leader's capabilities. The next day dawned, marked by a sudden, powerful surge of energy in the form of a bright blue electrical discharge. The energy manifested as a swirling vortex of light, disrupting the normal flow of traffic in a nearby parking lot. Meanwhile, the unnamed young man found himself in a desolate, rubble-strewn environment, his fear palpable as he called out for help. A voice responded, indicating their proximity. A young man stumbled upon a horrifying sight, a woman with long, dark hair, crawling on the ground, her face obscured by shadows. She weakly cried out for help, her voice barely a whisper. The young man, his face etched with fear and uncertainty, questioned if he was all right. As woman's appearance shifted, revealing a terrifying visage with sharp teeth and glowing red eyes, a surge of dark energy erupted from her, engulfing the young man, leaving him completely at the mercy of the monstrous creature. Terror seized the unnamed young man as he was attacked. His scream, "Waah," echoed the sheer panic he felt. The monstrous form of the young woman with dark hair loomed over him, its attack leaving him injured and terrified. Breaking news reports detailed the incident. A boy, Mr. Kim, had been attacked by a monster in a grade school dungeon. Fortunately, his injuries were minor, and he was admitted to XX hospital for observation.
The report noted the lack of barricade at the dungeon entrance, allowing the boy to enter.
A man in a suit, reviewing the news report on his phone, pondered the implications of this easily accessible dungeon. Two women in suits and a man in a chef's uniform stood in a tense discussion. One woman, sharply dressed, exclaimed that dungeons are not supposed to be accessible to the public,
and questioned why proper barricades weren't set up.
The man, visibly agitated, retorted that it was one of the most basic safety precautions. The scene shifted to show a young man being rescued from a dungeon.
He was injured but alive, a testament to their timely arrival.
Had they arrived moments later, the consequences could have been far more dire.
The man's concern was palpable.
The man in a suit, now back in his office, demanded an explanation for the incident, his tone sharp and demanding.
He wanted to know who was responsible for this lapse in security.
A young man, his expression one of mild panic, explained, "I was planning on putting up the barricade,
but I forgot and went out to eat." A young woman with dark hair reacted sharply, exclaiming, "What are you saying?"
The young woman with brown hair offered a possible explanation, "I'm sure teacher set up that barricade dash."
"Lower your voice. You're in front of the director."
The dark-haired woman was silenced, her expression shifting to one of apprehension.
"So this is the mistake of the cleaning team?"
The young man interrupted, "No, it's not the cleaning team's fault.
It's mine."
The director, a man in a suit, leaned forward, his tone inquisitive. "So what you're saying is, you'll take full responsibility yourself?"
The man in the suit, his face a mask of barely controlled fury, demanded, "What the hell are you thinking? What benefit could there be for you in taking the blame?"
The young man with brown hair calmly responded that there was no such thing, he was only telling the truth. He would admit his error in person at the press conference scheduled for 9 a.m. the following day. The man in the suit acknowledged the press conference schedule. He warned that this was a significant accident, and disciplinary action was unavoidable.
Dismissing the others, the man in the suit ended the meeting.
The young man, the young woman with dark hair, and the young woman with brown hair left the office, the dark-haired woman visibly shaken. The young man with brown hair stood before two young women, a look of apprehension on his face.
One woman, with dark hair, questioned him, "What are you doing?"
The young woman with brown hair, her eyes wide with accusation, addressed the young man directly, "Teacher, I saw with my own eyes that you put up that barricade." The dark-haired woman, her expression a mixture of anger and disbelief, continued, "I know you're doing it to protect the cleaning team, but this is ridiculous." The young man remained silent for a moment, then another young woman, observing the scene, voiced her confusion. "Even without the barricade, how could a child enter a dungeon that easily?
How could there be a monster left alive in a dungeon that's supposed to have been cleared?"
A young man with dark hair appeared, his face pale with shock as he witnessed a horrifying scene.
A monstrous creature lay injured on the ground.
The dark-haired woman, her eyes wide with disbelief and horror, whispered, "It doesn't make sense." The young woman with dark hair voiced her suspicions, stating, "This is definitely someone's plan to screw things up." She then turned to the unnamed young man, questioning, "So why do you have to take responsibility when it's not even your fault?"
The young woman with brown hair simply observed, her expression unreadable, and muttered, "So what?" Another young woman, equally perplexed, questioned, "Ha?"
The young woman with brown hair suggested a course of action, proposing, "Let's go with what you said and say this is a setup."
The young woman with dark hair pressed further, asking the unnamed young man, "Do you have a way to quickly catch the mastermind and have them confess?"
The young woman with dark hair voiced her suspicions, stating that this was definitely someone's scheme. A Vega monster shouldn't have spawned in that dungeon in the first place, and someone had deliberately attacked it until it was nearly dead. The unnamed young man, however, dismissed the significance of these revelations,
questioning if any of it even mattered now.
Meanwhile, a system message appeared before the young woman with brown hair, revealing the unlock condition for the polymorph skill. increasing public interest in the dungeon cleaning team. The young woman with dark hair voiced her skepticism, stating, "This isn't it." The unnamed young man attempted to downplay the situation, suggesting that the barricade was removed by mistake. He continued by highlighting the unusual circumstances surrounding a child's accidental entry into a dungeon moments before its scheduled disappearance, further emphasizing the presence of a monster in a supposedly cleared dungeon. The young woman with dark hair, observing the evidence, concluded definitively, "Someone definitely planned this." The unnamed young man, his expression a mask of practiced calm, confessed, "It was my fault." His words, however, lacked genuine remorse, revealing the depth of his deception. He had conspired against both the teacher and the cleaning team. A powerful, shadowy figure emerged, his eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. His presence radiated menace. Meanwhile, a man with gray hair, seemingly a member of an association, observed the situation, concluding, "Based on the situation, the culprit should be someone inside the association." The young woman with dark hair felt a surge of frustration. "Instead of being helpful, I can only be a bystander," she lamented, her clenched fist a testament to her helplessness. A young man addressed his superior, stating that he had heard about the issue and believed something was amiss. The young woman with dark hair questioned why cleaner Kim Young-woo was taking responsibility when he hadn't done anything. Her colleagues agreed, asserting that they needed to find the true culprit. They argued that Young-woo had assisted them during the joint project, and it was only right to give him a break this time. The young woman with dark hair glared, clearly unconvinced. She then ordered a suspension of all operations, instructing Operations Team 2 to begin searching for the real culprit. The young woman with dark hair slammed her fist on the table, a sharp sound cutting through the tense silence. A declaration of unwavering resolve echoing in the room. "Even if we fail to meet our monthly quota, we'll still continue this mission," she stated firmly. "If anyone has any objections, speak up now." One team member, displaying a mix of apprehension and resignation, muttered, "No one would be surprised if our team disbands anyway, so hell to the quota." Another chimed in, "No objections here." The dark-haired woman's eyes widened slightly as she turned, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. A new arrival, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair, approached with a bright smile. "I'm pleased to finally meet you, Captain Kim Min-ju," she announced. The newcomer introduced herself as Lee A-yeon, the deputy manager of the support team. A young woman with dark hair, Miss Hyun, pondered aloud, "It's only been 3 days since I started. Why did such a big incident happen?" Her colleague reassured her, saying that she hadn't done anything wrong and to consider it bad luck. Hyun then inquired about their plan of action. The colleague explained that cleaner Kim Jun-woo would personally take responsibility the following day. Hyun expressed surprise that someone connected to the association president would make such a mistake. However, she was informed that Kim Jun-woo had volunteered to take the blame, but according to Captain Kim Min-ju, it wasn't actually his fault. The young woman with dark hair voiced her confusion, "What? So you're saying he didn't do anything wrong, but he's still taking responsibility?" Her expression hardened as she continued, "There's still someone like that inside this shitty association?" The young woman's thoughts turned to Kim Jun-woo. Kim Jun-woo, just what is he trying to do? She pondered his actions. He still possesses that kind of personality even though he's closely connected to the president? A sinister chuckle echoed in her mind as she considered the implications, that kind of person. The scene shifted to a group of men, one of whom exclaimed, as expected of the director, "It might be possible for him to drain all the stagnant, rotten scum from this association." The young woman with dark hair, her cheeks flushed, listened intently as her superior spoke, inquiring about the reason for her unexpected visit from the support team. The young woman responded that she was there to offer assistance. Her superior, suspecting her involvement in investigating the recent incident, pressed her for details on her progress. The young woman explained that they were just beginning their investigation, planning to visit the scene and secure any available CCTV footage. Her superior, however, pointed out the legal hurdles involved in accessing such footage without police permission, implying that the young woman's actions were unauthorized and potentially risky. Kim Jun-woo's associate reported that he had already reviewed the case files, noting the lack of usable CCTV footage due to the incident's location in a rundown area of town,
explaining that going there would be a waste of time given their tight schedule.
However, a young woman with dark hair proposed an alternative approach, suggesting that they could track the locations of cars parked nearby at the time of the incident, as those vehicles might have black boxes. With fiery determination, Miss Hyun, the young woman, began diligently tracking the cars' locations using the license plate numbers she had noted earlier.
And once located, she planned to access their black boxes using an official document to aid Kim Jun-woo's investigation.
The young woman with dark hair expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for helping us." However, she immediately added a condition, stating that there was a price for their assistance. The young team captain, overwhelmed, protested that she had only been in her position for 3 days and lacked the resources to offer the support team anything. The young woman with dark hair calmly countered, pointing out the captain's close relationship with Kim Jun-woo and asking about his character. The captain, taken aback, hesitantly inquired about the nature of Kim Jun-woo, prompting the dark-haired woman to explain that he was a complex figure, a freelance hunter, a spy, and even had ties to the president. Intrigued by the rumors surrounding Kim Jun-woo, the young woman with dark hair expressed her desire to discover the truth behind them. The young woman with dark hair stared blankly, a mixture of surprise and disbelief etched across her features. She expressed her astonishment at the rumors she was hearing for the first time. Her wide eyes and open mouth conveyed her shock at the unexpected information.
Another woman, with lighter hair, reacted with disbelief, exclaiming that these rumors had been circulating at headquarters for weeks. The dark-haired woman, still processing the information, was shocked to learn that some people considered Kim Jun-woo a mere cleaner.
The dark-haired woman and her colleagues expressed concern for their team captain, Kim Jun-woo, and resolved to communicate with her more frequently from now on. The young woman with dark hair stifled a laugh, her hand covering her mouth.
She was clearly amused.
Whispering to her colleagues, "She's laughing at her for not having friends."
Another added, "Our captain's so pitiful."
The young woman's expression shifted, her amusement replaced by a look of concern. She thought to herself, a cleaner taking the blame for something that wasn't his fault. A troubling thought that deepened as she continued, a team captain getting all of her members involved just to help that cleaner. The young woman's face hardened. She muttered, "There are still such people within this rotten association." A different woman, with lighter hair, smiled knowingly. She offered a proposition, "All right, I'll help you. In exchange, please let me meet Kim Jun-woo later on." Operations Team 2 was dispatched. A young woman handed a man a suit, saying, "Thank you, please wear it well." The man, now dressed in the suit, stated, "I bought something to wear to the press conference."
So-yeon asked the man, "What's the matter?" prompting him to inquire about Min Joo-uni's availability.
He explained that he was trying to reach her, but she wasn't answering his calls.
So-yeon responded, "I don't think so. Uni should be off today."
"Don't worry, team captains are usually hard to reach."
An unnamed young man, seemingly unconcerned, received a text message earlier.
The message was from Min Joo-uni, who stated she would definitely save Mr. Jun-woo, but might be late. If so, he should try to convince others regarding the press conference. Meanwhile, another young woman, seemingly concerned, questioned Mr. Jun-woo about Min Joo-uni's message, wondering if something had happened. The young man, now visibly anxious, received a call from So-yeon, who apologized and hung up immediately. His anxiety escalating, he angrily questioned Min Joo-uni's actions. He then received another call from Min Joo-uni, who simply stated she was on her way. Min Joo, on a phone call while riding in a car with several other people, urgently announced their destination, to Taejun. One of her companions questioned the choice, pointing out that Taejun was outside their jurisdiction. They explained their purpose, to search for evidence to prove Minju's innocence, mentioning the presence of cars parked in front of the dungeon on the day of the incident, which might have black boxes installed. Minju reassured them, stating that they were already en route to secure the necessary evidence and would have everything they needed by evening. Meanwhile, the unnamed young man, anxious, called someone, fretting, "I'm sure I told you to stay put, didn't I?"
A young woman with dark hair, offering support, declared, "I can't always be the one relying on teacher. I'll definitely help you with this."
The young man, still on the phone, expressed his frustration. "No, she's not going to listen with how stubborn she is." Minju Uni instructed her companions to meticulously record the location of every car, emphasizing the importance of this task, as she couldn't allow any idiot to find the evidence she was seeking. One of Minju's companions readily agreed, assuring her that he would text her the locations. Meanwhile, another companion observed the young man on the phone, commenting on his intimidating appearance.
Suddenly, the young man on the phone was violently attacked from behind,
falling to the ground with a pained cry as his attackers fled the scene.
His companions reacted with shock and alarm. The unnamed young man, wounded and bleeding, glared with fierce determination.
His face was contorted in a grimace of pain and anger.
Activating his hyper boost skill,
a surge of energy enveloped him. A blinding flash of light erupted from his body, pushing back the onlookers, the young woman with dark hair and Minju's companions, as he prepared to retaliate.
The intense energy propelled him forward,
leaving a trail of bright blue energy in his wake as he moved with incredible speed. A surge of energy enveloped the unnamed young man, a brilliant blue light emanating from his body, his eyes blazing with determination as he prepared for a counterattack.
He muttered to himself, "Let's give this a try, shall we?"
A man, seemingly from an official organization, questioned a young man lying in a hospital bed, confirming his relation to the injured child. The young man, showing no emotion, stated he had nothing to discuss with the association. Meanwhile, a woman reported that the dungeon cleaning team would release their statement the following day, emphasizing that the ongoing investigation shouldn't unfairly punish them.
A sinister figure, seemingly pleased by the situation, muttered that it was great.
The figure revealed his true nature, identifying himself as Kim Jun-woo and expressing his intention to harm the cleaning team.
The scene opens in a parking lot in Taejun. A dark-colored luxury car is parked in a designated space.
Inside the car, Kim Jun-woo, his expression one of smug anticipation, sat confidently.
He clenched his fist, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, as he watched an altercation unfold outside. A young man, his face contorted in fear and rage, screamed, "Jah! It's a zombie!" An association official approached the young man, calmly stating, "Hello, I'm from the association." The unnamed young man, still terrified and enraged from his recent zombie encounter, glared at the association official who approached him. The official, maintaining a calm and professional demeanor, politely asked for his cooperation. But the young man, suspicious and wary, retorted that he was just an ordinary citizen. Suddenly, the association official grabbed the young man, causing him to cry out in alarm and confusion. The official explained that someone from the association would compensate him for the incident, leaving the young man speechless and bewildered as Kim Jun-woo watched from his car, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The young man, enraged by the forceful handling, lunged at the association official, activating his hyper boost skill as a system message appeared on the screen. Kim Jun-woo, observing from his car, muttered to himself, "It's a suicidal blackmailer." A blinding flash of blue energy erupted from the unnamed young man, sending the association official sprawling across the parking garage floor, leaving him dazed and disoriented amidst the chaos. A nearby observer, seemingly amused, watched the scene unfold. Meanwhile, a team of association agents, led by a woman, arrived on the scene, their attention immediately drawn to a specific car. The woman, addressing the man, identified herself and her team as being from the association, requesting his cooperation. The unnamed young man, enraged by their intrusion, vehemently rejected their authority, shouting, "Association this, association that. Bullshit." His outburst was met with a sharp rebuke from the association official, who warned him about the consequences of his actions. A woman reported to her superior that another black box had been broken, expressing concern about the escalating situation. Her frustration evident as she contemplated the audacity of those responsible for the damage. Meanwhile, Kim Jun-woo observed the scene from a distance, his expression unreadable. An unnamed woman angrily confronted a man, accusing him of wanting Kim Jun-woo to take the blame. She questioned if the incident was ordered by the association. The man scoffed, remarking on the absurdity of a fired hunter still being bound by the association's orders. The woman expressed outrage at the lack of apology for her injured brother, further emphasizing her frustration. The man, growing increasingly agitated, stated he had nothing else to say to the association. As onlookers whispered about the woman's affiliation with the association and the injured young man's identity as her brother, the unnamed woman, still seething with anger, questioned whether the man had come to the association to settle the matter. He responded that there were too many ears listening and that he would return when no one was around. He then turned and left, quietly closing the door behind him. In a hospital room, a man stood over a young man lying in a hospital bed. The man muttered about the association being disgusting. The young man, Kim Jun-woo's brother, weakly pleaded with him to stop. Jun-woo's brother complained about the monotony of his hospital stay and the daily injections, prompting his brother to angrily demand to know what he was talking about. He reminded him of his promise to help get revenge, stating that everything would be over tomorrow. Kim Jun-woo's brother winced in pain as his brother worked on him, muttering, "Hyun, that hurts." Kim Jun-woo, despite his brother's pleas, continued his work, stating, I was thinking of letting things slide. But then he added, and yet, here we are, I guess? Kim Jun-woo suddenly appeared before two men, startling them. One of them exclaimed, Kim Jun-woo? Observing the scene, one of the men deduced, I see, all the pieces fit together now. A kid couldn't have moved that heavy barricade by himself. He continued, and relocating a monster on the verge of death, that would have been an easy feat for a former hunter. Kim Jun-woo's brother, still weak and in pain, watched as his brother, Kim Jun-woo, was confronted by a man in a suit. The man commented on Jun-woo's character. And Jun-woo's brother reflected on the fact that the person who wants to get back at him is the person who saved him. Kim Jun-woo, consumed by anger, lashed out at the man, blaming him for his current situation. It's all your fault, you fucker. The man responded, explaining the hardship he faced as a single parent who lost his job because of Jun-woo's actions. He emphasized the unfairness of the situation. Jun-woo, unmoved, continued his aggressive stance, pointing out that the man started the fight. But you pick a fight first. And the scene ended with another slap from Jun-woo, leaving the man reeling. Jun-woo, a dark expression on his face, addressed the man before him. But, I'll forgive you. He then grabbed the man by the shoulder, his grip firm, leaving the man speechless and clearly surprised by Jun-woo's sudden change in demeanor. Meanwhile, Jun-woo's brother observed the scene, a thought bubble appearing above his head. There's no need to raise a ruckus since the skill will be unlocked tomorrow. He reflected further, another thought bubble appearing, in some twisted way, I can thank this guy for unlocking the skill. Jun-woo, still holding the man, addressed him again. Then, I'll be on my way. Just stay like this and don't do anything until tomorrow. Jun-woo, his back turned, offered a piece of unexpected advice, and also, don't hold a grudge against others, it never ends well. He continued, his words carrying a weight of experience, you should treat your little brother better, too. The brother, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, reacted with surprise. Hyung, did you hear that? He said he forgives you. The next day dawned, bringing with it a new chapter. A press conference was scheduled at the Seoul headquarters of the Supernatural Management and Dimension Association. The official statement was to be given by cleaner Kim Jun-woo from Cleaning Team 3. Standing before the assembled press, Jun-woo formally introduced himself, I am cleaner Kim Jun-woo from the Dungeon Cleaning Team 3. Kim Jun-woo began his press conference with a formal apology, stating, First, I would like to apologize to the student who was injured in the unfortunate event yesterday. He continued, taking full responsibility for the incident by acknowledging his mistakes, not putting the barricade at the entrance, and leaving the dungeon unattended at that time are both mistakes on my part. Jun-woo's calm demeanor and forthright acceptance of blame surprised the onlookers. He concluded, as such, I am taking full responsibility for the incident.
Meanwhile, Junwoo's brother observed the press conference from a distance, a smirk playing on his lips as he thought, I won. There's no way the newbie team captain and her little hunters can stop me now.
However, Junwoo's internal monologue revealed a different perspective. No, this incident is my fault.
The unexpected turn of events left the audience stunned, their expressions reflecting their shock and disbelief. Park Geun-tae, captain of the cleaning team 3, arrived at Kim Junwoo's press conference, questioning his presence. He explained that he had heard from Son Hyun that Junwoo would be making an official statement. Junwoo, having already finished his statement, dismissed Park curtly. But Park insisted on helping, reminding Junwoo of the support he'd received from his team.
Park's concern stemmed from his understanding of team responsibility, as long as Junwoo was part of his team. All of Junwoo's mistakes would fall under his captain's responsibility. A discussion unfolds regarding responsibility for an incident. One person observes that there is no one in the team who is without fault, and questions whether the senior members are also at fault for not adequately guiding their junior. Two individuals, Moon Soyeon and Han Sang-hyuk, identify themselves as members of the cleaning team 3, unexpectedly appearing at what seems to be a press conference. A senior member, taking responsibility for Kim Junwoo, states that the blame should fall on him, and explains that it was his mistake for not giving more attention to a junior who was a bit reckless. Kim Junwoo, frustrated, questions why others always seem to interfere with his plans, expressing his feelings of being hindered. At a press conference, a reporter questioned whether the recent incident was the responsibility of the entire cleaning team. Moon Soyeon and Han Sang-hyuk, members of cleaning team 3, immediately interjected. Soyeon insisted it was her fault, taking full responsibility as the senior member, while Han, also from team 3, declared that the team leader was to blame. The chaotic scene unfolded live online, with viewers commenting on the absurdity of the situation. The team leader, visibly frustrated by the conflicting statements, shouted for everyone to be quiet. He attempted to regain control of the press conference, silencing his team members with a forceful gesture. Kim Junwoo, frustrated by the unfolding press conference, angrily demanded that the reporters attribute the blame solely to him. Meanwhile, a voice countered, asserting that the others involved were not at fault. Kim Min-ju, the captain of Operations Team 2, stepped forward, introducing herself and stating that the child injured in the incident had something to say. Whispers circulated among the reporters, noting her status as the youngest person ever promoted to Operations Team Captain. The young boy, the child involved in the incident, explained that he had moved the barricade himself and entered the restricted area. He concluded by taking full responsibility for his actions and apologizing profusely. Kim Junwoo, frustrated and attempting to deflect blame, insisted to the assembled group that the cleaning team had nothing to do with the incident. Kim Min-ju, remaining calm and assertive, observed that the barricade was put up as it always had been. Meanwhile, another individual questioned who would believe Junwoo's claim that he acted alone, adding that children are terrible liars. It was revealed that Junwoo had repeatedly emphasized that he acted alone to cover for his older brother. Overcome with emotion, Junwoo's brother tearfully declared that despite his flaws, Junwoo was a good kid. He lamented his older brother's obsessive pursuit of revenge, questioning why he would sacrifice even his younger brother for it. Kim Junwoo, his face grim, declared, "I will turn myself in." He walked away, his back to the viewer, followed by an unnamed woman. The scene suggests a formal setting, possibly a police station or courthouse. Meanwhile, his younger brother watched him go, a look of worry etched on his face. He whispered, "Hyung." The younger brother's concern deepened as he voiced his fears. "Hyung, does this mean we can't see father anymore?" Kim Junwoo's brother, attempting to comfort him, reassured him, "Don't worry. I'll do my best as your Hyung to fill father's place as well." "You trust your Hyung, don't you?" Kim Junwoo's younger brother anxiously awaited his brother's arrival, his hands clasped tightly over his mouth, surrounded by a group of stern-looking officials. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and a desperate cry pierced the tense silence. "Hyung." Kim Junwoo's brother, overwhelmed with emotion, questioned his brother. "Hyung, are you going to jail?" Kim Jun-woo, resolute in his decision, responded, I gotta receive punishment if I did something wrong.
His brother, still distraught, exclaimed, You're going to jail because of me, right? Kim Jun-woo, placing a comforting hand on his brother's head, reassured him, No, you punk. You have to live well even if you're by yourself.
I'll be back before you know it.
Kim Jun-woo offered his brother some parting advice, even if Hyung is gone, don't be a picky eater.
Always get along with your friends. He continued, his voice softening, make sure you stay healthy, okay?
Kim Jun-woo's brother, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, simply replied, okay. A genuine smile spread across his face, tears streaming down his cheeks as he embraced his brother's words of comfort.
He then expressed his own concern, Hyung, you have to be careful too, okay?
A system message appeared, announcing that Kim Jun-woo had failed to meet the unlock condition for polymorph. The condition required increasing public interest in the dungeon cleaning team. Kim Jun-woo's brother, overcome with guilt, insisted that it was his fault, taking full responsibility for the failure. Kim Jun-woo's brother, carrying an unconscious woman, sprinted through a grand hall, activating a hyper-boost ability. His movements blurred as he evaded unseen threats, his resolve hardening with each step.
He channeled his inner strength, unleashing a hellfire attack.
The intense energy surging through him, his eyes glowing with determination as he pushed his limits with an over-immersion technique. The final condition for the polymorph ability was met, public interest in the dungeon cleaning team had increased sufficiently, resulting in the unlock. Kim Jun-woo's brother, leaning against an elevator wall, reflected on his earlier failure, admitting to himself, I thought I would fail when my team members began making a scene during my broadcast. Kim Jun-woo's brother delivered an official statement, watched by 575 people. But the chaos surrounding the event attracted far more attention. Even though there wasn't much interest in the incident itself, the viewership quickly climbed to 5,251. With viewers commenting on the unnamed woman's appearance, noting her beauty and expressing interest in joining her cleaning team, the viewership continued to rise, reaching 4,002.
As more comments poured in, expressing excitement and curiosity about the woman, the number of viewers continued to increase, reaching 35,411.
Kim Jun-woo's brother reflected on the unfairness of the situation, noting that the woman had attracted significant interest in the cleaning team after only one live broadcast.
Kim Jun-woo, reflecting on recent events, muttered to himself, well, I guess I gotta thank Soyeon for getting this skill unlocked? Kim Min-ju, irritated, confronted Kim Jun-woo, asking, Hey, Kim Min-ju, why'd you call me over when I'm so damn busy?
Kim Min-ju, smiling mischievously, reminded him of a previous conversation about someone wanting to meet him.
And introduced Deputy Manager Lee A-young from the support team.
Deputy Manager Lee A-yang, extending her hand, formally introduced herself, stating, It's a pleasure to meet you. Kim Jun-woo, visibly startled, could only stammer, Kim Jun-woo's eyes narrowed, a look of surprise and confusion etched on his face. As he saw the name Manager Lee flash across the screen, a name that stirred a mix of recognition and disbelief within him.
Deputy Manager Lee A-yang extended her hand, a polite smile playing on her lips, Won't you accept my handshake? My hand's getting tired. Jun-woo's internal monologue questioned the identity of the woman before him. Is this really the Lee A-yang I know? Comparing the one who worked as my assistant to the one working as a deputy manager. He found it hard to reconcile the two images, concluding, It's hard to believe they're the same person. Kim Jun-woo's thoughts were a whirlwind of suspicion.
He internally mused, This woman is a witness to my death and, at the same time, she's also a suspect. He remained cautious, reminding himself, for now, there's nothing wrong with being careful.
Deputy Manager Lee A-yang initiated the conversation, stating, Cleaner Kim Jun-woo, I've heard a lot about you. Your official statement at that press conference was also quite memorable. She offered a handshake, which Jun-woo accepted. She continued, Yeah, a commotion like that would be. Lee A-yang's expression was subtly amused as she observed Jun-woo. She remarked, It seems you aren't as charismatic as I've heard. Jun-woo's skepticism deepened. He retorted, Do I need to be? Deputy Manager Lee A-yang chuckled, Yes, you would, for the discussion we're about to have. She continued, stating that she would get straight to the point. And then asked Kim Jun-woo, how far do you want to go? Kim Jun-woo, confused, responded with a simple, what? Lee Ae-young clarified, explaining that she meant how far he planned to climb in the company, from team captain to management director, or even higher. Kim Jun-woo, still bewildered, stated that he had no idea what she was talking about. Lee Ae-young revealed that she was offering her assistance if he planned to climb higher, using the example of removing Song Min-cheol from his seat as director. And she ended with a knowing smile. Deputy manager Lee Ae-yang expressed her dissatisfaction with the current state of the company, stating that she wanted to see the headquarters turned upside down. She then revealed to Kim Jun-woo that the cleaning team couldn't even access the cafeteria without him present. Lee Ae-young continued, explaining that both the cleaning and support teams had always been treated poorly within the company. But that one day, a cleaner appeared and began to challenge the established hierarchy, disregarding rank. Lee Ae-young then questioned Kim Jun-woo's curiosity and whether he would be able to hold back if he were in the cleaner's position. The image shows Kim Jun-woo looking thoughtful as he considers the implications of this scenario, while Lee Ae-young watches him with a knowing smile. Kim Jun-woo, understanding her implication, realized that the support team would help him if he became the director. Deputy manager Lee Ae-yang, her expression carefully neutral, explained to Kim Jun-woo, well, I'm not saying that's exactly how it's going to be. But if you're going to do something, you might as well go as far as you can. Jun-woo, however, remained unconvinced, his internal thought echoing, that sounds exactly the same. Lee Ae-yang simply replied, I guess, if that's how you understood it. The scene shifted to a meeting room where Jun-woo, a woman with dark hair, and Lee Ae-yang sat together. Lee Ae-young continued her subtle manipulation, stating, I don't know what your future plans are, but do you think it's enough to just have a cleaning team and a fledgling operations team? Lee Ae-yang leaned back, a knowing smirk playing on her lips, leaving Jun-woo to contemplate her words. Kim Jun-woo, contemplative, questioned the deputy manager Lee Ae-young's suggestion that joining forces with the support team would be reassuring. Lee Ae-young apologized for intruding but pointed out that as deputy manager, she alone could decide on this matter. And confirmed she possessed the authority to do so, mentioning her extensive connections within the support team. Jun-woo then inquired about the support team's capabilities. Learning that they could provide manufactured weapons, focused support, and more. Lee Ae-young added that these resources would be more effective in persuading the operations team than the cleaning team. Executive Director Lee Do-shik's image is presented, accompanied by text stating he is one of the few high-ranking executives who understands the organization's inner workings. And that Lee Ae-yang's rise to department manager was also noteworthy, further highlighting the strong connection between the two within the association. Lee Ae-yang is shown looking pensive, seemingly reflecting on past events. Text appears, stating that their powerful connection, unfortunately, did not last long. The narration reveals that 5 years into the future, Lee Do-shik will be dismissed from his position as executive director. During the restructuring of the Seoul headquarters, Lee Do-shik found himself on the wrong side of the higher-ups. Following this, Lee Ae-young's influence within the support team diminished until she became his personal assistant. It was likely the change in her position that altered her personality, making her seem robotic. Lee Do-shik pondered. Is her current position as executive director actually part of Lee Do-shik's plan? He considered the risks. If he cooperates with her, and Lee Do-shik gets fired, both the cleaning team and operations team too might disappear without a trace. The cleaning team celebrated their potential success. Lee Do-shik's expression shifted as Lee Ae-young, the executive director, revealed her involvement. She stated that she was simply instructing him to continue his current actions. Do-shik's apprehension was evident. Lee Ae-young's insistence on maintaining her current course of action, despite Do-shik's reservations, was clear. She reiterated her lack of need for assistance, leaving Do-shik questioning her confidence and motives. Do-shik internally grappled with his suspicions about Lee Ae-young's potential role in his past life's death, concluding that while he suspected her involvement, he couldn't fully trust her.
He then dismissed both his suspicions and his trust as incorrect. Lia Yang reflected on her ambitious goals, stating that she had never before entertained such grandiose objectives, such as turning the headquarters upside down or climbing high on the rank ladder. She then declared that she would get going, as she still had some cleaning to do.
A close-up on Lia Yang's face revealed a look of intense determination, bordering on desperation.
Elsewhere, a group of workers greeted Mr. Junwoo, urging him to hurry. One worker mentioned that Han Sang-hyuk was not yet present.
Co-workers of Han Sang-hyuk discussed his absence from work, speculating about his health. One co-worker suggested that he might be sick.
But another clarified that Sang-hyuk's older sister, an international hunter, had returned to Korea after a long time, prompting his visit to meet her.
A co-worker shared that Sang-hyuk's sister's visit was for a job, although the specifics remained unknown.
Another co-worker revealed that Sang-hyuk's only family member is his sister, and that he had been given a few days off to see her.
One of the co-workers expressed annoyance at the situation.
Despite Sang-hyuk's absence, the remaining team members prepared to continue their work, acknowledging the shortage of personnel but remaining determined to complete their task. They resolved to work diligently to compensate for his absence. One co-worker inquired about the location of a crucial solution. Lia Yang, her eyes wide with urgency, informed Junwoo, "It's beside Soyeon." Junwoo, seemingly concerned, addressed his team, asking Soyeon and Sang-hyuk if they had packed everything.
He then added, "Wait, I'll bring it over there." A sudden interruption occurred as a stranger appeared, startling Junwoo and his team. The stranger exclaimed, "What the dash? Who the hell are you?" Lia Yang, surprised by the unexpected presence, muttered to herself, "I didn't even notice because there's usually 4 of us." The stranger, Gu Sangchan, introduced himself as a reporter from Central News Daily, explaining that he was covering Cleaning Team 3. He laughed, saying, "Ha ha ha, hello."
Junwoo questioned the lack of prior notification about the reporter's presence, expressing confusion.
Gu Sangchan responded, "Huh? You weren't notified? I thought you were already aware since headquarters gave me the okay."
Gu Sangchan, a reporter, explained his presence to Lia Yang, Junwoo, and Soyeon. He stated that due to their recent press conference, there was significant public curiosity about the dungeon cleaning team, especially regarding Soyeon, and that many stories were circulating about the team's activities. Sangchan continued, noting that while there were many stories, most people didn't understand the team's actual work. Junwoo appeared apprehensive, sensing that he was being subtly advised against cooperating with the reporter.
Soyeon, however, saw an opportunity.
She believed that increased public awareness could lead to more recruits for the team. Despite Soyeon's optimism, Junwoo remained concerned that the public's perception of their work might worsen if the details of their job were revealed. Mr. Junwoo agreed with his captain's assessment, but then paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "Wait," he said. He posed a question, his tone curious, "By any chance, does publishing an article about this job also increase the number of applicants for that job?" Soyeon responded, "There are times when it will temporarily raise the number. But it's often not really a good thing. It's usually because people look down on the job and say, 'Even I can do something like that.'" Mr. Junwoo nodded, a determined look on his face. "I'll do my best in writing, so something like that won't happen." Soyeon confidently declared, "For real? Then please leave it to me. I'll write the article in a way that'll make even grade school students want to clean." Mr. Junwoo and Seo Min-cheol shared a knowing, mischievous grin. As a system notification appeared, revealing the unlock condition for the Hyper-Bleed ability, acquiring one new member for the dungeon cleaning team. Mr. Junwoo, expressing his apprehension, questioned the director's decision to allow a reporter to cover the cleaning team, highlighting the potential negative impact on morale. He pointed out that a positive article could boost morale. The director confidently reassured him, "Don't worry. That's not gonna happen." Lia Yang, witnessing the grim reality of their work entering a gas-filled dungeon to cut up monster carcasses and getting covered in blood, considered the reporter's task of writing a positive article about their job
Seo Min-cheol chuckled, finding humor in Mr. Junwoo's surprise at the reporter's assignment.
He commented that it was expected of the director, highlighting his oversight in not seeing the bigger picture, and added that this was a good opportunity for the cleaning team to learn their place.
Mr. Junwoo, still confused, questioned what the matter was.
He then realized that he hadn't informed the cleaning team about the reporter's visit. Junwoo, a member of the dungeon cleaning team, complained about the never-ending nature of his work, while another cleaner questioned how long he had been working there.
He was surprised to learn that Junwoo was a relative newcomer,
and even more surprised to learn that Soyeon was the most senior member of the team. Seo Min-cheol found this amusing. Junwoo, irritated by the noise, revealed that he was only enduring the work to unlock a new skill, hoping that a positive article about the dungeon cleaning team might attract more applicants. A monstrous figure loomed over a group of people, causing them to flee in terror. One man, however, stood his ground, a determined glint in his eyes.
He swiftly dispatched the creature with a single, precise strike. His colleagues, initially frightened, now expressed amusement and curiosity at the scene. The man, clearly enjoying the moment, revealed his excitement at the prospect of dismembering the monster.
He offered one of his colleagues the opportunity to participate in the gruesome task, but the colleague declined. The scene then shifted to a humorous image of a teddy bear lying lifelessly amidst other teddy bears, suggesting a playful contrast to the previous scene. The panel shows a cute doll, its stuffing scattered around it, suggesting a recent violent encounter.
The remains of the doll are shown, emphasizing the intensity of the attack.
Mr. Sangchan's face is shown, his expression one of shock and concern.
Soyeon rushes to Mr. Sangchan's aid, worried about his well-being. She asks if he is all right.
Another character observes the scene, warning Mr. Sangchan to be careful, highlighting the inherent dangers of the dungeon. The warning is underscored by the image of a character with a sinister smile, emphasizing the lurking threats within the dungeon. Lee Ae-young and Mr. Junwoo stared in shock at the injured Mr. Sangchan, his body bearing the marks of a brutal encounter, their expressions reflecting their alarm and concern for his well-being.
"Mr. Sangchan?"
Soyeon exclaimed, her voice laced with worry. Meanwhile, Mr. Sangchan, despite his injuries, let out a sinister chuckle, "Foo-foo." His eyes held a glint of determination as he silently vowed, "I'm going to shatter the entire impression they had of me." A conversation unfolded, revealing the demanding nature of Mr. Sangchan's work.
"So, you don't have enough people, but you still have to finish cleaning within 2 hours?" one person asked.
A man, pen in hand, looked over his notes with a concerned expression.
He questioned the group, "You guys haven't been able to access the cafeteria until just recently, either. And despite all that, you think it's still worth doing what you do, is that right?"
Junwoo, visibly frustrated, urged his colleagues, "Hurry up and think.
Can't let it wrap up here like this." One of the workers sighed, "What's good about being a dungeon cleaner?" Another worker, addressing Junwoo, said, "Come to think of it, Junwoo, did you check it?" Junwoo, confused, responded, "Check what? What do you mean?" "It's your first payday." Mr. Junwoo, reviewing his first paycheck on his phone, smirked. Even if the job was difficult, he mused, the substantial amount of money offered would always attract people. The screen displayed his earnings: 25 working days, 300 total working hours, an average of 12 hours per day, plus a bonus from a joint project, totaling 3,563,240 KRW, which is approximately $25,000. He was stunned. "I worked 300 hours a month for a measly 3.5 million won, he thought, incredulous. "And that's with a bonus already included?" He compared it to his previous earnings as a hunter. There was a 100-fold difference. He noticed a small error, it was missing a zero. "We got a lot for this month," one of his colleagues exclaimed. Another colleague agreed, "Right? We're pretty rich since there's a bonus on top." Mr. Junwoo's colleagues seemed pleased with their pay. Mr. Junwoo, however, stared at his phone, a look of disbelief and perhaps slight horror on his face.
His colleague, noticing his reaction, gasped, "Irk." Mr. Junwoo's face reflected his inner turmoil as he stared at his paycheck. His expression conveyed a sentiment that with such a meager salary, he would rather die than continue this grueling work. He contemplated the implications of an article he'd read, which stated that even those unemployed for years wouldn't consider this job. A sudden realization dawned on him as he overheard his colleague's conversation: they were paid twice a month. His initial shock gave way to confusion as he questioned the discrepancy, uttering a surprised pardon and a bewildered "what?" He finally understood the situation, exclaiming "Ah, I see," as he realized the true nature of his compensation. His colleagues reacted with disbelief and amusement as they discussed the surprisingly high monthly salary of approximately 7 million won. Mr. Junwoo stared at his paycheck, his eyes widening in disbelief as he processed the unexpectedly high amount. "Wow, that's great. It's more than what you can get at most big companies," he thought, a mixture of shock and confusion washing over him. His colleagues, observing his reaction, exchanged worried glances. One of them spoke, his voice laced with apprehension: "If it's like that, the job will attract people's interest even though it's a little hard." Another colleague added, his tone urgent: "If your lie gets caught after the article comes out, we'll never have the chance at getting new recruits." Mr. Junwoo, feeling the pressure mounting, stammered, "Hurry up and say you were just joking." But his resolve hardened. He stood tall, his voice firm and unwavering as he declared, "I am not joking. And I am not lying." The scene shifted to a different location, showing Mr. Junwoo's superior, who was observing the situation from afar. He muttered to himself, "I'm keeping my hands clean of this cleaning team from now on." One of Mr. Junwoo's colleagues questioned why he would go to such lengths for the cleaning team, given their seemingly insignificant contributions. Another colleague responded that it was best to avoid Mr. Junwoo, referring to him as a madman and expressing a desire to avoid any further encounters. Meanwhile, a superior sat at his desk, arms crossed, appearing displeased and apprehensive. Mr. Junwoo, undeterred, burst into the office, announcing his arrival, causing his superior to exclaim in surprise and frustration. Mr. Junwoo then calmly requested to discuss his salary. Mr. Junwoo's superior informed him of a small salary increase, but pointed out that his probationary period was not yet over. Junwoo, however, boldly demanded a salary increase to double his current pay. The superior's expression shifted to one of clear displeasure. His superior questioned Junwoo's request, asking for a justification for the salary increase. Junwoo explained that while the current salary wasn't bad, it didn't reflect the difficulty of his work. He further insisted that the entire team's salary should be doubled. A fiery title card blazes across the page: "Endure." Mr. Junwoo, his face contorted in a mixture of anger and determination, confronts his superior. He questions the motives behind the director's actions, pointing out the audacity of his salary demands, even for a large corporation. Meanwhile, Soyeon observes Seo Min-cheol, noting his surprisingly good personality. The director, overwhelmed by the situation, explains that the decision on salary increases is beyond his authority, and that it rests with the board of directors. He feels pressured and suspects Junwoo is trying to make him look incompetent. Seo Min-cheol reviewed the unlock conditions for two skills, Hyperbleed and Timeout. He realized he had prematurely attempted to unlock them. He had hoped to unlock both simultaneously but acknowledged his haste. The executive director, an imposing figure, confronted Seo Min-cheol, calling him out by name. He accused Min-cheol of blatantly favoring Team 1 in the distribution of operations. Min-cheol's expression suggested he was also aware of this bias. Seo Min-cheol, seemingly unconcerned by the director's accusations, declared that he was about to leave, making the matter inconsequential. The director, however, scoffed, highlighting Min-cheol's impertinence in not even acknowledging his superior. He paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he seemed to reconsider his departure. Suddenly, the director, beaming, pulled out his phone and took a selfie with Min-cheol, revealing himself to be a fan. He laughed, expressing his surprise at the unexpected encounter and his admiration for Min-cheol's work ethic. The director then compared Min Cheol's cleanliness to that of Kim Jun-woo from Cleaning Team 3, further emphasizing his appreciation. Finally, the director mused aloud about the intensity of his daughter's fandom for idols, drawing a parallel to his own enthusiasm for Min Cheol. The executive director, Lee Do-shik, despite his waning power, remains one of the most influential figures in the association.
Meanwhile, Lee A-yang's unexpected fandom for idols is revealed, as seen in the picture of her with a fan sign.
The executive director questions Seo Min Cheol's actions, suggesting that his popularity is due to his work for the cleaning team and his role in ousting Lim Dongbin. The director continues to question Seo Min Cheol, highlighting rumors about his strategic maneuvering within the headquarters
and his influence over the entire organization.
Finally, the director asks Seo Min Cheol about his reasons for visiting him. The director, a jovial man with a full beard, chuckled, "The rumors of corruption are right in front of you, so why are you asking me?" He continued, "Of course, I also know about the cleaning team having ridiculously low salaries." Seo Min Cheol, looking concerned, asked if the director would help him out if he asked.
The director responded that he couldn't guarantee it, as such decisions couldn't be made alone, requiring board of directors' approval. A caption noted that various risks were involved in making proposals to the board of directors.
Min Cheol, impressed, complimented the director's sharp intuition. The director then explained that the current payment was for the month's operations teams. He revealed that the dungeon information provided to the control team by Operations Team 1 was already over 100 pages long. The director addressed Seo Min Cheol, stating that a cleaner's or hunter's status was inconsequential, and challenged him to demonstrate his worth to justify a salary increase. The director proposed a challenge: Seo Min Cheol, working with Operations Team 2, must outperform Team 1 in terms of performance results at least once. The director pointed out that Seo Min Cheol had previously led a joint project successfully, implying that this new challenge was achievable. Success would allow the director to leverage Seo Min Cheol's achievement to push for a salary increase for the entire cleaning team. The director concluded by urging Seo Min Cheol to prove his capabilities. Seo Min Cheol, a member of the cleaning crew, felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach. A few days had passed since the director's challenge, and now, he found himself gathered with his team and other cleaning staff. The air was thick with anticipation. The team members exchanged nervous glances, their faces etched with worry and uncertainty. One of the cleaners nervously asked their supervisor why they had been called together. The supervisor explained that it was payment season for the operations teams, and that this time, Operations Team 2 would be working alongside the cleaning teams. Min Cheol's eyes hardened with determination. He declared that his team would aim for the number 1 spot. A group of operatives, assembled in a room, questioned their teacher about the reason for their gathering.
One of them, a young woman, voiced their collective curiosity.
Their teacher explained that it was the payment season for the operations teams.
He then inquired about their progress.
One operative reported that they were struggling to meet their quota, mentioning that Seo Min Cheol's team was performing exceptionally well, having secured Team 1 and 3 freelance hunters. Their teacher, unsatisfied, urged them to improve their performance this time, promising his support and revealing a plan.
Another operative, cautiously optimistic, suggested that the teacher's plan was worth considering.
Lee A-yang, surrounded by a team of cleaners, was presented with a proposition: by joining the shabby team, she could escape her current predicament. Mr. Jun-woo, his expression serious, questioned her resolve, asking if she was willing to accept the offer.
A-yang, considering the proposal, pondered the implications. If this was the only way out, she was ready to proceed. A-yang's resolve strengthened as she learned that Kim Jun-woo would be assisting them. How could she refuse such an opportunity? The cleaning team, unified in their decision, declared their commitment to the plan without question. It was explained that this wasn't just a simple cleaning job, it was the preparation phase for a lucrative dungeon clearing season, and they would be the ones clearing the dungeons systematically. Lee A-yang, her eyes wide with determination, explained that the operation required seamless coordination between the infiltration team and the cleaning crew, emphasizing that it was a joint operation involving both teams. Mr. Junwoo, slightly flustered, revealed that there was another team involved in the operation.
A fact that seemed to surprise Soyeon, who expressed her annoyance at being called in only when needed. Soyeon continued, emphasizing her hurt feelings and pointing out that if it were anyone else, they wouldn't have even spared her a second glance. Mr. Junwoo, looking sheepish, acknowledged her point, and Soyeon, with a dark expression, warned him that she holds grudges.
Mr. Junwoo explained that neither the operations team nor the cleaning team could succeed alone, necessitating the involvement of Lee Ae-young's team.
He swallowed his pride and sought her assistance. Lee Ae-young, though initially hesitant, agreed to help, inquiring about the specifics of the request. Mr. Junwoo explained that delays in other cleaning teams' work would create an opportunity for their team to advance in dungeon clearing. He outlined a plan involving the support team providing high-grade weapons and consumables to hunters every 2 days. This strategy, he emphasized, would be their chance to rise. Lee Ae-young, prepared to assist, listened intently as Mr. Junwoo explained his plan. He proposed establishing a chain of command to better manage the team's movements and requested plasma cutters and drones for the cleaning team. Others questioned the necessity of so many resources. Mr. Junwoo countered that securing a stable rating wouldn't be easy,
and that his actions were not merely to obtain an insignificant rank.
He expressed his disdain for the nepotism baby team captain and another team member he deemed incompetent. His frustration was palpable as he declared his intention to win, regardless of the perceived incompetence of others. The other team members looked on, apprehensive.
Mr. Junwoo, unwavering in his resolve, reiterated that their goal was to secure first place.
He emphasized their aim to achieve first place.
Lee Ae-young expressed concern, stating that even with cooperation, the varying amounts of intel held by different teams would create a significant disparity in preparedness for the upcoming dungeon. Junwoo reassured her, stating there was no need to worry. Ae-young questioned Junwoo's confidence, highlighting the uncertainty surrounding dungeon appearances.
Junwoo confidently asserted that his sense for these events was quite accurate, predicting an imminent dungeon opening. Ae-young reacted with skepticism to Junwoo's claim of having a sense for dungeon openings, while Junwoo's team members reacted with surprise at his sudden appearance in the meeting room. Lee Ae-young, still skeptical of Junwoo's earlier prediction, voiced her doubt. Does the cleaning team usually take the reins when it comes to joint operations of this scale?
The other cleaning crew members echoed her uncertainty, murmuring amongst themselves, probably not.
Suddenly, a jarring sound erupted, causing everyone to jump.
Junwoo calmly identified the source. What was that sound? The dungeon I spoke about just now. With a confident smirk, Junwoo declared, "All right, everyone. Let's go clear some dungeons."
One of the crew members, clearly apprehensive, warned his colleagues, "If there's anyone thinking of participating just for the hell of it, you can leave now."
Meanwhile, another crew member quickly issued orders. "Support team, quickly prepare the equipment, please." The scene opens with a nighttime cityscape, tall buildings illuminated against the dark sky. Inside, a tense meeting unfolds.
A woman directs the camera crew, emphasizing the need to maximize camera coverage and prevent overlapping routes. She inquires about the preparations for the dungeon raid, specifically regarding the status of weapons and equipment production. A subordinate reports a shortage of raw materials, explaining that the department responsible is withholding supplies. The woman, exasperated, orders that if necessary, the material should be taken by force.
A young woman, visibly distressed, confirms her understanding of the order.
Lee Ae-young, alongside a colleague, overheard a conversation about the careless handling of materials, expressing her frustration. While another individual, unseen, plotted to use the current situation to his advantage, aiming to ruin both Seo Min-cheol and Lee Soo-yeon.
A powerful explosion rocked the area,
revealing a massive, skeletal creature, its mouth aglow with a menacing energy, summoning an army of lesser skeletons.
Lee Ae-young, facing the horde, prepared for battle, engaging the skeletal army with swift, precise strikes. Lee Ae-young, engaged in fierce combat, unleashed a wave of energy, shattering numerous skeletons. Her blade a blur as she cut through the horde of undead, the air filled with the clash of steel and bone.
Mr. Junwoo observed the scene, muttering to himself, "TSK, of all things, it has to be giant iron skeletons." Soyeon, analyzing the situation, informed the group, "They're as tanky as the giant rock ogre you fought last time, so fight with a one-shot KO skill."
Seo Min-cheol pointed out the skeleton's weakness. The monster's weakness is at the spinal joints at the back of its neck. It should be easier if you concentrate your attacks in those places.
Mr. Sang-chan, taking charge, declared, "I'll take care of the big one, so attack the rest by yourselves." Mr. Sang-chan, taking charge, shouted instructions to his team, "Listen, everyone.
Attack using the formation we've practiced."
Lee Ae-yang, positioned at the forefront, prepared to engage the horde of giant iron skeletons.
She moved with practiced precision, her blade flashing as she cut through multiple skeletons with swift, deadly strikes.
The battle raged, a whirlwind of steel and bone as Lee Ae-yang fought with unmatched skill and ferocity. Suddenly, overwhelmed by the sheer number of skeletons, Mr. Sang-chan found himself struggling. He cried out, "Captain," as he was thrown back by the force of the attack. Lee Ae-yang, engaged in a fierce battle against a multitude of giant iron skeletons, skillfully evaded a sweeping blow, continuing her relentless assault. Meanwhile, Mr. Junwoo observed the battle, while Soyeon provided tactical advice and Seo Min-cheol analyzed the skeleton's weaknesses. Mr. Sang-chan, leading the charge, found himself overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies. One skeleton lunged, forcing him to use his sword to defend himself.
But the relentless onslaught continued. Ae-yang, seizing an opportunity, unleashed a powerful attack, stunning one of the larger skeletons with a precise strike.
"I've stunned it," she exclaimed. Meanwhile, Mr. Sang-chan and Mr. Junwoo activated the Light of Alisano's skill, a powerful buff that bolstered their abilities.
"The buff is activated," one of them shouted. Lee Ae-yang, seizing a fleeting opportunity, launched herself forward,
her sword a blur as she channeled her energy into a precise strike.
Skill activation, the impact sent a shockwave through the battlefield. Ae-yang's attack stunned the large iron skeleton, momentarily incapacitating the monstrous foe.
The skeleton roared in pain and frustration, its movements momentarily hampered. The title card proclaimed, "True Unsheathing Dance."
Mr. Junwoo, observing the battle, questioned, "Kim Min-ju, that punk, when did she grow that much?" Lee Ae-yang's attack connected, a brilliant flash of light erupting as she executed a powerful strike, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air, shattering a portion of the iron skeleton's arm. Mr. Junwoo, slightly surprised, uttered a single word, "Hmm?"
Mr. Junwoo stood amidst the aftermath of Lee Ae-yang's attack, the broken remnants of a large iron skeleton scattered around him. His gaze falling upon Lee Ae-yang's discarded sword, the intensity of her strike had clearly startled him.
"That scared me," he thought, a shiver running down his spine.
The panel shows the discarded sword lying on the ground, the scene still filled with the lingering energy of the recent battle.
Lee Ae-yang's foot came down heavily, activating a skill.
A system message appeared, "Overimmersion significantly increases the effectiveness of a skill activated by the caster during combat." The skill's activation was accompanied by a surge of purple energy.
Multiple spectral swords materialized around Lee Ae-yang, swirling with menacing purple energy before unleashing a devastating attack.
Lee Ae-yang stood before a colossal, monstrous figure, its gaping maw a terrifying sight. A surge of purple energy enveloped her, coalescing into a gleaming sword. The sword materialized before her, its ethereal glow intensifying as it descended towards her feet. The words Hyper Boost appeared, signifying the activation of a new skill, as she prepared for battle. With a powerful stance, she braced herself, a determined expression on her face, shouting "Hup," as she prepared to unleash her enhanced power. A blinding purple beam of energy erupted from her, aimed directly at the monstrous creature before her. Lee Ae-yang channeled her power, activating her Hyper Boost skill. A surge of purple energy erupted from beneath her feet. The energy propelled her upward, leaving a trail of shimmering light. Mr. Junwoo watched, a thoughtful expression on his face as he observed the impressive display of power.
He mused, "Is it now our turn to take action?"
Meanwhile, a member of the support team, exhilarated, exclaimed, "As expected, the equipment from the support team is magnificent."
Lia Yang, having landed gracefully, questioned the dramatic entrance. "Why'd you have to make an entrance like that?"
The support team's equipment, a high-tech cutter, sliced through the air with precision, effortlessly dismantling a section of the dungeon wall.
Junwoo, impressed, suggested, "Junwoo, can't we just keep this cutter for ourselves? If we have one of these, 10 dungeons a day would be easy."
A man reported that obtaining the necessary materials would be difficult, explaining that they were imported from overseas at a high price for weapons production.
The next route would be Siachodong, where another dungeon is predicted to spawn.
A woman, seemingly in charge, reported that she had already sent the manufactured equipment and support personnel to the location, instructing them to take care of the situation. A group of people discussed the situation, expressing concern about asking for a favor from the deputy manager. One of them commented that the training results were quite good, and another confidently stated that securing first place wouldn't be a problem.
A wide shot of a large building in a city.
An on-screen display showed updated cumulative numbers of cleared dungeons: Operations Team 1 to 22, Operations Team 2 to 22, Operations Team 3 to 19, Operations Team 4 to 10. The number of cleared dungeons may be the same now, but the gap between the two teams will definitely widen. If this continues, Team 2 will have a huge lead over Team 1. Mr. Junwoo slammed his fist on the table, shouting, "Fuck!
Just what the hell is the problem?"
He angrily accused someone named Kim Junwoo of underperforming due to a recent raise, suggesting that he was slacking off.
Lia Yang, smiling warmly, reassured someone that they would definitely meet again next time. A monstrous creature lunged at Operations Team 1, its red eyes glowing menacingly. Mr. Junwoo, observing the scene from a distance, shouted in frustration, "What the hell are you doing, you idiots? Hit it with all of your skills."
The text box explained that this was a raid led by Seo Min-cheol and Lee Soo-young. Mr. Junwoo continued his tirade, berating the team for their slow progress and jeopardizing the schedule.
The team members, clearly overwhelmed, apologized profusely. A final text box revealed that a joint operation between Operations Team 2 and Cleaning Team 3 was underway, with Kim Junwoo leading the raid.
A female operative, sword drawn, addressed her team.
"That monster gets stronger over time, so use a quick attack to finish it."
Following her orders, the team engaged the monstrous creature in a fierce battle. Their coordinated attacks barely keeping pace with its relentless assault. Despite the intensity of the fight, one operative reported, "We still have plenty of time until the time limit.
Please get some rest." Another operative confirmed, "That's right, we're about 1 hour ahead of schedule."
Meanwhile, Operations Team 3 and several freelance hunters launched a joint operation against a different, massive creature. The Day 3 operational status report showed Operations Team 1 with 24 members, Team 2 with 25, Team 3 with 12, and Team 4 with 10. Mr. Junwoo, his face etched with barely suppressed fury, observed the raid unfolding from a distance. As Seo Min-cheol and Lee Soo-young, both visibly stressed yet relieved by their progress, pressed their advantage. A subordinate reported the unexpected development. Not only had the Operation Team 2 joined forces with Team 3, but the support team had also joined hands with them.
"Fucking hell," the man exclaimed. The news sent shockwaves through the room.
The question of Executive Director Lee Do-shik's involvement in the operation was raised. One man speculated that Lee Do-shik might be dissatisfied with Team 1's resource allocation, but doubted he would sabotage the association's primary representative team. Meanwhile, the raid continued, with the support team's deputy manager, Lee A-young, also demonstrating considerable power as the team worked to secure control of the situation.
Mr. Junwoo reviewed data on a tablet, his expression grim.
He noted that Seo Min-cheol, Lee Soo-young, and Lee A-young's alliance was strong enough to be considered a self-sufficient dungeon-clearing unit.
A fact that prompted a question from a superior: "Are you planning to join hands with the cleaning team?" Junwoo's immediate and firm response was, "There is no way."
The scene shifted to show Peon Chanhyan, a member of the command and control team, and team captain.
He issued a blunt order. "Then from now on, don't give them any more dungeons to clear.
This unexpected directive caused a visible shock among the other members of the command team.
As one of them exclaimed, Pardon? What does that mean?
The panel ended on a close-up of Pian Changhyan's intense, almost furious expression. Pian Changhyan, seething with barely controlled rage, issued a sharp order. I said, don't give a hint of authorization to those Team 2 bastards. Elsewhere, Seo Min-cheol's team reported their successful dungeon raid.
They had cleared Chodong
and inquired about continuing their work. Pian Changhyan, however, countered their request, declaring that they would only clear 5 dungeons a day, conserving energy for a final push. He was visibly pleased with the team's efficiency. A reporter, observing the scene, commented on the team's seemingly effortless success. Unbeknownst to him, Pian Changhyan overheard. One individual questioned the ease of the operation, commenting that it seemed too simple, almost effortless. He then pointed out that all the equipment used was borrowed and needed to be returned eventually, questioning the overall cost-effectiveness of the plan. The conversation shifted to a man identified as Sangchan, who was being addressed by another individual. A request for new team members was made, with a plea for assistance. The bigger picture was revealed. The current situation was entirely due to the actions of a single individual. A communication was sent to the cleaning team, requesting a response. A support team member urgently reported to a superior officer. The officer, concerned, inquired about the nature of the report. An official order was issued, immediately transferring all remaining dungeon clearing operations requiring completion to Operations Team 1. The officer noted that despite the support team joining Seo Min-cheol's side, the workload for Team 1 remained excessively high. A summary of dungeon clearing tally showed Operations Team 1 had a significantly higher number of dungeons to clear compared to other teams. The support team member explained that the number of dungeons requiring clearance by Team 1 had tripled. A cleaning team struggles to keep up with the aftermath of a dungeon raid.
The sheer number of slain monsters overwhelms them.
3 dungeons remain uncleared, and the number is only increasing. Seo Min-cheol, a member of the cleaning team, observes the scene, his concern growing. He questions the lack of awareness regarding the consequences of leaving uncleared dungeons,
but ultimately dismisses it as none of his concern.
The cleaning team continues its arduous task amidst the carnage. After the raid, the cleaning team faces the grim reality of their work.
One team member expresses their worry,
while another, Seo Min-cheol, is burdened by the thought of potential consequences: no salary increase, no good article for publication if they don't achieve first place. Seo Min-cheol, his face contorted in a grimace, spoke into his radio, there's too much at stake to simply give up on this operation. Team 1 will eventually reach their limit anyway, and if we do a final spurt, we'll be able to catch up.
However, a new problem arose.
In the meantime, dungeons were being left uncleaned, creating a dangerous situation. Seo Min-cheol and Lee A-yang surveyed the scene. A monstrous creature lay dead, its body emitting poisonous gas.
Even with protective suits, survival was unlikely.
The situation worsened. If this continued, the order of clearing the dungeon could be switched, putting the cleaners at even greater risk. Cleaners would be forced to enter the dungeon before it was cleared of monsters, facing a deadly combination of creatures and poisonous gas. Lee A-yang expressed concern, stating that while she would likely be alright, the other team members were a different matter. Seo Min-cheol, meanwhile, used his radio to contact the operations and support teams, requesting an immediate response. The scene shifted to reveal the Uedo Supernatural and Dimension Management Association building, highlighting the scale of the organization's operations. A new message arrived, reporting the discovery of 3 unclean dungeons within the Seoul area, causing Seo Min-cheol to erupt in furious rage.
He cursed, Seo Min-cheol, that son of a bitch.
His anger intensified as he recalled the events. He claimed to be some sort of elite, yet he turned a blind eye and allowed such a disaster to happen? Seo Min-cheol immediately ordered his secretary, Secretary Yu, contact the control team captain immediately. Secretary Yu responded with a simple, yes, indicating her immediate compliance.
However, Lee A-yang intervened, stating, there's no need.
Lee Yang, Seo Min-cheol's secretary, calmly reassured him, stating that she was there to handle work matters. Seo Min-cheol, still furious, questioned her politeness towards her superior, given the circumstances. Lee Yang retorted, sarcastically questioning why someone so concerned with etiquette wouldn't even know how to wash dishes. Lee Yang then asserted that there was no need to cancel all operations due to the unclean dungeons. A statement that angered Seo Min-cheol further, who emphasized the significant danger posed by unclean dungeons. Lee Yang calmly explained that every team member involved in their collaboration had joined the cleaning team, with Cleaning Team 2, Operations Team 2, and the support team working on the unclean dungeons. A team of cleanup personnel, clad in white protective suits, meticulously worked to clear the aftermath of a recent raid. One of them, explaining their actions to an unseen individual, stated that they were simply following their leader's orders. Seo Min-cheol, clearly taken aback, questioned the nature of these orders. Lee Yang, appearing calm and composed, revealed that their leader had also sent a message for Seo Min-cheol, absolutely defeat this time. Later, Seo Min-cheol expressed his feelings of exclusion, noting that he felt left out of recent events. As Lee Yang prepared to leave, Seo Min-cheol questioned her hasty departure, to which she simply replied that she didn't have much free time. Lee Yang relayed a message from the leader, informing Seo Min-cheol that he also had some cleaning up to do.
A blank white panel.
Elsewhere, the leader, Pian Changhyun, laughed heartily at the recent raid's outcome, exclaiming, "Ha! Would you look at those crazy punks?" He mused on the self-proclaimed cleaner's words. "I admit this defeat this time," he said.
"Does that mean he will win next time?"
Seo Min-cheol, observing the situation, questioned the leader's actions and the blind obedience of his subordinates, concluding that everyone must be out of their minds. A subordinate reported to Pian Changhyun that a disciplinary committee had been formed. Mr. Junwoo, observing from a shadowed doorway, watched as Seo Min-cheol received a terse message. The message informed Min-cheol of the recent raid's failure and the loss of the cleaning team. The words hung heavy in the air, painting a picture of escalating chaos. Min-cheol's face reflected his growing unease. Seo Min-cheol, now alone, voiced his concerns.
"What should we do? Shouldn't we stop the operations now?" he wondered aloud, his anxiety palpable.
His fear was compounded by the thought of the potential fallout.
"Damn it!
What will we do if this gets out?" he fretted, the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. Mr. Junwoo and Seo Min-cheol discussed the fallout from a failed raid.
Junwoo explained that not only would other teams be upset, but the boards would likely also make a fuss.
Since the time they were given exclusive authority to clear dungeons, all other teams had become their enemies. Min-cheol, distressed, exclaimed that things had already spiraled out of control and that they needed to try and fix the situation immediately. He noted that Lee Soo-yeon's boarding attempt had been in vain, and suggested that there was no need to halt operations. Junwoo countered that Team 2 and the support team had been dispatched to help with the cleanup,
meaning there would be no issues continuing operations.
He also mentioned that the support team was where Lee Do-shik's daughter was located, adding another layer of complexity to the situation. Mr. Junwoo, calmly assessing the situation, addressed his colleagues. He pointed out that, despite their failed raid, their team was already guaranteed a top spot in the final rankings due to previous successes. Furthermore, he noted, they would no longer have to deal with the remaining unclean dungeons. Seo Min-cheol, however, reacted with stark disagreement. He vehemently disagreed with Junwoo's assessment, calling it foolish to consider this a fortunate turn of events. Min-cheol's anxiety mounted as he realized the gravity of their failure. He stressed that the failed raid had cost them any chance of rectifying the situation. His despair was palpable as he uttered a single, grim sentence, "We're so fucked now." A knife plunged into a thick, scaled hide.
The blade meeting unexpected resistance.
Seo Min-cheol, overwhelmed with anxiety, watched from the sidelines as his team struggled.
One of the team members exclaimed in frustration, "Excuse me. Why isn't this cutting through?"
Another team member calmly explained, "You can't be forceful with that.
You'll have to make several cuts following the grain."
The team worked to dismantle the creature, prioritizing speed over meticulousness. Blood flowed from their cuts, but they chose to leave it, pressed for time. Seo Min-cheol observed their progress, impressed by their efficiency despite their inexperience. He commented on their surprisingly adept handling of the situation. Two women, one with dark hair and the other with light brown hair, conversed nearby. The dark-haired woman explained her prior experience assisting the team.
The light brown-haired woman expressed surprise at being excluded from the current operation, questioning the reason for her absence.
The dark-haired woman playfully dismissed her concerns, assuring her it was a joke. Seo Min-cheol, observing the team's work, urged them to hurry, emphasizing the need to complete the task before the dungeon closed. Lee Soo-yeon thanked her teacher for their hard work, a simple gesture of gratitude in the cavernous dungeon. Emerging from the dungeon, the team reflected on the day's tiring raid. The exhaustion was palpable among them. Seo Min-cheol, however, expressed his concern about their progress. He felt they were struggling to maintain the pace needed to reach the top rankings. His worry stemmed from a desire to avoid making everyone suffer in vain. The goal of securing the number one spot seemed increasingly difficult to achieve. Lee Soo-yeon, surprised by his attentiveness to their overall standing, expressed her astonishment. Seo Min-cheol's unexpected concern and Lee Soo-yeon's playful reaction to it highlighted a subtle shift in their dynamic. Two team members, engaged in a task, reassured each other.
"Please don't worry," one said, "even if the teacher decided to go ahead with the plan, we won't be doing it anyway."
They continued, explaining that even if their only goal was to get first place, none of them would have joined the cleaning team when asked. Seo Min-cheol and another team member walked down a corridor, discussing their poor results.
Were the results that far behind?
Seo Min-cheol wondered aloud. "It must be, we spent 4 entire days just cleaning," his teammate replied. Despite this setback, the team remained determined. "But we still have 3 weeks left, so shall we begin now?" one of them proposed. Another member agreed, adding, "Well, it looks like we're also doing overtime.
We have to pay our debts, right? Our team still has a lot of energy, too."
Seo Min-cheol, however, had a different priority.
"But how about getting something to eat first?"
The scene opens with a close-up of worn boots, the implication being that a long journey has just ended.
A bright flash of light erupts, obscuring the view. A man with a jovial expression appears, apologizing for his tardiness. He announces that the team's settlement is over.
Seo Min-cheol, looking concerned, learns that further operations have been halted due to the team's poor performance and lack of achievements. Min-cheol reacts with shock and disbelief to the news that all ongoing operations have been called off. The official results of the operations team settlement were displayed. Team 1 scored 55 points, Team 2, Seo Min-cheol's team, scored 25 points, and Team 3 scored 24 points. The announcement that Team 2 had placed second was met with a mixture of disbelief and elation by its members. Despite their 4-day effort, securing second place was unexpected. Seo Min-cheol's internal monologue revealed his disappointment. He realized that the skill unlocks were contingent upon achieving first place. The displayed text confirmed the unlock conditions for Hyperbleed and a salary increase, both requiring first place. Despite the loss, an official attempted to console the team, emphasizing that second place was still a significant achievement for everyone involved. Seo Min-cheol's frustration intensified, as he felt the officials' words were dismissive of their efforts. He internally questioned the officials' intentions, suspecting a deliberate attempt to downplay their failure. The official, however, revealed his true intentions: to hold Seo Min-cheol severely accountable for the team's underperformance. An older man, possibly a superior officer, addressed Seo Min-cheol with a jovial tone. "Also, there's something else I'd like to tell you, so if you have time, come find me in my office." Min-cheol, however, remained stoic, his expression betraying his suspicion.
He internally mused, "It's obvious. It must be about the reform of the headquarters, just like what happened in my previous life."
His resolve hardened, and he silently declared to himself, "I'm definitely not going." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a different scene unfolded. A man, likely a team leader, addressed his team with a cheerful, "Then, everyone, thanks for your hard work.
Take care on your way." Another team member, seemingly a woman, suggested, "Are you all going to leave already? We should all have a meal together." The team enthusiastically agreed, with one member exclaiming, "Yay! That sounds good. You're going, right, Captain?" Two individuals confronted Mr. Junwoo, insisting he couldn't avoid their summons. They declared, "Mr. Junwoo should come too. You're not staying out of this one, are you?" Junwoo, looking apprehensive, appeared hesitant. Before ultimately conceding, "Yeah, alright, I'm coming." The scene shifted to a boisterous gathering. Junwoo sat amongst a group of revelers, his expression strained. His father urged him to drink more, while Junwoo internally lamented his decision to attend. He thought, "I knew I shouldn't have come." A disciplinary committee meeting was mentioned. Mr. Junwoo sat before the disciplinary committee, his apprehension palpable. As the committee members reviewed the details of the recent incident, Team Captain Lee Soo-yeon's explanation for the dungeon clearing resource allocation was presented. It was deemed acceptable, though only a warning was issued. Seo Min-cheol's justification, however, was far less convincing. His explanation was deemed ridiculous. Min-cheol's claim that Team 1 monopolized resources for the sake of the association's image was ultimately rejected. Despite his initial defense, Min-cheol did not anticipate the control team's actions. The disciplinary proceedings concluded with the control team's captain, Peon Chang-hyun, also receiving a reprimand. Mr. Junwoo, having observed the events, received a personal apology from Chang-hyun via text message. And the matter was considered closed. Later, Mr. Junwoo was summoned to a meeting. He questioned the reason for the meeting and was informed, somewhat awkwardly, that he had not yet been compensated for his assistance in a recent operation. Lee A-yang expressed surprise at Junwoo's apparent expectation of payment, believing his help had been altruistic, prompting a sharp retort from Junwoo, who denied ever offering his services for free. Mr. Junwoo, slightly suspicious, questioned Lee A-yang, ensuring the matter wasn't related to Executive Director Lee Do-shik. A-yang reassured him that it was a personal matter, causing Junwoo to relax slightly. However, A-yang's following statement surprised him. She revealed that she had previously told him that the person he was assisting was her father. A-yang explained that after the settlement season, increased attention from headquarters led to a thorough cleaning of the building. Junwoo, understanding the implication, noted that a cleaning team's involvement was unsurprising given the struggle between operations teams. He concluded that the cleaning team's thoroughness was the reason Operations Team 2 managed to secure second place. Mr. Junwoo's eyes widened in disbelief as he heard Lee A-yang's explanation. He looked at the three subordinates fawning over him, their faces expressing clear admiration. And he voiced his confusion, "The cleaning team? How can that be?" Lee A-yang continued, explaining that the association members were envious of the cleaning team's unity and collaborative spirit, pointing out that Mr. Junwoo's team had secured second place during the settlement season, a testament to their collective effort. She added that if things had gone more smoothly, they could have easily taken first place. Lee A-yang further revealed that the cleaning team's collaborative spirit wasn't a secret. Everyone had helped clean, setting aside competition without hesitation. This selfless act had shocked the results-oriented members of the association. As the image showed the team diligently cleaning up a large bloodstain, their faces grim but determined. The contrast between their actions and the association's usual cutthroat competition was stark. Mr. Junwoo listened thoughtfully, finally understanding the situation. Lee A-yang concluded by praising his team's actions, calling it a great move that was clearly aimed at building their reputation. Mr. Junwoo, confused, voiced his uncertainty. "I have no idea what you're even talking about. Does that even have anything to do with our deal?" Lee A-yang, with a confident smile, announced, "This time, there's going to be a new cleaning team." She listed the existing teams, highlighting the addition of Cleaning Team 6. "They are already talking about personnel appointments." Junwoo, showing a hint of understanding, simply replied, "Oh, I see." Lee A-yang continued, her smile widening, "The payment I wanted to ask from you." She stated, confidently, "I think there's no other person more suited to establishing Cleaning Team 6 other than you." Lee A-yang informed Mr. Junwoo, "What I'm trying to say is, you will be promoted to team captain."
Mr. Junwoo, however, questioned the decision, expressing surprise that someone with only 2 months of experience could be promoted to team captain so quickly. He wondered if there weren't other more suitable candidates within the association.
Lee A-yang responded that it was somewhat amusing to hear such words from him.
She explained that a recent personnel reshuffle had created a vacancy for a cleaning section chief, and a chart showing the organizational structure was displayed, highlighting the vacant position. The chart illustrated that with the current team captains already in place, the only logical choice to fill the vacant cleaning section chief position was to promote Mr. Junwoo, the most senior member of Cleaning Team 6, to captain. Lee A-yang admitted that the original plan was not to promote Mr. Junwoo, but she knew he would refuse a direct offer, so she didn't bother asking him directly. Mr. Junwoo considered the proposition of becoming a team captain. He mused that it could be a beneficial stepping stone for future advancement.
However, he also realized that the role was more demanding than he initially anticipated.
Lee A-yang inquired about the process of hiring new staff, seemingly unrelated to Mr. Junwoo's promotion. To which Mr. Junwoo responded that it had nothing to do with him.
Lee A-yang smiled knowingly, quoting the proverb, "Genius recognizes genius."
She then instructed Mr. Junwoo to begin recruiting suitable personnel from private guilds or the streets. Mr. Junwoo, newly appointed captain of Cleaning Team 6, sat at his desk, a thoughtful expression on his face. He murmured to himself, "Yeah, there's no need for that.
A lot of recruits will be coming in soon."
Lee A-yang, observing him from across the room, tilted her head slightly, a questioning look on her face.
Recruits, she wondered aloud.
She explained her strategy to 2 subordinates. A reporter had been covering their team, and she had asked him to write the article in a way that made working in the cleaning team look as easy as possible. With that article, she anticipated a surge in applicants, ensuring a plentiful supply of workers for the team.
Mr. Junwoo, still slightly apprehensive about his new responsibilities, was interrupted by Lee A-yang.
Sorry to interrupt you, but that article's already out."
"Haven't you read it yet?" she asked.
He looked surprised.
"Huh?
But he said he'll call me once it's out."
He checked his phone.
Mr. Junwoo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his phone screen.
A wave of shock washing over him as he read the unexpectedly released article. He muttered in disbelief, "What the hell is this?"
Mr. Junwoo's attention was captured by an association newsflash on his phone. The headline read, "Exclusive, the association's frontliners, dungeon cleaning team." The article detailed the arduous work of the dungeon cleaning teams, whose primary job is to clear dungeons of monster remains to facilitate smoother exploration for adventurers. This involves cutting apart monster carcasses daily and cleaning up other hazardous residues, exposing them to dangerous gases and poisons. Their numbers are few, their work is high intensity, and their working hours are terrible. The job is considered a typical 3D, difficult, dirty, dangerous job. However, after closely observing the cleaning team, it turned out that their job wasn't only limited to these tasks. While it was normal to expect other cleaning teams to be overwhelmed with work during the operations team's settlement season,
Cleaner Kim Junwoo, from Cleaning Team 3, planned and led a joint operation.
The cleaning team is not just a team that cleans dungeons.
They also coordinate the jobs of all teams, which would lead to efficient and stable operations. The core of the association, the planning team.
That is why they require more skills and better abilities compared to other teams,
even though their salary is quite low.
Mr. Junwoo, brimming with pride, addressed his cleaning team. It could be said that the cleaning team is the front line of the association. A team member, impressed, commented on Junwoo's leadership, noting that he was someone to keep an eye on, as he's expected to do so much more in the future.
A true leader of this generation.
Meanwhile, Junwoo, a conflicted expression on his face, furiously checked his phone.
A text message appeared on his screen, a message from reporter Gu Sang-chan, asking, "The hell's with the article?"
The reporter's message was followed by a playful emoticon and a heart.
Later, Junwoo showed a colleague the article on his phone, asking, "What do you think? It came out really well, right?"
Mr. Junwoo read online comments about his cleaning team, noting that people's responses were quite crazy and that many mistakenly believed the team was some sort of special operations group. Lee Yang explained that the common misconception stemmed from the team's excellent skills and the fact that they required good abilities, even though the salary offer was low. An online notification popped up, stating that there were no applicants for the cleaning team yet. Lee Yang, after reading the job posting requirements, commented that she didn't think anyone would be interested in applying. Suddenly, Gu Sangchan burst into the room, yelling Gu Sangchan's name. Lee Yang angrily retorted, "You bastard." Kim Junwoo's face was etched with anxiety as he processed the information. He learned that he would be promoted to team captain, and that a new cleaning section chief position was being created.
Junwoo pondered the implications, realizing that only one person could realistically fill the new position, Director Lee Do-shik.
However, an exception was made: the new cleaning team, Team G, would be exempt from this. It was decided that this time, the new team would emulate the methods of cleaning Team 3. Two men, one with dark hair and a serious expression, the other with lighter hair and a more jovial demeanor, stood in what appeared to be a dimly lit office. The conversation was tense. As the dark-haired man's thoughts revealed a plan to find someone more capable than Kim Junwoo. A plan that involved expanding influence, mirroring Kim Junwoo's previous strategy of supporting Kim Minju.
The image showed Kim Junwoo and Kim Minju, their expressions serious and determined.
And the dark-haired man continued to explain his plan, which included raising their own cleaning team to increase their influence, using a cleaning coin as a means to achieve this. But the lighter-haired man questioned whether this was still considered touching the cleaning team, given the circumstances. The dark-haired man clarified that he was simply bringing a more capable person into the new team. The final panel showed two executive directors, Song Cheol-shik and Go Eun-yang, intently focused on the new team captain position, their expressions hinting at ambition and intrigue.
A man in a suit, his face etched with determination, observes the unfolding events. He reflects on the implications of the cleaning team's expanding influence,
noting that their reach has grown significantly in just a month.
He acknowledges that while the situation is complex,
it's not entirely inaccurate to say that Operations Team 2, the support team, and even the control team are all leaning towards the cleaning team's side.
This rapid expansion
could potentially lead to the creation of an entire division within the headquarters, a significant shift in power dynamics. A woman with dark hair observes this development and considers the implications of someone from their side joining the new cleaning team.
The potential consequences are significant,
as the headquarters' influence could be dramatically altered depending on who becomes the new cleaning team captain. A shadowy figure looms, symbolizing the potential for manipulation and control. A figure, cloaked in shadow, holds a glowing purple building aloft. It pulses with energy, a symbol of power shifting within the headquarters.
Meanwhile, two men in suits discuss strategy. One suggests sending Su-young and Go Eun-yang to investigate freelance hunters in Gyeonggi-do.
The other man agrees, adding that he will also conduct his own investigation. They debate the criteria for choosing someone for the cleaning team, questioning whether prior experience is necessary.
One suggests that high rank and dungeon clearing experience are more important than cleaning experience. They then discuss the possibility of recruiting Kim Junwoo to the new team.
Mr. Junwoo's face registered surprise and slight apprehension.
A discarded cigarette pack and several extinguished butts lay on the ground, a detail that caught someone's attention, prompting the internal thought, "I thought he quit smoking years ago." Elsewhere, Mr. Junwoo enjoyed a moment of quiet relaxation, sipping from a cup. It's been some time since the settlement season ended. It's nice to be able to laze around. His peaceful respite was interrupted by a sharp question from a woman. "The heck are you thinking?"
An official personnel appointment notice is displayed, announcing Kim Junwoo's promotion to captain of Cleaning Team 3.
Kim Minju expresses surprise at Junwoo's promotion to team captain, suggesting it's unreasonable given his previous role as a mere employee. Junwoo calmly retorts that organizations operate differently than individual perspectives.
Minju then inquires about the process for selecting new team members. Junwoo reveals he won't be personally involved in choosing new team members, stating, "I'm not doing it." Junwoo explains his lack of involvement, emphasizing his unfamiliarity with choosing suitable personnel and highlighting his solitary nature, prompting Minju to observe, "I see, indeed, teacher doesn't have any friends too." Mr. Junwoo, newly promoted to Cleaning Team 3 captain, explained his lack of motivation for the team member selection process. He stated that he lost his drive after the recent joint operation, and that with a new team forming, vacancies would naturally fill themselves without extra effort.
Minju, slightly amused by Junwoo's nonchalant attitude, pressed him further.
She asked what criteria he would use if he were to personally select someone for the team. Junwoo, after a moment of thought, responded that he would choose someone submissive and with a good personality.
Minju found Junwoo's answer surprising. She then countered by asking what kind of person she would choose.
Minju stated that she would prefer someone like a teacher, possessing a strong sense of justice and who cares for their colleagues. Junwoo chuckled at her response. Minju, lost in thought, questioned the fairness of Mr. Junwoo's team selection process, wondering if the roles should be reversed.
A knock interrupted her musings. Someone inquired about the presence of cleaner Kim Junwoo.
Junwoo, already aware of the visitor's identity, responded with a simple question, "Who are you?" The visitor, Control Team Captain Pyong Changhyun, introduced himself, explaining his connection to Seo Min-cheol and the reason for his visit. Changhyun revealed the purpose of his visit, to inform Junwoo about the formation of a new cleaning team and the need to secure it. The scene opens with a list of high-ranking executives: Director Seo Min-cheol, Executive Director Go Eun-yang, Executive Director Song Cheol-shik, and many more,
all vying for influence.
A character, whose face is partially obscured, reveals that they are determined to place someone from their faction onto the new cleaning team.
Kim Minju reacts with shock and disgust to this news, exclaiming, "What on earth are you talking about out of nowhere? Ah, please get away. What the gross."
Mr. Junwoo, observing the unfolding events, declares his intention to help, stating, "I will help you, of course. I can't stand associating with Seo Min-cheol and those other guys any longer." The narrative shifts to explain the situation. A new cleaning team, Cleaning Team 6, has become a highly sought-after position due to its strategic importance and proximity to key decision-makers.
It's a team that cannot be easily controlled without proper justification.
The intense competition for a spot on this team is highlighted, with various factions vying for control.
The question is posed: are they fighting amongst themselves to secure their preferred candidate for Cleaning Team 6?
Mr. Junwoo, looking distressed, listened as someone explained that Seo Min-cheol's associates were attempting to replace him with another all-rounder cleaner, a fact that angered and surprised him. He questioned why anyone would choose a cleaning team over an operations team. The speaker continued, emphasizing the urgency of the situation and the need for Junwoo to prepare, revealing a list of hunters, well-known guilds, and former operations team captains who were potential replacements. Junwoo was then shown a document detailing his nomination for team captain. Junwoo, slightly confused by the rapid developments, was asked to choose someone from the list to be on his side. He was informed that his nomination for team captain was correct and that a lack of caution could lead to his suppression by the new Cleaning Team 6. Mr. Junwoo, nominated for team captain, showed a look of deep contemplation, his brow furrowed in thought. A question hung in the air: had he truly decided to join this side? Junwoo himself admitted uncertainty, honestly unsure of his own motivations. His interlocutor voiced a concern: since when had the cleaning team become such an influential figure? The more teams under Junwoo's management, the more the concern grew. Junwoo, however, remained firm in his stance, stating that he was content with his current situation and saw no reason to change. Mr. Junwoo, lost in thought, reconsidered the offer, finding it quite tempting. He readily accepted, stating, "I'll be in your care then." But another man, seemingly a superior, protested, "Cleaner Kim Junwoo."
"No, Captain."
A system message appeared: replica, unlock condition, make the job satisfaction rate of the dungeon cleaning team 30% or higher, currently 18%. Junwoo, with a sinister glint in his eyes, responded, "I'll carefully review your list as well."
A wide shot reveals a messy, cluttered room, reeking of stale air and neglect.
Empty food containers, crumpled papers, and discarded clothing litter the floor. Mr. Junwoo enters, his face a mask of disgust as he pinches his nose.
He mutters to himself, "Ugh, the stink. This is a garbage dump." He cautiously approaches a shadowed corner of the room
and discovers a young woman sprawled on a sofa, engrossed in her phone amidst the debris.
He asks tentatively, "Excuse me, there's a person here?" Startled, the woman looks up.
Mr. Junwoo exclaims, "You scared me.
When was the last time you took a shower?"
The woman, unfazed, retorts, "If you got fired in the US, go out and look for another job."
"What the heck are you doing, not even cleaning the house?" Mr. Junwoo stared in disbelief at the state of the apartment, his mouth agape in shock. He hesitantly called out to the woman, his voice laced with a mixture of concern and apprehension, "Hey, hey! Wait, Nuna! Don't tell me!"
The woman, seemingly unfazed by the mess, stretched languidly, her words dripping with sarcasm, "Don't tell me you're thinking of entering the cleaning team." A sinister smile crept across her face as she revealed her true identity, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. The caption read, "Former International Association Hunter Han Yubin." Yubin retorted, her tone sharp and pointed, "Didn't you just ask me earlier to go look for a job?" A system message appeared, outlining the conditions to unlock a replica. The dungeon cleaning team's job satisfaction rate must reach 30% or higher. Mr. Junwoo, deep in thought, stroked his chin, contemplating the problem.
He reviewed the solution: adjust workload according to salary, and ensure a good working environment.
He checked his phone, reviewing the team's current statistics: total working days, average hours per day, total amount received.
The system message reappeared, revealing the current job satisfaction rate, a dismal 18%. Mr. Junwoo stared intently at a document, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple.
The low job satisfaction rate among his cleaning team had reached a staggering 18%, a fact that filled him with growing unease.
And yet, it's already at 18%.
Just how naive are these people, he mused, his expression a mixture of frustration and disbelief. He knew the workload would decrease with the formation of a new team.
But the true challenge lay in fostering a positive and productive work environment.
But the problem is creating a good working environment, he thought, understanding the depth of the issue. A wide, almost manic grin spread across Mr. Junwoo's face.
His team, though currently struggling, displayed a surprising level of enthusiasm and camaraderie.
Elsewhere, a man with a stern expression and a scar across his face sat alone, deep in thought. He was aware of the situation within the cleaning association.
"I know a little about the current situation in the association. Apparently, there's a new cleaning team?
Calling it a replacement for someone, or whatever, TSK, he muttered, his tone laced with disapproval. Shin Tae-hwan, unemployed and without a guild, explained that he would be willing to take on a cleaning job as a courtesy. He continued, sipping his coffee, that his past experience as a former second-in-command of a hunter guild was irrelevant to the current situation.
The man interviewing him, unimpressed, stated that he would only consider recommending Tae-hwan if he begged for the position.
Tae-hwan, taken aback by the bluntness, learned that the man was looking to fill 10 positions on a new cleaning team. The interviewer further emphasized that Tae-hwan's past guild experience held no weight in this context, suggesting that if he wanted to leverage his background, he should apply for an operations team instead. Infuriated, Tae-hwan revealed his identity, shouting, "You fucker.
I don't know who I am. I am Shin Tae-hwan."
An interviewer scornfully questioned Shin Tae-hwan, implying his recent fame within the association had inflated his ego.
He sneered, "You're acting high and mighty now just because you've become a bit famous in the association?"
Tae-hwan, unfazed, retorted, "You don't have to worry about that.
I'm already regretting it. Coming here, I mean."
He added, "We'll still see each other later."
Tae-hwan's anger was evident as he left the interviewer, who was left seething with resentment and suspicion.
The interviewer muttered to himself, "Who do you think you're talking down to when you're just an A-rank hunter?" Meanwhile, Taewon reflected on his recent experiences, stating, "Those punks from the previous meetings are also the same.
I'm a successful hunter, so it's special that I'm joining the cleaning team. Just dumbasses who think they're competent."
He continued his internal monologue, "It's obvious what will happen if those guys join the cleaning team.
Why did Captain Pion give me this kind of list?"
Mr. Junwoo sat at a table, reviewing a stack of papers with a frown. He muttered something unintelligible, a low grumble of frustration.
A phone call interrupted his concentration.
A woman's voice, bright and cheerful, praised his hard work on a recent project.
He seemed surprised, then confused.
The woman informed him that someone named Han Yubin was waiting for him.
He was clearly taken aback by this news.
As the woman continued, explaining that she had been asked to find someone interesting. In the background, another woman sat at a nearby table, sipping a drink, seemingly observing the conversation. The woman on the phone urged Mr. Junwoo to hurry to headquarters.
He reacted with alarm, exclaiming, "Han Yubin?" Leaving the reader to wonder who Han Yubin is and what this unexpected encounter signifies.
Han Yubin, with a confident smirk, introduced herself.
Mr. Junwoo, surprised by the unexpected visitor, questioned her identity.
While a female colleague, observing the scene, commented on the unusual nature of the encounter. The colleague clarified that she hadn't arranged the meeting, further adding to Mr. Junwoo's confusion. Han Yubin, unimpressed by Mr. Junwoo's appearance, remarked that he seemed less charismatic than she had anticipated.
Mr. Junwoo, inwardly fuming, was forced to endure Han Yubin's seemingly casual apology. He thought, "This runt."
Yubin proceeded with the interview, smoothly transitioning to questions about his past as an international association hunter. She inquired about his reasons for applying to the cleaning team. Junwoo explained that there was little difference in the level of work, and that operations teams or private guilds would be a better fit for his skill set. Yubin, however, revealed that he had already been disqualified as a hunter, a fact that surprised Junwoo. He explained his current situation, stating that he took the cleaning job because it was the only option available to him. Yubin, with a knowing smirk, questioned whether he was still seeking employment, leaving Junwoo slightly unsettled. Yubin, during Mr. Junwoo's interview, stated that while they were still accepting applications, she had a question.
She asked if he knew what a cleaning team actually does, prompting Junwoo to question why she was asking about his disqualification. Yubin responded that she wasn't curious about that. Yubin explained that the cleaning team's job is to clean up residual dungeon products. Junwoo, realizing the implication, started to understand.
But Yubin continued, revealing that the Korean cleaning team coordinates special projects and oversees operations in general, including overall operations, planning, and command.
Junwoo, completely taken aback by this revelation, wondered what Yubin was talking about.
Yubin, with a knowing smirk, questioned Mr. Junwoo, "Just in case, did you come here after seeing that article?"
Junwoo, eyes wide with shock, responded with an enthusiastic, "Yes."
Yubin continued, explaining, "Apologies, but the cleaning team isn't as grandiose as it's made out to be." She clarified further, "It's the same as the teams in the US.
It's just a team that cleans up dungeons." Junwoo, increasingly perplexed, questioned, "What do you mean?" Yubin revealed, "I knew it. This method's similar. I heard similar words when I first entered the US branch."
Yubin explained that the seemingly simple job title of the cleaning team was a deliberate misdirection, a trap to filter out those who only looked at the surface.
Junwoo, completely bewildered, questioned her statement, his confusion evident on his face.
The panel shows a flashback of a powerful female warrior, identified as a high-ranking Berserker class hunter from the International Association. This flashback further emphasizes the true capabilities and high-level responsibilities of the cleaning team, far beyond what Junwoo had initially imagined. Yubin's statement is reinforced: the cleaning team's members possess exceptional abilities, far exceeding the expectations of a typical cleaning crew. Junwoo's internal monologue reveals his assessment of Yubin as someone not quite right in the head, but he acknowledges her impressive specifications.
Yubin, seemingly amused, informed Junwoo that she didn't mind performing the interview as a courtesy,
but added that, despite his talent, he wasn't a good fit for the cleaning team, leading her to conclude that she would have to reject his application.
Suddenly, Yubin interrupted the proceedings, revealing that Sang Hyok's older sister was an international association hunter, and inquired if Junwoo was Han Sang Hyok's younger brother.
Junwoo, visibly flustered, protested that Yubin couldn't reveal that he was there for an interview.
Mr. Junwoo reflected on the recent events, a grim expression settling on his face. He muttered to himself, "So that's how it is. What an unexpected turn of events."
Meanwhile, Han Yubin, seemingly oblivious to Junwoo's inner turmoil, sat at her desk, reviewing documents. She mused aloud, she should be able to treat them well since her only precious family member belongs to this kind of team.
Junwoo burst into the room, interrupting her thoughts. He angrily exclaimed, "I told you not to come here, didn't I? What kind of cleaner can't even clean up their own house?"
Yubin retorted, "Bastard, didn't you ask me to look for a job?
Then what kind of person would go apply at her younger brother's workplace, you dumbass?"
Junwoo stood silently, his face a mask of apprehension.
His secret was hanging precariously in the balance.
Yubin, however, seemed to be reconsidering her earlier assessment.
A thought crossed her mind, or maybe I'm wrong. Mr. Junwoo, currently employed as a cleaner, sat in a meeting room at Han Yubin's workplace,
alongside the human resources team lead and the director.
The scene was unusual for Junwoo.
The director's stern expression hinted at the gravity of the situation. Junwoo, despite his current position, explained that he was only a cleaner for the time being. His words were met with skepticism. Lia Yang's earlier comments about the lack of a cleaning team representative during the hiring of a new cleaner had raised suspicions.
Mr. Junwoo, still outwardly calm despite his apprehension, sat in a meeting.
He inwardly questioned why he was facing such scrutiny, wondering why they were making such a fuss over a simple cleaning position. His thoughts were confirmed as the interviewers discussed the surprisingly high qualifications required for the cleaner role: a former deputy leader of an A-class guild, a former operations team captain,
and a former hunter from the International Association.
One interviewer chuckled, noting that they were short on time and that Junwoo seemed interesting.
Another interviewer agreed, stating that Junwoo had ultimately become their candidate. The interviewer admitted that while Junwoo was a bit unusual, he was still their choice. Mr. Junwoo, internally frustrated but outwardly compliant, sat among a panel of interviewers.
One interviewer, expressing confidence, commented that it would be all right since the candidate was a former International Association hunter. Another interviewer stated they would begin by asking questions. The interviewers presented a hypothetical scenario: a monster too powerful for the current active team. The question posed was how the candidate would handle such a situation. The lead interviewer instructed the candidates to take turns answering, starting with Mr. Kang Woo-hyuk. Mr. Kang Woo-hyuk, executive director Go Eun-yang's candidate, cautiously explained his strategy. He would stop operations if the threat wasn't a multi-zone dungeon, and then formulate a new plan. He emphasized that pushing forward despite hopeless odds would only lead to meaningless casualties.
However, he also acknowledged that abandoning an operation midway would result in a huge financial loss.
Therefore, he would request backup from the control team.
Executive Director Song Cheol-shik's candidate, No So-min, impressed the interviewers with an ideal answer. Proposing to suspend active operations, returning to the location later with other teams to minimize time and money loss.
Director Seo Min-cheol's candidate, Shin Tae-hwan, a former deputy leader of the Aries Guild, currently a freelance hunter,
was considered a valuable asset, someone Seo Min-cheol wouldn't want to miss. No So-min's response was deemed perfect for the situation.
Finally, the interviewers turned their attention to the last candidate, Miss Han Yubin.
Han Yubin, appearing apprehensive, sat before the interviewers. One interviewer, observing Yubin, muttered to himself, "This punk is Kim Junwoo's candidate." Another interviewer, seemingly skeptical, simply stared intently at Yubin.
During the interview, an interviewer voiced a concern if they realize that it'll be difficult for them to clear only after starting the operation.
Then isn't it already a doomed operation in the first place?
Yubin, with a playful yet slightly manic expression, responded, "If it was me, I'll just go die out of embarrassment." Han Yubin sat before a panel of interviewers, his expression a mixture of apprehension and playful confidence. A thought crossed his mind, a silent admission, "I must be crazy." He questioned his own judgment, a self-deprecating whisper in his thoughts, "Why even choose someone like her?"
Han Yubin, enjoying some rare free time after a hectic settlement season, sipped his tea. He mused that it was nice to have a moment of peace.
But then a question arose regarding the new team applicants.
Were they all hunters? Yubin wondered why everyone seemed to be goofing off.
Only to be informed that the new team was being designed as a replica of Junwoo's cleaning team, a fact that was deemed a good thing for the cleaning team itself. This unusual decision, a typical move by higher-ups, was met with a mix of amusement and resignation by Yubin and his colleague.
Two office workers discussed the company's plan to create a replica of Junwoo's cleaning team.
Pointing out that the company doesn't care about the actual cleaning team itself, they only see it as their property. One of the workers noted that the cleaning team now works with their heads held high because of this.
Therefore, Junwoo must win the upcoming recruitment to ensure the team's continued success. A superior explained that by winning, they can at least trust the new members Junwoo brings in.
Meanwhile, another worker expressed her concerns. The question, "What kind of person is teacher Mr. Junwoo bringing in?" appeared on the page. Two female students discussed the new teacher, one excitedly speculated about a strong person, while the other wondered if it might be a woman. A thought that was quickly followed by a confirmation that they weren't entirely sure.
The students continued their discussion, one expressing uncertainty while another concluded that the new teacher was certainly an interesting person.
A woman with orange hair and a mischievous grin confidently declared the new teacher to be interesting for sure. A wide shot revealed a formal meeting in progress, with several individuals seated around a large table, among them the orange-haired woman from the previous panel. A young man with brown hair and a sly grin contemplates something. The title card for Clever Cleaning Life of the Returned Genius Hunter appears.
He questions the need for rules of operation, suggesting that killing monsters should suffice.
A woman with orange hair and a business suit scoffs, stating that equipment distribution is individual. She further questions the priorities of the association, wondering if protecting its own team is more important than protecting citizens. The woman sits with her arms crossed, her expression serious, as two men look on. A statement appeared, revealing that no Soman had been consistently answering questions in a particular manner since earlier.
Mr. Junwoo, visibly perplexed, questioned how she managed to gain entry into the U.S. branch.
He pondered whether her approach was some form of American style. Meanwhile, another man mused that while Shin Tae-hwan's potential failure didn't matter much.
If the situation continued, Shin Tae-hwan would become the strongest candidate. However, for the man whose responsibility was to improve the cleaning team's job satisfaction rate. Mr. Junwoo, seated at a table, clenched his fists, a look of intense concentration on his face.
"Wait," he stated, his voice firm. He faced a panel of three stern-looking men in suits and one woman, their expressions unreadable.
A question hanging heavy in the air, "Isn't it also fine if everyone fails?"
The interviewers exchanged glances.
One of them, addressing Mr. Junwoo, suggested, "Mr. Junwoo? We will wrap up the interview now if you don't have any further questions." But Mr. Junwoo, seemingly unfazed, pressed on with an unexpected query, "When taking a centipede monster apart, how many equal parts should it be cut into?" One of the interviewers, visibly surprised, responded, "Why are you suddenly asking that kind of question?" Two interviewers sat across from Mr. Junwoo. One of them stated that they weren't there to select someone to become a hunter, because nobody was answering their questions. Mr. Junwoo, seemingly unfazed, responded that he was ready for the next question. The interviewer then asked what the most effective cleaning method was for monster slime and human bloodstains on walls. The image showed a gruesome scene of a battle aftermath.
A female interviewer reacted with shock and disbelief at the question's unexpected nature, while Mr. Junwoo remained composed. Mr. Junwoo visibly tensed, his expression shifting from calm to strained as he contemplated the bizarre question. Two individuals observed a group of candidates, one commenting that they lacked even the most basic skills, while the other sarcastically remarked on their supposed amazing talents. A stern-faced man addressed a younger man, questioning why only one candidate was presented, referring to him dismissively as a midget. The younger man, wearing an apron, remained silent, his expression unreadable. The older man continued, stating his dissatisfaction but acknowledging the candidate as superior to the others. An unseen interviewer observes Mr. Junwoo, commenting that the interview wasn't going his way, and that he decided to turn things upside down.
The interviewer chuckles, encouraging Junwoo to go ahead and do as much as you can. Mr. Junwoo, holding a file, stands pensively. He reflects that, given the interviewer's level, she won't see through his actions. The interviewer smiles confidently, his expression suggesting a hidden agenda. Mr. Junwoo, still holding the file, questions the interviewer's excessive confidence, sensing something is amiss. A close-up on the file held by Mr. Junwoo, suggesting the contents are significant to the unfolding events. Mr. Junwoo, startled by the interviewer's sudden appearance, exclaimed, "Oh shit, you scared me." He then questioned the interviewer's approach, asking, "What's with that interview just now?" The interviewer, seemingly unfazed, explained that they were there due to a recommendation but felt embarrassed by the experience. Mr. Junwoo, still suspicious, voiced his disbelief, questioning whether the organization simply selects unprepared individuals. The interviewer countered that if he had wanted to be selected, he should have come well prepared, implying that Mr. Junwoo's lack of preparation was the cause of his own embarrassment. The interviewer pressed further, suggesting that Mr. Junwoo found preparation troublesome yet still wanted to perform well during the interview, and somehow, his pride was hurt in the process. Mr. Junwoo, his expression a mixture of suspicion and embarrassment, questioned the interviewer's methods and the selection process, stating that the interviewer seemed to be focusing too much on the cleaning team. The interviewer explained that, due to an internal meeting, it was unfortunately decided that there would be a practical task. Mr. Junwoo, visibly deflated, muttered the word failed. The interviewer instructed Mr. Junwoo to come prepared next time, emphasizing that those expecting a free ride shouldn't bother showing up. Mr. Junwoo left the building, his shoulders slumped. Mr. Junwoo's face was hidden, but his posture conveyed his disappointment. The scene shifted to an exterior shot of a building at night. Back inside, Mr. Junwoo clenched his fists, a frustrated expression twisting his features. A guttural sound escaped his lips, "Erg." Team 3's members seethed with frustration as they watched Junwoo fail the practical task. One muttered, "That arrogant cleaner bastard." Another complained, "Damn it, why can't you stay still? The people downstairs will come knocking again." A third member, addressing the first, snapped, "Shut up, Team 3 cleaner." Later, two other team members discussed Junwoo's failure. One commented, "Right, who was it again that said it looked easy to apply?" The other responded, "I think you're lucky that Kim Junwoo didn't swear at you right in your face." The first member sighed, "Taking his side since you're in the same team?" A young woman with orange hair sits on a couch, looking dejected. She is asked about her performance on a practical task, to which she replies that she is not interested and doesn't know what to do. A man, seemingly frustrated, clenches his fists. He reveals his lack of knowledge about the cleaning team and fears further humiliation if he continues with the practical task. Another man, seemingly pleased, comments that he would have quit if Junwoo had passed the practical task. He expresses disbelief at Junwoo's failure, calling it unbelievable. A woman confronts the man, asking if he really wants to get hit. The man and woman are in a room. The man states that he is not expecting any guests or deliveries. Two women arrive at the door, apologizing for not calling first and asking to come in. Two women arrive to speak with Mr. Junwoo about his failed practical task. One of the women, seemingly addressing another individual, stated their intention to help Miss Yubin. Miss Yubin, surprised, questioned the offer of help.
The women explained that they were there to assist with the practical task, acknowledging the difficulty Junwoo faced while working alone. They revealed that they had brought experts to aid in the process. The scene shifted to reveal a group of people, including Mr. Junwoo, observing the two women and their team of experts. Yubin, surprised, reacted to the arrival of the two women and their team, muttering about the sheer number of people present. Even noticing the presence of Captain Park and the deputy manager among them. The two women's team, a diverse group including individuals in suits and work uniforms, stood attentively as their leader addressed Yubin. The leader emphasized the importance of Yubin's selection in the recruitment process, stressing that it was not only for Yubin's benefit but for everyone's. Captain Payan, brimming with enthusiasm, announced his intention to share his cleaning expertise. A stern-faced member of a large team addressed Miss Yubin, stating that failure was not an option, only death awaited those who did not succeed. Yubin, overwhelmed, wondered aloud if this was standard procedure within the Korean Association. She expressed gratitude for their enthusiastic support but also voiced her apprehension about the practical task ahead. A team member, seemingly surprised by Yubin's comment, questioned whether she was prepared for the practical task. The panel then shows a close-up of a shocked expression on a man's face, suggesting a sudden realization or unexpected turn of events. A week passed, and the day of the practical task arrived. Team 3 assembled before a large, energy-filled portal. Miss Yubin arrived late, and a team member questioned her reluctance to participate. Yubin retorted that she hadn't wanted to be there in the first place. The team member pressed her, asking why she was present. A team member observed Miss Yubin, noting her confident demeanor and dark circles under her eyes. Wondering how many sleepless nights she had spent studying. Another team member, his expression serious, watched Yubin. He silently resolved to see if her confidence was justified, as he stated his intention to receive an apology for her previous oversight. Yubin, however, was frustrated by the protective gear malfunctioning, insisting on completing the task later and dismissing the interruption as a mere dream. Miss Yubin, a smirk playing on her lips, confidently declared, about that, her tone suggesting a playful defiance. A male examiner, observing her, responded, "We'll just have to wait and see." He then questioned her casual speech, adding, "But why do you keep using casual speech? I'm an examiner, just so you know." Yubin, unfazed, maintained her playful demeanor, prompting the examiner to comment on her American style. Meanwhile, Team 3, their expressions serious, observed the interaction. Their leader stated, "Anyway, this week's been a difficult one for me, all thanks to you." Yubin, slightly annoyed, explained, "Your colleagues were too enthusiastic, so it was quite a challenge. Though, they did ask me to keep it a secret from you." The examiner, intrigued, questioned, "Colleagues? What is she talking about?" He then addressed his team, shouting, "All right, everyone, please gather around now." The examiner, using a megaphone, addressed the assembled applicants. "As I already mentioned, the practical task will be taking place inside a real dungeon. You will be entering the dungeon with the examiners. And as soon as you're inside, there will be several issues presented. You will be evaluated on how you deal with each issue raised, so please judge cautiously and act accordingly." One applicant, Miss Yubin, voiced a concern, "I have a question. Is it a dungeon that has already been cleared?" The examiner responded, "An active dungeon was chosen since dungeon clearing is also included in the practical task. All applicants are hunters anyway, so there shouldn't be any problem." The examiner, a stern-faced man in a suit, addressed Team 3. He announced, "Then, we will now begin with the practical task." A surge of energy, marked by bright flashes, erupted around them, signaling the commencement of the practical exam. Team 3, led by Miss Yubin, proceeded cautiously into the shimmering portal. Team 3, led by Miss Yubin, stood poised and ready, their expressions reflecting a mixture of determination and apprehension. As an announcement interrupted their preparations, an examiner informed them of an urgent situation. Operations Team 4, currently engaged in a mission, had issued an SOS call for backup. Due to a lack of available teams, Team 3 was ordered to provide immediate assistance. The examiner's words hung heavy in the air, underscoring the gravity of the situation. The examiner's question, "How will you proceed?" hung in the air, demanding a swift and decisive response from Miss Yubin and her team. Miss Yubin, displaying remarkable composure under pressure, declared her plan to complete the current exam section within 20 minutes and then proceed to aid Team 4. She then polled her team for objections. Finding none, the team members expressed their agreement, ready to adapt to the unexpected turn of events. One member confidently stated, "I will also do the same.
It is easy enough in that situation."
The examiner, observing Team 3, commented that their plan to assist Team 4 was a logical decision. As he reviewed their score sheet, the sheet detailed the abilities of each team member, noting that they were on par with current operations team captains, and that all 4 members of Team 4 had gathered together. The examiner noted that, naturally, no one would back out, but despite their strengths, all team members would receive deductions for their actions.
The examiner's words hung heavy in the air. As Miss Yubin voiced her objection,
she argued that completing the task within the allotted 20 minutes was impossible,
proposing a strategic retreat to regroup and return to the task later.
Miss Yubin, her expression firm, addressed her team.
"Goodness," she stated, "if you can't even do that, what did you come here for?" She continued, "If you don't have the confidence, then you can go back."
Despite Yubin's concerns, a team member countered, "In accordance with the majority's opinion, we will continue with clearing the dungeon." Yubin let out an exasperated sigh, "Tisk." A male team member, observing the situation, muttered to himself, "No way." His internal monologue continued, "The other guys are making a huge mistake right now." The examiner's words echoed the gravity of the situation. This practical task was, in essence, an interview for the dungeon clearing team.
The team needed to complete the dungeon and clean it within 20 minutes. A daunting challenge given their current state.
Team 3, depicted in chibi form, scurried through the dungeon, their expressions a mix of determination and apprehension. One member, however, felt a growing unease.
He silently concluded that proposing a retreat was the only correct course of action.
Miss Yubin, their supervisor, loomed large in his mind, her expression a chilling reflection of his own doubts. Her silent judgment hung heavy in the air. A monstrous hand reached out from the shadows, a stark reminder of the dangers they faced.
The team's decision to press on seemed increasingly reckless.
A hulking, demonic figure with crimson eyes and a single horn emerged from the shadows, its ferocious roar echoing through the dungeon. Team 3, their backs to the monstrous creature, braced themselves for the imminent confrontation.
Apprehension clouded their faces, despite their outward determination.
The team members, responding to the threat, initiated their coordinated attack. One member summoned a spectral blade, another conjured a shield of green energy, and a third prepared for close-quarters combat. The demon turned, its massive form filling the frame, revealing its powerful physique and sharp horns. One team member, eyes blazing with fierce resolve, charged forward, his weapon a blur of motion.
The impact of the attack sent shockwaves through the air, a testament to the ferocity of the clash. The battle raged. Team 3, locked in fierce combat with a powerful demon, fought with desperate determination. The demon unleashed a torrent of dark energy.
But the team's coordinated assault continued, their attacks relentless. One member, activating the skill Oberon's Tooth, unleashed a blinding flash of light. Another team member prepared to unleash their own skill. A swift, precise strike landed, cleaving through the demon's defenses. Team 3, exhausted but resolute, continued their assault on the demon, successfully activating their skills and landing a powerful blow.
A member unleashed a knuckle punch,
the impact sending the creature sprawling. Miss Yubin, observing from a distance, noted the ease with which they dispatched the yellow-gray dungeon boss, commenting that taking down such a foe so easily was unexpected for hunters of their caliber.
The examiners, meanwhile, watched intently.
One expressing doubt about Miss Yubin's affiliation with the Hunters Association, given the seemingly simple nature of the attack. Another examiner countered, stating that such a seemingly simple attack likely held deeper meaning. A member of Team 3, his expression grim, announced that a problem had arisen within the cleaning team.
A brief, tense moment before.
The scene shifted to reveal Miss Yubin and the examiners observing the aftermath of the battle, the defeated demon lying before them. The tension remained palpable.
A close-up on a man's face, his expression a chilling blend of malice and amusement.
His teeth are bared in a cruel smile. The image transitions to an abstract representation of jagged, dark peaks, suggesting a chaotic or unsettling landscape.
Inside a vehicle, a man stares in disbelief. A speech bubble above him reads, "What is this?"
He holds a document titled Training Guide for Operations Team Captains, copy. Another man in the vehicle reacts, a speech bubble above him states, "The guidelines for the practical task written by Kim Jun-woo." He's still a cleaner after all, so it isn't possible to get to his level just by imitating him.
The first man responds, questioning, "Isn't this different from what you told me?"
An examiner questioned the initial agreement, pointing out that while Team 3 was named, there was no actual cleaning task. The examiner explained that while the practical task was initially removed, there wasn't enough justification to do so completely. But there was no need to worry, as the examiner called them in because of this.
The examiner instructed them to look at the last page of a document,
revealing it to be a cleaning task created by Kim Jun-woo. The task was to assess how efficiently the team could handle irregular situations during dungeon cleaning. The examiner emphasized that this information must remain confidential. The examiner explained that due to delays by other cleaning teams, Team 3 must clean the current dungeon alone, without the promised support from the operations team.
The team's efficiency in handling this situation will be assessed.
The examiners, confident in Jun-woo's abilities as the former deputy leader of the Aries Guild, assured him that his new task would require no special preparations or equipment, and inquired if he felt prepared to lead the new team. Jun-woo, with a self-assured grin, confidently declared the task to be as easy as eating a piece of cake.
The examiners, observing his reaction, noted that the task was exactly what one would expect from someone of his caliber,
and predicted that he would complete it with ease.
The examiners informed Jun-woo that the current dungeon must be cleared solo, due to a lack of time to fulfill the promised support to the operations team.
One examiner revealed that all team members except Jun-woo had perished while clearing the dungeon,
leaving Jun-woo to face the challenge alone. The examiner's expression shifted to one of grim determination.
Suddenly, a monstrous creature attacked, catching Jun-woo off guard,
its massive hands striking down with immense force. Jun-woo's shocked expression reflected his disbelief and fear.
Jun-woo's expression hardened as he processed the information. The task was drastically different from what he'd been told. The examiners, grim-faced, explained that he would have to proceed alone. They stated that he could take turns stepping forward to solve the issue,
but the time constraint was severe, only 20 minutes to complete the mission solo.
The examiners' faces reflected the gravity of the situation, the weight of their fallen comrades pressing heavily on them. A surge of defiance and determination filled Jun-woo. A cold smile played on his lips as he muttered, "In your dreams, you bastards."
The scene opens in a dimly lit, technologically advanced facility.
Numbers 10, 9, 8, and 7 appear sequentially, indicating a countdown or a series of events unfolding.
The examiners, their faces grim, briefed Jun-woo on the catastrophic loss of their team. A female examiner held a tablet, displaying grim data.
The weight of their deaths settled heavily on Jun-woo's shoulders, yet his expression remained resolute. A body, marred by severe injuries, lay on the floor nearby. Jun-woo knelt beside a fallen comrade, the grim reality of the situation settling upon him. His resolve wavering as he crumpled a report, muttering, "Shit.
I can't do this anymore."
One examiner coldly informed him that Woo Hyuk was eliminated and that Jun-woo must proceed alone, another adding that Woo Hyuk was messy and didn't know how to clean. Jun-woo, his face contorted in anger and despair, protested that this was going too far. But the examiners remained impassive, coldly informing him that Shin Tae-hwan was next. The former deputy leader of the Aries Guild, an A-class hunter, and the #1 ranked berserker in Korea, was left in a state of profound shock and despair. Junwoo, faced with the gruesome aftermath of a mission gone wrong, reacted with disbelief.
You're telling me I have to get on my knees to do some shit like cleaning?
He continued, his voice laced with frustration and exhaustion. Also, how can I clean this up within 20 minutes just by myself? The sheer scale of the task, coupled with the emotional toll of his team's deaths, overwhelmed him.
Isn't this too ridiculous for a practical task? Meanwhile, the examiners observed Junwoo's reaction, their expressions remaining impassive.
One of the examiners spoke, "It's practically impossible."
Another member of Junwoo's team voiced his protest, "I didn't hear anything about this."
The examiners, unmoved by the complaints, responded coldly.
One of them stated, "This bastard, how can you say something like that in this situation?" The examiners, cold and unmoved, observed Junwoo. A faint electrical spark crackled near one of them. As Junwoo voiced his disbelief. "This task doesn't make any sense," he exclaimed. "Shouldn't we be doing something we're capable of handling?"
An examiner responded dismissively, criticizing Junwoo's previous actions.
"Then why did you have to go all out and fight like an idiot? It could have been easier to clean up if you took it down in a more straightforward manner." Another examiner asked, "What did you say?"
A third examiner then reported, "All right, Mr. Shin Tae-won said he would give up." The examiners turned their attention to Han Yubin.
"What about Miss Han Yubin, will you do the practical task?"
Han Yubin stood silently, her expression unreadable. The question hung in the air, unanswered. Junwoo, his expression a mixture of frustration and defiance, stood before the examiners. He argued against the mission's illogical nature, but the examiners remained cold and unmoved, their faces impassive. The examiners coldly dismissed Junwoo's objections, stating that Han Yubin would also be forced to give up, and instructed him to proceed alone.
A final instruction was given, "Please time it well."
Suddenly, Yubin lunged forward, a surprising burst of speed and power propelling her towards the examiners. A blue energy crackled around her as she moved. With a blur of motion, she unleashed a powerful attack, a swift strike that sent the examiners reeling. The force of the blow sent several nearby objects flying, showcasing the raw power behind Yubin's unexpected assault. Yubin launched a surprise attack, her movements a blur of motion as she unleashed a flurry of strikes. Each blow precise and powerful, aimed at disarming and incapacitating her opponents. The examiners, caught completely off guard, were left reeling from the unexpected assault. The speed and precision of her attack were astonishing. She moved with an almost supernatural grace, her strikes leaving trails of energy in their wake. One examiner, caught in the crossfire, stumbled back, his body visibly shaken by the force of Yubin's attack. The scene was chaotic, a whirlwind of motion and energy.
An examiner, witnessing Yubin's unexpected skill, muttered in disbelief, "This punk, isn't she spraying the chemical and cutting up the corpse at the same time?" Another examiner, observing Yubin's efficient cleanup, commented, "She's blocking the gas and the blood from coming out of the corpse at the same time, and all the while, she's also cleaning up quite efficiently." One of the examiners, his eyes wide with disbelief, muttered to himself, "Doing such a thing is impossible unless some seasoned expert taught her." Another examiner, seemingly unconvinced, questioned, "Don't tell me, your colleagues were too enthusiastic so you threw them a challenge?"
The examiner's thought process continued, focusing on Han Yubin's earlier mentioned colleagues. The implication was that Yubin had orchestrated a test for them. Suddenly, Han Yubin appeared, bound by thick, magically enhanced ropes. But with surprising speed and strength, she began to effortlessly sever the ropes. The ropes snapping with loud thuds as she broke free, revealing her unexpected mastery over her abilities. Han Yubin, bound by magically enhanced restraints, strained against the ropes with a grunt, "Hup." The ropes, attached to large, meat-like weights, swung wildly as she exerted herself. Yubin continued to struggle, her face contorted in effort, muscles bulging as she fought against the magical bindings.
Kim Junwoo observed from a distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muttered to himself, "No. With that momentum, she'll be able to accomplish the task within the given time." Junwoo's internal monologue continued, "Why did you suddenly become serious about cleaning, you lunatic?" Junwoo's gaze hardened as he concluded, Han Yubin will be able to pass the recruitment at this rate.
One examiner's plan to ensure everyone failed was foiled.
He lamented, my plan to fail everyone is ruined. With how things are, there's no excuse. Another examiner, witnessing Yubin's exceptional performance, questioned, aren't you boosting her too blatantly?
The first examiner, clearly frustrated, could only manage a pained, ack.
A second examiner voiced his suspicion, how come your candidate is the only one who can complete this task? Is it because you've already informed her about this beforehand?
Meanwhile, another examiner, overwhelmed by Yubin's brilliance, muttered, how blinding.
Shin Taeduan's shining so bright that I can't even look at him. Two examiners openly protested, it's not right. This is definitely unfair hiring.
Han Yubin stood defiantly before two examiners, her arms crossed, a smirk playing on her lips.
One of the examiners, his face contorted in anger, addressed her with a sneer, hey, midget, you got something to say to me?
Another examiner interjected, expressing his bewilderment at Yubin's behavior, questioning why she was acting this way again. Yubin retorted, arguing that it was unfair to accuse her of cheating simply because she was exceptionally skilled, and challenged them to explain why they were so quick to judge her. The examiner, seething with rage, called her a bitch, his anger escalating. The other examiner, attempting to de-escalate the situation, questioned Yubin's presence in the selection process, suggesting she might have received preferential treatment or external support. Yubin, unfazed by the examiner's accusations, retorted that she would only pay her respects to someone who truly deserved them, given their audacity to question her skills. She sarcastically commented that perhaps the examiner's previous guild was mediocre, failing to promote its leader due to their lack of skill, implying that their dismissal was a result of their own incompetence. A smirk played on her lips as she added that maybe they were simply fired. Junwoo, witnessing the exchange, muttered to himself, his expression darkening with each passing moment. Suddenly, a former deputy leader of the Ares Guild, identified as the #1 domestic berserker, activated his rampage skill, a surge of crimson energy enveloping him. He then questioned Yubin, a sinister glint in his eyes, asking her why she was dismissed from her previous position. The examiner's accusations against Yubin were met with a dismissive retort. She was, after all, a former International Association hunter, a fact that seemed to further enrage them. And she wasn't about to let them forget it. Yubin activated her high panic berserker skill, a surge of crimson energy enveloping her, revealing her global ranking, number 152. This was no mere boast, it was a testament to her considerable power. The scene shifted to a confrontation. Yubin, radiating power, stood defiant against her accusers. While a former guild deputy leader watched, his expression a mixture of surprise and something akin to grudging respect. Yubin's display of strength had left him visibly impressed, though he still seemed wary. As he witnessed her effortlessly dispatch her opponent with a swift, brutal strike. The impact left the man groaning in pain, his jaw broken. Yubin's power was undeniable. Skill activation appeared on screen as Han Yubin unleashed a powerful blow, the force of which sent her opponent reeling back and left him vulnerable to a finishing strike. The examiners watched, their anger growing as Yubin's opponent questioned her actions, prompting a hyper boost activation. Yubin, displaying her overwhelming power, effortlessly incapacitated her opponent. Kim Junwoo observed, his concern deepening. The examiners' anger intensified as they witnessed Yubin's blatant disregard for their authority, prompting a now entering battle mode notification. Kim Junwoo, his face etched with worry, pleaded with the examiners, please stop right here. That is, if you don't want to humiliate yourselves. Meanwhile, Yubin's opponent, enraged, shouted, you bastard. Let go, or else. He was incredulous, what the hell's with that speed? So this bastard's not just a mere cleaner? Yubin, her eyes blazing, coldly retorted, you A-class trash. She continued, this is considered self-defense since you were the one who jumped in first. With a swift, brutal motion, Yubin incapacitated her opponent, the sound of a sickening crack echoing through the room as he was thrown to the ground. An examiner intervened, attempting to disarm Yubin, addressing her calmly, "You too, Miss Han Yubin, put your weapon away." Yubin, her expression unreadable, stood before the examiners. One of them reaching out cautiously as if to restrain her.
Kim Jun-woo, watching with growing apprehension, muttered to himself, "Shit, isn't she going to withdraw?" Yubin, seemingly unfazed by the examiner's approach, responded curtly, "Fine, fine. I'll stop now."
An examiner, observing the scene, commented, "People in the berserker class really do have quite a temper." As Yubin stood defiantly amidst the fallen opponent and the concerned examiners. Following her display of overwhelming power, Han Yubin offered a mumbled apology. The setting sun casting long shadows over the cityscape as she expressed remorse for her behavior during the previous interview. Kim Jun-woo, surprised by her unexpected apology, questioned her motives. His internal monologue revealing his assessment of her performance and attitude. Yubin, however, remained guarded, her expression suggesting suspicion and a hint of defiance. She revealed that she had sought information from Junwoo's colleagues, implying a calculated approach to her apology. Regardless of the help received from anyone, it was still the one who completed the task that mattered.
And in any case, it was still you who had the will to learn. Junwoo accepted Yubin's apology.
Yubin, with a playful smile, stated that she understood and accepted his apology, adding that they weren't likely to see each other again anyway.
Junwoo questioned if Yubin was no longer interested in the recruitment process.
Yubin confirmed that she had already explained her actions, stating that she had only come to offer an apology. She added that, given her actions, getting hired was now out of the question. Yubin reflected on her cleaning job, deeming it far removed from her initial aspirations and finding it both dirty and tiring. She then declared her intention to leave and avoid further contact. Junwoo, witnessing Yubin's departure, reacted with a mixture of disbelief and annoyance. A title card indicated the passage of time, the next day. A scene unfolded where a powerful, swirling vortex of blue energy appeared, accompanied by Yubin's voice, shouting, "Kim Junwoo, you crazy bastard." The vortex seemed to be a manifestation of her power, and her words expressed her anger and frustration towards Junwoo.
Kim Junwoo, witnessing the aftermath of Yubin's outburst, could only stare in disbelief. His thoughts echoed the unspoken question hanging in the air. What the hell were you thinking? He silently wondered, his annoyance palpable. Yubin's face, contorted in a mixture of anger and exhilaration, reflected the intensity of her emotions as she read the message on her phone. The message confirmed her acceptance into the Supernatural and Dimension Management Association's cleaning team. The day after the recruitment process concluded, a question arose in Han Yubin's mind.
A sudden question that lingered in her thoughts. Yubin reflected on receiving an apology from Kim Jun-woo, though a certain resentment still lingered within her. She lay upside down on her couch, surrounded by the remnants of a late-night snack, lost in thought. Han Yubin, still reflecting on recent events, stared at a discarded beer can and a bag of chips, muttering to himself, "Who the hell is that guy, really?" He recalled the encounter, his thoughts forming a narrative. He was able to keep up with the speed of my unique skill, High Panic Berserker, and even managed to stop my attack with just one hand.
Yubin voiced his disbelief. How is that even possible?
The scene shifted to show Kim Junwoo and a young girl, both looking serious and concerned.
Yubin's internal monologue continued, questioning the situation. For a cleaner who wasn't even a hunter? In the first place, why is someone like that in the cleaning team? Han Yubin dismissed the significance of her recent fight, muttering, "No, what does it matter?"
She checked her phone, a slight frown on her face. A new message appeared on the screen, from the Supernatural and Dimension Management Association, informing her that she had passed the final interview for the Department of Supernatural Management's Cleaning Team 6.
Yubin's expression shifted to one of disbelief and shock.
Her eyes widening as she read the message, a string of expletives escaping her lips. What the
fuck? The scene shifts to New York City, USA. A fist slams down, radiating energy.
The impact echoing through a dimly lit room. An enraged man in a suit confronts a subordinate, demanding to know why an operations file still exists. The subordinate explains that while they deleted the data under the control team's supervision, a copy remained with the operations team. Jason, the New York branch control team captain of the International Hunter Association, declared, "Everything will be over for us." Chloe, the support team manager for the same branch, responded with a worried expression, "If it gets out, then it should at least be in a nicer manner." Chloe's concern was evident as she looked on. Meanwhile, Han Yu-bin, his face contorted in a grimace, was addressed by name. A brief on-screen caption explained that several months prior, an accident had occurred during an operation led by Han Yu-bin. The panel showed a powerful, ominous energy surge, hinting at the nature of the accident. A shadowy, clawed hand descended from above, causing Chloe to react with alarm. As a warning cry of "Watch out" echoed through the scene, just as a powerful blow struck Angel, sending her sprawling to the ground, her arm injured and bleeding. Chloe, horrified, cried out, "Angel! Your arm!" witnessing the extent of the damage. From the shadows, a monstrous figure emerged, its eyes glowing menacingly. Chloe and Angel stared in disbelief at the monstrous creature before them. Chloe, her face etched with worry, urgently instructed Angel, "Angel! I'll keep it occupied, so you go out first and call for backup." A bright blue energy surged from a weapon, radiating power. Chloe watched with growing apprehension. Suddenly, Angel cried out, "Han," as she was struck, a sharp impact visible on her side. Chloe, eyes wide with horror, saw Angel clutching a small, ornate locket, a cherished possession, as she gasped, "Isn't this your cherished?" Chloe's voice was filled with determination as she declared, "Han, you must live." Chloe, horrified, watched as Angel clutched a cherished locket, her face contorted in pain. Angel had been attacked and was clearly injured, possibly poisoned. The attacker's energy signature was still lingering in the air as Chloe activated her limit breaker skill, creating a powerful diversionary blast. The force of the explosion sent her flying backwards. But Chloe remained focused on Angel's safety. Her determination hardened as she yelled, "Angel! I'll call for backup, so don't die." Chloe's desperate plea was fueled by fierce loyalty and a deep concern for her friend. She continued, "I'll kill you if you die." A monstrous figure, its claws dripping with an unseen substance, loomed over Angel. Its shadowed form barely visible in the dim light. Chloe, witnessing the attack from a distance, reacted swiftly. Chloe created a diversion, drawing attention away from Angel's immediate danger. Simultaneously, she frantically contacted her backup team, her voice laced with urgency, "Control team, this is Operations Team 3. We need backup now." Chloe contacted Control Team for backup. The radio crackled with a grim response, "This is Control Team, there are no available units at the moment. Sending backup is not possible." Chloe reacted with disbelief and fury, shouting into the radio, "Bullshit. Do you think I'm not aware that we have reserve units?" She insisted, "Even just one person is enough. Just send them over." Control Team's response was firm and unyielding, "I repeat, sending backup is not possible." Chloe's frustration reached its peak, her eyes blazing with desperate anger as she slammed the radio down. Meanwhile, in a separate location, a man in a suit watched the unfolding events with a cold, calculating expression. An unseen narrator's voice cuts through the scene, pondering aloud, who would be crazy enough to waste precious resources by sending units into an unprofitable dungeon to save one hunter? The scene shifts to a woman with silver hair, elegantly dressed in a dark suit. She stands before a large scale, one side overflowing with stacks of money, the other side conspicuously empty. Her expression is one of cold calculation. The woman's inner thoughts are revealed, "It wasn't profitable for me at all, who was embezzling private funds allotted for operations. That hunter lost her life in the end, but it doesn't matter." A close-up on the woman's face, the caption below reads, "Accidental death." The woman continues her internal monologue, "Since the higher-ups don't really give a damn, it wasn't that hard to manipulate the reports. However, Han went on a rampage. And thanks to that, I had an excuse to kick out a bitch who was a thorn in my side.
Everything seemed to be going smoothly.
Until Han, a hunter for the U.S. Association, took the control team's operation file before leaving. The man in the suit, clearly agitated, worried about the file's potential consequences. He mused that if the file were made public, it would not only reveal the truth behind a past accident, but also expose his embezzlement and corruption. A gun barrel, still smoking, is shown in close-up. The scene shifts to a tense meeting. A man in a suit demands the retrieval of a stolen file, no matter the cost. He questions the possibility of negotiation with the thief, considering her personality. Another man inquires about Han's current situation. A report reveals that Han's profile has been re-registered in the association's private network, indicating she has rejoined the Korean Association.
A city skyline at night underscores the vastness of the organization she has infiltrated.
Two men discussed the revocation of a hunter's license, revealing that she had joined a cleaning team instead of an operations team.
One expressing confusion about such an unusual choice,
while the other explained that a joint operation with the Korean Association was planned for the Loop Dungeon next week, but that the Korean Association had yet to be contacted,
prompting orders to expedite contact and ensure the operation proceeded without delay.
The man then ominously declared that Han, regardless of her hiding place, remained under his control,
and expressed anticipation for their inevitable reunion. A week had passed since Han Yubin's official hiring.
Unlock condition fulfilled, acquire one new member for the dungeon cleaning team, acquired skill, Hyper Bleed, successfully unlocked. Due to predetermined internal reshuffling, Kim Jun-woo had become a team captain. It had been so long since Kim Jun-woo had unlocked a new skill. He was now the Supernatural and Dimension Management Association Cleaning Team 3 captain, with the special note, SFB, a skill fanatic bastard. Kim Jun-woo's team members urged him to help dismantle some chemicals that were starting to rot. One of his team members commented that Kim Jun-woo had lost his touch after becoming team captain. A woman urgently explained that the knives would be useless once the monster's body hardened, urging someone to speed up the process.
Meanwhile, Jun-woo, despite his new position as team captain, was still assigned cleaning duties. He grumbled about the difficulty of unlocking new skills even with his elevated rank. He reflected on his initial belief that holding a position would make skill acquisition easier, a notion now proven false. Despite his title, Jun-woo felt his authority was insufficient to cause significant changes within headquarters. He was still essentially a cleaner. His colleagues teased him, referring to him as Captain Pion. A notification arrived on his phone. A dungeon appeared near Namtaeryong, requiring both an operations team and a cleaning team to enter simultaneously. Jun-woo noted that all teams were currently occupied.
Kim Jun-woo considered contacting the operations team about a new dungeon alert, but decided against it, reasoning that doing so would disrupt their schedules. He then dialed a different number, the contact information for underling cleaner. Jun-woo contacted Han Yubin, who had just finished work and was about to have lunch. He informed her of another uncleared dungeon that had just appeared. Yubin reacted with frustration, questioning the lack of operations teams and the continued burden placed on her and other cleaners to handle dungeon clearing. Kim Jun-woo, frustrated by the operations team's lack of support, contacted Han Yubin, inquiring if anyone else could handle dungeon clearing.
He received a response indicating that assistance would be provided once their current task was complete, prompting Jun-woo to express his belief that he had overestimated Han Yubin's capabilities.
Han Yubin, already annoyed by the additional burden, reacted with an exasperated affirmation, we're going, all right?
We're going.
Immediately setting off to tackle the new dungeon. After completing the task, Han Yubin contacted Jun-woo, reminding him of his debt for this unexpected assignment. Jun-woo reflected on the fact that he had been consistently assigning all the complicated dungeons to Han Yubin for the past week. Han Yubin and Kim Jun-woo sat together, resting after completing a dungeon cleaning. Yubin commented on their increased free time since Jun-woo's team became so efficient, implying that this was due to Jun-woo's delegation of tasks. A fact Jun-woo confirmed, explaining that his team's capabilities allowed them to handle tasks that previously required two teams, effectively halving their workload. A system message appeared, indicating that Han Yubin had met the conditions to unlock a new skill, Replica. Junwoo, observing this from afar, smirked, revealing his cynical thoughts about his position as team captain and the ease with which he could delegate undesirable tasks. The final panel showed a message expressing Junwoo's intention to take care of cleaning Team 3, further highlighting his manipulative tendencies. The scene shifts to an urban setting, a multi-story parking garage visible under a bright, sunny sky.
Inside a home, a young man approaches his father, holding a neatly folded garment. He announces, "Dad, I ironed your clothes." The father, surprised, responds, "Oh my. You didn't have to." The father examines his work clothes, noting their worn condition, and mutters, "My work clothes are a bit worn out, huh?" A man, seemingly in his late 30s or early 40s, addressed his son with a boisterous laugh. "Ah, my son. You don't have to iron my work clothes from now on." The son, a young man with a concerned expression, responded hesitantly. "Dad, did you get fired?"
The image showed Park Geun-tae, now in a sharp suit, with the text "Supernatural and Dimension Management Association Cleaning Section Chief Park Geun-tae got promoted to Section Chief."
The son's expression shifted to one of surprise and admiration. "Wow, Mr. Geun-tae, wearing that suit makes you look nice. You got promoted? Congratulations."
Park Geun-tae, beaming with pride, announced his promotion to section chief at the Supernatural and Dimension Management Association to his colleagues, exclaiming, "Haha.
Thank you." He continued, "I, Park Geun-tae, am on my first day working as a section chief. I wish everyone to have a nice day as well." A tense meeting unfolded within the operations planning office.
One of the team members, his expression etched with concern, voiced his apprehension, "TSK.
What should we do about this now?"
The scene shifted to a formal meeting of the command and control team.
The text on the panel clarified that this was a regular meeting of the operations teams. A team member questioned Captain Payan, expressing doubt about the current course of action. "Captain Payan, do you really think this is right?" Captain Payan, seemingly unfazed, calmly inquired, "What seems to be the problem?"
Another team member, frustrated, reiterated his concerns. "All operations are in accordance with the teams, so the cleaning duties, the problem is that's what I'm saying."
Captain Chu Ji-yeon of Operations Team 4 voiced her opinion, highlighting the importance of dungeon clearing. "Shouldn't dungeon clearing be the association's top priority?"
A young man with reddish-brown hair and intense eyes questioned the logic of canceling operations simply because the workers were tired.
Captain Chu Ji-yeon, concerned, addressed Captain Payan, stating that while she understood the shift in allegiances, they couldn't allow this.
Captain Payan acknowledged that dungeon clearing always came first, but suggested that by considering the cleaning team's schedules, they could avoid unreasonable demands. Captain Chu countered, questioning why the cleaning teams, formed specifically for cleanup, should bear the brunt of unreasonable schedules. Another team member agreed, asking why they should even care about the cleaning team's schedules in the first place. The discussion revealed that the current situation was entirely due to Kim Jun-woo's influence, and despite his backing, it was questionable how he could justify such discrepancies in scheduling with the cleaning team. A team member noted the irony of a cleaning team captain who was still wet behind the ears. A heated discussion unfolds within the association's headquarters. One individual remarks on the unimaginable workload of the cleaning team, contrasting it with their own past experiences. While another adds that the current situation is a direct consequence of appointing an unskilled person as team captain. Captain Chu Ji-yeon, visibly frustrated, interjects, stating that while she understands their frustrations, she finds the current response immature. She challenges the notion of an unskilled person and questions the disregard for operational efficiency, demanding that they review this week's settlement report. The tension escalates as Captain Chu Ji-yeon points out the disparity in status, emphasizing that their mere presence in the meeting does not equate to equality. In a decisive move, she slams a stack of reports onto the table, underscoring her point. A report is presented, showing a 30% increase in cleared dungeons compared to last month. Captain Chu Ji-yeon points out that such performance is almost comparable to that during the settlement season,
and questions if this level of efficiency is easily achievable by everyone. Captain Chu Ji-yeon addresses Kim Min-ji, stating that he has been let off the hook so far, and proceeds to present further evidence. Only 100 dungeons were worked on this week, and none of them had any issues. A graph is shown, highlighting a 30% increase in performance during a regular workweek, with 0 accidents reported. A man sits at a large table in a modern office, a pensive expression on his face. He mutters to himself, "That's a little funny." Meanwhile, Captain Chu Ji-yeon stands outside, her expression serious. She questions the current operational structure, stating, "What's so wrong about trying to get teams within one organization to watch each other?" 2 men, clearly agitated, reject her proposal. One vehemently declares, "Hey, anyway, I won't acknowledge that kind of schedule." The other man adds, "TSK. Looks like you'll come to your senses if we're out of the picture." Captain Chu Ji-yeon, undeterred, responds defiantly, "If you want to keep going like this, then you can do it all by yourself, Captain Kim Min-ju." She looks at them with a mixture of annoyance and determination. The final panel shows her asking, "Pardon? What do you mean?" Captain Chu Ji-yeon addressed her colleagues, a sly smile playing on her lips. "That'll be great. If you take the cleaning team that much, then you can adjust to them on your own, Captain Kim Min-ju. Because our teams won't be participating in operations next week." Kim Min-ji, seemingly pleased, responded, "Isn't the loop dungeon opening next week? That's good, then you can keep all the loot from the dungeon to yourselves. Team 5 will also leave themselves out. Team 8 as well. Then, we'll be taking our leave first. Anyhow, let's see how well you'll do on your own." A subordinate, seemingly nervous, interrupted, I apologize for interrupting the meeting." A team member reported receiving a call from the U.S. branch, requesting to speak with Captain Pion. The news prompting a surprised reaction from a colleague. Another team member explained that the director was unavailable, and that they had handled similar requests before, but that the current situation made independent decision-making difficult due to someone else being in charge of scheduling. Offering to provide contact information for direct communication with the director. The team member, visibly confused, wondered why the U.S. branch was suddenly involved. A woman in a business suit informed a man that, since he would not be participating in the next week's dungeon clearing, Operations Team 2 would be taking his place. The man, visibly frustrated, was surrounded by 3 other men, all of whom looked equally displeased with the news. Another man questioned the sudden change in schedule, noting the involvement of his branch. The frustrated man stammered a denial, his team visibly tense. A superior clarified that Operations Team 2 would indeed participate as planned, but acknowledged that the loop dungeon was particularly challenging, prompting a woman to question Lee Soo-yeon's consistent reliance on others for planning. Lee Soo-yeon announced that Captain Kim Jun-woo would be the supervisor for the next operation. A decision that was met with visible surprise and discontent by a group of other team members. Later, a team member questioned the decision, expressing surprise that the operation was already complete. Kim Jun-woo, looking frustrated, was shown alone. His expression reflected his feelings about the unexpected change in assignments. A woman questioned a man, "So, tell me, why did you choose to suffer instead of using your unique skill?" The man, surprised, responded, "How did you know?" "It's obvious, you belong to the Berserker class, so if you used your unique skill, there'd be no way the monsters' carcasses would be this intact." "Well, isn't it a lot harder to clean if the carcasses are torn to pieces?" That was only the case during the exam. In reality, clearing is the top priority. Is there a need to be inefficient during clearing just for the sake of cleaning? Kim Jun-woo expressed surprise at the unexpected assignment, questioning why he was chosen for cleaning duty instead of other tasks. His colleague, seemingly unfazed, simply responded that there was one more cleaning job before he could leave. Meanwhile, Jun-woo was approached by other individuals who seemed eager to confront him. He received a call on his phone, noticing the number was from overseas. The caller identified themselves as being from the U.S. branch of the International Association, addressing him as Captain Kim Jun-woo.
Suddenly, Han Yubin appeared, apologizing for having to leave Junwoo to finish the job alone due to an urgent phone call. Junwoo and a group of his colleagues reacted with shock and alarm as a fiery explosion erupted nearby, the intense heat and bright light causing them to shield their eyes and recoil in fear. One of the colleagues, a young woman with orange hair, was propelled backward by the force of the blast.
Junwoo, still reeling from the unexpected event, found himself taking a phone call. He answered, "Yes, I can talk on the phone now."
The caller informed him, "I heard the loop dungeon in Seoul is about to spawn." Junwoo's expression turned serious as he listened intently to the news, his mind racing to process the implications of this unexpected development. A man in a suit, his expression a blend of shrewdness and calculation, addressed someone off-panel. He proposed a joint operation, emphasizing the value of their combined experience. The title card announced the arrival of the Loop Dungeon, a special dungeon that resets to its starting point unless the boss monster is defeated under specific conditions. The narration clarified that the number of loops is infinite, implying an indefinite number of attempts to clear the dungeon. A depiction of intense combat showed a character battling a monstrous creature. The text emphasized that clearing this dungeon could be done an indefinite amount of times until the specific conditions for successful clearing were met. The scene concluded with a close-up of a character's face, his expression one of grim determination as he faced the monstrous creature's gaping maw.
Kim Junwoo's grim expression is shown, a flashback of his past life begins.
He recounts having to conquer a similar dungeon 100 times in his previous life before succeeding,
describing the ordeal as hell.
The scene shifts to show a group of workers cleaning up a room filled with skulls, highlighting the harsh reality of the dungeon. The narration continues, stating that the fact that the US branch was the first to propose a joint operation is pure bullshit. Junwoo, enraged, makes a phone call, his face contorted in anger. He reveals that the US branch had previously contacted him under the guise of needing experience, only to later steal the Time Stone, a unique item only obtainable from the Loop Dungeon. The scene shows Junwoo in a meeting, his expression hardening as he contemplates the US branch's deceitful actions. Headquarters was outraged by the theft of an item that could have further strengthened the organization.
And Junwoo received a harsh reprimand from the association president. The Seoul headquarters was in charge of planning and overseeing the operation,
but they only managed to recover a small portion of the stolen item.
Junwoo, initially deceived due to his lack of knowledge, now felt angry and betrayed,
and rejected the US branch's proposal, deciding to proceed with the operation using only his own forces.
A man in a suit addressed Kim Junwoo, stating that the sudden job proposal must have caught him off guard,
and explained that their side intended to handle the budget for the operation, offering to deposit funds into Junwoo's personal account.
Junwoo internally scoffed at the offer, thinking it was ludicrous that they were lobbying a cleaner,
and countered with a demand for a significantly higher sum.
Junwoo's expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief as he received a counteroffer on the phone, finding the amount far exceeding his expectations. Kim Junwoo stood amidst a shadowy, indistinct background, his body tense, a question forming in his mind, do I take it or not?
A moment later, he received a text message on his phone. The message was from someone identified only as stupid follower. The message explained that the teacher was on a call, and that the other dungeon teams were boycotting the next week's joint operation. However, the US branch had sent a request for a joint operation, so there was still a chance to proceed. Junwoo read the message, his expression shifting to one of disbelief and anger.
He muttered to himself, Operations Team 2 will be the only one participating because of a boycott? Moreover, I'm also the supervisor in charge of the operation?
His anger intensified, his face contorted in a grimace as he furiously questioned what had happened at their regular meeting.
Just what the hell happened at their regular meeting? A high-ranking official declared, all right, we will carry on with the joint operation.
However, he immediately added, there is a little problem though. Documents revealed that due to budget constraints, the operation would proceed with a cleaning team.
This was deemed necessary because of the dungeon's unique nature as a loop. The official reviewing the documents seemed unconcerned, and confidently stated, you don't have to worry about that. He then concluded the meeting with a curt, "Thank you. Then, I'll see you soon."
Kim Jun-woo contemplated his schedule, muttering to himself, I'll have to push back next week's cleaning by a bit, and it should be pretty much fine if Team G and my team participate. Jun-woo's expression shifted as he checked his phone. A sudden realization dawned on him. He read a message, his eyes widening in surprise.
If we're talking about the US branch, isn't that Han Yubin's former workplace?
Jun-woo's face fell as he considered the implications, shown between two colleagues expressing clear disapproval.
The question hung heavy in the air. Is it okay to have Han Yubin participate?
1 week later, on the day of the joint operation with the US branch, a tense atmosphere hung in the air. A group of individuals in dark hooded cloaks stood silently in the rain, their expressions grim.
While across from them, a group of US branch representatives, shielded by umbrellas, awaited the commencement of the operation.
The tension escalated as a powerful surge of energy crackled through the air, signaling the start of the operation. The atmosphere was heavy with anticipation and uncertainty as both sides braced themselves for what was to come. A group of hunters anxiously discussed the upcoming operation, noting that the joint operation with other associations was unusual due to the differing rules regarding combat dungeons, and that the loop dungeon was particularly dangerous, even for experienced hunters, increasing the overall anxiety. One hunter voiced their concern about the possibility of being trapped in the dungeon indefinitely. To which another responded that while it was not impossible, it was a possibility. The image shows a female hunter visibly frightened by the prospect. Another hunter criticized the others for unnecessarily frightening their colleague before the operation even began, pointing out that the US branch was present and that the worst-case scenario was unlikely. The hunters' apprehension grew as they grappled with the uncertainty surrounding the US branch's plans. A palpable tension hanging in the air as one hunter recalled a chilling tale of a hunter driven to madness after enduring 1,400 loops within the dungeon.
A stark reminder of the dungeon's inherent dangers. Another hunter, however, revealed a grim confidence.
Having previously navigated this dungeon in a past life, he possessed unique knowledge. Kim Min-ju, cloaked and pensive, reflected on the situation. She resolved to leave the clearing to Min-ju, believing the young woman needed the experience as a leader. Meanwhile, another hunter, a man with brown hair, covertly observed a glowing blue gem. He smirked, internally planning to quietly take the time stone without the other's knowledge. His actions were noticed by a fiery-haired woman, who angrily confronted him about his deception. The brown-haired hunter explained that she wouldn't have agreed to participate if she'd known the truth. Two other hunters watched the brewing conflict, one suggesting they call for reinforcements, while the other expressed concern about the potential for a large fight. A group of hunters stood in the rain, their faces grim. One of them observed that rather than him, it seemed like someone else would be the one to initiate something. Another hunter expressed concern, stating that they shouldn't cause any trouble and should stick to the official operation, no matter what. They doubted that the others would remain compliant. A third hunter worried about Han Yubin's unpredictable outbursts. Meanwhile, two other hunters, under an umbrella, watched suspiciously as a group of their colleagues walked away. One of them remarked that those guys were definitely up to something. One hunter reflected on the potential consequences of failure, noting that if the operation went wrong, the operations team captains would undoubtedly use the opportunity to target the cleaning team. The final panel showed a close-up of a hunter's face, his expression serious and apprehensive, as he looked at his team. A brooding figure, surrounded by his team, contemplates the difficulty of building something compared to tearing it down. Determined to protect what he has built, he vows to resist any attempts to dismantle his work. Suddenly, a man falls into a puddle, seemingly incapacitated. As two individuals approach, identifying themselves as the cleaning team captain and the support team manager. Jason, the control team captain, and Chloe, the support team manager, introduce themselves to the fallen man. The scene shifts to reveal a group of men in suits, observing the situation from a distance. Kim Jun-woo, introduced as the Fallen Man, was greeted by Jason, the control team captain, and Chloe, the support team manager. Jason expressed his pleasure at meeting Jun-woo, mentioning his impressive talents and expertise in dungeons. Jun-woo responded modestly, stating that Jason was flattering him. Jason dismissed Jun-woo's modesty, inquiring about his well-being after a period of absence. Chloe commented on Jason's apparent success, albeit with a hint of unfortunate implication. Jason expressed relief at Jun-woo's participation, though he subtly questioned whether Jun-woo's participation was genuine. Chloe's expression turned somber, suggesting underlying concerns. A man, seemingly a superior, spoke to his subordinate, expressing his dislike for the situation but acknowledging the constraints of his job. He emphasized the need to separate personal and professional matters, apologizing for a past incident involving an angel. He continued, however, adding a cautious just in case, before posing a pointed question. The question, stark and accusatory, was directed at the subordinate. Did you take something with you when you quit? The subordinate, visibly tense, remained silent under the intense gaze of their superior, the only sound being the rhythmic patter of rain. Finally, the subordinate, seemingly defeated, simply replied, I didn't. The superior, seemingly satisfied, concluded the conversation, stating, I see. Let's talk again later. The subordinate, left alone in the rain, walked away. Kim Jun-woo, standing under an umbrella with the hunters, stated that he looked forward to working with them on this operation. Jason, addressing Chloe, instructed her to do what she needed to do, regardless of the method. Chloe responded with a simple I understand, while Jason, in a private thought, revealed his plan to retrieve a file from someone he called that bitch. Jun-woo, addressing the assembled hunters, announced that he would conduct a final briefing before they entered the dungeon. Explaining that today's operation involved a loop dungeon with 2 zones and 2 bosses. Despite the relatively small number of participants, Jun-woo expressed confidence, believing they could clear the dungeon slowly but surely. Kim Jun-woo addressed the hunters, explaining that the dungeon was a loop, meaning its completion time was uncertain. He urged them to conserve their strength while clearing it. They would proceed one by one, following the instructions provided by the U.S. branch. Jason, Chloe, and the other hunters stood in the rain, awaiting their turn. Jason's expression remained focused, betraying his underlying agenda. Jun-woo concluded his briefing, announcing that the operation would commence immediately. A portal of shimmering energy crackled to life, signifying the dungeon's entrance. 3 hours into the dungeon operation, a critical moment arrived. Kim Jun-woo urged his team forward, shouting, "Everyone, keep going. This is the final blow." A member of the hunters, with long black hair, charged forward with incredible speed, leaping through the air with a powerful sword strike. But the colossal enemy, a towering golem, remained unyielding, its glowing eyes fixed on the attacker. Kim Jun-woo, directing the final assault against the golem, felt the weight of the battle. He braced himself, anticipating the final blow. As a powerful energy surged through him, activating his 1,000-armed bodhisattva skill. A blinding flash of light erupted as he unleashed a devastating attack, the force of the blow cleaving through the golem's defenses. Following the golem's defeat, the hunters regrouped, their movements purposeful and efficient. A superior officer addressed a team member, instructing them to maintain their current pace while conserving their strength. Meanwhile, another officer checked in with Han Sang-hyuk, who confirmed that the marking process was proceeding smoothly. Further instructions were given, emphasizing the importance of marking not only corridors but also intersections and previously explored rooms. Han Sang-hyuk was reminded to meticulously record the time and loop number for each mark. He acknowledged the order with a simple, "Sir, yes sir, as you command." Finally, Miss So-yeon was tasked with checking the number of personnel and their condition, updating the records at the end of each loop. A superior officer addressed the hunters, instructing them on post-battle procedures. He stated that there was no need to dismantle the carcasses of smaller mobs, they should simply be burned. He also warned that the cleaning schedule would fall behind if they tried to process everything at once. He then assigned Yubin the task of mapping out the dungeon's interior. pointing out that, as a former operations team captain, she should be more than capable of handling the task. Yubin, however, retorted that while true, it wasn't the job of a team captain, and that whoever knew how to do it should do it. This prompted a frustrated thought from Han Sang-hyuk, I really want to hit you just once. He then muttered to himself, expressing his dislike for quick-witted people. A narrator's voice describes the current state of the dungeon clearing operation. Kim Min-ju's operations team 2 acts as the vanguard, clearing the path,
while the U.S. branch provides support from the rear.
The cleaning team follows closely behind, mopping up as quickly as possible. On the surface, the dungeon clearing operation appears to be proceeding smoothly.
However,
Han Sang-hyuk observes 3 members of the cleaning team from behind.
His suspicion is piqued by a man named Jason. Sang-hyuk notes Jason's repeated glances in his direction, suggesting something is amiss. Sang-hyuk speculates on Jason's motives.
If Jason's goal is the time stone, he wouldn't be concerned with the cleaning team.
This leads Sang-hyuk to believe Jason has a different objective.
Han Sang-hyuk, unconcerned, declared that it was none of his business, as his presence alone would prevent anyone from obtaining the time stone. A smirk playing on his lips as he confidently asserted his control over the situation. The hunters, having cleared the dungeon corridors, arrived at the final chamber. A team member announced that this was the boss room.
With a nod of confirmation, the team prepared to enter, readying themselves for the final confrontation. The door to the boss room opened, revealing a blinding light. Dust and debris swirled in the grand hall as the hunters' team approached the final chamber.
A communications report came in from Operations Team 2, stating that they had already entered the boss room, but the boss monster was nowhere to be seen.
Meanwhile, within the team, urgent calls of teacher, echoed,
as one member reported that communications were down. A grim expression settled on Miss Yubin's face as she processed this new information. A powerful energy surge erupted from above, manifesting as several crimson beams of light that descended rapidly. Miss Yubin, her eyes wide with alarm, instantly recognized the threat,
and urgently shouted a warning to her team, above us. Everyone dodge. The hunters, reacting swiftly to Miss Yubin's warning, scattered to avoid the incoming energy blasts,
narrowly escaping the devastating impact as the beams struck the ground, leaving a trail of destruction and a single hunter groaning in pain. A purple energy blast erupted from above, narrowly missing its target, revealing a monstrous figure wielding a massive weapon, its red eyes glowing menacingly. The creature unleashed a devastating attack, sending shockwaves through the ground, leaving Miss Yubin and her team shaken and one hunter injured.
The monstrous figure stood amidst the chaos, its weapon dripping with energy, a chilling smile playing on its lips.
A pair of large, ornate doors opened, revealing a brightly lit hallway beyond. A blond man, part of the hunters, watched the scene unfold with a grim expression.
Damn it, he thought, how are they still able to keep up?
He spoke to his companions, his voice tight with urgency.
We've got to take the file from that bitch, Han, as soon as possible.
There's something strange about that cleaning team, he added, referring to Captain Kim Jun-woo. Meanwhile, Han Sang-hyuk, his face contorted in a furious grimace, stood with his cleaning crew, his eyes narrowed in determination. Han Sang-hyuk, aware of the hunters' surveillance, muttered to himself, needing to devise a plan to delay them. Meanwhile, a member of his cleaning crew reported on their progress to Captain Kim Min-ju. The cleaning crew completed their task and exited the building, seemingly unaware of the impending danger.
Operations Team Z reported their completion of the clearing operation.
Han Sang-hyuk, however, appeared troubled, his expression suggesting something was amiss. One of the hunters noticed Han Sang-hyuk's unusual behavior, questioning if something had happened.
A monstrous figure, heavily wounded and bleeding, lay collapsed on the ground.
2 figures in dark tactical gear cautiously observed the scene from a distance, their expressions grim.
One of them knelt, seemingly assessing the situation.
Meanwhile, another individual, his back to the viewer, stood amidst the rubble, seemingly lost in thought. A bloody hand, detached from its arm, lay on the ground, a stark reminder of the brutal conflict that had just transpired. A group of onlookers, their faces etched with shock and horror, whispered amongst themselves, one of them uttering the word casualties in a hushed tone.
The name Kim Min-ju echoed in the aftermath of the battle.
Miss Yubin, tears streaming down her face, whispered, "Teacher."
She continued, sniffling, "We were attacked so suddenly. I couldn't do anything."
Han Sang-hyuk, looking grim, approached her, his expression conveying concern and a hint of self-reproach.
He reflected, with the current power of Team 2, I thought they would be able to clear it with ease.
Han Sang-hyuk confessed his miscalculation. I made an error in my power analysis because I was too focused on the US branch and the time stone.
A digital message appeared, stark against the blue background, clearing conditions not achieved. Loop dungeon clear failed.
Miss Yubin, distraught, leaned on Han Sang-hyuk for support as they stood before the defeated creature. The aftermath of their failed attempt heavy in the air. The hunters observed the scene.
Another digital message flashed, the loop will reset in 5 seconds.
The hunters reacted with alarm, one of them muttered, clearing conditions not achieved. Han Sang-hyuk's face was etched with grim determination, his gaze fixed on Miss Yubin, whose own eyes reflected the despair of their failed mission.
A bright, ethereal glow filled the screen, signaling the imminent reset of the loop.
The hunters watched helplessly as the dungeon's energy surged, the defeated boss dissolving into particles of light. A swirling vortex of blue energy materialized, the symbol of infinity glowing at its center, signifying the loop's inevitable restart. The scene transitioned to a blurred, motion-filled sequence, depicting the rapid reset of the environment.
Miss Yubin, overcome with grief, whispered an apology as she knelt before the bodies of Yoon So-mael and Kim Kwon-hee, the weight of their deaths settling heavily on her shoulders. The hunters stood around her, equally distraught. News of the unexpected incident spread quickly. The U.S. branch held an emergency meeting
to discuss the perilous situation and the involvement of non-combat personnel, including the cleaning team, who had accompanied the U.S. branch's rear support team. The hunters, still reeling from their mission's devastating failure, were shown to be in no condition to exert their full power, both physically and mentally. A state further emphasized by the revelation that Captain Kim Min-ju, the team's cornerstone, was in the worst condition of all. Despite being the youngest team captain recognized by the association, the weight of her team members' deaths was clearly taking a heavy toll on her. Han Sang-hyuk, addressing Captain Kim Min-ju, spoke her name, Kim Min-ju, as the two stood before the fallen bodies of their comrades. Miss Yubin, overcome with grief, pleaded with Han Sang-hyuk, "Please tell me, teacher."
Her question hanging heavy in the air, a question that only Han Sang-hyuk could answer. What? Miss Yubin, consumed by grief and rage, voiced her burning desire for vengeance against the Atlantic Golem. She demanded to know its weakness, not for survival, but to inflict suffering.
Her intense emotions manifested as dark, purplish energy swirling around her.
Yubin revealed a chilling realization: the dungeon they faced was a loop, resetting repeatedly.
This meant she could repeatedly seek revenge on the creature that had caused such devastation. A male hunter, seemingly impatient with Yubin's emotional outburst, snapped at her, questioning her reckless focus on revenge. Han Sang-hyuk, observing the scene, intervened, calmly addressing Yubin's impulsive desire for revenge and reminding her of her responsibilities as a leader. He urged her to regain composure and objectively analyze the situation, prioritizing the safety of her team above all else. Yubin, though still distraught, nodded in agreement. Han Sang-hyuk requested a briefing on the bosses Miss Yubin and her team had defeated. Miss Yubin explained that the first boss was a golem emitting blue light, and the second was a golem emitting red light. Nothing else remarkable happened during those encounters.
Han Sang-hyuk pressed further, inquiring about any notable events immediately after defeating the bosses.
Miss Yubin, still visibly shaken, recounted that after each boss's defeat, its body glowed with the same color light it had emitted before collapsing. She noted that the same phenomenon occurred with both bosses, one blue and one red. Han Sang-hyuk pondered aloud, suggesting that the differing colored glows after the boss's defeats must hold some significance. Miss Yubin, her expression serious, recalled a detail from the previous loop restart: Come to think of it, when the loop restarted, the system window that popped up was glowing with a bluish color.
Han Sang-hyuk, listening intently, questioned the significance of this observation. A red glow has never come out when the loop restarts, right? What if that bluish glow was a hint for ending the loop?
Yubin, her eyes wide with a sudden realization, proposed a new strategy. Then the second boss should be first taken care of. No, the two monsters should be cleared at the same time. Following Yubin's revised plan, Captain Kim Minju called for a briefing. Everyone, gather around.
We'll have a briefing for the operation.
Captain Kim Minju addressed the hunters, outlining their new strategy. We will be divided into two teams this time and then clear both boss monsters in unison. Our radio communications will stop working once the boss monsters appear, so we will finish clearing them at the same time, exactly 20 minutes from now. She continued, acknowledging their exhaustion but emphasizing the feasibility of the plan. I know everyone's already physically exhausted, but since we're already familiar with the boss's pattern, it should be enough to simply cooperate with the US branch. Han Sang-hyuk, ever analytical, expressed his confidence. This time, we'll definitely succeed in clearing without any casualties. As the hunters prepared for their operation, a student approached Miss Yubin, expressing concern. Teacher, is Miss Yubin going to be alright? A suggestion was made. Han should join their team. The team lacked a melee class, making a 20-minute clear difficult. They already had experience working together, ensuring a smooth work rhythm. Miss Yubin's hunter license had been revoked, making her a less suitable candidate for the expedition team. However, another member stated that if someone had to join, she was the better choice. Miss Yubin accepted, stating it was fine with her given their current predicament. Han Yubin, despite a sense of unease, focused on the mission at hand. Captain Kim Minju reinforced the importance of the operation, warning that another incident could occur if they let their guard down. Yubin, steeled in determination, resolved to show her true capabilities to the US branch. A monstrous roar echoed as a powerful creature emerged, its red eyes glowing menacingly. The creature lunged forward, unleashing a wave of dark energy. Yubin was thrown back by the force of the attack. Miss Yubin, engaged in fierce combat with a powerful creature, found herself on the defensive, as a powerful blow sent her sprawling. Get ready for cover fire, shouted a nearby teammate, providing crucial support. Simultaneously activating their skills, charging shot and celestial blessing, to unleash a combined assault. The combined attack struck the creature with devastating force, the impact echoing with a resounding hop. Meanwhile, Miss Yubin, capitalizing on the opening created by her allies' attack, launched a swift counteroffensive. The hunters' coordinated assault continued, their blades flashing in a desperate attempt to pierce the creature's defenses. Miss Yubin seized the moment, unleashing a powerful, concentrated energy blast. But the creature, despite being struck, remained unyielding. Miss Yubin, momentarily stunned by the force of her own attack, watched in alarm as the creature's power seemed undiminished. Meanwhile, Jason voiced his concern. Shit, it's not strong enough. Observing the exhaustion of his fellow hunters, he realized their combined strength was insufficient to overcome the creature's resilience. Miss Yubin, already wounded, launched a desperate, acrobatic kick. But the creature deflected the blow with ease, sending her crashing into a nearby structure. Alarmed by the creature's unexpected resilience, one of the hunters shouted, "Captain, everyone, dodge!" The creature retaliated with a devastating blow, sending Miss Yubin sprawling, groaning in pain as she landed hard on the ground. Ah! The impact of the attack sent tremors through the ground, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The creature lunged, its monstrous claws extended, a terrifying roar echoing as it unleashed a devastating attack. Miss Yubin, already weakened from her previous counterattack, braced for impact, as the creature's hellfire engulfed her, leaving her barely conscious. Jason and Han Sang-hyuk watched in horror as the creature's power overwhelmed the hunters, with Jason desperately calling out to his teacher, Miss Yubin. A wave of intense heat emanated from the creature, engulfing the hunters. As Han Sang-hyuk watched from a distance, his expression grim, he urged Jason, "Finish this with your own hands." The remaining hunters, visibly strained, were warned, if you don't defeat this bastard, the rest of your team will be in danger. Miss Yuen, critically injured, slumped against a wall, her arm bloodied.
She whispered, "I can't move my arm anymore." Jason's gaze hardened as he recalled Captain Kim Min-ju's words, "You've been training to improve your left-hand grip, haven't you?"
Jason, eyes blazing with newfound determination, gripped his sword with both hands. A surge of power coursed through him, the golden energy intensifying around him as he awakened his unique class, Sword Emperor.
He had become a perfect ambidextrous swordsman.
The narration focuses on the dire situation at the U.S. branch and Han Yubin's perilous state. A powerful energy surge emanated from the creature, indicating an imminent attack, the force of which sent Han Yubin sprawling, sustaining a serious injury. Han Sang-hyuk, witnessing the scene from afar, urgently called out to Jason, "Jason!
Are you going to back me up properly, or what?"
Jason, narrowly escaping death, exclaimed, "I almost got killed."
Jason addressed Han Sang-hyuk, stating that there wasn't much he could do, given everyone's exhaustion.
Han Sang-hyuk, grim-faced, remained silent amidst his exhausted team. Han informed Jason that only 5 minutes remained, to which Jason retorted, "I know, goddammit." Despite acknowledging his team's exhaustion, Jason internally resolved that he wouldn't give up on clearing this stage.
Activating his unique skill, High Panic Berserker.
The activation of the High Panic Berserker skill was visually depicted. Jason, his eyes blazing with crimson fury, unleashed the High Panic Berserker skill. He declared, "I have no choice but to end this as quickly as possible." A wave of dark energy erupted from him, shattering the surrounding stone. Meanwhile, 2 figures watched from afar.
One, a man with a prominent mustache, smirked, "Finally."
A system message appeared, explaining that if a hunter raises their unique skill to the maximum level, they will receive a unique class. A young woman, her face grim, stood amidst a fiery aura. The text box above her declared, "It sounds simple, but even among A ranks, only a handful were awakened." Another text box continued, "Well, even with that." A close-up on her boots and gloved hands, crackling with golden energy, indicated her current state. A nearby text box observed, "It looks like she only has enough strength for one attack with her current condition." Captain Kim Min-ju, observing the scene, offered support, saying, "Kim Min-ju, I'll be supporting you."
A large, monstrous figure loomed in the background.
Min-ju's advice to the young woman was clear and concise, "Trust me and just attack it head-on. With your current power, you can cut that guy in half in just one go."
Further instructions followed, approach its maximum attack range and then quickly pierce through. The hunters continued their intense battle against the monstrous foe.
Jason, fueled by his High Panic Berserker skill, moved with ferocious speed. A whirlwind of attacks erupting from his every movement. The ground trembled under the force of the clash. As hunters fought with desperate determination, their blades flashing against the creature's thick hide.
A roar echoed through the battlefield.
As Jason's skill, 1,000-armed Bodhisattva Sword Emperor, activated, bathing him in a brilliant blue energy. His power surged. A fierce light emanating from his sword.
With a battle cry of "Hop," he unleashed a devastating attack. A flurry of blows raining down upon the monster.
Han Sang-hyuk watched from a distance, observing the battle's progress, while Captain Kim Min-ju continued to support the critically injured Miss Yubin.
The hunters continued their intense battle against the formidable monster, its monstrous form looming large over them.
Meanwhile, Jason channeled his power, activating his 1,000-armed Bodhisattva Sword Emperor skill.
A wave of fiery energy erupting from him.
The air itself ignited as countless fiery swords materialized around him.
The monster roared in pain as the fiery swords rained down upon it.
A skill activation message, "Skill activation Hellfire," flashed across the screen. Jason, with a determined expression, extended his hand, a surge of fiery energy emanating from him as he commanded, "Go." A powerful roar escaped Miss Yubin's lips as she channeled her remaining strength. Jason, seizing the opportunity, launched himself into the air, his Hellfire skill blazing. The monster, caught off guard, recoiled in surprise as a wave of blue energy washed over it. Miss Yubin, despite her critical injuries, channeled her remaining strength into one final, desperate attack. A surge of blue energy erupting from her as she unleashed a powerful blow against the monster, creating a momentary opening for Jason to exploit. He seized the opportunity, activating his 1,000-armed Bodhisattva Sword Emperor's skill and Hellfire simultaneously. The combined might of his skills overwhelming the monster's defenses. The text sword unsheathing dance appeared, indicating a powerful technique was used. The battle concluded with the monster defeated. A system message declared clearing conditions achieved. As the dust settled, another system message appeared: the loop will end now. Han Sang-hyuk and Miss Yubin stood amidst the aftermath of a fierce battle, the colossal form of a defeated monster looming behind them. Miss Yubin, wounded but alive, looked up at Han Sang-hyuk, her voice barely a whisper. Is it over now? Han Sang-hyuk nodded, his gaze sweeping across the scene. He confirmed, yeah, it looks like the other team also managed to get it done on time. The hunters, exhausted but triumphant, surveyed the destruction. Miss Yubin, despite her injuries, let out a relieved sigh. Phew. Han Sang-hyuk approached Miss Yubin, concern etched on his face. He gently asked, "Are you okay?" Miss Yubin, though clearly in pain, offered a weak smile and a reassuring response. "Well, at least I don't think I'm dying." As other members of the hunters' team arrived, their faces showing relief and concern, they rushed to Miss Yubin's side, their collective concern palpable. "Are you all right?" A radio crackled to life, the voice of Operations Team 2 announcing, "This is Operations Team 2, Expedition Team, please answer." The Expedition Team responded, reporting their successful dungeon clear and the absence of unusual events. They requested permission to leave the dungeon first. While Han Sang-hyuk, concerned for Miss Yubin's critical injuries, stated that the Expedition Team would clean up first before following. Another member of the team, observing the scene, chuckled, "Huh, look at these bastards. I knew they'd do something like this." Han Sang-hyuk, prioritizing his injured student, declared, "I'll go over there, so you guys can go out first." A student called out, "Teacher," as Han Sang-hyuk, with a determined expression, moved to attend to Miss Yubin. Acquired skill replica. The hunters acquired a new skill, replicate others' unique skill for 1 minute. Han Sang-hyuk and another hunter were apprehended by a man in a suit. Miss Yubin, witnessing the scene, questioned the meaning of the situation. The man in the suit confronted Miss Yubin, questioning her actions and affiliation with an international association. He emphasized that attacking his troops during an operation would not go unpunished. The man in the suit calmly explained his reasoning, highlighting the ease with which he could eliminate witnesses. His chilling statement, "After all, dead men tell no tales," underscored his ruthless efficiency. The man in suit, his face obscured by shadow, sneered. He mused aloud, unconcerned, "Do you think the association would give a damn if a few cleaners die?" Han Sang-hyuk lay on the ground, his hand outstretched, a clear sign of defeat. The man in suit addressed Miss Yubin, his tone sharp and threatening. "This is the last time I'll ask you, Han. Where is the operations file you took with you when you left?" He swiftly moved, his knife piercing her shoulder. Miss Yubin winced in pain. I don't know anything about any file." Miss Yubin gritted her teeth, internally cursing, "This bastard, he made sure to wait until he used up my skill." The man in suit held Miss Yubin captive, a knife pressed against her throat. He sneered, "I'll send you off to where that friend of yours went first, so don't forget to greet them. Together with your colleagues over there." Meanwhile, Han Sang-hyuk lay injured on the ground. A surge of blue energy enveloped Han Sang-hyuk as he activated a new skill. The energy manifested as multiple ethereal arms, a powerful display of his newfound ability, 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. The man in suit watched in shock as Han Sang-hyuk's power manifested, his expression shifting from smugness to alarm. "What?" The man in suit questioned his ally's sudden attack. "I knew that the relationship between you two is bad. However, why would you attack an ally during an active operation?" Han Sang-hyuk, his back to the viewer, stood amidst the aftermath of a battle, a long staff resting across his shoulders.
The dungeon cleared. He declared to his companion, "Since the dungeon's been cleared, let's get out of here first before we continue talking."
His companion, clearly irritated, retorted, "You're going to have to explain this situation properly." Suddenly, a powerful, purple-robed figure appeared, interrupting their conversation. Han Sang-hyuk, showing annoyance, commented, "How rude, interrupting me while I'm still talking." Miss Yubin, held captive, cried out in terror, "Gah!
We're gonna die." The man in suit, his face a mask of cruel amusement, ordered, "Looks like 2 or 3 cleaners will have to die. Shoot them." A skill activation sequence appeared, skill activation, Necromancer, plus, Gatling gun.
Han Sang-hyuk activated his Necromancer skill, summoning a skeletal figure wielding a Gatling gun. The skeletal figure opened fire, unleashing a furious barrage of bullets. The Gatling gun's relentless fire tore through the hunters, effectively neutralizing the immediate threat. Han Sang-hyuk's summoned skeletal Gatling gunner unleashed a devastating barrage of fire,
annihilating the hunters instantly.
The 2 men in suits watched, their faces grim.
One suit questioned the other, "Is it okay, Captain, to do this?" The other responded, "Then, are you suggesting that we leave witnesses, you idiot?" The first suit conceded, "Yeah. I agree.
The International Association won't bat an eye if a few Korean cleaners ended up dead."
"But why would you want to mess things up during my operation?"
A large, skeletal Gatling gunner, summoned by Han Sang-hyuk, stands amidst a field of fallen hunters, its multiple barrels still smoking from the recent barrage.
The narration box reveals a tactical assessment. The hunter's skills were focused on long-range combat, lacking balance. Miss Yubin, observing from a distance, questions Han Sang-hyuk's actions, concerned about his aggressive approach, pointing out that he's provoking them unnecessarily. Han Sang-hyuk, seemingly unfazed, retorts that he lacked sufficient budget for a more balanced team. Yubin, still worried, calls out to Captain Kim, while Han Sang-hyuk contacts Chloe for backup via radio, confident that the situation will be resolved quickly, as the hunters are incapacitated. The man in suit observes, silently assessing Miss Yubin's allegiances. Han Sang-hyuk, having eliminated the hunters, summoned a powerful Gatling gunner to aid him. He offered a piece of advice to the newly arrived skeletal warrior, while Miss Yubin, still concerned, observed from a distance. The aftermath of the battle was evident in the dust and debris swirling around them. Han Sang-hyuk explained the strategic disadvantages of engaging in close-quarters combat against long-range attackers, emphasizing the importance of tactical awareness. Miss Yubin and others listened intently, taking in his words. Her expression showed a mixture of concern and skepticism. Meanwhile, a nearby conversation revealed a cynical perspective on Han Sang-hyuk's chances of success, with someone scoffing at the idea of him succeeding. The man in suit, observing from the shadows, continued to assess the situation and the allegiances of those present, particularly Miss Yubin's stance on Han Sang-hyuk's actions. He noted the potential consequences of the Berserker class's cooldown period. Han Sang-hyuk, surveying the damage, assessed the situation. He mused that it would take several hours for the area to recover. Meanwhile, Miss Yubin, impatient, questioned his strategy. She wondered why he wasn't planning to fight again immediately.
A system notification appeared, revealing that she had acquired a new skill, Replica. This skill allows her to replicate another's unique skill for 1 minute.
With a burst of energy, Han Sang-hyuk summoned a Gatling gunner, showcasing his strategic prowess,
the powerful weapon appearing amidst the fiery destruction. The man in suit observed, his gaze fixed on Yubin, assessing her reaction and potential allegiances. The man in suit and Miss Yubin both reacted with expressions of shock and uncertainty to the sudden appearance of the Gatling gunner. High Panic Berserker, the title appears on screen, signaling an imminent transformation.
Han Sang-hyuk's eyes glow intensely red as he prepares for battle. His expression is fierce, and he asks his opponent, "Are you ready to get the shit beaten out of you?" Han Sang-hyuk acquired a new skill, Replica, allowing him to replicate another's unique skill for 1 minute. He chose to replicate Miss Yubin's high panic berserker mode. The replicated power surged through him, transforming him into a whirlwind of destructive force. With glowing red eyes and an intense expression, Han Sang-hyuk stood ready for battle, the replicated high panic berserker mode fully activated. Han Sang-hyuk declared, "I'll beat the shit out of all of you." The men in suits reacted with alarm, one shouting, "That bastard's just a cleaner." Another tried to reassure them, "Just stay in formation and he won't be able to break through." One of the men in suits expressed disbelief, "This is crazy. What the hell is going on? I've never heard of a cleaner that can use skills." A man in suit observed, "Won't be able to break through, huh?" A system message appeared, "Acquired skill, replica, Atlantic Golem's skill is replicated." Han Sang-hyuk reviewed the replicated Atlantic Golem's skill, a holographic projection of the creature flickering before him. The system interface displaying the newly acquired skill, Polymorph. The skill description detailed its ability to alter the size or form of a target object. He focused his intent, selecting a mop as the target object. With a surge of energy, multiple mops materialized, transforming into powerful, elongated weapons. The newly formed mop weapons hurtled towards the startled men in suits, impacting with surprising force. Han Sang-hyuk smirked, a glint of triumph in his eyes. "All right then," he mused, preparing for further action. He channeled his power, readying himself to continue his assault. "Shall I start cleaning up trash like the cleaner that I am?" he thought, a hint of dark humor in his tone. Han Sang-hyuk unleashed a barrage of weaponized mops, the transformed cleaning implements hurtling towards the men in suits. Each impact accompanied by a resounding WWAAH, as the men were caught off guard by the unexpected attack. The leader of the men in suits shouted, "You idiots! Don't go out of formation," as he struggled to maintain order amidst the chaos. But the onslaught continued, the mops striking with surprising force and precision. A powerful impact followed, suggesting a significant blow landed. Han Sang-hyuk, having successfully overwhelmed his opponents, moved to deliver a final blow. Han Sang-hyuk moved with a blur of motion, his newly acquired polymorph ability transforming ordinary mops into deadly weapons. He spun, the mop blades a whirlwind of destruction, each swing connecting with brutal force against his opponents. The men in suits were caught completely off guard, unable to react as the weaponized mops tore through their defenses. They fell, one by one, overwhelmed by the unexpected ferocity of the attack. Acquired passive, Hyper Bleed, as you consume your stamina, all stats are increased significantly. Replica High Panic Berserker converts to a stamina consumption buff. The battle concluded, Han Sang-hyuk stood victorious, his breathing ragged but his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. A new passive skill, Hyper Bleed, had manifested, significantly boosting his stats as he expended stamina. He also gained access to Replica High Panic Berserker, converting stamina consumption into a potent buff. Han Sang-hyuk, empowered by his newfound abilities, launched a fierce attack against the men in suits. He moved with impossible speed, his blows landing with devastating force. One by one, the men fell, their bodies crumpling under the impact. As the on-screen text revealed his newly acquired skills, Hyper Boost, Circle Counter, and Replica. The remaining men in suits watched in disbelief as their comrades were defeated with ease. One of them, clearly a leader, was left standing, his face contorted in shock and fear, uttering, what the hell is this?" As Han Sang-hyuk's relentless assault continued, leaving the remaining men in suits no chance to retaliate. The final man in a suit was sent sprawling to the ground. "Better grit your teeth well, you bastard." Han Sang-hyuk's words hung in the air, a chilling promise. A crimson aura enveloped his fist as he prepared to strike. A man in a suit, desperate, cried out, "W8." Another man in a suit pleaded, "Let's talk. We can talk." His words were cut short, as Han Sang-hyuk's fist connected, delivering a brutal blow. Han Sang-hyuk, eyes blazing with fierce determination, unleashed a devastating blow.
a crimson wave of energy erupting from his fist as he sent one of the men in suits flying backwards. The remaining men in suits exchanged worried glances, one of them let out a gasp of disbelief as they watched their comrade crumple to the ground, defeated. The final man in the suit fell to the ground, defeated by Han Sang-hyuk's overwhelming power. Han Sang-hyuk, victorious but still wary, brushed dust from his white gloves, his expression hardening as he addressed the defeated men in suits.
"Oh, so now you want to talk, huh?" he sneered. Miss Yubin, observing the aftermath, muttered to herself, "This is ridiculous."
Even if you can replicate a unique skill, if you don't understand that particular skill very well, there's no way you can utilize it that easily.
But that guy was able to do it perfectly, from skill activation, skill linkage, and even skill application.
The aftermath of the fight was stark. Han Sang-hyuk stood amidst the fallen men in suits, his expression one of cold disdain.
Miss Yubin observed the scene, her gaze sharp and analytical.
She noted the sheer power Han Sang-hyuk displayed, a testament to his skill and strength. The text above him read, "Flawless judgment." Another caption appeared, highlighting his dominating leadership and overpowering strength, even as a mere cleaner.
Miss Yubin's thoughts turned to a hypothetical scenario. What if Han Sang-hyuk had been present in the US branch during a past event? The question hung in the air, would Angel have lived?
Han Sang-hyuk, his expression grim, held a man in a suit by the throat, a blue baton held menacingly close to the man's face. The suited man pleaded, "W8."
The suited man continued, his voice laced with fear, "Are you going to kill me? Do you think the International Association will sit still if you do?" Sang-hyuk smirked, a chilling glint in his eyes. He responded, "How would they even find out? If you died in battle. Dead men tell no tales, right?"
Miss Yubin appeared, her voice sharp and commanding as she intervened, "Stop now.
Captain Kim, if you do any more, you'll also be putting yourself in danger. You're also aware, aren't you? If you touch someone from an international association."
Sang-hyuk's eyes narrowed, his thoughts clouded with uncertainty. Another suited man, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and disbelief, watched Sang-hyuk from a doorway.
He seemed utterly shocked.
A wave of dark energy erupted from Han Sang-hyuk, violently impacting the men in suits, the resulting shockwave sending them sprawling across the floor with a resounding KUACKK.
Miss Yubin, witnessing the scene, reacted with alarm. Her expression reflected disbelief and concern as she exclaimed, "Are you crazy? That person's an international association's control team captain."
Han Sang-hyuk, unfazed, retorted with cold defiance, "And so what if he's from an international association?
The US branch?
They can go **** themselves. I'm just making an example out of him to make sure they'll never go around stepping on other people again."
He then addressed Miss Yubin, his tone shifting slightly, "Now then, shall we settle one last thing?"
Han Sang-hyuk stood defiantly amidst the fallen figures of the men in suits, his earlier confrontation leaving them injured and subdued. His gaze unwavering as he addressed Miss Yubin, who watched with apprehension. He extended a hand, palm down, a silent demand. The command was simple, "Hand it over." Miss Yubin's apprehension deepened as she realized the object of his demand, the time stone. Han Sang-hyuk's tone hardened as he pressed his demand, reminding her of the stone's theft and the need for its immediate return.
The blond man, clearly caught off guard, stammered a confused pardon.
His initial shock gave way to a frustrated realization as he muttered to himself, "Damn it, my stupid mouth." He attempted to downplay the situation, claiming it was nothing. He proposed a cover-up, suggesting they pretend the incident never happened, provided he received the time stone.
Miss Yubin, along with other individuals in dark suits, observed the exchange with a mixture of apprehension and resignation. A man in a suit, his face etched with worry, muttered to himself, "What should I do, Captain Jason?" He continued, his voice laced with apprehension, "What? But, is that really all right?"
His anxiety was palpable as he visibly trembled, his expression a mixture of fear and uncertainty. A young man in a dark suit, his blonde hair neatly combed, responded calmly, I understand. The time stone, a brilliant blue gem, changed hands, moving from the apprehensive man to the blonde young man. The blonde young man, a smirk playing on his lips, declared, "Now, then."
Miss Yubin, apprehensive, questioned the men in suits. "Nothing happened in this place, right?"
Miss Yubin continued, her tone laced with suspicion. "So, what's that file all about?
Why did they have to go that far?"
One of the men in suits explained, referencing a past incident. "An incident happened when I was still in the US branch."
"Ah, that accident involving your friend?"
He elaborated, "Yes, the file contains circumstances and evidence that states that under the circumstances, the agency should have been able to send reinforcements during that operation." Miss Yubin, angered, confronted the men. "You men, I just made a promise to get rid of such crucial evidence."
Here, Miss Yubin held a USB drive, explaining that it contained the file Jason had been frantically searching for.
She then asked Han Sang-hyuk if he was alright with her giving it to him. Han Sang-hyuk, however, considered it wishful thinking. He had already tried to contact the press and reporters for help upon his return to Korea, but to no avail. The file contained evidence of corruption in the International Golf Association, exposing it would be like tackling a hornet's nest, and rumors suggested that the association would stop at nothing to prevent its exposure. Dismissing Jason as an idiot for coming all this way for a seemingly useless file, Han Sang-hyuk decided to make use of the information himself. Han Sang-hyuk observed a man being wheeled away on a stretcher, his expression unreadable.
While Miss Yubin questioned his intentions regarding the USB drive, expressing doubt about its usefulness.
Han Sang-hyuk, however, revealed his plan to use the information to get revenge, mentioning his past experiences with the US branch and his unwavering desire for retribution.
He emphasized his personality, stating that he cannot rest until he gets payback.
Miss Yubin looked on with a mixture of concern and apprehension as she questioned the origin of the sensitive file in Han Sang-hyuk's possession.
Han Sang-hyuk, a smirk playing on his lips, taunted Miss Yubin. "What, don't tell me you're scared now? Where did all the guts you have when you wrote my article go?"
Miss Yubin, though apprehensive, replied that thanks to Han Sang-hyuk's actions, she would not starve to death, but the sheer volume of work now required was insane. The ripples stemming from a single file had spread significantly. Han Sang-hyuk, on a phone call, learned that an operation under Miss Yubin's command was being re-examined due to an ongoing investigation. News reports revealed that Control Team Captain Jason was imprisoned for corruption, embezzlement of dungeon profits, and causing internal conflict during an operation. 19 others on his team also had their licenses revoked. News reports revealed that the governments of other countries had recognized the gravity of the situation and announced that they would be conducting their own national audits of their hunter associations. Han Sang-hyuk, watching the news, felt a slight headache. The throbbing was less intense each time it rained.
Later, he visited Miss Yubin in the hospital. This was the second time he'd seen her hospitalized.
Miss Yubin, upon seeing him, smiled brightly and exclaimed, "Teacher,
you're here?" Han Sang-hyuk visited Miss Yubin in the hospital, inquiring about her well-being.
She reported feeling much better, stating that her surgery was a success, and then asked about the hearing regarding the events surrounding her injuries. Miss Yubin explained that the situation appeared to be handled well, with her actions deemed self-defense.
Han Sang-hyuk expressed relief at this news.
Elsewhere, a conversation between two individuals revealed that while Han Sang-hyuk's actions in breaking the man's legs had caused some concern,
the matter had been quietly resolved by higher-ups within the organization.
Returning to the hospital, Han Sang-hyuk informed Miss Yubin that the international associations involved were able to cover their tracks and issue an official apology to Seoul headquarters that morning. A man in a suit reflected on the recent events, stating that the situation was far more complex than initially anticipated. He was in charge of the operation where the incident occurred, and the other team captains would likely try to exploit the situation to their advantage.
Kim Min-ju and he might have to prepare for a potential conflict.
Elsewhere, a man in a suit questioned Miss Yubin about her plans to return to work despite her injuries. He insisted that her injuries were minor and wouldn't hinder her work. Miss Yubin, however, seemed hesitant and concerned, prompting the man to urge her to simply review the document. Han Sang-hyuk showed Miss Yubin an industrial accident compensation receipt, explaining that the funds would be sent to her personal account soon. He reassured her that her sick leave was already taken care of and that she should focus solely on her recovery. Miss Yubin, still in the hospital bed, hesitantly asked if it was all right for her to accept the compensation. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted, and she questioned why Han Sang-hyuk was acting so strangely. Elsewhere, a group of men in suits observed a scene of devastation, lamenting that the incident had escalated to such a serious level. Han Sang-hyuk, sitting alone, reflected on the situation, questioning why Miss Yubin was blaming herself for what happened. Miss Yubin lay in a hospital bed, her expression a mixture of confusion and weariness.
A voice, seemingly internal, offered a quiet assessment: "You gave it your best, and you've gotten stronger."
Han Sang-hyuk, observing from a distance, wore a thoughtful expression, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. A man in a suit, nearby, offered a brief, approving comment: "You did well."
Miss Yubin, still processing the events, remained pensive.
Han Sang-hyuk approached Miss Yubin, his phone in hand. A soft ringing sound emanated from the device.
He appeared to be making a call.
Later, Miss Yubin, still in her hospital bed, responded to a question with a quiet, "Yes."
"No, I'm at the hospital right now."
Han Sang-hyuk visited Miss Yubin in the hospital, his expression thoughtful and concerned. He inquired about her well-being, his words gentle as he asked if anything had happened. Explaining that Executive Director Lee Do-shik had simply summoned him, and that nothing significant had occurred. Miss Yubin, still somewhat confused but recovering, expressed her intention to leave, despite her injuries. One of the men in suits looked out at the cityscape, remarking that while he had anticipated a large-scale response to the cleaning team's actions, the sheer magnitude of it still surprised him. His colleague agreed, pointing out the explosive growth in the cleaning team's popularity. He further commented on how unusual it was for a cleaning team to achieve such widespread popularity. Online, the cleaning team was the subject of intense discussion, with comments ranging from awe to disbelief and even apprehension about the team's future actions and potential backlash. The comments reflected a mixture of excitement, concern, and even some dark humor regarding the team's unexpected rise to fame.
News articles detailing the unexpected surge in popularity of dungeon cleaning flooded the internet.
The Korean Association responded by officially establishing a cleaning team 6. Highlighting the promising annual salary of 60 million won and its ranking as the second most preferred job among young adults, after vlogging. Further fueling public interest and speculation about the reasons behind this sudden career boom. The protagonist, having met the conditions for a significant salary increase in dungeon cleaning, unlocked several new skills: ultimate technique, sword manipulation, otherworld summoning, and form Oriel. He also received the summoner and priest classes. He reflected on these new abilities, considering them a positive development. Manager Lee, her expression serious, inquired about the compensation for the casualties during the recent operation, confirming that the payments to the families and funeral arrangements had proceeded smoothly, adding that there were no further concerns. Manager Lee expressed surprise at the protagonist's personal intervention, acknowledging that his actions likely prevented further casualties and questioning what kind of person would dare defy the International Association under such circumstances.
The protagonist, silhouetted against the city skyline, expressed gratitude,
while Manager Lee cautioned him to exercise greater caution in the future, noting that the association would be closely monitoring his actions. The protagonist, his expression serious, reflected on his recent actions. He admitted to himself, "Fighting really doesn't suit me. I'm not sure when it comes to monsters, but fighting with fellow humans leaves a bad taste in my mouth." Manager Lee, his face etched with worry, muttered to himself, "This is bigger than I thought." He appeared overwhelmed by the situation, his hand covering his face in distress.
Seated across from him, the protagonist listened intently as Manager Lee explained, "Is the International Association putting pressure on you?" Manager Lee continued, "Not yet. Yet. Of course, that can happen any time from now on." But among the board of directors, some are already suggesting that we cut you off before we get confronted by the International Association.
Manager Lee, adjusting his tie, reported, I managed to hold them off for now. He then cautioned the protagonist, don't thank me yet. I'm sure they'll bring it up again.
The protagonist responded thoughtfully, well, from an outsider's perspective, they might be right.
Manager Lee revealed, the truth is, the board of directors has been pushing for an important matter for a month now. And it has to do with the International Association, a delicate situation where the entire board is hanging in the balance while they're in the middle of negotiations with the association. The protagonist, now facing two other men in suits, was told, you screwed them up big time. Manager Lee, looking grim, informed the protagonist that he too was caught in the fallout from the International Association's pressure. Explaining that other executive directors were covering for him in this incident, but that things were still looking unfavorable. Manager Lee added that, regardless, the protagonist would now face his fair share of troubles. And then brought up the upcoming regular audit scheduled for next quarter. The protagonist, though outwardly calm, acknowledged the audit, but downplayed its significance. Manager Lee countered that it was too early to be complacent, as the actual audit was what truly mattered. The protagonist, burdened by the weight of an upcoming audit, confessed to Manager Lee, all this time, I was only concerned with earning money, that's not enough now. He continued, expressing his desperation, both you and I must find a way to survive now. Manager Lee responded thoughtfully, that being said.
Manager Lee then posed a proposition, asking, can you help me out a little bit?
The protagonist, uncertain, simply replied with a question mark. Manager Lee elaborated on his offer, stating, if you cooperate with me, I can guarantee your future in the association.
Are you perhaps interested in being a director?
The protagonist, however, expressed his reluctance, stating, I'm not sure. My being a team captain already seems excessive. Even now, I want to step down. Manager Lee countered, even for someone like you, this matter isn't as simple as you think.
As I was saying, you've made a lot of enemies right now.
The protagonist, apprehensive about his future, is shown surrounded by the ominous faces of several powerful figures.
From now on, it won't be easy to deal with everything on his own.
Manager Lee explains that until the board reaches a final decision regarding their earlier conversation, it's best for the protagonist to lie low. Because it seems that many are eager to retaliate against someone as seemingly harmless as a cleaner like him. Manager Lee then offers the protagonist a proposition, something that shouldn't be too difficult for him to handle. The task, convince the president to return to the association. Manager Lee reminds the protagonist that the president has been in hiding for 3 years.
Manager Lee, his expression serious, stated, you know where the association president is, don't you?
Please go meet him once and convince him. The protagonist, taken aback, questioned, why would you ask me for such a thing?
Manager Lee responded with a curt,
He continued, explaining, of course, who else should I ask aside from you, who is the exclusive personnel of the president? The protagonist's internal monologue revealed his thoughts, I've heard of rumors like that going around, but I didn't know there are people who actually believe it. He realized the implications, connecting the dots, so that's why Lee Soo-young and Seo Min-cheol were acting docile towards me.
Did they assume I have direct connections to the association president?
Manager Lee, his face contorted in a mixture of frustration and exasperation, declared to the protagonist that he had no connections whatsoever with the association president.
The protagonist, taken aback by this unexpected revelation, could only utter a confused, what? He pressed Manager Lee, questioning if his statement was truly accurate.
Manager Lee confirmed, simply stating, yes. Manager Lee then expressed his regret at having disappointed the protagonist, explaining that it was difficult for him to be entirely truthful about his lack of connections. He concluded that he couldn't ask the protagonist to convince the association president, given the circumstances. The protagonist, still processing the information, inquired whether anyone else knew about Manager Lee's lack of connection to the president. Manager Lee responded that this was the first time he had discussed it, suggesting it might be better to clarify the situation with others.
Manager Lee announced that the next operation would be entrusted to Captain Kim Jun-woo, and then asked if anyone had any objections. Captain Kim Jun-woo, seemingly relieved, responded that he had none.
And another attendee confirmed the lack of objections. Manager Lee also stated he had no objections. The weekly meeting concluded with a final statement from the presiding official, observing that the team captains had seemingly altered their attitudes. Manager Lee, in a hushed aside, explained the situation: an internal conflict within an operation, a corruption scandal in a branch, and a dispute with the International Association. Adding that everyone was simply trying to protect themselves amidst the sudden upheaval. One of the managers expressed his worry about the future, prompting a colleague to question his concern, explaining that the incident had caused an uproar among the board of directors, who were now closely scrutinizing Captain Kim Jun-woo's actions. Hwang Dong-hee expressed concern to his colleagues, questioning whether their safety was ensured simply because the board's attention was focused on Captain Kim Jun-woo. His apprehension was shared by another, who pointed out the possibility of being implicated in the unfolding events. The conversation turned to the potential consequences for Captain Kim Jun-woo, given the association president's apparent support. However, one individual cautioned that the president's backing was unconfirmed, adding a layer of uncertainty to the situation. The discussion concluded with a warning to maintain discretion, as the matter was sensitive and could have far-reaching implications. Later, an executive director revealed that he had discreetly inquired about Captain Kim Jun-woo with other executives, only to find that they were unfamiliar with the captain's name. Hwang Dong-hee expressed his apprehension, stating that he initially believed the situation to be more serious, suggesting that some individuals may be unaware of the full implications concerning Captain Kim Jun-woo. Manager Lee clarified that Eun-yang and Song Cheol-shik, who are directly below Lee Do-shik in the association's hierarchy, are the ones most involved in the investigation. He questioned the lack of awareness regarding Captain Kim Jun-woo's direct connections to the association president, highlighting the unusual nature of the situation. Manager Lee further explained that there is no record of any contact between Captain Kim Jun-woo and these individuals prior to his joining the cleaning team, adding another layer of mystery to the investigation. Hwang Dong-hee, upon hearing this, reacted with shock and disbelief, emphasizing the unsettling possibilities surrounding Captain Kim Jun-woo's background and connections. Manager Lee, with a thoughtful expression, seemed to ponder the implications of the situation, leaving the matter unresolved. Manager Lee, startled, exclaimed, "Ah!" He then realized his mistake, saying, "Oh my! I just forgot that I left this file here." Manager Lee chuckled, "Dear me! Making such a mistake." Manager Lee apologized, "Please excuse me then," and quickly exited the room. Hwang Dong-hee and another man watched Manager Lee leave. A silence filled the room as Hwang Dong-hee voiced his suspicion, "Lee Soo-young, that guy, since when has he been here?" The other man, equally perplexed, responded, I also don't know." Hwang Dong-hee and Manager Lee found themselves in a hushed corridor, their conversation laced with suspicion. Manager Lee's accidental revelation of a file had left Hwang Dong-hee questioning everything. "He didn't hear everything we've been talking about, did he?" Hwang Dong-hee wondered aloud, his gaze lingering on the now empty space where Lee Soo-young had been. Manager Lee, flustered and apologetic, quickly retreated, leaving Hwang Dong-hee alone with his suspicions. Later, two men in suits engaged in a hushed conversation. "Kim Jun-woo isn't connected to the association president?" one asked. "Yes, that's what I heard clearly," the other replied, confirming the information. The revelation sparked a sinister grin on one of the men's faces, a chilling image of power and potential betrayal. "Ha," he chuckled, the sound echoing the growing tension. Hwang Dong-hee, his face contorted in a mask of barely suppressed rage, muttered to himself, "How should I cook the damn rat bastard?" A man in a suit sat at his desk, a thoughtful expression on his face. "So," he mused, a question forming in his mind, "does Kim Jun-woo have connections to the association president?" Another man in a suit approached, his expression serious. He presented a stack of documents, which contained a certified personal record, family relations certificate, diploma, and other such documents. The first man reviewed the documents carefully. I also did a background check, but as you can see, everything's clean. Nothing indicates that he has anything to do with the association president. Manager Lee reviewed Kim Jun-woo's background check, noting his excellent abilities as a cleaner, but found it strange that he wasn't directly under the association president's orders, even when involved with internal association matters this time. One of the men in suits expressed his confusion, noting that neither the hair nor the height of the association president was seen. The other man in the suit conceded, stating that what his colleague said made sense. The first man in the suit angrily exclaimed, "Shit. Then what the hell have we been doing all this time?" He continued, lamenting their obliviousness to a mere cleaner making a fool out of them. Manager Lee reviewed Kim Jun-woo's background check, the file detailing his history and connections. A single sheet of paper among a stack of others. He murmured, "Pardon? What was it?" One of the men in suits voiced his concerns to his colleague. He explained how selling the Korean Association to the International Association would be a lucrative deal, a significant power play. The other man reacted with disbelief, questioning if the International Association would dare to take over their own. The first man confirmed that this was indeed the plan, explaining that the Korean branch was the largest among the independent associations. Two men in suits discussed the ramifications of Kim Jun-woo's actions. They noted that the remaining executives and hunters would be absorbed into the International Association without any effort. But the problem was that the old president, Lee Do-shik, had abandoned his authority and disappeared. One of the men lamented that securing funding would have required Lee Do-shik's involvement, but that a truly patriotic individual like him would never agree to such a deal. Kim Jun-woo explained that he was making a deal with the International Association behind Lee Do-shik's back, and that by having an agreement in advance, they could put more pressure on Lee Do-shik. Two men in suits discussed the logistics of selling the association, even without the president's approval. One questioned the feasibility, while the other explained that it was possible, but only with Lee Do-shik's final approval. Further noting that it would be best to wait for the president's return to avoid any complications. One of the men pondered the mystery of Kim Jun-woo's return after 3 years of absence, questioning his motives, while the other emphasized the executive's complete lack of knowledge regarding Kim Jun-woo's current whereabouts. Manager Lee, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation, commented on the recent discovery that Kim Jun-woo was not connected to the president. Hwang Dong-hee, seething with anger, declared it was time to teach Kim Jun-woo a lesson. Hwang Dong-hee, consumed by rage, dialed Executive Director Song Cheol-shik's number. A call that would initiate a plan for revenge against Kim Jun-woo. The executive director, relaxing in a luxurious pool, received the call, surprised by the request to expedite the next quarter's audit. Hwang Dong-hee's thoughts were focused on his plan. "I found a way to deal with that bastard, Kim Jun-woo." He promised to send a report that could be used as a reference during the audit. A plan that would leverage the upcoming audit to his advantage. The executive director, intrigued, questioned the urgency, asking, "Is that 5,000? Meanwhile, Manager Lee expressed concern to an associate, reminding him that the entire board of directors relied heavily on the executive director's judgment. Hwang Dong-hee, his face grim with determination, spoke into his phone, a barely perceptible smirk playing on his lips. "Of course," he said, his voice low and controlled. The executive director, Song Cheol-shik, on the other end of the line, agreed to expedite the audit. "Good. I'll do everything to move the audit earlier, so go ahead and do what you have to," Song Cheol-shik replied. Hwang Dong-hee hung up, a glint of triumph in his eyes. He raised a glass of wine, his reflection a distorted mask of ambition within the crimson liquid. "If everything goes well, there'll be one vacant seat on the board of directors reserved for you," he mused, a chilling promise echoing in the silence. Meanwhile, Manager Lee observed the unfolding events from afar, his expression one of deep concern. "They're going overboard," he muttered to himself, a sense of foreboding settling over him. Captain Kim Min-ju, her arm in a sling, observed the intense audit underway. She questioned aloud, "Doesn't it seem like they're out to inspect every nook and cranny in the entire office?" Min-ju pondered further, her suspicion growing.
have they always been this meticulous when doing audits?
A nearby auditor responded curtly, "No, they're being awfully fussy this time."
A woman approached Minju, addressing her directly. "Captain Kim Minju, you personally wrote all your operations plans for these past few months, haven't you?" Minju, startled, could only manage a hesitant, "Pardon?" The woman continued, pressing her point, "Yes, that's right. But according to what I've heard, you've been taking advice from somebody else?" Captain Kim Minju, suspicious of the recent audit, spoke with a subordinate. She admitted to seeking advice from others, questioning why other team captains hadn't received similar guidance, noting the unusual similarity in the audit plans, and expressing her concerns about the numerous suspicious elements in the situation. The subordinate, addressing Captain Kim directly, warned her that using a proxy to create these plans was a serious offense. The subordinate then deduced, based on the scale of the operation, that Captain Kim was likely the project leader, a fact she confirmed. News of a boycott reached Captain Kim Minju. A subordinate, observing her reaction, questioned the decision. Why was there a boycott? The subordinate pressed for an explanation. Captain Kim admitted she didn't know the specifics, only that the other team captains had something against the operations scheduling, and that revealing the true reason would only increase suspicion about her use of a proxy. The subordinate, however, had already heard from other team captains that the boycott was a protest against Kim Jun-woo's erratic scheduling, and directly confronted Captain Kim, highlighting her close ties to Kim Jun-woo. Captain Kim Minju's eyes narrowed, her expression hardening as she processed the accusation. The implication that she had been taking advice from Kim Jun-woo, a mere cleaner, hung heavy in the air. Her subordinate, unwavering in his suspicion, stated that since she wasn't answering their questions, they would consider the matter closed. The subordinate, a man with a stern demeanor, then proposed to formally conclude the inquiry. Captain Kim's shock was palpable as the gravity of the situation settled upon her. The accusation of seeking advice from a cleaner was a serious blow to her reputation and authority. The image of several stern-faced officials only amplified her distress. She stammered a weak denial, unable to fully articulate a proper defense against the mounting accusations. The meeting concluded abruptly. The officials departed, leaving Captain Kim alone to grapple with the fallout of the accusations. The implication of her association with Kim Jun-woo, and the resulting damage to her career, loomed large. Captain Kim Minju, still reeling from the accusations, sat before the inquiry board. She felt the weight of their predetermined conclusions. A palpable sense of manipulation hung heavy in the air. The meticulous planning behind the inquiry was evident. Someone was clearly pulling the strings. Deputy Manager Lee Young, from the Support Team Hunter Management Office, presented evidence regarding the distribution of Class A+ equipment during the latest settlement season. She explained that the support team's allocation was based on a competition between the operations teams, a justification that seemed flimsy at best. Lee Young's explanation continued, emphasizing the support team's natural inclination to aid passionate operational teams. However, her counterpart countered, pointing out that the support team, meant to remain neutral, had become actively involved in the competition. The final settlement scores revealed Operations Team 2 securing second place despite being outnumbered. A subordinate questioned the fairness of a recent competition, pointing out that the support team's equipment provision was crucial to the winning team's success. Deputy Manager Lee Young, seemingly defensive, retorted that without the support team's assistance, such a feat would have been impossible. The subordinate pressed further, implying that the results could be considered rigged due to this uneven support. Meanwhile, in the cleaning team's office at headquarters, Section Chief Park reviewed reports, noticing that Captain Pyeon Changhyan had not scheduled the cleaning team's work. A fact that raised concerns within the command center, as Captain Pyeon's decision to put a cleaner in charge was questioned. Further scrutiny revealed that most recent operations were mainly assigned to Operations Team 2, leading to accusations of partiality against Deputy Manager Lee. Pressed for answers, Captain Pyeon Changhyan remained defiant, stating simply, "There's none." The inquiry continued, focusing on the irregularities in resource allocation. The accusations centered on actions that violated regulations.
Deputy Manager Lee Ah-yeon listened intently as the connection between these violations and cleaner Kim Jun-woo was highlighted.
Are all related to cleaner Kim Jun-woo, is that right? Captain Pyeon's expression shifted, revealing his mounting discomfort under the scrutiny.
The weight of the accusations pressed down on him. Meanwhile, Kim Jun-woo, oblivious to the unfolding inquiry, carried on with his tasks, his body aching. He checked his phone, a thoughtful expression on his face. Captain Pyeon Chang-hyan received a text message from his former personal assistant. The message urgently warned him that an audit team had finished investigating and was on its way to apprehend him. He pondered the message, his expression a mixture of confusion and unease. He wondered why his former assistant would suddenly try to act cute in her message. Meanwhile, cleaner Kim Jun-woo was approached by an individual who identified himself as Captain Choi Jun-hyuk of the audit team.
Kim Jun-woo confirmed his identity.
And Captain Choi Jun-hyuk revealed his purpose, requesting Kim Jun-woo's cooperation for a brief meeting. Captain Choi Jun-hyuk formally requested Kim Jun-woo to accompany him for a short period. The sprawling silhouette of a modern building complex stood against a fiery sunset. Inside, two figures sat at a table, their conversation focused on the prolonged silence of a third party. One commented that they had been waiting for hours, seemingly to make a fuss over a mere cleaner. The other observed that the audit team's strategy was to target those around the main suspect, rather than confronting him directly. He deemed it a nasty but effective tactic. One of the figures reviewed documents, his expression serious and focused. He noted that confiscating the cleaner's phone was another brilliant move, preventing communication with other teams and increasing his anxiety. A cell phone lay abandoned on a surface, a visual representation of the cleaner's isolation and growing apprehension. The manhwa presented a philosophical statement: when silence persists in a situation where communication is cut off, a person will naturally start overthinking.
Cleaner Kim Jun-woo, isolated and alone, anxiously wondered about the other audit teams.
His worry escalating as he questioned whether he had inadvertently caused them trouble.
The more thoughts he had, the more anxious he became.
His anxiety building until his rationality crumbled under the pressure, leading him to the point of considering confessing, regardless of the consequences.
However, this happens to be my area of expertise. Captain Choi Jun-hyuk smirked. I've managed to axe several people using this exact method.
He continued, you're bound to be majorly disappointed if you think it'll work on me.
Captain Choi mused, this must be a huge headache for the audit team.
But suddenly, the audit's focus shifted a few months earlier. Captain Choi casually asked, "Oh, how's Executive Director Song Cheol-shik these days?" Captain Choi Jun-hyuk leaned in, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in his posture. He offered cleaner Kim Jun-woo a suggestion, his words carefully chosen.
A veiled threat masked as helpful advice.
Kim Jun-woo, already overwhelmed, nervously chuckled, agreeing to remain silent. A decision that solidified his isolation and deepened his internal turmoil. The more he remained silent, the more his guilt gnawed at him. Captain Choi's words hung in the air, a silent challenge. Kim Jun-woo's mind raced. He wondered who this bastard was that Choi seemed to know so much about. Suspecting that Choi's knowledge extended far beyond what he'd let on. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Captain Choi's seemingly casual question about Executive Director Song Cheol-shik further fueled Kim Jun-woo's suspicions. He felt a growing unease. A final thought echoes across the page, and just like that, you'll be making up all kinds of scenarios in your head, right? A woman, seemingly a superior, confronted Kim Jun-woo, demanding to know his whereabouts and why he hadn't answered his calls. She accused him of shirking his responsibilities. Kim Jun-woo, appearing anxious, dismissed her with a curt "you can go now," while another figure watched from the background. The woman then inquired about the status of the other audit teams. Receiving the grim news that the situation was terrible, although no one was being fired yet, implying a prolonged period of suffering for those involved. Cleaner Kim Jun-woo, anxious and evasive, questioned the severity of the situation.
He wondered aloud, just why? What's the reason they're taking things this far? An unnamed audit team member, observing Junwoo's distress, retorted, "Isn't it obvious?" Junwoo, his face etched with worry, reflected on the situation, concluding, "They're hoping that I would leave on my own after not being able to bear seeing my colleagues suffer because of me." The unnamed audit team member, her expression one of disbelief and concern, asked, "Is there no other way?" Junwoo, seemingly resigned, responded, "I can just leave the association." The audit team member reacted with disbelief and frustration, exclaiming, "Ah, seriously? You can still joke in this situation?" Cleaner Kim Jun-woo, despondent and contemplating resignation, explained to his colleague that he simply answered her question and didn't understand why she was making such a fuss. He continued, stating that even if he left the association, he and Miss Min-ju could still join a guild. However, his colleague countered, expressing concern for the rest of the cleaning team who would remain within the association, highlighting the uncertainty of what might happen to them and Hyun. Junwoo admitted that he was also worried about them, but his colleague, seemingly understanding, responded with a curt, "All right, I understand." However, her subsequent reaction of pardon, and the question, "What do you understand?" revealed a deeper level of misunderstanding. An unseen caller contacted Captain Kim Jun-woo, expressing concern over his unavailability and the spreading rumors about his potential resignation as the association president. The caller dismissed the rumors as inconsequential, assuring Junwoo that they would handle the situation. Junwoo, seated in his office, remained silent, his thoughts unreadable. The caller then posed a hypothetical question: if given a sword, would Junwoo wield it? Junwoo's immediate and affirmative response, "Of course," signaled his unwavering resolve, prompting the caller to end the conversation with a promise to contact him again soon. Junwoo then contacted manager Lee, requesting an immediate meeting. Cleaner Kim Jun-woo's superior contacted him, informing him that the audit was complete. And Junwoo, in response, told his contact that he would meet them in the lobby after getting dressed. Junwoo reflected on the situation, noting that this was something he had experienced in a past life. But now, finding himself on the receiving end of such treatment, he felt a surge of anger and vowed revenge. Junwoo and his contact were shown traveling in a vehicle, with Junwoo expressing discomfort at the situation. Cleaner Kim Jun-woo's female driver questioned his attire, prompting him to explain that he had been instructed to dress up for the meeting, anticipating a trip deep into the mountains. During the drive, Junwoo's driver expressed her annoyance at the length of the journey, pointing out that she was not even his assistant. Junwoo sheepishly admitted that he did not possess a driver's license, a fact met with exasperation by his driver. Upon arriving at their destination, Junwoo's driver noticed a box of instant ramen in the backseat and questioned its purpose, given their apparent excursion into the mountains. Junwoo explained that it would be impolite to arrive empty-handed, prompting his driver to comment on the unusual nature of bringing instant ramen as a gift. He then instructed her to follow him and observe carefully. Cleaner Kim Jun-woo, accompanied by his driver, arrived at a secluded house late at night. The driver expressed his unease, while Junwoo, slightly anxious but resolute, knocked on the door, inquiring if anyone was home. The door opened, revealing an elderly man. Before Junwoo could speak, the man demanded to know their identities. Cleaner Kim Jun-woo arrived at a secluded location, prompting the driver to question how he found the place. Junwoo, identifying himself as Captain Kim Jun-woo from Seoul headquarters, explained that he had come to meet someone important. And the driver and Junwoo were both shocked to find themselves in the presence of President Park In-beom. President Park revealed that dungeons had started appearing 50 years ago. A flashback showed President Park, along with 5 colleagues, creating the legend of the Hunter world before associations and guilds existed. Later, he single-handedly established an association. The final piece of President Park's identity was revealed: he is still the incumbent head of the Korean Supernatural Management and Dimension Association. And he sternly instructed Junwoo and the driver to keep quiet about what they had learned. Junwoo, unimpressed, muttered to himself about President Park's perpetually grumpy demeanor, while the driver, visibly shaken, questioned what was happening. President Park stood silently, his expression unreadable. The driver, still reeling from the encounter, expressed his confusion to Junwoo, referring to the president's actions as spicy. President Park In-beom, his back to the cleaner, Kim Junwoo, inquired, "How long are you going to stay?" Kim Junwoo responded curtly, "Just 30 minutes.
President Park, seemingly pleased, invited him in with a simple, "Come in." Upon entering, Kim Junwoo's eyes widened slightly, and he muttered to himself, "It worked." The cleaner's surprise quickly turned to suspicion as he exclaimed, "Just, who the hell are you?"
President Park remained calm, countering, "Didn't you say you had no connections to the president? How did you find out about this place?" President Park reminisced, "Was it 50 years ago? There was a time when my colleagues and I were clearing a dungeon, and this was the only thing we ate for a month." He continued, explaining that ever since he came to this secluded location, he'd had to go all the way into town to buy supplies, a journey his aging legs made difficult. President Park, angered by Kim Junwoo's presence, demanded, "You, punk, just what the hell do you do? How did you know how to get here?" He emphasized the secrecy surrounding the location, stating, "No one should have known about this place." The unnamed female associate, observing the interaction, commented to Kim Junwoo, "I can tell you why I know about this place, but you probably won't believe it." Her surprise was evident as she questioned, "What? A cleaner? Huh, what a surprise, so a cleaner managed to find me." President Park, seemingly unconcerned, enjoyed a bowl of noodles while observing his associates. Lee Yang, deputy manager from the support team, nervously introduced herself and her colleague, Lee Do-shik, to President Park. President Park, already aware of Kim Junwoo's intrusion, directly questioned him about his intentions. Lee Yang and Lee Do-shik explained that the board of directors was collaborating with an international association for a hostile takeover, and urgently requested Kim Junwoo's assistance in stopping it. Kim Junwoo, skeptical, questioned the rationale behind their request. An elderly man, his face etched with years of experience, scoffed. He declared, "The association can go flush itself down the drain for all I care." He continued, recounting a time 50 years past when such organized operations were unheard of. A system? Information? Who knew what those things were back then? The man explained his past struggles, emphasizing the difficulties of establishing a system where people were both well-informed and not hungry. He concluded with a cynical remark about the current infighting over scraps. Dismissing the younger man before him, the elder stated that he had no interest in their affairs and demanded they leave unless they had something else to say. The younger man, in turn, boldly asked if he would relinquish his position as president. Lee Yang and Lee Do-shik reacted with shock and disbelief to the elder's unexpected statement. Lee Yang questioned President Park In-beom, highlighting his disinterest in the association's affairs despite maintaining his presidential seat. While Park In-beom retorted that his continued presence was due to greed and the desire to maintain power, causing Lee Yang and Lee Do-shik to react with shock and concern. The younger man, seemingly unfazed, countered that the association's current state of chaos was not his doing, but rather a reflection of the organization's inherent flaws. He further emphasized that the association's priorities should be the safety of civilians and dungeon clearing, not the self-serving actions of its members. Revealing his insight into the manipulative tactics employed by those seeking power within the association. Despite the gravity of the situation, the younger man maintained a calm demeanor, stating that his actions were merely for show, leaving Lee Yang visibly shaken by his revelations. Kim Junwoo pressed President Park In-beom, stating that despite their current situation, the president continued to deny any wrongdoing related to the association. Lee Yang, observing the exchange, interjected, pointing out that if President Park truly had lost interest in the association, he would have resigned already. President Park, defiant, retorted that he wouldn't return even if the president himself had requested it. However, he subtly admitted that his continued presence was due to his desire to reclaim his position later. The scene shifted to reveal President Park seated on his throne, surrounded by subservient figures, his ambition and insecurity laid bare. His clinging to power was not merely about the position itself, but about maintaining his influence and preventing others from seizing it. President Park's apprehension was palpable. He confessed his fear of the board of directors, who were watching his every move,
waiting for an opportunity to usurp his power.
Cleaner Kim Jun-woo pressed President Park In-beom, questioning why he hadn't sought the assistance of Executive Director Lee Do-shik.
Pointing out that the president had previously given Lee Do-shik full authority due to his trust in him.
Jun-woo expressed his disbelief at Park's decision, deeming Lee Do-shik immature.
Meanwhile, Lee Ah-young listened intently as President Park explained his plan to collaborate with Lee Do-shik to restore the association to its former glory.
Kim Jun-woo challenged President Park's reasoning, questioning the personal benefit Park would gain from this collaboration.
He suspected a promise of a director's seat from Lee Do-shik. President Park admitted to receiving such an offer but stated he had rejected it, intending to leave the association soon anyway. Lee Ah-young and Kim Jun-woo reacted with clear surprise and skepticism to President Park's unexpected announcement.
Cleaner Kim Jun-woo, suspicious of President Park's true intentions, pressed him on his alliance with Lee Do-shik.
He questioned why the board of directors was pressuring the president. President Park, having already decided to leave the association, stated that he had said everything he needed to say and would be leaving.
Jun-woo, however, was not ready to accept the president's explanation. He pointed out that he hadn't yet given his answer, and stated that he wasn't the one waiting for an answer anyway.
President Park, seemingly surprised, questioned if they had met before, revealing a level of familiarity that unsettled Jun-woo. Lee Ah-young, distressed by the news of Jun-woo's departure, confronted him, her concern evident in her emotional reaction.
Jun-woo confirmed his decision to leave.
Lee Ah-young questioned Kim Jun-woo's decision to resign, pressing him to take responsibility for a recent incident. Jun-woo, however, dismissed her concerns, stating that his departure was unrelated. Ah-young, frustrated by Jun-woo's dismissive attitude, angrily challenged his decision to leave, questioning his responsibility towards others. Jun-woo retorted that they should focus on their own lives, implying that he was not responsible for their actions.
Ah-young, taken aback by his bluntness, was left speechless.
Jun-woo walked away, reflecting on his own actions and feeling a sense of bewilderment at the situation. He admitted to himself that he had acted foolishly. Ah-young, left alone, contemplated the implications of Jun-woo's departure, her expression filled with concern. Her worry deepened as she considered the potential consequences of his absence. Lee Ah-young watched cleaner Kim Jun-woo leave, a single, melancholic thought echoing in her mind, "It's going to be quite lonely." Lee Ah-young read a news article detailing the arrest of Captain Jason, an International Association Control Team captain, for bribery and embezzlement. The article credited a Korean Association dungeon cleaner with exposing the crimes. She thought, "I knew he was crazy, but I didn't expect him to be crazier than I imagined."
An older man, reviewing the same article, mused over the implications. He commented, "A cleaner who can mess with the US branch, huh?"
Another man, seemingly in a position of authority, reflected on the former cleaner's strength, stating, "That cleaner punk is strong.
To the extent that I have yet to meet somebody that can compare to him."
He continued, emphasizing the cleaner's potential, "He's someone who will be unrivaled wherever he goes.
Especially here in this country."
The older man, clearly regretful, concluded, "Had I discovered him earlier, I would have kept him by my side." An unnamed woman, part of a group of sharply dressed executives, shook hands with a man. The scene was bathed in warm light, suggesting a moment of agreement or alliance. Meanwhile, an older man, seemingly weary, reflected on his past. He revealed that he had grown tired of the internal politics and unusual authority within the executive teams, leading him to withdraw into seclusion for 3 years. However, the cleaner's words prompted him to consider returning to his position as the association president. The older man sat alone, contemplating the 3-year break he had taken. He acknowledged that it had been a long time. An announcement was made regarding a joint operation with the cleaning team branch, scheduled for the following week. A meeting was underway, and a man inquired, "So, is there a team that will be able to participate?" Another man responded, "Operations Team 4 is already scheduled for something else, so it would be difficult for us." A third individual chimed in, "Team 5 won't be able to as well." A fourth participant added, "Team 7 will also be giving it a pass.
We've already planned a get-together that day. It seems like everyone won't be able to participate. If that's the case, why not ask Captain Kim Jun-woo's actual team to come to the rescue? Someone else exclaimed, oh, right. If it's the no-backer Kim Jun-woo's division, then operations team 2 can go. However, another voice cautioned, however, didn't you lose contact with Captain Kim Jun-woo? His people are in deep waters, but he's already abandoned ship, huh? Unnamed man 1 and unnamed woman sat across from each other, discussing the operational challenges. Unnamed man 1 voiced his concern, stating that a cleaner should have been in charge of scheduling from the start. And that this association was definitely going to good places, his tone laced with sarcasm. Unnamed woman sighed, her expression conveying her agreement with his assessment. In a separate scene, Song Min-cheol, seemingly enjoying a meal, exclaimed with surprise and relief, Song Min-cheol, US hat, you're still alive. I knew I could trust you, Raykal. He continued his meal, pondering aloud, so, is there still no word about that bastard Kim Jun-woo? Another man responded, yes, it seems he chose to disappear because he's at a disadvantage. Even if he returns, he can only continue cleaning quietly as a mouse. All the people around him would have already left. Following Song Min-cheol's success, a celebratory atmosphere filled the room. One man exclaimed, Kahaha. Now, we just have to make progress again with the takeover. Another added, what a job well done. And it's all thanks to you, Min-cheol. The praise continued, with someone noting that the success was largely due to the executive director's leadership. The conversation turned to the next step in their plan, securing the signature of Lee Do-shik, the only remaining executive director, for the takeover. However, one man pointed out that even if Lee Do-shik were reluctant, a board meeting had already been called. The agenda, he explained, would include Lee Do-shik's retirement. Another man interjected, stating that there was no need for Lee Do-shik's signature since it was the end of his term anyway. A final panel showed a scene where the president of the association seat was vacated for a specific reason, and a new president was crowned. The text on the panel explains the rules of succession for the association president. The executive director assumes full authority if the president is absent for an extended period or retires. However, it also states that if the president hasn't performed their duties for over 36 months, the board of directors can forcibly remove them through a vote. An image depicts Lee Do-shik, the president, seemingly overwhelmed by a multitude of hands reaching for him, symbolizing the board's impending vote. One executive director asks another if they are planning to remove the president from his position. The second executive director confirms this, stating that he will personally escort Lee Do-shik out to ensure he doesn't feel lonely in his retirement. However, the first executive director expresses doubt about securing the necessary votes for such a drastic measure, but the second executive director assures him that there are enough executive directors who support the president's removal. An unnamed man, confident and composed, reassured his associates, don't worry about that. I just handed out a few things and immediately received clear-cut answers from them. He then addressed Song Min-cheol, praising his efforts, anyway, like what you've been doing, Seo Min-cheol, just keep up the good work. Oh, or should I call you Executive Director Seo now? Ha ha ha. Unnamed man 2, ever observant, broached a crucial topic, Executive Director, have you already thought of someone who will take over my seat as director? The unnamed man responded, I haven't thought that far yet. Why? Do you have someone to recommend? Unnamed man 2 suggested, if you don't mind, what do you think of Captain Lee Soo-young? He contributed greatly to this recent event. He also has a good performance record in the team, so I think he is good enough to be my replacement. The unnamed man heartily agreed, ha ha ha. I was just wondering who it could be. If that's what you want, then so be it. The unnamed man, pleased with the outcome, exclaimed, ooh, hell yeah. He then expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you so much. He continued, we're finally done cooking, these rat bastards. The man explained that Kim Jun-woo would soon leave the association, stating, Kim Jun-woo will leave the association in no time. Even if he decides to hold out, he's got no one left to help him anymore.
The unnamed man revealed further developments, saying, and then, Executive Director Lee Do-shik, who was entrusted with the full authority of the association president, is also about to be removed from his position.
It's over.
A sinister aura emanated from the unnamed man as he revealed Song Cheol-shik's ascension to power. Song Cheol-shik will soon be the new authority figure in the association.
Another man, observing the events, questioned the situation, muttering, "Is he out of his mind? He's the one who created all this mess, and he actually has the gall to crawl back into the headquarters? TSK, didn't they say one should not associate with lunatics?"
Kim Jun-woo, looking disheveled, walked through a hallway flanked by stern-faced guards.
He encountered another man, who asked, "Did your team get hit too?"
Jun-woo replied, "Yeah, since we went to support them once in a previous operation."
Another man approached, calling out, "Ah, Captain Kim Jun-woo.
Hell dash."
But was interrupted as Jun-woo was pulled away by his colleagues.
One of them muttered, "We still have to clear dungeons, so..."
Jun-woo, alone, reflected,
"I was already expecting something like this after that audit, but the response was worse than expected." He continued his internal monologue, "Even the teams I was on good terms with before are trying not to get involved with me." A young woman with dark hair sat at her desk, a smirk playing on her lips. She looked up as someone entered, her expression shifting slightly.
"Ah, you're here," she said, her tone suggesting she'd been expecting the visitor.
The man, dressed in an apron, confirmed that the audit team had already been there that morning. He asked if she was angry, to which she replied, "A little." Her concern, however, seemed directed not at him, but at the injustice of the situation. She explained that she wouldn't be angry at him, since he hadn't done anything wrong. The implication was that her anger was reserved for those truly responsible. But the man countered that others would see things differently. This discrepancy was the source of her frustration. The woman's anger stemmed from the unfairness of the situation, others' misinterpretations fueled her resentment.
When the teacher took the lead and looked around, the students immediately looked around as if they were in the highest authority in the headquarters. But as soon as the teacher started putting pressure on them, they immediately turned their backs on him with the same eagerness. The unnamed man questioned what the unnamed woman was talking about again, wondering when he ever looked after them. He stated that there was no need to dwell on it too much, as it was to be expected, and that since she already had a hard time, she should concern herself with other people. The unnamed woman reflected that it was all her fault and that she could have conducted herself a little better. The unnamed man told her that if she had time to come up with nonsense, she should use it to get more sleep instead. He then told her to read something. The unnamed woman's teacher, a man, handed her a document, explaining, "Well, I know you'll do well even without my help, but I thought I'd give it as a farewell gift."
The unnamed woman reacted with a mixture of shock and apprehension, her eyes widening as she began to read the document.
Hold on. Teacher, don't tell me.
The man, slightly annoyed by her reaction, continued to explain that the main powers within the headquarters were about to change. He warned her that the situation was about to become chaotic, advising her to focus on her job and avoid getting involved in helping others. The man's expression hardened as he emphasized the importance of her focusing solely on her assigned tasks.
Meanwhile, another man, seemingly agitated, confronted the unnamed man, shouting, "Is your phone just for decoration? Why won't you pick up my calls?"
A woman, eyes wide with alarm, exclaimed, "You scared me."
Did something happen? The woman's apprehension deepened as she processed the information. A proposal had been submitted to remove the association president from his position.
A man reacted with a mixture of surprise and concern upon hearing the news, his expression reflecting his uncertainty about the situation. The man's shock was palpable as he processed the gravity of the situation, a plan to force the association president Lee Do-shik's term to end by dismissing him. A sinister figure, Lee Do-shik's adversary, was revealed, his malevolent grin hinting at his involvement in the plot to oust the president. The woman's distress intensified as she witnessed the unfolding events, her worry growing for the president's fate.
The unnamed woman seethed, her inner turmoil evident as she muttered, "Song Cheol-shik, you son of a bitch, you really won't stop until you get what you want, huh?"
At a board meeting, a formal announcement was made. Therefore, at this board meeting, we will discuss the proposed dismissal of the incumbent president of the association,
followed by the retirement of Executive Director Lee Do-shik.
The reasons for the proposed dismissals were presented. Association President Park In-beom has not fulfilled his duties for 36 months. And it has been confirmed that there was no way to reach him during that period. Based on these, the board of directors has determined that the incumbent president of the association doesn't have any intention to continue fulfilling his duties. The chairman of the board of directors, Jang Dae-hyun, concluded the meeting by announcing the voting results. I will now announce the voting results regarding the dismissal of the association president. An unnamed woman observed the board meeting, her anger and frustration growing as she witnessed the unfolding events. Concluding that Song Cheol-shik, through bribery, had secured the support of even the executive directors, including Il-kwon. And that with the association president's removal, Song Cheol-shik was now the most likely candidate to become the next president. Lee Do-shik, the executive director, received the news of his forced retirement with a heavy heart. He was told he had worked hard, but was offered a consolation prize, the position of cleaning team captain. The unnamed men chuckled at the suggestion. Lee Do-shik, betrayed and furious, confronted Seo Min-cheol, reminding him of a past favor he had done for him.
Jang Dae-hyun, the impartial chairman, announced the results of the re-voting.
The dismissal of association president Park In-beom passed with 32 votes in favor. However, an unnamed man questioned the process, asking what would happen if it could be proven that the current president was still willing to fulfill his duties. The chairman dismissed the question, stating that the votes had already been counted and it was too late to change the outcome. Others in the room scoffed at the question, mocking the man for grasping at straws. The chairman, seemingly unmoved by the concerns, simply stated, "Yes,
I see."
A man in a suit addressed a room, stating, "It has been a long time, everyone."
The audience reacted with shock and disbelief, murmuring, "PP President?" Their confusion deepened as they exclaimed, what's going on here, and wasn't he supposed to be out of here?
Meanwhile, an older man with a hat and long white hair observed the scene from afar, a knowing smirk on his face. He mused, "I heard from a cleaner guy that something interesting is happening at the association."
The board members' expressions of shock and disbelief intensified, with one member even exclaiming, It can't be."
One of the men suggested to his captain that they sever ties with Captain Kim Jun-woo. Explaining that Operations Team 2 was in disarray due to their close ties to him, and that they should distance themselves from the situation. The captain, however, was unconvinced, pointing out that it was like taking back a spoon that was already placed on a table. But now that the table was about to tip over, he was reconsidering. Despite the captain's initial reluctance, he ultimately conceded, stating that they could cut ties with Kim Jun-woo if they wished. Unnamed Man 1 pressed the captain, questioning his loyalty to Kim Jun-woo, especially now that things have become difficult. The captain, however, vehemently refused to abandon Kim Jun-woo, asserting that his pride wouldn't allow it. Reassuring his colleagues, the captain vowed to prevent them from being caught in the crossfire of any conflict. Meanwhile, Unnamed Man 2, a calculating individual, revealed his intention to repay any debt, regardless of the circumstances. The appearance of the president sent shockwaves through the room, leaving Unnamed Man 1 and Unnamed Man 2 speechless. A wave of shock rippled through the room as the president's unexpected arrival disrupted the tense atmosphere. Unnamed Man 1, his face etched with disbelief, voiced the collective sentiment, what's going on here? Meanwhile, Unnamed Man 2, his expression unreadable, observed the scene with calculating eyes. He silently noted the familiar voices, muttering to himself, I see that it's still the same voices. Lee Do-shik, his face grim and determined, emerged from the shadows, his presence commanding attention. His sharp gaze scanned the room, a silent promise of retribution in his eyes. He addressed the captain, his tone laced with a hint of familiarity and a touch of reproach. It's been a while, Lee Do-shik. Have you lost weight? The captain, his jaw clenched, responded curtly, Yes, I guess I have to thank you for it. The tension escalated as the captain turned his attention to Kim Jun-woo, his voice sharp and accusatory, Jun-woo, you little bastard,
Just how long were you planning to pretend you don't have any connection to him?
Unnamed Man 1, surveying the scene, observed, "What a wreck things have become while I was gone." He continued, explaining his actions, "I picked up a few bags and tossed them, but as soon as the main room's empty, they think they can be the masters of the house now." Unnamed Man 2, visibly anxious, pleaded, "Please, don't take this personally." One of the men in suits defensively retorted, "We were just strictly proceeding according to the rules." The older man with a cane scoffed, "Rules, my foot." He pointed out a procedural flaw. Isn't the proper order of things supposed to start with notifying the concerned party first before submitting a proposal to dismiss them?
Don't tell me you don't even know that? Another man in a suit desperately tried to reason, "Please don't be unreasonable. No one knows where you've been these past 3 years, so how are we supposed to contact you?" Unnamed Man 2 questioned the situation, voicing his confusion, "No one knows." He continued, expressing disbelief and concern, "Then, how did that cleaner find me?" Unnamed Man 2's anxiety escalated as he exclaimed to Unnamed Man 1, Kim Junwoo, "This doesn't make sense." Unnamed Man 1 calmly explained, revealing a crucial piece of information. He had discovered evidence suggesting a connection between the president and the recent events, a connection that was kept hidden to ensure safety. He found evidence that the proposal went through without notifying the association, implying a clandestine method of contact with the president. Unnamed Man 2, piecing together the information, realized the implications. Hold on, then, does that mean that this proposal went through without notifying the association? There was a way to contact him? Unnamed Man 1 confirmed, stating simply, "That seems to be the case." An official, his face obscured by shadow, addressed Unnamed Man 2. "This matter's already dealt with, so hurry up and make your decision." Unnamed Man 2's face showed clear anxiety and disbelief as he stared at the group of men in suits surrounding him. Their expressions ranged from grim determination to nervous apprehension. Unnamed Man 2 visibly flinched, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The scene shifted to a tense meeting. Unnamed Man 2 exclaimed, "You said there's no way that the association president will show up." His words were met with stunned silence and murmurs of disbelief from the other attendees. One man, visibly agitated, muttered, "Song Cheolshik, that bastard, I shouldn't have listened to him." One board member suggested that, given the situation violated regulations, they should simply pretend it never happened. Another member, relieved, expressed gratitude that the president was unharmed. But a third member vehemently objected, questioning the board's decision to withdraw the formal proposal to dismiss the president without even notifying him, highlighting the impropriety of their actions and the disregard for established procedures. The image depicted a multitude of hands, symbolizing the collective disregard for rules and proper conduct. One board member reminded everyone of their extensive efforts to locate the president, emphasizing that they had even formed a dedicated team a half-year prior. Another member, visibly agitated, accused the others of lacking conscience and demanded they cease their actions. He pointedly addressed the board's recent actions, questioning their sudden reappearance after 3 years of absence. The tension in the room was palpable. The tension in the room crackled as the elderly man in the fedora, his face etched with grim determination, addressed the two men flanking him. His gaze was sharp, his expression unwavering. One of the men, his mustache glistening with sweat, visibly struggled to maintain composure. The announcement came swiftly and decisively: the proposal to dismiss the president would be retracted. Relief washed over the faces of those present, though the underlying tension remained palpable. A wide shot revealed the boardroom, the long table reflecting the gravity of the situation. The president's fate, for now, hung in the balance. The elderly man stood alone, his presence commanding respect and fear in equal measure. His gaze was unwavering, his resolve unshaken. With a final, decisive action, he brought his cane down, the sound echoing the weight of his unspoken words. He wouldn't ask for much, only that they remember one thing. The scene ended with a sense of foreboding. 3 men in suits, their faces etched with worry and apprehension, watched as the events unfolded. A woman with silver hair, her expression stern, announced a significant restructuring of the organization, establishing a new planning division and hinting at further internal reorganization.
She then turned to a man, Lee Dushik, and asked for his opinion on the matter, inquiring if he was capable of taking charge. Meanwhile, an older man, his term officially ended, was approached by another, who reminded him of his obligation to complete one last task if he wished to remain associated with the organization.
A rhetorical question hung in the air: if given a sword, would he wield it?
The man, his back turned, appeared to be making a phone call, his decision seemingly imminent. The older man, his expression one of quiet satisfaction, allowed a small, almost imperceptible smile to play on his lips. He had accepted the sword from the association president, a symbolic gesture signifying his continued involvement. A subtle energy pulsed outwards as he bowed, a silent acknowledgement of his acceptance. The woman with silver hair, her voice firm and unwavering, announced the restructuring of the headquarters. Her words hung in the air, a clear indication of her authority and resolve. The others watched, some with apprehension, others with quiet acceptance.
A cleaning crew member questioned the sudden restriction on their access, expressing confusion with the words, "Suddenly? Why?"
His colleague explained that they had received a notice from higher-ups prohibiting their presence. Another worker wondered which higher-ups had issued the order, prompting a response that they likely wouldn't recognize their names. Mr. Junwoo suggested they eat outside instead of the cafeteria, a suggestion readily accepted by his colleagues. They were forcibly removed from the cafeteria by their colleagues,
leaving them bewildered and questioning the situation. A notice was posted: food would not be available in the cafeteria at this hour. 3 cleaning crew members looked at the notice with a mixture of confusion and concern.
One of them wondered aloud what kind of notice had been passed down. Another cleaning crew member informed his colleagues that cleaning teams were no longer allowed to use the cafeteria. He had already heard about the change. A superior explained that other teams had complained about the cleaning crew's hygiene, claiming they were dirty and smelled bad. One of the cleaning crew members retorted that it was only natural for them to smell, given that they handle monster carcasses all day. He pointed out that hunters also handle monsters and likely have a similar smell. The superior responded that all logistics operations assigned to Operation Team 2 had been handed over to the cleaning crew, implying a reason for the change in cafeteria access.
Unnamed Man 1 questioned why the others didn't get the cleaning crew's removal from the cafeteria, suggesting it was a proxy in making their plans,
and speculated that Kim Minju might even get replaced as team captain.
Unnamed Man 2, aware of Kim Minju's operational plans, pointed out that she could have easily gotten some advantages, and questioned why Unnamed Man 1 was bringing that up with him instead of the audit team.
Unnamed Man 2 warned Unnamed Man 1 that nothing good would come to him as long as he chose to stay in the association, referencing the cleaning team's staffing reduction.
Unnamed Man 1, seemingly unfazed, asked what Unnamed Man 2 was trying to say.
Unnamed Man 1 and another employee watched in disbelief as a plate of food was thrown at them.
The perpetrator, Unnamed Man 2, sneered, demanding to know who they thought they were glaring at.
Unnamed Man 2, displaying a condescending attitude, pointed out that they had only seen him as a yes man for a few months, implying Unnamed Man 1's judgment was foolish.
He warned Unnamed Man 1 that any further insolence would result in immediate dismissal.
The older man, observing the scene, smirked, adding that cleaning up the mess was also part of Unnamed Man 1's job. The older man, seemingly surprised, tilted his head slightly, a question mark forming in his mind. As the vice president arrived, stating that he had arrived just in time. The vice president explained that he had some free time after a general meeting and decided to stop by. But the older man suggested that he should rest, considering his long journey to Seoul. The vice president, already present, stated that he was glad to have witnessed the scene that had just unfolded. The older man, Lee Soo-young, addressed Unnamed Man 1, issuing a stern warning: if he wished to remain in the association, he should keep quiet from now on.
The scene shifts to Unnamed Man 1 lying on the floor, clearly humiliated and distressed by the events that transpired.
Meanwhile, the vice president observes the situation, his expression suggesting a mixture of amusement and detachment. Unnamed Man 2, still smug, dismisses the concerns of the vice president, stating that he thinks too highly of Unnamed Man 1. The older man, Lee Soo-young, offers a final piece of advice to unnamed man 1, suggesting he seek help if such an incident were to repeat itself. Finally, the older man concludes the interaction, granting unnamed man 1 permission to leave and suggesting they have lunch together at a later time. The older man, maintaining a composed demeanor, issued instructions to an unseen subordinate. Once he wakes up, tell him to go clean up what he spilled.
The subordinate, visibly shaken and intimidated, responded with a meek, "Why yes, sir."
Unnamed man 1, his face etched with remorse, uttered a single, heartfelt plea, "I apologize." He continued, his voice barely a whisper, explaining that he was forced into the situation by Lee Cheolshik, leaving him no choice but to comply.
He pleaded for understanding.
The other man, seemingly unconvinced, pressed further, questioning his sincerity.
"So you believe me?"
Unnamed man 1, desperate for redemption, proposed a deal. If his plea was accepted, he would intercede with the president on their behalf. However, he reminded the other man of his lowly position, stating, "I'm only a cleaner, after all."
Unnamed man 1, his face etched with desperation and beads of sweat trickling down his temples, pleaded for mercy. Honestly, he was ready to do anything to escape his predicament. He begged for leniency, promising to reveal every detail of Lee Dushik's corruption if spared. Exposing every single case of corruption the man had been involved in until that moment. The older man, Director Seo Min-cheol, listened intently. Director Seo, however, remained unconvinced, his expression unchanged. He questioned whether he even cared about such information, suggesting that even if the offer was genuine, it was merely a hatchet-burying exercise, an exchange of one problem for another. He pointed out that unnamed man 1 was, unfortunately, just a mere cleaner. An older man, dressed in a sharp suit, confronted the unnamed man 1, who was wearing a cleaner's apron. The older man scoffed, "How can you call yourself a mere cleaner, when I have yet to see someone as capable as you?" The unnamed man 1, his expression hardening, retorted, "You're calling me capable now even though you've ignored me all this time?" He continued, questioning the older man's actions. "In the first place, why would you lay your hands on someone who's just hard-working?" The older man, seemingly defeated, knelt before the unnamed man 1, his earlier arrogance replaced by fear and uncertainty. He whispered, "What's going to happen to me now?" The unnamed man 1, a smirk playing on his lips, responded with a chilling indifference, "I also have no idea." The older man knelt before unnamed man 1, his defeat palpable in the setting sun. Unnamed man 1 stood tall, a silhouette of triumph against the fiery sky. A storm of papers erupting from the older man's hands as he raged, shouting, "You son of a bitch." The older man continued his furious outburst, "You said he wasn't backed by the association president. That he had no connections to him." His anger escalating as he threw more papers. "Then how the F*** did he know the association president's location?" The older man's frustration mounted. How did he know where to find him when even the board couldn't? Unnamed man 1 remained impassive, his thoughts turning to the implications of the older man's outburst. He mused, "That old bastard with guaranteed employment who used to be uninterested in the association has now returned, thanks to him." The unnamed man reflected on the older man's relationship with the association president, noting the unusual closeness between them, commenting on how their familiarity seemed to extend beyond a typical professional connection. The older man, agitated, urged the unnamed man to remain calm. But the unnamed man, unfazed, pointed out the imminent threat to their positions. Unnamed man 1, his face contorted in furious disbelief, screamed into his phone, "How the fuck can you explain this then?" He continued his tirade, ignoring the older man's stammering attempts at explanation. "I don't care whose words you chose to trust." A series of text messages flashed across the screen, revealing a flurry of frantic calls and messages from various high-ranking officials. The messages highlighted the escalating crisis and the immense pressure on the older man to resolve the situation. The text messages included, "Han Il-1, Executive Director Song Cheol-sik, hurry and answer my calls. Yu Haechan, do you know how much I spent after trusting you? Jang Young-hun, have you contacted the president? Kim Young-pyo, you think I'm going to sit still? Jo Il-q, Executive Director Song, Go Eun-yang, bastard, I knew this would happen." Unnamed Man 1 continued his furious outburst. Why should I be the one to take responsibility? Weren't you the one who talked about sending off Lee Do-sik along with the president?
The older man, his face pale and strained, muttered a weak defense.
You bastard. Who do you think you're yelling at? Unnamed Man 1 retorted, why wouldn't I yell? When you're shifting all the blame on me now?
Unnamed Man 1, his face contorted in fury, held his phone aloft, the Samsung logo clearly visible.
His voice, tight with rage, vibrated with barely controlled fury. He unleashed a torrent of accusations against the older man. You bastard! You think I don't know about you stealing credit for others' accomplishments? Should I add the fact that you also steal Dead Dungeon's inventories? He spat, the words laced with venom. The unnamed man continued his tirade, his threat escalating. If you don't want to be sent packing and then have your ass thrown in jail, you better do something about this. The older man, Soo-young, sat defeated at his desk, his shoulders slumped. Soo-young, this director of yours is already done for.
The unnamed man stated, his voice dripping with cold finality.
He continued, I'm also getting axed, all because of you. Soo-young muttered to himself, why is the arrow getting pointed at me again?
The unnamed man's final words hung in the air, sharp and unforgiving.
I said get out, you bastard. He forcefully ejected Soo-young from his office.
The unnamed man, fists clenched, stood before the older man, his face a mask of controlled fury.
He accused the older man of using his own money to dig up information about Kim Jun-woo.
And now, the older man complained, he was being unceremoniously dismissed. The unnamed man retorted that he knew the older man was a scoundrel, having easily disposed of Lim Dongbin previously. He declared it was time to risk everything. He resolved to strike first, before being struck himself. A news report blared on a large screen in a waiting area, detailing a corruption scandal within the ROK Supernatural and Dimension Management Association. The report revealed that 14 executives were implicated in the Association Gate investigation. The association president, Park In-beom, used this opportunity to announce the need for reform within the organization. The report further highlighted that Executive Director Song Cheol-sik was under prosecutorial investigation for using funds obtained through bribery for illegal acquisitions.
This naturally angered the public.
And Director Seo Min-cheol from the Seoul headquarters was also revealed to be involved in illegal dungeon trading and manipulation of performance results.
Seoul headquarters Director Seo Min-cheol faced the press, his face etched with sorrow. I sincerely apologize to the entire nation.
A whistleblower continued to expose instances of corruption within the organization. A group of individuals, including Captain Lee Se-young, gathered in a room, their expressions a mixture of concern and curiosity.
One of them questioned, why is everyone gathered here again? Lee Do-sik, the executive director, appeared on television, declaring, I will take responsibility until the end and create a healthy association. A man reflected on the events, recognizing that the corruption scandals plaguing the media were the same ones that had targeted Lee Do-sik in his past life. These incidents, he mused,
were now impossible to dismiss as false accusations. Executive Director Lee Do-sik, previously ousted by the unnamed protagonist, has successfully reformed the association headquarters. The protagonist reflects on his past actions, revealing that he ruthlessly climbed the ranks by eliminating anyone who stood in his way. A path that led him to his current position as a top-ranking member. Now, however, he finds himself working alongside those he previously dismissed, a source of internal conflict.
Observing his colleagues' lackadaisical attitude, the protagonist's frustration grows. He questions their work ethic while he continues to strive for excellence.
Lee Do-sik, now reformed and successful, was approached by a colleague. The colleague suggested a meeting with the president, suggesting they have some time together for lunch. A suggestion met with some confusion from the other members of the association.
One questioned the president's presence. But Lee Do-sik simply responded that he would attend. He was already planning a visit anyway.
And soon, Lee Do-sik found himself at lunch with the president and other members of the association. The president suggested they try the short rib soup. A suggestion Lee Dushik found familiar, responding with a knowing chuckle that he was quite familiar with the place. Lee Dushik, seated at a lunch meeting, inwardly grumbled about having to endure 300 days a year of these meals.
His displeasure evident on his face. An older man, seemingly the host, approached him and inquired about the reason for the meeting. The older man explained that the situation with Song Cheol-sik and the ongoing conflict was escalating rapidly, and that, as a result, Lee Dushik was dismissed from the board of directors. The older man also revealed that Seo Min-cheol was to be exiled to Waliangdu, and that the International Association takeover deal had been cancelled. Lee Dushik inquired about any statements made by the International Association, to which the older man replied that they likely didn't deem it important, prompting Lee to ask for an update on his wife's condition, and the older man suggesting that he find something to do rather than remain idle. The older man then explained that Lee's life was precarious a week ago, but now, with his return, the association is undergoing reforms, and Lee expresses gratitude for the help received and asks what his next course of action should be. The older man responds that he should not do anything for the time being. Lee questions this instruction, prompting the older man to explain that pushing for reform too hard could cause internal conflict within the association. He advises Lee to wait and avoid any actions that could destabilize the newly reformed association. The hunters, the association's most valuable assets, were depicted in a tense scene. Lee Dushik, surrounded by them, felt the weight of their presence. The older man, his expression unreadable, continued his counsel. He stressed the importance of avoiding internal conflict within the association, emphasizing the need for a show of unity. Lee Dushik, listening intently, nodded in agreement. Exactly, he affirmed, understanding the delicate balance the association needed to maintain. The older man suggested shifting the conversation to more personal matters, away from official business. Lee Dushik, curious, inquired about the nature of this personal conversation. The older man responded that they should discuss what Lee Dushik truly desired. Lee Dushik, after a moment of thought, casually mentioned a possible salary increase for the cleaning team. Lee Dushik, subtly assertive despite his outward calm, questioned the older man's assessment of the situation. The older man, in turn, reacted with a mix of surprise and regret, lamenting his delayed return. He then directly broached the subject of Lee Dushik's future aspirations, inquiring about his plans to become a director. The older man expressed his belief that Lee Dushik was the most suitable candidate for the position, while Lee Dushik politely but firmly declined. Lee Dushik explained his inability to visit the older man due to time constraints. Finally, Lee Dushik presented a business card, concluding the meeting. Lee Dushik submitted his resignation, the words "I'm quitting effective today" starkly presented on a piece of paper. Lee Dushik, with a resolute expression, declared his intention to resign from his current position, effective immediately. He formally submitted his resignation letter. His superior, an older man, appeared surprised and questioned his decision. The older man pressed Lee Dushik, asking if there was anything he disliked about his job. Lee Dushik simply stated that there wasn't, and that he would actively reflect on his reasons later. Lee Dushik reflected on the failed takeover attempt, concluding that his current path was hindering his goal of joining the International Association. He realized that remaining with the Korean Association would prevent him from achieving his ambition, solidifying his resolve to pursue his aspirations independently. Lee Dushik declared to himself that it was time to seriously prepare for entry into the International Association. Lee Dushik formally submitted his resignation. His older superior, understanding his decision, accepted it without objection, and, with a sigh, delegated his remaining responsibilities to Kim Jun-woo for the month. Lee Dushik, recently resigned from his position, sat at a restaurant table, a look of utter disbelief on his face. He stared at his spoon, a single drop of saliva clinging to his lips. As the older man across from him explained that his sudden departure was a violation of labor standards, the older man, seemingly unfazed by Dushik's reaction, continued to mention that the timing was perfect, and he had a favor to ask. Dushik, still reeling from the previous revelation, cautiously inquired about the favor.
prompting the older man to ask if he was free that evening. He revealed that there was one more, very important matter to discuss. The scene shifted to a nighttime cityscape, the text identifying the location as Paris, France, and revealing the presence of Perfect Balance Corporation, also known as PB Corporation, an organization affiliated with the International Hunter Association. The narration then explained that PB Corporation's Hunter Balance Coordinating Team had failed to seize control of the Korean Association, leaving one final, crucial task. Captain Mark of the PB Corporation International Clearing Authority questioned the significant losses incurred during a recent operation. Pressing Jason, another PB Corporation captain, for an explanation regarding the substantial setbacks caused by a single individual. Jason, visibly injured and shaken, remained silent, unable to offer a defense. Chloe, identified as captain of the PB Corporation Bank Item Management Team, entered the scene. She directly questioned Jason about his failure to secure the time stone during a joint operation with the Korean Association. To which Jason responded that he had abandoned the time stone to avoid capture during a reckless maneuver. Captain Mark, his expression a mixture of suspicion and concern, questioned Jason about the recent mission failure.
He pointedly asked if Jason's true objective was the time stone.
Jason, evasive, claimed uncertainty about the captain's accusation.
Captain Mark found Jason's response unsatisfactory, deeming it absurd that a mere cleaner could have sabotaged their operation. He pressed Jason further, demanding an explanation for the failed takeover. Jason explained that the takeover failed due to the unexpected return of the Korean Association president. A fact that allowed a seemingly insignificant cleaner, working in collusion with the association, to thwart their plans. Captain Mark, enraged, questioned the identity of this cunning individual. Following the recent operational failures, a reformation within the Korea Association was announced. And it was revealed that a cleaner, previously unknown, had been appointed as the new director of operations. The team, surprised by this unexpected appointment, questioned the individual's qualifications. Discovering that this seemingly ordinary cleaner possesses immeasurable combat skills, exceeding those of most registered hunters. A background check confirmed the cleaner's lack of registration in the official hunter ranking system, leading to widespread confusion and disbelief among the team members regarding this anomalous situation. Jason, his expression serious, informed Captain Mark that the new director of operations might be an irregular. Captain Mark's gaze hardened as he considered this new information. The director, a figure shrouded in mystery, had appeared unexpectedly and possessed a time stone. A discussion ensued regarding how to handle this unexpected development. It was decided that legal methods to retrieve the stone were no longer viable, necessitating a different approach. The director, calmly and strategically, proposed using a dimension stone to retrieve the time stone, despite concerns about the potential risks on the other side. The director, their face obscured, pondered the implications of possessing the time stone. They mused aloud, questioning the availability of intelligence on the reformed Korean Association. Jason, his expression thoughtful, responded that such information was not yet available. The director, revealing a sinister grin beneath their mask, issued a command to work with Chloe to retrieve the time stone from an unnamed individual. A shadowy figure, Hunter Yang Minho, appeared, accompanied by two spectral skulls blazing with ethereal blue flames. He moved with an air of quiet power. One of the skulls loomed closer, its glowing eyes fixed on the viewer. Before Yang Minho, the #1 freelance hunter in the official domestic rankings, addressed his unseen client with a cool, confident tone, "Miss Client." The director, his face obscured by shadow, sat in his chair, a chilling calm emanating from him. He declared, "So that would be all for today." However, he added a final instruction, "One last thing, keep this in mind." A close-up revealed the faces of the director, Jason, and Yang Minho, each with a serious expression. The director's words hung heavy in the air. As he revealed the identity of their enemy, "That irregular is our enemy." The director addressed the assembled group, stating that what they had considered an important matter was merely a gathering. Jason, observing the scene, couldn't believe the nonchalant attitude of those involved, showing no regard for the feelings of others. As he poured himself a drink, reflecting on the limited time he had left.
Suddenly, Jason found himself falling into dark water, the impact jarring. His body sinking as he realized he had acquired a hidden skill called karma after dying from an ambush. The skill's condition was that he was dead, and he had been sent back 10 years due to its effect. To cancel the effect, Jason needed to ascend to the position of Secretary General of the International Supernatural Association within 5 years, otherwise, he would cease to exist. The director, in a strategic move, revealed that Captain Park Geun-tae was a prime suspect in the recent events, but also noted that he seemed unlikely to be the culprit. Jason, while working as a cleaner, investigated other suspects within the association, but found none with the necessary abilities to carry out the crime, leading to the conclusion that the perpetrator was someone from a more powerful organization than the domestic association. The conditions for canceling Jason's karma skill were displayed. He must ascend to the position of Secretary General of the International Supernatural Association within 5 years. Failure would result in his complete erasure from existence. The remaining time was shown as 4 years, 9 months, 3 hours, and 30 minutes. Jason, now acutely aware of his precarious situation, realized that remaining in his current location would lead to his death. However, he had acquired sufficient skills, including ultimate technique, sword manipulation, thanks to his work with the cleaning team, which also provided a salary increase. Jason, having just acquired the Destroyer, Hyper Boost, Circle Counter, and Over-Immersion skills, along with the Commoner class, reviewed his progress. All that remained was finding a way to join the International Association. Meanwhile, a woman approached him, questioning why he was drinking alone. She referred to him as tonight's protagonist, a title Jason found puzzling.
The woman dismissed it, suggesting that her father simply wanted to play.
Jason was then surrounded by a group of people who had rushed to celebrate his safety. Despite his preference for solitude, Jason found himself caught up in their celebratory mood, though he admitted to having had too much to drink already.
An unidentified woman, amused, suggested to a group of men, "Don't you think it's fun to do this with other people once in a while?"
2 men, one of whom is identified as the first president, enjoyed ramen together.
The first president exclaimed, "Ramen's still the best." Junwoo reflected on his past life, remembering how people looked at him with disdain, anger, and resentment.
Junwoo was approached by a group of men in suits.
One of them called out, "Oi, Junwoo. Don't keep to yourself there. Come have fun with us."
They had come together without hesitation, just for him. Junwoo smiled, replying, "All right, I'm coming." A cartoon cat declared its intention to become a romance webtoon artist. Producer Choi approached the cat, suggesting they adapt a good original novel into a serialized webtoon.
The cat, intrigued, asked what kind of novel it was.
The cat revealed the novel's title, Clever Cleaning Life of the Returned Genius Hunter.
After reading the novel, the cat's first thought was how to shorten its lengthy title.
The cat artist, contemplating the title of their new work, declared, "I'm calling it Return Cleaner now." The cat artist then expressed some uncertainty to producer Choi, questioning if adapting a manhwa of this genre was alright.
Producer Choi reassured the cat artist, stating, "No need to worry, I'll do my best to help you."
Producer Choi guided the cat artist, instructing them to click on a specific novel. While working on the serialization of Clever Cleaning Life of the Returned Genius Hunter, the cat artist saw an opportunity to deepen their understanding of webtoons. The cat artist, surrounded by notes on action composition, character design, and adaptation, reflected on the challenges of the project. The cat artist, overwhelmed by the complexities of the webtoon adaptation, muttered to themselves, "My head's gonna explode." They continued, expressing their hope that all of the characters' skills would soon be revealed in the adaptation. The cat artist reflected on the challenges of the adaptation, noting that the action scenes were not the only difficult aspect.
Given the required quality and detail within the timeframe, they felt there were still many unsatisfactory elements.
A plate of food was violently thrown across a table, splattering against the wall. A furious man in a suit shouted at a cowering subordinate to clean up the mess.
"Clean it up, you punk," he bellowed.
Lee Soo-yeon, the subordinate, lay on the floor, defeated and exhausted.
The caption read, "An obedient Lee Soo-yeon." The cat artist slumped over their drawing desk, sighing deeply. Ha!
I still have a long way to go, they muttered to themselves. They confessed their struggles with the constant time pressure, admitting, I keep missing stuff because I'm constantly under time pressure. Their assistant pointed out a mistake in their work, artist. On page 8, you drew 6 fingers. The author expressed gratitude to various individuals who contributed to the first season, including artists, editors, and other collaborators, highlighting their significant contributions to the project's success. A cartoon cat, waving a paw, requests the reader to wait a little while. 2 figures hurry towards a hospital building. A woman, head bowed, apologizes. A man, addressing the woman, explains that he judged her too quickly based on a first impression, and that his initial impression was inaccurate, as Captain Kim Jun-woo had actually burst into the association screaming.
The woman, recalling the event, remembers thinking Captain Kim was a scary person. A man, Captain Kim, stood expressionless as a cheerful, energetic woman approached him, exclaiming, I don't really care. The woman's expression shifted to one of surprise as she exclaimed, Huh? A caption box appeared, stating, They're meeting each other for the first time and they happen to be on the same eye level. You can feel the sense of kinship radiating between them. The man thought to himself, X2, visualizing 2 identical faces, while the woman looked on with a surprised expression. The man stood between the 2 women, his posture suggesting a slight discomfort. Another caption box appeared, stating, and also, the sense of competition. The 2 women glared intensely at each other, a palpable tension building between them. The man, caught in the middle, looked increasingly uncomfortable. The woman, still cheerful and competitive, leaned forward, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She spoke, her words carrying a hint of playful challenge. Referencing Captain Han Yubin, her tone suggesting a shared understanding or inside joke. The other woman, maintaining her competitive edge, reacted with a burst of laughter. Her expression a mix of amusement and perhaps a touch of annoyance at the first woman's boldness. The man, observing from a distance, felt slightly uncomfortable with the intensity of their interaction.